Meng Qianqian turns on the recording function. She notices that after Gu Xuanji finishes filming and the footage is sent, the recording automatically stops. She watches it but doesn't understand much. She hands the video to the relevant people. They quickly bring enough clay bricks for Meng Qianqian to send over. Meng Qianqian sends a signal to Gu Xuanji. Only then does she send the footage.
But she feels happy.
Next, they need yellow clay mud, which must be smoothed out. She asks if he has informed them. Meng Yanzi walks over and asks. Meng Qianqian nods. I've informed them. She receives Gu Xuanji's note and arranges for the yellow clay mud to be sent over. Gu Xuanji will tell her how much is needed, and they will send exactly that amount. The yellow clay mud is mixed with wheat straw, making it quite sturdy. All day long, everyone is busy with the work. The professor and his team keep recording data to study energy and magnetic fields. 2 large carts of firewood are delivered. Meng Qianqian smells food and quietly takes out her ID card, wondering if she can buy some to send to Gu Xuanji and the others. The cafeteria serves large pots of food, but the taste is very good. More importantly, there are many varieties. She secretly places an order, then notices Meng Yanzi looking at her. Your merit flowers are flowing like water. Don't you feel heartbroken? Meng Yanzi brings her a bowl of corn soup. Meng Qianqian sits in the temporary warm shelter, shaking her head. When I donated the artifacts, I felt heartbroken. I knew the process was rushed, but it was only later that you told me why it was so hurried. After donating, I couldn't sleep well at night. After all, aside from the farm getting a bit bigger, there weren't many other benefits. Oh, there was a certificate and a ceremony, but I didn't let them hold it. I wanted to stay low-key, otherwise, people would find out about all the good things I have. She took a few sips of corn soup. Maybe because it was sweet, her mood suddenly brightened. There's a saying, an innocent person can still be blamed for having something valuable. Since I've gained so many good things, I should stay humble. But that feeling of regret only lasted a moment. What I really think about is how to earn more money so Gu Xuanji and the others can live better. With enough money, we can build a stronger, safer fortress. Meng Qianqian turned to look at Meng Yanzi, her smile shining brightly. The biggest problem is solved now. And more importantly, if Gu Xuanji and the others are ever in danger, I can ask the government for help. Weapons and supplies can all be obtained legally. When I think about it, I've really made a great deal. She was truly optimistic. And she had a broad vision. A heart that cared for the greater good. Meng Qianqian lowered her head and drank her soup. Even without looking up, she could guess what Meng Yanzi was thinking. Uncle, I'm not doing this because I'm especially kind. It's because my mom and my grandparents are struggling in the post-apocalyptic world. It's very dangerous. I want to end this harsh situation as soon as possible. Only by stopping that world from falling apart can my mom and the others live normal lives again. As soon as she finished speaking, there was a soft whooshing sound. The message had been sent. She quickly looked at Meng Yanzi's phone, only to see that the message appeared blank. What happened? She's in the other world. The message was sent, but who knows when she'll receive it, Meng Yanzi explained calmly. Or maybe she never would. Meng Qianqian stared at the phone, hesitating. Meng Yanzi handed it to her. Do you want to send your mom a message? Meng Qianqian quickly shook her head. If she knows I'm safe, and that I know she's alive, she'll worry and want to come back to see me. Her words were a bit tangled, but Meng Yanzi understood. When someone has something to hold on to, they'll fight to survive. No one had told Meng Qianqian how dangerous that world was, and she never asked, but somehow, she seemed to know everything. The cafeteria cart arrived. Several stainless steel bowls were carried down from it. Meng Qianqian smelled the delicious aroma, leaned in to look, and saw a feast that looked and smelled wonderful, truly the skill of a great cook. After thanking everyone, Meng Qianqian closed the storage room door. She wondered what Gu Xuanji would think when he saw these dishes. She thought about bringing the video recorder, but it had been taken by some professors. They said the tent looked interesting and wanted to watch the footage. Professor Wei Zhe even asked her, Qianqian, could you bring us that tent for research? Meng Qianqian didn't expect the tent to be something worth studying. Can you wait a moment? I've never asked him for anything before. He always offers it to me. Professor Weizhou was ready to be refused, but quickly said, no rush, no hurry. If there's a chance, I'll ask him for a tent. Okay, he replied happily and left satisfied. Meng Qianqian's phone vibrated. She picked it up and saw a photo sent by Song Qiaoyi. In the picture, the sky was foggy, and it was hard to see beyond 3 meters. A huge plant with a big mouth was chewing something. When she zoomed in, she saw that a giant wildflower was actually eating a person. A leg was still being eaten, blood flowing down from it. The ground was a mix of thin yellow soil and straw, smoothed out with a trowel on the adobe wall. This required skill and technique. Many slaves surprisingly knew how to do it well. They just needed a little practice to improve their technique when leveling the ground. The largest tent's Kong bed was finished, and the stove was lit. Everyone's face was filled with hopeful smiles. Work in pairs, and start building the fire beds in the other tents. Gu Xuanji gave the order, and everyone moved quickly. Those who didn't know how to build the beds helped carry materials and followed instructions. With everyone working together, they easily finished the fire beds. Those missing materials reported to Gu Xuanji, who then wrote to the goddess for help. Meng Qianqian would send the materials over. After all the beds were built, they carefully delivered the clay to each tent. If outsiders saw this scene, they would surely think Gu Xuanji was born with extraordinary abilities. All the stoves were lit. Gu Xuanji calmly ordered, send the message. No one is allowed on the beds for the next 3 days. Only after the beds are dry can they lie down. Jia Wu happily said, I will go handle it now. After finishing, it was already dark. Gu Xianji suddenly remembered he hadn't eaten yet. Just as he was about to stand up, suddenly, on the empty space inside the meeting tent, more than 10 large basins appeared out of nowhere. There were also 4 buckets of rice and 3 buckets of hot soup. There was no strong smell, just the aroma of food that made his mouth water. Gu Xianji's eyes flickered slightly, and his expression softened unconsciously. Jia Wu called Jia Chu in. Jia Chu hurried into the meeting tent. Seeing all the food and dishes inside, he was shocked and asked, Master, are these gifts from the goddess? Go and arrange everything. Gu Xianji stood up and left. After he left, Jia Chu called his subordinates over. Notify everyone to come and get their meals. When the subordinates left, Jia Chu carefully prepared a meal, placing different dishes into separate bowls, and personally brought them to Gu Xianji. Gu Xianji sat beside the stove. There was a smooth surface on top, like a table, where he could place his food. The food stayed warm on it. About 7 or 8 people could sit around the circle. The main meeting hall stove was bigger, enough for about 10 people. Xie Qing, he also brought his food over. Seeing Gu Xianji eating, he sat beside him and first placed his hand on the table. The surface was warm, and his hands quickly warmed up. However, the places with frostbite itched, so he used his hand to scratch the cracked skin. Cousin, do you think the goddess knows everything? Xie Qing, he looked longing. He was eager to know what the goddess's life was like. Gu Xianji also wanted to know. How would I know? I want to become an immortal, wear warm and soft clothes. And this cotton-padded coat is really nice. Our Daqing dynasty also has cotton, but unfortunately, it's only supplied within the palace. Only the emperor and the empress can use it. He even ordered others not to use it. As Xie Qing he spoke, his eyes turned red. He raised his sleeve, wiped away tears, and said angrily, if soldiers and common people in the border areas could wear cotton coats, maybe no one would freeze to death. He has never cared for the common people, so how could he allow them to use the same things as himself? This was the first time Gu Xianji mentioned the emperor in a long while. Cousin, let's start a rebellion. Gu Xianji looked at Xie Qing, he with a smile. His eyes and nose were red from crying, and he was thinking, eat quickly. If you don't eat now, it will get cold. No, it's not cold. The stove has heat, so the food won't get cold so fast. Xie Qing, he deliberately pushed his bowl further inside. He hesitated and said, Big brother, we escaped not just to survive, but to seek revenge. Gu Xianji said reluctantly. However, Xie he was very happy to hear this, and was easily convinced. Xie he ate a big piece of meat and said, "This meat is really delicious. Big brother, you should eat more." Gu Xianji pushed his own meat toward him, encouraging him to eat more. He then picked up a bowl of mutton soup and took a sip. The soup was hot, and drinking it made him feel warm all over. The people affected by the disaster were definitely more than just them. Other tribes were probably having a hard time too. And the last time they defeated the Xianbei people, they mysteriously disappeared. Someone would surely notice. Gu Xianji didn't like being controlled by others. Before the fortress was built, he had to clear the obstacles around him. Hundreds of miles away, there was a large tribe with over 5,000 people. They also had 2,000 or 3,000 slaves. Inside a tent, the leader asked in a deep voice, "Has there been any news from Helan Zhao?" Sitting in the lower seat, a handsome man replied, "Not yet. Maybe the heavy snow delayed the message. It won't be long before we hear something. Such a small tribe, and he's been gone so long. Once the snow stops, send someone to check immediately." The man didn't trust Helan Zhao. Mu Rongsu, sitting in the lower seat, lowered his head and sipped horse milk wine, frowning slightly. "Second brother, he's been gone too long this time. Mu Ronghan has already started to suspect him. He hoped Mu Rongzhao would return soon." Before he finished his cup of horse milk wine, Mu Rongsu heard Mu Ronghan give a deep command again. "Tell Tuoyi to come in." Mu Rongsu's heart suddenly tightened. Tuoyi was a fierce general under Mu Ronghan, and he was the most at odds with his second brother, Mu Rongzhao. Heavy footsteps sounded outside. Tuoyi entered, carrying snow and wind on him. "Tuoyi, take 500 men to support Mu Rongzhao." Mu Rongsu's heart suddenly clenched. He knew Mu Ronghan didn't like Mu Rongzhao, but he didn't expect him to hate him so much. Mu Rongzhao is the youngest son that the Chanyu loves most. If he dies, the Chanyu would not punish the eldest son, Mu Ronghan, but would definitely take out his anger on them. Although Mu Rongsu is the son of the left Xian king, he is just a son born to a concubine and is not favored. Mu Rongsu does not want to die. He did not rush to speak but waited until Tui received his orders and left. Then he looked at Tui's back and said worriedly, "Big Prince, the snow outside is falling harder. General Tui's journey might be difficult. Why don't we wait until the snow stops and then let General Tui take 800 men to help our second brother?" Mu Ronghan's cold eyes looked at Mu Rongsu for a long time. Mu Rongsu's face showed confusion, as if he didn't understand why Mu Ronghan disagreed. The long stare made Mu Rongsu almost lose his composure. Then Mu Ronghan suddenly laughed and said, "You're not the closest to the second brother. Why are you worried he might get lost in the grassland in this heavy snow?" Mu Rongsu looked troubled. "Big Prince, do you also think second brother treats me well? Is second brother not good to you?" Mu Ronghan looked at Mu Rongsu with a meaningful expression.
Mu Rongsu sighed heavily.
His normally straight shoulders drooped as he began to complain to Mu Ronghan. "I was supposed to stay with Yuer, but second brother insisted I come out. He said if I came out, I could find many Dacheng women's hairpins that I could bring back for Yuer. Now he's gone alone and didn't take me." After saying this, Mu Rongsu looked innocent and asked Mu Rong, "Big Prince, before we return to the royal court, can I have some time? I want to raid a Wuhuan tribe and get some things used by the Dacheng people. Otherwise, if I go back like this, Yuer will be angry." Mu Ronghan stared at him for a long time before laughing and saying, "This time, if you go with Tui, whatever you catch, keep it for yourself." "Thank you, Big Prince." Mu Rongsu happily stood up. "I'll go find General Tui and tell him about this." When he stepped out of the tent, a cold wind blew, and Mu Rongsu shivered. He then realized that his clothes inside were actually damp and cold. Mu Rongsu pressed down on his hat, lowered his gaze to hide the cold in his eyes, and walked toward the distance. Meng Qianqian instinctively thought that this photo was fake. How could there be such strange things in the world? It's not a movie, not a comic, and definitely not a work of an artist's personal hobby. Song Joyce's hobbies are really unique. I am surprised that you like these things. Meng Qianqian smiled and was about to call Song Qiao back. Anyway, she didn't have much to do now. She had already sent everything to Gu Xianji, and now she just needed to fill in the gaps. She checked what living supplies they still needed. She should be able to see Song Qiao tomorrow. If others don't want to meet, that's fine, but Song Qiao must see her. Meng Qianqian just found the voice call icon and was about to dial when she suddenly saw the picture on her phone mysteriously disappear. It just vanished out of nowhere. She immediately realized something was wrong, quickly dialed the number, but no one answered. Something was definitely wrong. Meng Qianqian found Song Qiaoyi's number and called her right away, but the phone showed it was turned off. How could her message sender's phone be off? When something happens, you should first ask someone for help. Meng Qianqian immediately contacted Meng Yanci. The call was answered quickly. Little brother-in-law, I can't reach Song Qiao. Can you help me find out which hotel she's in and how she's doing? Meng Yanci's voice was steady, giving Meng Qianqian a feeling of calm. Meng Qianqian kept trying to call Song Qiao. A few minutes later, someone knocked on the door. Meng Qianqian opened it, and Meng Yanci came in from outside, speaking in a serious tone. Song Qiao is on a plane now. She's gone back to Wan City. Back to Wan City? She just arrived and said she was waiting for me. How could she go back so suddenly? Meng Qianqian had a gut feeling something was wrong. But now she couldn't reach Meng Yanci either. Did she send you a message? Meng Yanci asked sharply. Meng Qianqian nodded. Yes, a strange photo. I just saw it and was about to ask her why she sent it, but then the photo disappeared. What kind of photo? Meng Qianqian organized her words and started describing. It's a wildflower, very common, and then it shows a person being eaten with one leg outside, bleeding. Very scary. I thought it was drawn by someone, but then I realized it looked like a photo. After enlarging it and noticing something was off, I tried to contact her, but I couldn't get through. This was definitely not a coincidence. Meng Yanci frowned. I'll bring some information over for you. Meng Qianqian didn't know what materials Meng Yanci had taken. She took out a piece of A4 paper and picked up her previous box of crayons from the bookshelf. She started drawing on the paper. Soon Meng Yanci returned. He was holding a gray file folder, but it was unclear what was inside. What are you drawing? Meng Yanci leaned in to look, but he couldn't understand what she was making. Meng Qianqian confidently said, I'm drawing what's in that photo I saw. Can't you tell? The red parts are petals, the yellow inside is its mouth, and the flesh-colored parts are human legs. After she finished, Meng Yanci fell into strange silence. Suddenly, the air became quiet. Meng Qianqian looked down at her drawing. It looked pretty good. She could tell at a glance what she had drawn. She nodded confidently. Meng Yanci opened the folder and took out a few photos, then handed them to Meng Qianqian. Is this the flower? Yes, it's that flower.
It can eat people, right?
Meng Qianqian looked at Meng Yanci. Little uncle, why does have such pictures? Why did this picture suddenly disappear? Did she really board a plane? Or did she travel to another world? Maybe she went to the end of the world. Meng Yanci looked at his beautiful niece. Her eyes had changed. The clear, light blue eyes were moist, like they had been washed clean, free of any impurities. He saw worry and fear in her eyes, but she quickly suppressed them with calmness. Little uncle, if possible, can you send someone to help me find her? Help me find her. She is the only one who worries about me and stands by my side when I am in the hardest times. Girls' feelings are so strange. They don't spend much time together, only 3 years. Since then, they rarely saw each other or kept in touch, but those 3 years of friendship were forever. No matter how many years passed, it never changed. She cherished this beautiful friendship. She didn't want Song Qiao to unknowingly enter the end of the world and fall into a trap. The end of the world is a place where people eat others. She knew without asking that many people must have died there. Just knew you couldn't hide anything from me. Meng Yanci sighed helplessly. There is an 80% chance that Song Qiao went to the end of the world, and a 20% chance that someone around her went there and took her phone. Meng Yanci showed her the investigation results. Qianqian saw 2 people on the screen. One was Song Qiao, and the other was the man she saw at the airport standing next to Song Qiao. The man and Song Qiao seemed very close. They entered a hotel, checked in, and then went into the same room. But they never came out again. Later, they both went to the airport. Before boarding the plane, the man helped carry Song Qiao's bag. They boarded the plane one after the other. The plane is now in the sky. Meng Yanzi didn't continue to investigate. He just told the Special Abilities team to watch these two people. Once they appear in the end-of-the-world scenario, they must find them early. The end of the world is dangerous, but it doesn't necessarily mean death. People who go there all have special abilities and can protect themselves. As long as they're not too impulsive, they will wait for our people, Meng Yanzi said. Qianqian immediately felt relieved. Calming down, she realized she was sweating all over from nervousness. Thank you, little brother-in-law, she sincerely thanked him. Meng Yanzi handed her a folder. Take your time to look through it. If you have questions, call me. If you need anything, just ask. Qianqian saw Meng Yanzi off, closed the door, and returned to her room. She leaned on the sofa and continued looking at the pictures and information. There was only a small part of the end-of-the-world data. Most of it was pictures. The information Meng Yanzi gave her was carefully selected. He removed overly violent images, leaving only pictures that ordinary people wouldn't have nightmares about. Even so, after finishing, Qianqian felt a heavy weight in her heart. The bustling, advanced city was now dilapidated. Trees in the green belts were broken and lying across the roads. The normally not very tall osmanthus trees now blocked the sky. The tall buildings, dozens of floors high, looked like toy models next to them. The smallest gardenia flowers in the flower beds were bigger than a person. The entire district belonged to them. The scent they released confused nearby animals and humans, luring them in for food. She also saw the plants from the pictures Song Qiao sent. They looked very beautiful. Like a blooming red sunflower, girls would surely like it when they see it. Upon closer look, its yellow center actually resembles teeth, with a round opening in the middle that can swallow a person. The yellow parts turn into sharp needles that pierce into the body, holding a person in place and slowly pulling them inside. Meng Qianqian finished looking at the photos and information, then carefully put them back into the folder. She knew she had to do something. Otherwise, her heart would never feel at peace. The sooner the end of the world comes, the better everything will be. Danger will disappear then. Dressed in white pajamas, Meng Qianqian sat cross-legged on a soft green sofa, a tablet resting on her knees. Her deep blue eyes focused on the notes as she opened a forum, searching and thinking about how to help Gu Xuanji and others stay healthy before spring arrives. Eating nutritious food is the best way. But in exile, people often have hidden injuries. Minor illnesses and pains are not serious to them, but they can affect lifespan. If they get sick, life becomes very hard. There are also issues like back and leg pain. Women in such environments are more prone to cold issues. Having fewer children and not enough family members means less military strength. How can they fight for their future? Meng Qianqian's delicate fingers clicked on the customer service page and typed, "Comrade, I want to buy some insulated bath buckets for herbal baths." The herbal bath can remove wind and dampness and also treat cold issues in women. It seemed the other side had already prepared, waiting for her to speak. How many do you need? The herbal medicine for the bath is already prepared. Just add water according to the instructions. The buckets for the bath are foldable, 1,000 in total, easy to store. The traditional medicine for treating cold issues is a common formula. It's best to have a doctor prescribe it, and we will prepare the medicine for you. For 1,000 people, enough for half a month. If that's not enough, we can send enough for just 1 day first. Can you deliver it to the warehouse now? After replying, Meng Qianqian immediately stood up, took a pen, and wrote on paper, "The medicine is for your herbal baths. Please read the instructions yourself." Do you have a doctor? If so, have them examine women, write a prescription, and describe the illness. We will prepare the medicine directly and deliver it to you. Women in ancient times faced many difficulties. Women who couldn't have children were often looked down upon. They cannot lift their heads. They have been exiled all the way here, and it has been hard enough. Maybe even now, no one has had their period. They can choose not to have children, but Meng Qianqian doesn't want them to be unable to have children when they want to. Her letter wasn't finished when the message arrived. Delivery in 10 minutes. Meng Qianqian stood up, put on her coat, stepped into snow boots, and wore a hat before heading out. Now, in the ancient times, there are stoves, so almost everyone can drink hot water and take hot baths. In winter, they build up their strength. In spring, they work hard to build Wu Bao. Then, they eliminate nearby small tribes and gradually gather power. When chaos breaks out in the world, they will have enough strength to fight for control. She stood at the warehouse door and saw a familiar figure waiting for her. She smiled and asked, "Little uncle, I now strongly suspect that you are the customer service person I've been talking to. I hope so." Meng Yanxi's eyes showed a hint of reluctance. Meng Qianqian didn't notice. She ran over, handed the letter to Gu Xuanji, and told him to choose a suitable place. She closed the door and turned around to see a car approaching from not far away. Meng Qianqian hurriedly opened the warehouse door. An off-road vehicle stopped at the warehouse entrance. Several agile people got out, nodded to Meng Qianqian, and then went into the warehouse. What were they doing? Going in empty-handed. Just as she was thinking, many things appeared out of nowhere on the ground. Folded-up bath buckets, medicinal baths already in water tanks, and towels, bathrobes, slippers, footcloths. All of these were things Meng Qianqian hadn't expected. The other side had helped fill in the gaps. Customer service really is a thoughtful little housekeeper. Meng Qianqian felt very grateful. "Comrade Meng, hello. I am Xiaonan, the team leader of the 1st Transport Squad." A young boy with a crew cut saluted Meng Qianqian loudly and clearly. "The medicinal bath in the water tank is enough for 1,000 people for 2 days. After use, let them keep the water tank filled. No need to recycle. The day after tomorrow, we will deliver another water tank of medicinal bath. What about the ratio?" Meng Qianqian paused slightly and immediately asked about the usage method. The young man smiled, revealing 2 small tiger teeth. "1 ladle per person. The water ladle is here." It was quite rough. Meng Qianqian looked absent-minded as she took out a voice recorder to add some notes. Then she said, "Comrade Xiaonan, could you please put away the water jar first? It's hard for me to carry, and I need to find a suitable place for it." "No problem." Xiaonan walked over and easily took the water jar away with a touch. Meng Qianqian had never seen a space-type ability user before. Unlike her own space, which needs to be stimulated to activate, she wondered if she could activate this function in ancient times. Otherwise, even if she had a treasure trove, she wouldn't be able to use it. Her brother-in-law said that this technology was already very advanced. All small space ability crystal cores are level 1. The space inside isn't very big, only about 6 or 7 cubic meters, enough to carry some supplies and last more than half a month. Everyone activates their ability crystal cores after the apocalypse. The items inside are placed there in advance by space ability users. You can order what you need on the identity card forum, pay with merit points, and someone will load everything you specify. Space accessories can be chosen based on your needs. Some are made into earrings, others into ancient jade pendants, belts, or rings. However, the space accessories sold by the country are all made from level 1 crystal cores. For higher levels, you need many more merit points. Most people prefer to buy affordable space accessories made from level 1 crystal cores. When they bring their space accessories into the apocalypse, they only need to link them with a drop of blood, which binds the item to the space core. They can then use mental power to retrieve items. But in their current era, space accessories cannot be bound. Since Meng Qianqian is going to the ancient times, which should be the same world as the apocalypse, she thought she might be able to bind it successfully. But no one is sure, so she wore a silver bracelet and a gold bracelet just in case. She also wrote a note before leaving the warehouse. After a moment, she received a signal from Gu Xuanji. She opened the warehouse door and asked Xiao Nan to put the filled water jar back inside. Meng Qianqian closed the warehouse door, turned around, and thanked Xiao Nan. "Comrade Xiao Nan, thank you very much." Xiao Nan looked at Meng Qianqian with surprise, then smiled and said, "That's just my job. I am a space psychic." When I am not on missions, I take on these tasks to help others and earn some merit points. Meng Qianqian feels that living in this small base town is quite good. At least she hasn't noticed any problems here before. Plus, there are many ordinary people around. She looks back at the warehouse, thinking about the large jar of medicinal liquid, and suddenly wants to see Gu Xuanji's expression. She also wants to see what it looks like when Gu Xuanji is soaking in a modern bathtub. It would probably look like a scene with a dressed-up actor in ancient costume holding a phone and walking on the street in a down jacket. "Little uncle, you're done? Let's go back," she says. She can't stay underground all the time. She still needs to live on the surface. But since this place isn't fully built yet, after finishing her work, she has to return to her underground base room. Meng Yanzi walks Meng Qianqian to the door of her room, pats her head in a strange way. Meng Qianqian is stunned. She's not surprised by the action itself, but because she can feel Meng Yanzi's emotions. It seems her little uncle is reluctant to leave. This kind of farewell, something only seen in childhood, makes Meng Qianqian feel uneasy. Then she hears her little uncle say, "Qianqian, I won't be able to come tomorrow. I might be away for a while. If you need anything, just like today, just show your ID card and tell the customer service your request. They won't suddenly appear in front of you unless you're in danger. Otherwise, you're free, just like at home before. Once the defense system over there is fixed, you can go back to live." Sure enough, her little uncle is leaving. "Didn't you say you came back just to take care of me? It's only been a few days and you're leaving?" Meng Qianqian is very restrained, almost reaching out to hold her little uncle's sleeve. Meng Yanzi's sharp, phoenix-like eyes lose their coldness, leaving only gentle emotion. "Qianqian, the end of the world isn't something you can choose to avoid. When the time comes, it has to pass. No matter how fixed the time is, it will still pass. Also, once someone from our family goes to the end of the world, the people around them will gradually be affected. That's why many psychic users bring their family members along. These ordinary people will also go to the end of the world someday." Meng Qianqian is stunned. The truth hits her suddenly, cruel and terrifying. She couldn't help but think of her childhood. Her mother was often unwell, lying in the hospital for long periods. Sometimes, she would go to another city to rest for half a month. Although resting should make her look healthier, her face was always pale, looking tired and worn out. But her eyes were different. They were full of life and sharpness. That's why she couldn't believe her mother had suddenly died. All of this was mainly because of her grandfather and grandmother's deaths, which hit her very hard. She finally understood why, as a child, her mother wanted to see her, but also hesitated. Every time they met, her mother would take photos and videos of her with her phone. Her mother kept her at a distance to protect her. But she was special. Because of her mother, her little uncle, and her grandparents, who had all traveled through time, she knew she would also have to go to the end of the world. Meng Qianqian's eyes welled up with tears. "No wonder you all believed so strongly that I could go to ancient times. It must have been a sign, right?" The young girl had grown up. She had become smarter. That soft, adorable little girl only acted delicate around her family. When she was away from them, she became cold and distant, not trusting strangers. Because of this, others asked him to step in. The rest of the family couldn't show themselves during the end of the world, either, for safety reasons. Meng Yanzi didn't expect this to be such a big surprise. Qianqian brought hope to all of them. She probably didn't realize she was not only a goddess to those in ancient times, but also the only savior in the end of the world, the hope for everyone in their world. "Qianqian, no matter what, you must live well. Even if our family is apart, we will always care for each other. We can take care of ourselves, and you must take good care of yourself too." Meng Yanzi had a feeling she would leave this world someday. She didn't know if she could come back or see them again. Qianqian wiped her tears and forced a smile. "Little uncle, don't talk about life and death like it's the end. You're just going on a trip to the end of the world, right? You've been there long enough to build your own group. I'm not worried about you. I can't go anywhere in the base. Plus, I have a feeling that even if I could go to ancient times, it wouldn't be now. So don't worry about me." After seeing her little uncle off, Qian returned to her room, closed the door, and her eyes turned red. In the end of the world, what does having a safe zone matter? It's still very dangerous. What exactly does she need to do to make Gu Xuanji change their fate faster? Their numbers are too few. It's not just about attacking Daqing and the Xiongnu. Even fighting the Xianbei is difficult. The smallest force, the Wuhuan, has over 200,000 soldiers. Gu Xuanji's 1,000 people are not enough even to deliver food. Having good weapons doesn't help much. They can wipe out all of Gu Xuanji's people just by gathering more people. She wants to use cannons. But her instincts tell her it's not a good idea. That would only make the future worse. Snow is falling heavily. Everyone in the tribe is hiding inside their tents. Every half hour, someone comes out with a shovel to clear the snow, followed by others sweeping a path. The snow piles up, growing from a small heap into a large one. If the snow isn't cleared, it will become hard to manage later, and people inside won't be able to get out. Snow falling on the tents is also shoveled away. More people come out to clear the snow nearby. Unlike before, the inside of the tents has become smaller, but it is very warm inside. The stove is burning, making the temperature much higher than outside. A silver kettle on the stove is steaming. Everyone is gathered around the stove, holding a wooden bowl filled with hot water. They sip it slowly. Though they are still thin and dark, their black eyes shine brightly. Come out to receive supplies. Someone calls from outside. People inside the tent peek out and see several figures outside, including the chief steward next to the prince. He is surrounded by several others holding items. The people inside hurriedly call out, "Manager Jia, come in quickly." Jia Wu stands in the heavy snow, cold but smiling gently on his face. "I won't go in. You all come out to receive supplies. This is a bathing bucket. Take it inside first. Later, when you get the medicine, I will tell you how to use it." He turns back and quickly calls others inside the tent. "Hurry out, His Highness is giving out supplies." This is a towel, used to dry off after bathing. This is a bathrobe. Put it on after washing to stay warm. Then, they slowly put on other clothes. This is a drying cap. After washing your hair, wear it so your hair won't drip water and will dry faster. Here are some foot towels for wiping your feet and slippers, shoes to wear inside the house during winter. All these items that are broken or unusable must be sent to us. The bathtub is also included. If it has problems, do not fix it yourself. Report it to me immediately. Do you all understand? Yes, we understand. Although the instructions made their heads spin, everyone remembered what Jia Wu said. Jia Wu distributed the supplies one tent at a time. After a while, everyone came over with basins to get the medicinal bath liquid. Jia Wu's helpers showed them how to use the bath buckets. The medicinal bath helps improve your health. Try to take a bath every day. Since hot water doesn't heat up quickly, everyone will take turns once a day. Keep doing this for a month. The goddess said it will be good for your body and help you live 10 years longer. The goddess also said not to drink cold water. Cold water can make you sick and cause you to die sooner. You shouldn't drink water from the river. And there's more. Jia Wu repeated these instructions over 10 times. Everyone listened very carefully. They didn't understand all the reasons, but since the goddess said it, they believed it was right and followed the rules instinctively. Some people secretly went back and molded clay figures, then quietly worshipped them. It wasn't just one or two people doing this. Almost everyone in each tent had their own clay figure. In the mornings, everyone's first task was to wash up. Before breakfast, they would bring the food to offer to the goddess, then serve themselves, making sure not to waste any food. At night, after bathing, they would bow respectfully before going to sleep. Right now, this was just beginning secretly among everyone. Most people gathered around the stove, waiting for the water to boil so they could take a bath. They didn't dare waste hot water. First, they wiped themselves with snow, then sat in the bath bucket. The hot water wasn't much, but Gu Xianji arranged for the kitchen to help boil more, so everyone could take turns. The bath buckets had lids. Sitting inside, even if only the lower part was submerged in hot water, their bodies stayed warm. They hadn't felt this warmth in a long time. Each person soaked in the hot water with tears in their eyes. Outside, the cold wind was fierce. but inside the tents, it was warm as spring. That day, with nothing else to do, everyone took turns bathing. When everyone was sleeping closely together, they felt very relaxed. In the middle of the night, someone would get up to add wood to the stove. The warm air was a rare comfort for them after more than a year, making it a very comfortable night. Gu Xuanji was sitting inside the tent, writing with a pen. If Meng Qianqian were here, she would be surprised. The writing Gu Xuanji made with a neutral pen looked just like printed text. Xie Qinghe came in from outside, without disturbing Gu Xuanji. After finishing his writing, Gu Xuanji stopped and asked in a serious voice, "Has Grandma gone to sleep?" "Yes, she has." Xie Qinghe sat down, and his voice was a little choked. "She took a medicinal bath, so her legs don't hurt as much. My mother told her to sleep near the stove, and she even sweat a little. After sleeping, she didn't wake up from pain." Gu Xuanji also relaxed and said, "Have someone check on Grandma. Everyone else should come and see her. Once her pulse is checked, medicine will be sent over." Xie Qinghe cheered up and said, "We have a goddess, so Grandma will be fine. I'm reading a book, but I haven't finished memorizing my dictionary." "Why is this dictionary so thick?" "It looks small, but the font is tiny, and there are so many words." Xie Qinghe ran worriedly to the stove, placing the dictionary beside it and carefully copied the words. He put his hand near the stove, feeling the warmth. His hand was warm, but the itchy spots from frostbite felt both itchy and comfortable. The stove's wall kept his legs warm, so his feet didn't feel cold anymore. He recited while adding some firewood now and then. Gu Xuanji watched him work efficiently, completely different from a young master from a wealthy family. His eyes grew more determined. He would make Sanlang a wealthy, young master. Gu Xuanji told Xie Sanlang to soak in the medicinal bath first.
Cousin, you go first.
"No, you go first. I have something to do. I'll ask Jia Wu to come and serve you." Gu Xuanji stood up and led a few people to the big greenhouse. It was snowing heavily, and they didn't know what was happening inside. If all the seeds froze to death, they would have to start over. The path to the greenhouse was not cleared, so Gu Xuanji and the others stepped through the snow. The snow was already over their calves, making walking difficult. When they reached the greenhouse, Gu Xuanji's eyelashes were covered in snow. He knocked on the door, and someone inside nervously asked, "Who is it?" Before Gu Xuanji could answer, the door was slightly opened. Xie Wangchao's aged face appeared, and he hurriedly asked Gu Xuanji to come in. He was surprised and asked, "Your Highness, it's snowing so heavily. How did you come here?" "I came to see," Gu Xuanji replied. He went inside and waited a while before taking off his down jacket. The temperature inside the greenhouse was very high, but not as hot as before. Gu Xuanji asked Xie Wangchao, "Will the drop in temperature affect the seeds?" There were solar lamps here. Xie Wangchao turned on the lights, so Gu Xuanji could see more clearly. If the temperature drops, these seeds might take a few more days to sprout. If there's no sunlight for several days, these seeds could be affected. Sprouting a few days later isn't a big problem. I'm more worried they'll freeze to death, Xie Wangchao said carefully, then looked at Gu Xuanji with hesitation, not thinking that freezing the seeds was a serious issue. Gu Xuanji understood his meaning. His eyes were cold, and he looked at Xie Wangchao with disappointment. "Don't we still have seeds? Even if it's half a month at night, so what? If they freeze, just replant. As long as it proves the seeds can grow here. If there's a natural disaster, don't think about giving up. Do you believe the goddess will help a group of useless people unconditionally?" Gu Xuanji's whole body radiated a colder aura than outside. He looked coldly at the others in the greenhouse, his voice sharp and icy. "The goddess told us through a transaction that she doesn't always grant requests. Her efforts must be rewarded. During the last war with the Xiongnu, the weapons she sent were priceless treasures. Not to mention Daqing, even the entire border region or even farther places like Dawan couldn't produce such fine weapons. The most valuable spoils of war were the horses. We kept all of them to strengthen ourselves. The other gold and silver were things we didn't need right now, so we gave them to the goddess." Gu Xuanji looked calmly at everyone. "Do you think those things can exchange for high-quality seeds?" Shun Wangchao shamefully lowered his head. "The goddess is merciful. We can't be greedy. From now on, I won't say this a third time. If problems arise, figure out a way yourself. Don't expect the goddess to give us seeds again. The goddess isn't your servant. Don't just call her goddess with your mouths, but have no respect in your hearts. Gu Xuanji's sharp gaze swept over everyone present. Shan Wangchao led the others to kneel down, and they all fell to the ground with a thud. Goddess, you are not someone to be called upon or used to satisfy your desires. Xia Wang knelt on the ground, trembling violently, his old body trembling with fear. The heavy snow will last for half a month. If the seeds in the greenhouse are damaged, I will take back everything the goddess has given you. After speaking, Gu Xuanji turned and left the greenhouse. Outside, the cold wind hit his face, making his cheeks ache. But his heart felt colder. Gu Xuanji was angry, and soon everyone in the local tribes knew about it. Old Madame Xia, dressed warmly in a thick cotton coat and pants, sat by the stove warming herself. She coldly said, "Many of the old folks in the Xia family have died. The ones still alive are not good people. Do they think the crown prince depends on them to return inside and fight the emperor? Look at what kind of people they are. If the crown prince wasn't the chosen one, and if the goddess hadn't saved us, we would all be dead." Madame Zheng poured a jar of mare's milk wine and placed it in front of old Madame Xia. "Mother, the crown prince isn't someone they can bully. Did you see how scared those old Xia folks are? You should relax and take care of your health. Wait until the crown prince leads us back inside. It wouldn't be easy to return to the inner city in a year or two. Maybe she wouldn't live to see it." Old Madame Xia refused to say such discouraging words. She secretly vowed to stay alive. As long as she was alive, the old folks in the Xia family wouldn't dare cause trouble. The third son was young and couldn't control the elders. Only if she lived long enough could the crown prince feel safe to do his work. "I must live well." A faint smile appeared in Madame Zheng's worried eyes. Suddenly, old Madame Xia tightly grabbed her wrist. "I know you're suffering, but you have third son. You must see him take revenge on Lord Gua and the others." Madame Zheng's eyes reddened. She turned her head away and gently nodded. "Mother, I will also live well." She had to survive. Meng Qianqian finished her training and flopped onto her bed in her room, looking unkempt. Her body was exhausted, but her mind was racing. In the past half-month, she hadn't seen anyone. Meng Qianqian knew her mother and the others might have returned, but she still didn't go to see them. She understood that their reasons for not seeing her were probably the same as hers. She goes up every morning to deliver tofu to Gu Xuanji and the others. Someone specially makes tofu for her, and she only needs to use merit points to buy it. So, the amount of tofu she buys each day keeps increasing. Gu Xuanji's side has been snowing heavily, but he says he's fine. Meng Qianqian always feels that things are not that simple. She wants to ask, but stops herself at the last moment. She feels deep down that now is not the right time. After resting for a while, Meng Qianqian has enough strength to check the marketplace on her phone. This is a good thing, beneficial for health. The seaweed tofu soup is very tasty. Meng Qianqian even bought a cookbook because she thinks they really need it. They already have cast iron pots, so they must cook properly, or it would be a waste of the pots. She remembers that in ancient times, people often suffered from night blindness. Night blindness is mainly caused by poor nutrition and a lack of vitamin A. Eating more meat, especially meats, is better. Meng Qianqian also bought a lot of animal livers and other meats. If someone is malnourished, they need to eat nutritious food to have enough strength for night raids. She bought supplies to be delivered tomorrow morning, noting the time before leaving the marketplace. Meng Qianqian sees the merit exchange in her face. She can see that people in the Apocalypse team use crystal cores to exchange merit points, which they then use to buy supplies. The items available for exchange are very diverse. For example, a complete mutated plant can earn 100,000 merit points, and the higher the level, the more merit points it costs. These are harder to obtain. She wonders if ancient plants can also be exchanged for merit points. Thinking this, she notes it in her memo. Maybe she can exchange for some merit points. She counts the days. Her brother-in-law should be back soon, but he hasn't come to see her yet. Meng Qianqian doesn't know who to ask. She is different from the psychic team. She has her own team. She can only try to learn more about Daqing Dynasty's culture and customs to avoid revealing her true identity later. In the afternoon, she trains. In the morning, her mind is clear, and she needs to study with the professors. The history and archaeology professors take turns teaching her. Today, Professor Wei Zhe is giving a lesson. After class, he smiles and says to Meng Qianqian, "Qianqian, did you just finish the college entrance exam this year? Which school did you apply to? Anyway, since you don't need to attend school, why not transfer to our school? Which university are you a professor at?" Meng Qianqian was surprised. She thought they didn't attend university classes. Professor Wei smiled and said, "I am from Yen University. That is a top world-class institution, a sacred place where many people struggle just to get in. How about it? Do you want to be my student?" Professor Wei smiled like a friendly wolf. Shun Manji came in holding textbooks, annoyed, and said, "Old Wei, stop that look. Which young girl would learn this from you? Do you want to be a museum director in the future?" That sounds pretty comfortable too. Wei Zhe thought working at a museum was not bad. It's a good position that ordinary people can't easily get. Qianqian is not an ordinary person. Shun Manji seemed to read minds. She walked to the podium and said, "Your class is over. Hurry up and leave. Don't waste time here. Your time is precious, and Qianqian's time is even more valuable. Old Shin, you need to change your temper." I don't know how old Jiang can stand it. Wei Zhe was most afraid of Shin Manji. This woman was very direct. Old Jiang is different from you. He's not someone who causes trouble without reason. Even if he's wrong, he tries to be reasonable. He doesn't like to argue just because he's right. Shinmanji didn't even look up and made Wei Zhe very angry. This woman definitely has mind-reading skills. He felt like she knew everything he was thinking. Meng Qianqian went from being stunned at the start to getting used to it in just 10 days. The cultural lesson started a few days after the training. This was arranged after her brother-in-law left. The purpose of archaeology is to help us understand past cultures and verify history. The Daqing Dynasty is a period in our country's history that never actually existed, but it exists in a parallel universe. This universe is connected to ours in many ways. Studies show that their customs are very similar to those of our ancestors over 2,000 years ago. Could this mean that plants from that time also exist in our universe? Shinmanji was a very romantic person. Listening to her lectures was very captivating. Meng Qianqian felt she was about to fall in love with archaeology. "Teacher, if I bring ancient plants like a piece of grass or a medicinal herb, will it affect our world?" Meng Qianqian is quite worried about this. Butterflies should not flap their wings randomly. She usually acts based on her feelings, believing that if it feels safe, it is fine. "Isn't there a lot of cattle, sheep, and horses on your farm?" Shinmanji said. Meng Qianqian shook her head. "That's different. Those are things he actively gave me. I never asked for them." She always feels she shouldn't make requests. Shinmanji didn't dare to speak freely about Meng Qianqian's situation. She only said 2 words. But Meng Qianqian suddenly understood everything. She has been too anxious lately, always wanting Gu Xuanji and the others to become stronger quickly, but not realizing they need to take things step by step. "Thank you, Professor Shin." Meng Qianqian stood up and sincerely bowed to Professor Shin. Professor Shin hurriedly helped her up. "What are you doing?" "It's my honor to be your teacher. If it weren't for you, I would only be researching some topics, without the chance to participate in this project. This is a parallel universe history, something most people never know in their lives. I am one of the few lucky people on Earth. I should be thanking you." She gently hugged Meng Qianqian. "Little girl, don't be afraid. Behind you is not emptiness, but the support of the entire country. Don't be scared or too nervous. If you can't make a decision, just go with the flow." Meng Qianqian nodded heavily. "By the way, starting tomorrow, you will return to life on the surface." Professor Shen handed her a card. "Congratulations." "Really?" Meng Qianqian was very happy. She turned around and ran upstairs. When she returned upstairs, she found everything was the same as before. In the past few days, she only went to the warehouse. She had wondered before why the house hadn't changed at all. She thought it was a surprise for her, but now she realized there was no surprise at all. Meng Qianqian pushed open the door and saw the man sitting inside, and she suddenly relaxed. Seeing her little brother-in-law again made her very happy. Meng Qianqian walked over, and her face suddenly changed. She nervously asked, "Little brother-in-law, are you hurt?" "A minor injury. Nothing serious." Meng Yanxi took a shower carefully before coming over, just to avoid frightening his niece. Meng Qianqian's eyes immediately turned red. "Let me see your wound." "The wound has healed. The blood smell on me is from the mutated zombie." Meng Yanxi's handsome face was pale and colorless, his voice as cold as ever, somewhat resembling Meng Qianqian. And they looked very much alike. Meng Qianqian was amused by her little uncle's seriousness. "Little uncle, zombies don't have blood. When you lie to me, can you think about my intelligence? I may not be very smart, but I have a good sixth sense. Please respect that." Meng Yanxi pinched his brow in frustration and said, "It's human blood, and I encountered a mad person. It's definitely not that simple." But since she could ask so many questions, Meng Qianqian was satisfied. "Is my mom okay?" She couldn't hold back her curiosity. She just wanted to know about her mom. Meng Yanxi lazily lay on the sofa and said, "She's fine. I was injured because of her. She's a light element ability user, able to dispel zombie toxins, with a super strong healing power. As long as I have breath, I will live." "Oh my gosh, is her mom really the heroine? Her ability is amazing." Meng Qianqian quickly recovered her composure. "Little uncle, my mom. She wouldn't have been left there and cut apart, right? What are you thinking? She's someone no one can touch. Very powerful. Plus, the strong people around her are all carefully chosen by the country." A cold flicker passed through Meng Yanxi's eyes, but Meng Qianqian didn't notice. "That's good. What about my grandparents? They are with your mom, well protected, and nothing has happened to them. But for your safety and theirs, it's better you don't meet. I haven't revealed our relationship to them, only contacting them secretly." Meng Yanxi said this, and Meng Qianqian felt a bit more at ease. "Little uncle, thank you for your hard work. You too." Noticing Meng Yanxi looked very tired, Meng Qianqian urged him to go back to his room and rest. She hurried to the storage to handle the ingredients she bought. There were so many animal organs. She didn't know if Gu Xuanji and the others would eat them. How could Gu Xuanji and the others not eat them? They have all eaten the grass, and these things like pig liver and pig heart are meat. Eating them can fill the stomach, and they taste quite good. Why wouldn't they like to eat? There is plenty of food, and everyone gets a share. Especially the soldiers. Each one gets an egg. Everyone is busy clearing the snow. There is also a lot of snow on the covers of the greenhouse. Xia Wangchao worries that heavy snow might collapse the greenhouse, so people keep removing the snow. Every hour, they go out to clear some snow and pile the snow around to one side. It snowed for 3 days and was sunny for 1 day. When the sun was strongest, they rolled up the cover so the seeds inside the greenhouse could get some sunlight. When it snowed again, they used straw that was wrapped around their bodies to cover the seeds and keep them warm. Gradually, the seeds started to sprout. Some seeds froze to death, but not many. Xia Wangchao has always valued these seeds very much, and now he values them even more. "Master, the seeds have sprouted." Xia Wangchao no longer spoke with a proud tone like before. He became more cautious and respectful. Hearing Xia Wangchao call him master, Gu Xuanji's expression remained calm. "Good job." The Divine Lady's agricultural book says that fertilizing the seeds helps them grow faster. "You will take care of the fertilizing?" "Yes, I will do as you command." Xia Wangchao was very excited. His master did not reject him and even entrusted him with an important task. Xia Qinghe followed Gu Xuanji and, after walking quite a distance, said, "Master, second young master." Xia Gong is a bit proud. "Don't mind him." "Why? Are you afraid I will cut off his head?" Gu Xuanji kept walking. Xia Qinghe hurried to catch up and said, "Of course, the root of the trouble should be beheaded." Just to warn others, Gu Xuanji stopped and looked at the passionate Xia Qinghe. "Third young master, some people are not as simple as you think. Xia Wangchao hasn't done anything wrong. His mistake is that he doesn't work hard and only wants to take without giving. Third, young master, we carry a deep hatred and must fight back into the territory to seek revenge. If everyone thinks that we lack things or haven't planted anything well and only ask the Divine Lady for supplies, do you think they can still go to battle and fight enemies? Xie Qinghe fell silent harshly. But you did very well. Gu Xianji saw that the young man was very upset and comforted him. Xie Qing, he shook his head, his eyes red like a rabbit's. You already said this last time, but they still didn't take it seriously. They only listen when you get angry. Cousin, we should send more gifts to the goddess. Anything is fine, even a blade of grass. We can't let everyone eat for free. They might start to think it's normal. A smile appeared in Gu Xianji's eyes. That's what he thought too. Cousin, when spring comes, you'll be leaving, right? Xie Qing, he turned to look at Gu Xianji and asked. This time he felt less worried, actually quite calm. Third brother, do you think this heavy snow will kill many livestock of the Xiongnu? Gu Xianji didn't answer, but asked Xie Qing a question. The damage caused by the snow disaster isn't just what it looks like on the surface. The snow on the tents needs to be cleared almost every 2 hours. The snow on the sheep and horse pens is the same. To prevent the cattle and sheep from freezing to death, they use straw to make curtains and they cover the pens on all sides. They also worry that the cattle sheds might collapse, so they clear the snow regularly. The snow is heavy, and everyone is busy. They never stop, working hard but hopeful. But what about the other tribes? They can't even take care of themselves. How could they care for their animals? On the grassland, such a heavy snowstorm rarely happens. When it does, many people and animals die. The women they captured are confused by their actions. After all, no one on the grassland treats animals or slaves like this. Although the captured women are owned by other men, they see meat and fragrant rice, things even the Lord can't get, things that are very good. The women feel they are not slaves or captives. They find their days better than those in their previous tribes. Women who once wanted to resist now obediently live with the men who brought them back. Gu Xianji looked into the distance, where men were clearing snow and women carried warm bottles, coming out to their men to pour water. The women all had tan skin and bright eyes, looking very healthy. The men in front of them were tall but very thin, looking like poor people. However, the women did not look down on them or think they were inferior to the men from their original tribe. Although these Daqing men were skinny and not very strong, they did not hit women or act rudely. Living with these Xianbei women, they felt comfortable. For the first time, some women's children learned to read and write. These women knew little about the world, but they understood that knowing Daqing's writing was very important. How do you feel about these prisoners? Gu Xianji asked again. Xie Qinghe looked at the distant soldiers standing with the prisoners. His eyes showed no regret, even a bright smile, as if they belonged to this tribe naturally. They seem to think this life is good, Xie Qinghe said uncertainly. He found his cousin strange. He always felt his cousin said weird things that he didn't understand, and he was too shy to ask directly. Gu Xianji looked at the vast grassland, his sharp eyes like swords, scanning far away. There are more than 5,000 small Xianbei tribes. The grassland we are on belongs to the border between the Murong tribe and the Wuhuan tribe. The Wuhuan cavalry are the strongest, but they are very obedient. They follow Daqing and act as guards. To enter the territory, we must deal with the Wuhuan people. As the crown prince of Daqing, Gu Xianji knew all these details well. So, we will defeat the Wuhuan, Xie Sanling said. He had no official position and had not yet taken office, but he faced great changes. He cared more about the border wars. That area was controlled by the Xie family, and even if he didn't pay attention, he knew the Xiongnu army had over 1 million soldiers. It wasn't that he looked down on the Wuhuan, but they were too weak. They always asked Daqing for help, asking Daqing to send troops to attack the Murong Xianbei. But such Wuhuan have more than 200,000 soldiers, with about 100,000 cavalry. Many of Daqing's horses were raised by the Wuhuan. The Wuhuan are very rich, paying tribute to the Xiongnu every year. Their leader, Qiu Qi, is not an ordinary person. He is skilled at playing different sides, which helps the tribe live peacefully. Gu Xianji turned to look at Xie Sanling. What do you think? How can you fight such Wuhuan? Without saying anything else, the army has 200,000 soldiers, including one-third light cavalry, which they cannot withstand. Xie Qinghe realized his naivety and instinctively wanted to say, "Goddess," but he was instantly shocked and looked at Gu Xuanji. It turned out that his cousin was also trying to awaken him. He thought he was clear-headed enough, but at a critical moment, he still thought of the goddess. With the goddess, they would definitely be safe. Having faith in your heart is a good thing. As a leader, you must understand that you cannot be fooled by faith. Otherwise, even with 1,000,000 soldiers, you would just be a scattered group. Xie Qinghe honestly said, "Third brother has realized his mistake. Tomorrow you will train together." Gu Xuanji was eager for Xie Qinghe to grow quickly. They didn't have much time left. Meng Qianqian finished her training and came back. Meng Yanzi had already gotten up. He was in the kitchen, drinking a glass of milk, dressed in a black silk shirt with a suit and trousers underneath. If you looked closely, you'd see the material was special. Others probably wouldn't recognize it. This was something Meng Qianqian discovered after spending some time in the laboratory. From now on, you should interact normally with others and don't let them notice your identity. When things appear out of nowhere, don't be nervous. Just find a casual excuse. People will think you have someone backing you and won't investigate further. After all, everyone living here is an ordinary person. The more natural Meng Qianqian appears, the safer she is. In fact, only a few people know Meng Qianqian's true identity. Many are involved in this project, but have no idea who Meng Qianqian really is. Meng Qianqian was surprised. Just like before? Yes, otherwise others will notice your differences. Lu Qingye chuckled. Village chief son, Song Haijun and Song Haiyang, and Bai Tiexing are trustworthy. But they don't know the truth. Just act normally, as before. Meng Yanzi had recently returned from the end-of-the-world situation and specifically went to see the higher-ups. One middle-aged man strongly disagreed. Her identity is so special. She is the hope of all humanity. If you let her live freely in the village, what if something happens? It would be disastrous. Meng Yanzi was unfazed. His sharp eyes swept over the middle-aged man. She is still a young girl, with many beautiful experiences ahead of her. Yet, she is kept underground, with only classes and training. Such days could drive her crazy, the middle-aged man said in a serious voice. This is her duty. What if she becomes depressed or emotionally overwhelmed? Meng Yanzi deliberately exaggerated the worst-case scenario. He believes his niece is a strong person and willing to make sacrifices. Every parent cares about their child. He can't bear to see his niece treated like a lab experiment, confined in a small room for observation. It's called protection, supposedly for her good. But is this really good for her? The middle-aged man frowned and said, "She isn't that fragile. That's no reason to cut her off from the outside world forever." She is a person. Meng Yanzi, still covered in the blood from the mission, looked sharply at the middle-aged man and said clearly, "My sister and my parents, to let her live a normal life, endured pain and separation. They just want to give her a free environment. If you want to stop that and ruin this limited freedom, then next time let my sister speak to you herself." The middle-aged man was unhappy, but had to hold back his words. He was really afraid of that gentle-looking woman who seemed harmless when she smiled. Every time she appeared, she looked sickly, but once she spoke, everyone would sweat nervously. Not to mention, she was not alone. If something happened to her, and she lost control, the world could turn into chaos. Her daughter was her weakness. She couldn't afford any mistakes. Why couldn't this miracle belong to someone else? The elderly man sitting at the head of the table spoke kindly. Young Meng's words are reasonable. There are many ways to protect someone. We shouldn't restrict the young girl's freedom just because we are afraid of trouble or lack the ability. She is still a child, carrying heavy responsibilities and already under a lot of mental pressure. These feelings can't be shared with others, so they stay bottled up inside. Over time, this isn't good for her health and could lead to the psychological issues Meng mentioned. The elderly man, through a video call, looked at the other 5 people in the meeting room and said, "Since young Meng has made a request, We will continue to secretly protect her, just like before. Things are now more convenient than before, since Meng Qianqian, the young girl, now understands her importance and will cooperate with everyone's work. Next, everyone should go back and choose the right people to stay close to her and protect her. This plan is now settled. Originally, Meng Yanzi was going to tell Meng Qianqian about this when he returned, but he was busy, and he was resting now, so he only just mentioned it. Meng Qianqian blinked, feeling very warm inside. Her mischievous little uncle was deliberately trying to get her attention, secretly showing her mother. Even though she was already exhausted, he still wanted to help her gain more freedom. This is her family, a family quietly protecting her. She couldn't bear to see them struggling in the end-of-world situation. The end of the world. It should just end completely. Jia Qi jumped off his horse, knelt on one knee, and said, 20 kilometers away, we found 1,000 Xianbei cavalry heading toward us. The leader seems to be the same tribe as the 5,000 Xianbei who attacked us last night. Gu Xuanji's face darkened, and the people behind him looked worried. Besides 500 capable fighters, everyone else in their tribe was old, weak, women, or children. If those 1,000 Xianbei cavalry find them, many people in the tribe will die. Xia Wangchao was even more worried. The seedlings in the big greenhouse were growing very well. The small bok choy was growing especially nicely. In a few days, when the vegetables are ready to be harvested, they can remove the weaker seedlings and enjoy their own grown vegetables. But if the Xianbei come, will those seedlings still be safe? The greenhouse would definitely become a target for the Xianbei. Their tribe wouldn't be able to stay either. Everyone was feeling anxious and scared. They didn't know what to do. Your Highness, should we all hide in the mountains? Someone suggested. Xie Sanlang immediately said, hiding in the mountains won't solve anything. There are so many tents, cattle, sheep, horses, and our heated beds. Can we take all of that away? As long as there are traces, the Xianbei won't leave easily. They might even occupy our place. The heated beds were ready in just 3 days. Everyone made mats from straw and laid them on top, then covered themselves with blankets. Sleeping at night was warm, and they stayed cozy all night, even sweating a little. During the day, they could sit on the beds to work and eat. Their legs no longer felt cold. They couldn't bear to leave the heated Kong bed. If the Xianbei people discovered how good the Kong was, they definitely wouldn't want to leave. So, what should they do? This battle must be fought. They couldn't hide forever. Gu Xuanji gave the order. Jia Yi, tell everyone to prepare. Soldiers, get your weapons and bows. Be ready to fight. Jia Yi loudly responded, understood, sir. 500 men prepared to move out. Gu Xuanji also changed into his clothes, drew his sword, carried his bow and arrows, and rode his black horse. He looked down at Xie Qinghe and said, third brother, the house is in your hands. Xie Qinghe's eyes reddened as he shouted loudly, wishing my cousin and all the soldiers a victorious return. Old Lady Xie also came out of the tent. Behind her, the women and elders shouted together with Xie Qinghe, wishing His Highness the Crown Prince and all soldiers a victorious return. Gu Xuanji turned his horse around and said in a deep voice, let's go. The 500 cavalry moved lightly and quickly. They didn't rush at full speed. It took them half an hour to stop. Jia Qi returned from scouting, dismounted, and knelt on one knee. My lord, the Xianbei are still 5 kilometers away. Gu Xuanji raised his hand to help Jia Qi up. They only had 500 men, besides the guards left by his mother. The rest were recently trained slaves. They formed into a team, trained daily by Jia Yi and the others, mainly to improve their archery skills. They were still far from ready for the battlefield. If they faced the Xianbei head-on, they would definitely lose badly. Gu Xuanji didn't bring them out to send them to death. He wanted to train these people, make them qualified soldiers, and turn them into elite troops. Lord, when those Xianbei arrive, I will lead the charge first. Jia Er usually didn't speak much, but now he was willing to step forward. He wanted to be at the front. Gu Xuanji shook his head.
Ja, was anxios.
Gu Xuanji said, we won't charge. Not charge. Everyone was stunned. Gu Xuanji had never fought in a battle before. The only time he had was during a night raid. Now, Gu Xuanji's words made the people of the Xie family frown hard. Jia Yi and the others were only slightly surprised, but didn't argue with Gu Xuanji. They have only one rule in their lives. No matter what happens, they must obey Gu Xianji's orders. Gu Xianji thought of a clever idea. Their bows can shoot up to 100 steps, and the Xianbei people's bows also have a range of 100 steps. If they control this distance well, they might be able to kill all the Xianbei without losing a single soldier. Yes, no charge, Gu Xianji said in a deep voice. Our bows can shoot up to 150 steps, but the Xianbei bows have a range of 50 steps less than ours. As long as we keep this distance, we can shoot and kill the Xianbei within range. If they come closer, we retreat. Then we shoot again. If they retreat, we chase after them. Everyone present was excited by this new way of fighting. Gu Xianji then said seriously to Jia Yi and others, the biggest problem with this plan is the formation. So, divide into 10 small teams. Each of you leads one team. Make sure everyone, whether moving forward or backward, follows orders. Yes, sir. Jia Yi and the others immediately went to organize their teams. Gu Xianji waited quietly. A scout reported that the enemy was 1 kilometer away. Gu Xianji ordered, "Get on your horses, prepare for battle." At his command, everyone mounted their horses at the same time. Gu Xianji sat on his horse and saw the Xianbei riders appear on the snow-covered plains. They were coming from just below the mountain pass, where the snow was very thick. They stood below a small hill, waiting for the Xianbei to come within shooting range. As soon as they arrived, they appeared on the small hill and shot at the Xianbei. The Xianbei, caught off guard, were hit and fell from their horses. Tuo Yi blocked the incoming arrows with his sword, glaring angrily at the ambushed cavalry on the hill. Furious, Tuo Yi ordered a retreat. The army quickly pulled back. How could Murong Zhao, that useless man, have the skill to set an ambush? Maybe there was a traitor among them. You dare to collude with enemies and ambush your general. Today is your death day. Tuo Yi kicked Murong Su off his horse and stabbed him fiercely with his sword. Murong Su was caught off guard and was stabbed in the chest, feeling as if his ribs were broken. The enemy shot a second wave of arrows. Takuya couldn't just sit and wait for death. He angrily glared at the enemies, raised his sword, and shouted, "Kill them! Charge forward and wipe them all out!" Murong Su ignored his pain, scared and scrambling to the side, desperately rolling away. In the process, he was trampled by several horses. Murong Su lay in the snow with a pale face. The loud shouts of battle echoed across the plains. Soon, Murong Su heard many screams and knew it was over. The ambushers who had hidden for Takuya were surely dead. Takuya was the bravest young warrior in their tribe, and his father was the tribe's great general. Murong Su didn't want to die. He was forced to come out this time to find a better future, hoping his mother could have a better life in the tribe. If possible, he wanted to go to Wuhuan, maybe even bring his mother back to Daqing. He absolutely refused to die. Enduring the terrible pain, Murong Su turned over and got up, grabbing a nearby horse and mounting it. He turned the horse around, planning to escape in the opposite direction. But when he looked up, he was stunned. Another group of people was behind Takuya, horses running wild, and the ground covered with bodies. "Retreat! Fall back!" Takuya shouted fiercely, but his troops were panicked. They only ran backward. The ambushers split into several groups, riding horses to catch up and shooting arrows from within range. Murong Su had never seen Takuya in such a state of chaos. Since leading his troops, Takuya had never suffered such a loss or been defeated. He couldn't believe anyone could actually beat Takuya. Takuya was a natural-born leader. After losing twice, he knew he couldn't escape. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Charge! Break through and kill those dogs. When we get back, I'll report your deeds to the prince." Takuya led the charge. "Soldiers, follow me. Cut off their heads." In this chaos, Takuya soldiers lost over 200 men. He led 800 men rushing forward quickly. Gu Xianji's face was calm as he calmly ordered, "Archers, prepare. 500 arrows rained down from the sky. The arrow storm took another 300 lives. Gu Xianji gave the order. Everyone fall back. After creating some distance, Gu Xianji spoke again. Second team of archers, prepare. Another wave of arrows flew through the air. Takuyu's eyes widened with rage. The soldiers he led kept dying in increasing numbers. The bandits were very clever, always keeping a safe distance. The horses were all top-quality war horses, including those taken by Morong Zhao. The people from the frontier couldn't break through. He frowned and ordered, retreat. He pretended to charge forward but actually took a detour, turning his horse around and fleeing in the opposite direction, as if escaping for his life. They must not let them escape. Once these people escape, they will definitely return, and next time, there might be more than 1,000 or 800 of them. We absolutely cannot let them go. Gu Xianji led his men in pursuit and shot at them as they ran. Tuo Yi cursed loudly. Which thief is this? Gu Xianji and his men chased for over 20 miles before stopping. Tuo Yi, with fewer than 100 men, escaped back in a sorry state. Even though they won the battle, Gu Xianji's face showed no happiness. The continuous appearance of these Xianbei people indicated there was a large Xianbei tribe nearby. Clear the battlefield and head back. Gu Xianji turned around and led his men back to the camp. When they returned, Jia Er reported, "Lord, we caught a prisoner. He says he's Morong Quan's son, Morong Su. Morong Quan was the king of Zuoxian and also Morong Xiu's brother. According to him, Morong Xiu's court wasn't nearby, so why are members of the Morong family here? Bring him in." Morong Su was pushed into the meeting hall. When he saw the handsome man sitting at the head of the table with an extraordinary aura, a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. He knew these people were from Daqing. But after seeing Gu Xianji, he realized that the man before him was someone very important. Their clothing was also quite strange. But none of this mattered to Morong Su. What he cared about was whether these people could help him save his mother. "What is your name?" Gu Xianji was also observing Morong Su. His appearance was somewhat different from the typical Daqing people. His features weren't as deep or prominent. Compared to them, he seemed to have a Daqing feel. Morong Xiu had once sought to marry a princess from Daqing, and her dowry was full of beautiful women. Most of those women had been betrothed to Xianbei royalty and nobles. Morong Su. "My mother was a palace made beside the Qing consort. After concubine Qing married the Chanyu, she sent her palace maids to my father and other royalty and nobles. My mother was of humble origins, and my brother and I had a hard life in the tribe." Morong Su is a clever person. He seizes every chance to leave the Xianbei. Although his family name is Morong, no one respects him. He and his brother are disliked by the grand consort. Their mother is old and no longer favored. As they grew older, their lives became even more difficult. Morong Su has no emotional attachment to the tribe. He wishes he could leave that place forever. He knelt on the ground and, before Gu Xianji asked, he told everything he knew. Tui is the son of the great general. He has never lost a battle since leading troops. He was sent by the crown prince to hunt down the second prince, Morong Zhao, who led the expedition. Morong Zhao has been out for over 20 days and has not returned. The crown prince decided to take this chance to eliminate Morong Zhao. Worried that Gu Xianji might not know Morong Zhao's identity, Morong Su explained honestly, "Morong Zhao is the Chanyu's favorite son. Some say the Chanyu might give him the throne in the future. The crown prince has always been wary of him." Gu Xianji finally understood why so many gold ornaments were found among those Xianbei people. It turns out they belong to the Chanyu's most beloved son. "Take him away." Gu Xianji no longer asked questions. Morong Su was stunned. He hurriedly begged, "Please don't kill me. For the sake of my bloodline, which still carries part of the great celebration's blood, give me a chance to live. I promise I won't reveal anything here. I can tell you everything I know." Gu Xianji waved his hand, and Morong Su was immediately taken away. "Keep him locked up and guard him strictly. No communication with him," Gu Xianji ordered again. Jia Shi, a handsome man, respectfully said, "My lord, rest assured. With my men here, he won't learn anything. Jia Shi is the best at interrogation among the Jia generation. He is also the top intelligence officer. The information he holds can be transmitted even across mountains and seas. Gu Xianji looked at the simple sand table with a serious expression. The Xianbei royal court is located further east, and to the southeast is Goguryeo. Now both princes of the Xianbei came to the border area. Gu Xianji frowned slightly. At this moment, a sudden realization flashed in his eyes. They are here to pay tribute. Gu Xianji relaxed. Mu Ronghan and the others are not coming for trouble, so they still have a chance to breathe. Gu Xianji picked up his pen and wrote about this battle. Every day, he received gifts from her, but he had not given her anything. Gu Xianji felt like he was taking things for free. Although she said the gold items he gave before were valuable and the horses and cattle were expensive, she said he didn't need to send more for now. Gu Xianji thought this was probably just an excuse she made up. This time, he captured many gold items and weapons from the Xianbei people. These were spoils of war. Gu Xianji chose a few to send to the goddess. Meng Qianqian was so happy, she almost cried and laughed at the same time. She got up and ran to the kitchen. After a while, she brought in her favorite dessert for Meng Yanci. Little uncle, I made this especially for you. You can't get it in the wasteland, and it might be hard to buy at the base. From now on, every time you come back, I will make it for you. Okay. Meng Qianqian handed over a delicate little spoon like a treasure. Meng Yanci looked at the pink, peach-shaped pastry, hesitated for a moment, then took the spoon. Eating too much causes cavities. With so much pressure in daily life, what's wrong with eating a little sweet? Sweet things make people feel happier, Meng Qianqian said without worry. She placed the milk tea beside Meng Yanci. Milk tea, made from the milk of our farm's cows. Meng Yanci took a bite of the dessert, frowned slightly. What's wrong? Is it not tasty? Meng Qianqian was startled, thinking she had made a mistake. Meng Yanci shook his head. He took a sip of the milk tea and was about to speak when his expression suddenly changed. Qian, is this milk and dessert made from milk from our cows? Meng Yanci's face suddenly became serious. Although Meng Qianqian was confused, she nodded obediently. Which cow? Gu Xianji's cows. Is there more milk? Yes, in the kitchen. Meng Yanci held the milk tea and quickly got up to walk to the kitchen. The milk in the kitchen was still in a cup. He asked Meng Qianqian, is this the one, right? I need to take it for testing. These cows and sheep are good for our health, Meng Yanci said excitedly, looking at Meng Qianqian's curious eyes. It's a special ability. It can enhance your powers. Meng Qianqian was surprised and opened her mouth wide. The stronger the ability, the better humans can survive. Meng Qianqian knew this was a big deal. She had to prepare in advance. Most importantly, she wanted to share the secret. Such an exciting secret, but she had no one to share it with, only writing it down and telling Gu Xuanji from another world. After all, the cows and sheep were sent by him. Gu Xuanji, you probably don't know how much help the cows and sheep you sent are to me. Before I tell you this, I want to apologize. I'm not a goddess, just living in a different time. You can think of me as someone born hundreds of years later, with the ability to communicate with you from over 2,000 years ago. This ability is amazing but also makes me feel insecure. I'm not sure if you're a good person or a bad one, so I'm cautious. Please don't take it the wrong way. Now she knew that Gu Xuanji was a good person, and also a kind one. He didn't lie to her. Now, let me introduce myself. My name is Meng Qianqian, and I am a girl. You probably already know that. Before, you exchanged cows, sheep, and horses for food and other supplies. I also traded with you based on our local prices. But today, I realized that the cows and sheep from your side are very good supplements for us. If possible, I hope to get more cows and sheep. I will trade pork and other supplies with you. The cow that can produce milk can exchange for a lot of grain. The details will depend on the research results. Once the results are out, I will tell you the exchange rates. Meng Qianqian clearly understood that her little uncle could sense the fluctuations of the ability, which meant those cows and sheep would become priceless treasures. She had to tell Gu Xuanji about this in advance. Send the message. Meng Qianqian was just waiting. When her phone rang, she immediately picked it up to check. The scene on the screen made her freeze instantly. Meng Qianqian quickly ran to the warehouse and opened the door. She picked up the bronze sword and the topmost letter of the gold jewelry, but did not leave. She simply stood there, watching. Do you remember the Xianbei soldiers we defeated last time? He is the second son of the Xianbei chieftain. This time, the eldest son sent people to hunt down the second son. We were worried they might find us, so we fought them. Those weapons and pieces of gold jewelry are carefully chosen gifts for you. They are not part of our trade. Tears welled up in Meng Qianqian's eyes as she read this. This person truly knows how to treat others. He risked his life to get these things, and now he wants to give them to her. We captured many horses, and that is what matters most to us. Maybe he is worried she would feel guilty? Meng Qianqian continued reading. The last paragraph seemed added later, in a hurry. I am also very happy to meet you in this way. Qianqian is a lovely name. Your parents must love you very much. We don't have many cattle and sheep now, but I decided that in a few days, I will lead soldiers to attack other tribes. The cattle and sheep we capture then will not be sent back, but delivered directly to you. If you need anything, just ask. As long as I have it, I will find a way to get it for you. You say you are not a goddess, but in all our hearts, you are no different from one. Please don't refuse or reject my gifts. This is just our way of showing gratitude to you. Trade is trade, gifts are gifts. He thought the things he gave were not very valuable. But he didn't realize how precious his gifts truly were. In her world, they could not be measured by money. Meng Qianqian's nose felt a little sore. According to Xieji's memoirs, many of the people led by Gu Xuanji died at this time. Only Gu Xuanji, Xie Qing, and a small group of the Xie family survived. They hid deep in the mountains, reproduced, married local tribes, and gradually grew stronger. More than 1,000 years later, Xieji led his people to break out in a bloody fight, and after decades of war, finally unified the land. There are many details. It all seems more like a novel, so unreal. While reading, Meng Qianqian kept thinking about how life could be filled with so many hardships. Because he was suspected by his father emperor, he was forced to fake his death to escape and save his family. He followed the exiled group for half a year, facing many dangers along the way. Finally, he managed to take all the family members and escape beyond the border. The winter in the northern frontier is like. The snowstorm feels like a death omen, and there are countless wild wolves and other beasts that could appear at any time. So many people have died. Meng Qianqian's eyes grew hot. She took out her ID card, opened the shop, and ordered 11 tables of food. She specifically noted, more variety of main dishes, price is not a problem. Roast whole lamb, roast piglet must have. More meat, like pork knuckles, braised pork, etc. One large serving of green vegetables with scallions and sauce. The rest should be stews, warm and hearty. Each dish should be large in portion, tasty, fragrant but not greasy. The chef's cooking is good. But it's too detailed. She wanted to give the food to the soldiers, so the more generous the portions, the better. 2 hours later, when the food was delivered, it was even more perfect than Meng Qianqian had imagined. Comrade, do you want to try some to see if it suits your taste? If not, we can redo it. The delivery person was still Xiao Nan. Meng Qianqian smiled and said, no need to taste, just deliver it to the warehouse. Xiao Nan entered the warehouse, and suddenly, hundreds of large and small basins filled the entire space. Thinking of how she had struggled to move luggage with a forklift, Meng Qianqian felt very sad. The goods have been delivered, Xiao Nan said in a deep voice. If there are no problems, I'll go back. Okay, Meng Qianqian replied, then asked, Xiao Nan, aren't you going over there too? Xiao Nan paused slightly, frowned a little, and explained, my name is Xiao Bei. Xiao Nan is my older brother. Meng Qianqian looked carefully and realized she couldn't tell whether the man in front of her was Xiao Bei or Xiao Nan. Are you twins? Xiao Bei nodded. Yes. Meng Qianqian remembered her brother-in-law saying that the ability to travel to the end times could affect those around them. Since Xiao Nan and Xiao Bei are twins, the chance that both brothers can travel might be higher than others. After sending Xiao Bei away, Meng Qianqian smiled and closed the warehouse door. Gu Xuanji, everything will be fine. We will all get better and better in the future. When Gu Xuanji saw the letter, he didn't feel shocked, as if he had already known the answer deep inside. He looked at the letter several times. Although he had memorized every word, he couldn't help but look at it again and again. Meng Qianqian. These 3 words gently lingered on Gu Xuanji's lips, soft and tender, yet deeply engraved in his soul. His narrow phoenix eyes continued to read further. When he first saw Meng Qianqian's request, Gu Xuanji felt relieved, more at ease than ever before. As long as what he gave her was valuable to her, that was enough. Gu Xuanji already had some ideas in mind. Suddenly, a quiet new letter appeared on the table. Gu Xuanji's expression relaxed as he picked up the letter. Its content was much livelier than before. It seemed that after being honest, she also felt more free. Gu Xuanji, you're really generous. Today we won a victory, so of course we should celebrate. I ordered 10 tables of food, all served in large bowls. You can divide them yourselves. Find a suitable spot now, and soon the 10 tables will be delivered. Once you've arranged everything, send me a message. I will personally prepare a special table for you. Gu Xuanji imagined her appearance, but couldn't quite picture it. All he could hear was her cool, yet slightly sweet voice reading the letter. He stood up and left the tent. Jia Wu hurried over and silently followed him. Gu Xuanji said calmly, notify everyone to prepare and come to receive the celebration meal. A celebration meal? Jia Wu's eyes lit up. The kitchen was quiet. Only one person could personally handle this. No, only one divine being. Jia Wu immediately called his subordinates and whispered a few commands. They looked happy and hurried off without hesitation. Soon, everyone received the message. They held bowls or clay jars and queued outside. The kitchen tent was large, made of several tents sewn together. Inside, a stove was burning, much warmer than outside. Gu Xuanji felt something and quickly stepped inside. Immediately, hundreds of large and small basins appeared before him. The dishes in the basins were still steaming with aroma. In that moment, everyone following Gu Xuanji was deeply moved. So many delicious foods. They couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Gu Xuanji said in a deep voice, each dish has 10 portions. 10 people per group, take 1 portion. This was something Jia Chu was used to doing. He quickly replied respectfully, understood, servant. Gu Xianji nodded, then turned to leave. As he passed by Xie Qinghe, he said, third young master, please invite grandmother and auntie over. Xie Qinghe stood at the door, looking inside at the delicious food, saliva almost dripping from his mouth. It's not that he's not capable. It's just that when he was still at the Duke of Zhengguo's residence, he never ate so many tasty dishes. I'll go right now. Reluctantly, Xie Qinghe turned back, determined not to look at the food, and quickly walked toward the tent where Madame Xie and others were staying. Grandmother, mother, please come over. Madame Xie, dressed warmly in a padded coat and pants, sat on the Kong, heated bed, her complexion much better. Hearing this, Madame Xie's face visibly lit up with a smile, but then the smile faded, replaced by a look of sadness and longing. If the Empress Dowager were still alive, the Crown Prince wouldn't have suffered such great hardship or endured so much suffering. Madame Xie thought of her late youngest daughter, feeling pained. Madame Zheng took the hat and scarf from Madame Xie and helped her put them on. The Empress Dowager is watching from above, and that's why she blesses the Emperor's son with good fortune today. The Emperor is still young, and the noble consort has 2 sons, with the youngest being especially favored. If the Crown Prince stays in the palace, he won't have a bright future. With the scheming consort involved, how can the Crown Prince have any hope? Now, life is hard, but there is real hope. With the help of a divine maiden, the Crown Prince can't be defeated by the Xianbei cavalry. After resting and recovering for a few years, they can surely return and fight their way back into the border. Madame Zheng's hatred for the Dog Emperor makes her grit her teeth, her anger almost turning into tangible rage. Madame Xie looked at her eldest daughter-in-law, whose eyes were filled with hatred. She gently patted her hand with concern, sighed softly, but said nothing. Lu's husband had also died. In the Duke of Zhengguo's household, only Xie Qing, he remained among the adult men. She used to be a gentle woman, but now she looked lifeless. She cannot die. She still has a son and a daughter. If she dies, her children will truly be left helpless. Lu followed behind Madame Xie and Madame Zheng. Inside the tent, Gu Xianzhi was feeling a bit worried. He usually ate simply at the table, not particular about anything. Now that he was inviting his grandmother to eat, he found there was no suitable table. Gu Xianzhi felt a bit embarrassed as he picked up a pen and wrote, "Could Miss Meng please help me? I need to host a banquet for my grandmother and aunt, but I don't have a table." This banquet might not look proper without one. Meng Qianqian saw the message and couldn't help but laugh. Why does it seem like Gu Xianzhi is much livelier than before? He no longer appears dull and lifeless, but seems more lively and expressive when speaking. "Of course, I can." Meng Qianqian replied with 4 words and quickly placed an order in them all. No wonder it's called the all-purpose space. It has everything. When Meng Qianqian saw the bowls and chopsticks, she slapped her forehead. She really had a bad memory. How could she forget about these? Since there were no bowls and chopsticks, Gu Xianzhi didn't ask for them, and she didn't think of it either. Looking at the colorful plates, she felt they matched her taste. The breakfast cups were truly beautiful. The charming flowers blooming on them seemed to brighten her heart. She bought several sets all at once. Since she wanted to give them to Gu Xianzhi, she naturally chose the ones she liked best. The complete sets of bowls and chopsticks came in packs of 20. There were also simple white porcelain bowls with modest floral designs on the outside, and they were quite affordable. Meng Qianqian bought 5,000 bowls at once. She also bought 5,000 plates. The white porcelain plates were simple and elegant, very nice to look at. There were also soup bowls, which were definitely essential. Every household prepared 10 large bowls, especially during festivals when they ate together, and they often ran out. A big family sitting at 2 or 3 tables enjoying lively meals. There was a lot of attention to detail with the plates and bowls. Meng Qianqian bought these items without hesitation because they were all consumables. If she bought too few, and they broke, they would be useless, so she simply bought more. After finishing her shopping, it wasn't long before Xiao Bei came again. This time, Meng Qianqian could tell them apart. Xiaonan always had a gentle smile, while Xiao Bei was a cold, aloof guy. Their gazes met, and it was as cold as a piece of bone. "Just put it in the warehouse. Thank you." Xiao Bei didn't say anything this time. He placed the items Meng Qianqian ordered into the warehouse and silently left without looking back. Things that shouldn't be seen shouldn't be known, just pretend you don't know. People like that are the ones who live longer. Meng Qianqian didn't think much about it. After all, the people arranged by the country's father must be trustworthy, so there was no need to be cautious. Maybe they already knew everything. Meng Qianqian informed Gu Xuanzhi in advance. Once he was ready, she immediately sent the items over. Madame Xie and the others arrived at the tent and saw various beautiful dishes neatly arranged on the table. Gu Xuanzhi's tent was divided into 2 parts. The front was a study, and the back was a bedroom. A long table was set up on the kong, a traditional bed stove. He specifically asked Meng Qianqian for this table. The dishes were of banquet quality. When Madame Xie and the others saw the table full of food, their eyes welled up with emotion. "Grandmother, 2 aunts, please sit down." Gu Xuanzhi personally helped Madame Xie to sit, then called out to Samling, "Samling, call over the older sisters, younger sisters, and brothers." The food was abundant, enough for everyone to eat. Xie Qinghe saw the full table of dishes and no longer worried about not being able to eat a hot meal. He turned around and called the girls and 2 brothers from the Duke Zhengguo's residence. Because the eldest daughter-in-law was about to get married, she didn't want to come out, so it was Samling who brought her. He only said one sentence, "Elder sister, Jia Lu is the most capable person around the cousin." Xie Qinghe didn't say another word, and the eldest daughter-in-law stopped hesitating. She stood up, tidied herself, and said, "Let's go. Don't keep His Highness the Crown Prince waiting." The other girls of the Xie family followed Madame Xie. They arrived at Gu Xuanji's tent, and Madame Xie smiled and said, "You girls come over and sit quickly. Today is a family feast, and it's a special occasion. We won't be strict about the rules. After all, this is the only time." Hearing this, the eldest daughter-in-law relaxed. She obediently sat next to Mrs. Zheng, and the other girls of the Xie family sat close to her. During this expedition, we achieved a victory. Those Xianbei people might come looking for us in the future. Starting tomorrow, we will send people to patrol daily. Many things in the tribe will need the help of grandmother, aunt, and the sisters, Gu Xuanji said as he raised his wine cup. The girls of the Xie family looked at him with a strange light in their eyes, and they seemed more lively. Madame Xie smiled and said, "If there's anything you need, Crown Prince, just ask. With me here, those girls won't cause any trouble." Gu Xuanji didn't mean it that way. He just wanted to reuse the women of the Xie family. Compared to other men, they are literate, good at arithmetic, and know more than most people. As a woman, Meng Qianqian can do many things. Why can't the girls of the Xie family do the same? I saw a sentence in a letter sent by Meng Qianqian. Men and women are equal. Women can hold up half the sky. Gu Xuanji cannot change the thoughts of the people in Daqing. He knows there are many problems in the Daqing court. Gu Xuanji wants to start changing these problems from the beginning. If one day he can unify the world, all rules will be rewritten. Right now, this is the beginning of change. Meng Qianqian's phone rang. It was Manager Chen from the wedding planning company. She looked at the flashing call on the screen and fell into strange silence. Is this Manager Chen also part of the base? She answered the call, and a familiar voice came through. "Comrade Meng Qianqian, the items you ordered have been delivered. When would you like us to send them over?" Meng Qianqian. She guessed right. This Manager Chen is obviously Xiao Bei. "Wait a moment, I need to talk to my friend. If he needs it, I will contact you from behind the scenes." Xiao Bei was silent for a moment. Okay. She heard that going to the end of the world takes half a month to return. No wonder when Xiao Nen came last time, she didn't realize it. It turns out Xiao Bei was the one handling that matter. Meng Qianqian ordered some dishes and planned to cook herself. She was about to ask when Meng Yanxi would return. After disappearing for more than 10 hours, Meng Yanxi finally appeared. Meng Qianqian noticed his eyes were surprisingly bright, confirming her guess. She took a deep breath and asked excitedly, "Little uncle, do those beef and lamb really have an effect on powers?" A simple word, but his tone couldn't hide his joy. The excitement in Meng Yanxi's eyes was also very obvious. "I just did a simple experiment. A level 1 power user drank half a cup of pure milk, and their power was about to break through. The test results showed that the beef sent by Gu Xuanji might have the same effect." Meng Qianqian didn't hesitate and said, "Then let's choose a few sheep and try killing them. If it works, all those sheep should be used to enhance the abilities of the explorers. This could greatly improve their chances of surviving in the end-of-world scenario. This way, no one would die because they lack enough special powers." Previously, Meng Qianqian helped Gu Xuanji only because the sheep he gave her solved her problem. Later, Gu Xuanji gave her even more. She couldn't accept earning money at the expense of her conscience. Now, she has a different mission, saving the world. If someone had told her before that she would save the world, she would have laughed and called them crazy. It's not the end of the world, so why save it? But the end of the world is real. Many things she has are the result of research done during the crisis. Meng Qianqian originally wanted to raise sheep to breed top-quality beef and mutton for flour growers, selling it at a high price so foreigners couldn't buy it even if they wanted to. But these sheep and cattle have even higher value. In a way, she has also fulfilled her dream. However, the price of these sheep must not be too low for her. If she sells to foreigners, she should double the price. She wouldn't give them away for free, maybe just a friendly discount. Meng Yanxi, as her uncle, feels very proud and honored. Meng Qianqian feels a bit uncomfortable under his gaze. "Little uncle, please don't look at me like that. The decision I made seems very noble, but if others were in my place, they would probably do the same. We were born in the new flower-growing country, raised under the red flag, educated with the ideas of loving our homeland and caring for the people. Even as ordinary children, when called upon by our country, we would stand up without hesitation. It's the sacrifices of our ancestors that built this new era, allowing us to live peacefully and happily. I only gave up some personal things and was protected so well by the country, so I haven't lost out. Why should I only think about getting rich overnight with these sheep and cattle? Besides, the country has given me so much more, hasn't it? Meng Yanxi looked at the girl speaking so confidently, raised an eyebrow, and said, I know you're feeling shy now, but I won't laugh at you. Meng Qianqian stomped her foot in anger. She rarely felt motivated and had a chance to love her country once, but her little uncle spoiled it. The sheep are all here with you. The sheep taken by Professor Hua last time, and the cattle taken by Professor, who are all being used for experiments. I mainly want to see if crossing ancient and modern cattle can produce better quality animals that are more suitable for local people to raise. Now, the research focus has changed. It would be even better if they could develop cattle and sheep with enhanced abilities. Meng Yanxi didn't tease her little niece and carefully explained the new research direction. If it doesn't work, we'll buy from ancient times. That would require a lot. Self-sufficiency is the best. If something changes, it also provides a backup plan. Ultimately, the real technology should be in our own hands. This happy news made Meng Qianqian eat half a bowl more rice. She noticed her appetite increased. Her weight stayed the same, but she looked much thinner. Not weak and fragile, but healthy-looking thin. After eating, Meng Yanxi left. He greeted Meng Qianqian and said he would take a few sheep away and that her merit points would be transferred to her account soon. Meng Qianqian wrote a letter to Gu Xuanji, telling him that the wedding clothes were ready and asking when he wanted to pick them up. In the kitchen tent, Jiawu stood in the open space, looking at the full tables of plates and bowls, secretly watching Gu Xuanji. So many brightly colored, beautifully crafted porcelain pieces. Was he really going to give them away freely? And they would be shared with others in the tribe. Jiawu was responsible for internal affairs. Back in the palace, he had seen fine things before. But now, he was completely stunned. He looked at the pure white porcelain and the delicately patterned ceramics, feeling unworthy to use them. Master, are we really going to give these away? With these items, weren't they still worried about not being able to win over the Xianbei people? Jiawu could think of many things, but Gu Xuanji wouldn't overlook any of them. He remembered the letter that said, these porcelain items are very valuable to you. But to us, they are not worth much. Instead, you can trade with me. Bring your world's porcelain, fabrics, plants, and other items, and we can exchange. Don't think I'm at a disadvantage. The things I have are more valuable to you, and what you have is more valuable to me. There are many of these bowls and plates, and they can be customized with patterns. Just tell me what you want in advance. I'm not lying to you. After all, you should understand the value of rare goods. Gu Xianji's eyebrows slightly relaxed. He thought that things considered worthless by others could be very valuable to her. Similarly, these bowls and plates, even if taken at random, could be presented as tribute to the emperor. Gu Xianji spoke calmly. There are just some porcelain items, bowls, and plates for eating. Each household has a few plates, and bowls are divided by person. The rest are stored away. These porcelain items are not given for free. They are exchanged for labor. Perhaps his perspective was too narrow. Jia Wu's respect for Gu Xianji grew even more. I will go handle it now. Gu Xianji nodded slightly and turned to leave. Back in the tent, he heard exclamations outside but paused for a moment before continuing to read. The three-character classic is very good. The standards for being a good student and child is also good. Gu Xianji prefers history books. Only the book, 36 Strategies, he has read many times. The vegetables in the greenhouse are growing quickly. The plant called corn is also growing fast. There is another plant that looks like grass called wheat, which is green and lush, just like the grass on the plains. Cousin, are these really grains? Are you sure they are not just grass? Xie Qinghe asked with a doubtful look. At first, he watched these seeds sprout every day. After a few days, he realized they were just grass. We'll see when harvest time comes. Gu Xianji continued walking forward. The bok choy was growing fast. After a few days, it had grown quite tall. Xie Wangchao was tending to the vegetables. The initial bok choy seedlings were a bit many, so some needed to be thinned out. Gu Xianji saw these seedlings and suddenly said, "Go find a clay pot." Xie Qinghe volunteered and ran out. Soon, he returned with a clay pot in his arms. Since they had a water bottle, the clay pot was put aside. Usually, it was only used when fetching water or vegetables. "Cousin, here is a clay pot for you." Xie Qinghe handed the pot to Gu Xianji, but Gu Xianji did not take it. Instead, he said to Xie Wangchao, "Take some soil and transplant these thinned vegetables into the clay pot." "Cousin, no. Those are for eating," Xie Qinghe exclaimed, clutching the clay pot tightly. "There is so much land in the greenhouse, any spot can be used for planting. Why bother planting in clay pots?" Xie Qinghe said this while stepping back a few paces, refusing to give the clay pot to Xie Wangchao. Gu Xuanji's words were interrupted. He looked back at Xie Qinghe and then continued speaking to Xie Wangchao. "In the future, these vegetables and grains should all be sent to the goddess." After saying this, Gu Xuanji paused and changed his tone. "One portion isn't enough. Prepare several copies of each." Xie Wangchao nodded and looked at Xie Qinghe. Xie Qinghe was stunned. He didn't realize these seedlings were meant to be sent to the goddess. Xie Wangchao looked at Xie Qinghe with a smile. He took the clay pot from his arms, used a small shovel to carefully dig out some bok choy, and placed it aside before transplanting it into the clay pot. Xie Qinghe quietly watched from the side. His tone sounded a bit resentful. Gu Xuanji's cold and indifferent gaze looked over. Xie Qinghe couldn't help but mutter softly, "Next time, can you say everything in one go? I don't mind using the clay pot for the goddess." After saying this, he secretly looked up at the sky, clasped his hands together, and muttered a prayer. "Dear goddess above, please don't blame me for my reckless words. It was just a misunderstanding. I thought my cousin wanted to take the plants back to raise himself. If he said he was giving them to you, I would definitely help choose a better clay pot." Xie Qinghe's voice was quite loud. Gu Xuanji's lips twitched slightly. He took out a small notebook and pen wrote on it. "The bok choy has grown. These are seedlings that need to be carefully separated according to planting rules. I took a few seedlings and transplanted them into the clay pot. I don't know if you need them." He placed the note on the clay pot. Suddenly, he felt a movement in his hand, and the clay pot disappeared. Everyone inside the greenhouse saw this scene and immediately knelt down before Gu Xuanji. They were sincere and respectful. They worshipped him as if he were a deity. Gu Xuanji felt very grateful to Meng Qianqian from another world. Her appearance changed his fate. His divine qualities also made everyone in the tribe fear him and dare not oppose him. This helped him better control his subordinates. Gu Xuanji left the tent and was walking halfway when he suddenly felt something. He extended his hand, and a letter appeared in his palm. If Meng Qianqian saw this scene, she would definitely envy and be jealous. The warehouse belongs to her, and the door is also hers, but the warehouse and its broken door simply do not listen. Gu Xuanji opened the letter and saw its contents. His usually cold expression softened rarely. He headed toward Madame Xie's tent, where only she was inside. She was old, but of noble status. During the day, she usually rested alone in her tent. Madame Zheng manages the entire tribe. All the women's affairs are under her control. Usually, she and Lady Lu go to the nearby tent to work and meet other people there. Gu Xuanji pushed aside the thick curtain and entered. Madame Xie was studying pinyin. She was old, but from a famous family. Even as a woman, she knew a few characters. Years ago, when the old general went to war, she stayed at home to care for the children and her mother-in-law, keeping the house in order. When the general returned, he didn't bring concubines or their children like others did. He was very respectful to her, and even when he returned home, he spent more time with her. There were no concubines or illegitimate children in their house. Their home was so clean that people wondered if the old general liked women at all. Madame Xie always remembered that when she was pregnant, she fainted, and when she woke up, she overheard her mother-in-law and him talking. "Mother, Xingyang isn't gentle or soft like other women, and she can be a bit fiery. But she can read and understands the big picture. With her at home, Our son can go to war without worries. I want to give her dignity, so please also protect her a little. Women need to learn to read and write to be respected. Madame Xia looked up and saw Gu Xuanji come in. She smiled and patted the seat beside her, saying, "The crown prince is here. Come over and sit." When your Aunt Chun went out, she specifically added firewood to the stove, worried I might get too hot. Aunt Chun is Lady Xia. This room is indeed warm. Gu Xuanji sat on the Kong bed, which was very warm. Sitting on it made him feel much warmer instantly. Grandmother, big sister's dowry is all prepared. When do you think would be a good day to send it over? Gu Xuanji didn't understand these matters, so Madame Xia had to decide them herself. Madame Xia was surprised. It's ready so soon? The wedding clothes, the betrothal gifts, everything is prepared. Madame Xia smiled happily, clasped her hands together, and looked up at the sky, bowing her head in a prayer. Truly a goddess. She counted on her fingers and said, "The new year is coming soon. After spring, the snow will melt. We need to build the Black Fortress and clear the land, so we are very busy. It might be better to wait until after the new year. Once the holiday is over, let the two children handle these tasks." Old Lady Xia felt sorry for her granddaughters. Pure's wedding last time didn't even have a name. It was only this time when you suggested the engagement that she finally got a name. Pure is a good name. Pure herself likes it very much. When she heard her name, she was so happy she almost cried. Her previous marriage was not happy. She was sent back home and then exiled, never celebrating the new year with her family. This time, let her stay at home and enjoy the new year properly, and then send her off for her wedding. Tomorrow, I will bring the wedding dress over to see if big sister needs any adjustments, Gu Xuanji said, not wanting to see Lady Xia sad, and changed the subject. Lady Xia smiled again when she heard this. Good, bring it over so Pure can try it on and see if it fits. Let the other maids envy her. Our girl from the Xia family should have a grand wedding, even for a second marriage. Gu Xuanji also smiled and said, of course, a grand celebration. He had already decided to hold about a dozen banquet tables. Fu Guang is now a popular internet celebrity. He should be a Prince Charming. His handsome and spirited look has captivated countless online fans. Some people privately messaged him, asking if he could breed with someone. They are willing to pay 80 million for a breeding session. Fu Guang, being handsome and wealthy, even when down on his luck, still has an incredible earning ability that ordinary horses can't match. Meng Qianqian didn't reply to those messages. She doesn't rely on this to make money. Moreover, her horse isn't an ordinary horse. Maybe Fu Guang can go to the apocalypse, and perhaps he's a special ability horse. He must be a shining, magical animal, maybe even more impressive than a unicorn. Meng Qianqian returned Fu Guang to the stable when her phone rang. She picked up the phone and saw a picture of green plants. Her first thought was to call her brother-in-law. Brother-in-law? Help! Urgent! Meng Yanxi was in a meeting when a message popped up on her phone, and she suddenly stood up. Sorry, I have to leave now. Please continue without me. He was about to leave when, after taking a few steps, he heard a strange, sarcastic voice behind him. Director Meng is really a big shot. There are so many people in the meeting and you, as the main person, just decide to leave. Isn't that a bit unorganized and undisciplined? A man dressed in black work pants and a black vest, with a crew cut and sharp features, leaned back in his chair, looking provocatively at Meng Yanxi. The man was slightly taller and broader than Meng Yanxi, with wider shoulders. Meng Yanxi looked at him calmly and said, the matter is urgent and needs to be handled first. If there are any issues, Director Qin can report me to higher authorities. Before he finished speaking, Meng Yanxi continued to walk out. Qin Wang's face suddenly darkened, and the tense atmosphere in the meeting room almost drove everyone else crazy. When the king fights, little ghosts suffer. Qin Wang is the highest-level psychic in the Flower family, with powerful lightning abilities, capable of matching the strongest psychics in the end-of-world scenarios. As the director of the Psychic Operations Department, he holds great power. Meng Yanxi is the director of the Psychic Management Bureau. He and Qin Wang are a perfect team and the best partners. Recently, for some unknown reason, it seemed like they were having a falling out. Others secretly wiped their sweat. No one dared to step in and mediate. Who would dare to play tricks under the king's nose? He could simply kill you. Meng Yanxi almost ran out of the meeting room, rushing on the way. He met a few acquaintances who asked with concern, "Director Meng, is something wrong?" Meng Yanxi hurried out of the psychic team, swiped his card to enter the elevator, and headed straight to the ancient department. When he stepped outside, he said grimly to the man waiting outside, "Notify that the seed has encountered trouble." Seed is a code name. It is Meng Qianqian's code name. Seed symbolizes hope. Except for a few people, no one else knew the true identity of the seed, which was a form of protection for Meng Qianqian. The man's pupil shrank, and he immediately became serious, quickly calling everyone to a meeting. Meng Yanxi entered a special passage, and his figure disappeared into the stairwell. When he came out, panting, he saw Meng Qianqian sitting calmly in the living room, staring blankly at a small cabbage-shaped flower pot on the table. Seeing that everyone was fine, Meng Yanxi finally relaxed. "Did something happen?" he asked as he walked over, frowning. Meng Qianqian knew right away that Meng Yanxi had returned when she heard the door open. She pointed at the clay pot in front of her and handed over the note written by Gu Xuanji. "What is this?" Meng Yanxi had a faint premonition. He picked up the note, read the words carefully, and suddenly looked at Meng Qianqian. "This is..." Meng Qianqian nodded excitedly and eagerly. Neither of the uncle and nephew spoke. Meng Yanxi took out his phone and dialed an emergency contact number. In less than 10 minutes, a few old men arrived, panting heavily. They entered the house, still catching their breath, and it was unclear where they had come from. After the farm was repaired, an invisible protective shield appeared in the sky, covering the entire farm area. It wouldn't show up on any map, and any living or non-living things approaching would be detected. The security level was classified as 5S. Unaware of this, Meng Qianqian only knew that the farm had a special passage, known to very few people. Every time she went down, she used the same exit as Meng Yanxi, different from others, to prevent her identity from being exposed. The professors who came in also had their identities kept secret. Professor Min was an academician in plant genetic breeding. He was quite old but energetic. The other elderly men around him were also academicians in related sciences. When the 4 senior academicians entered the room, their eyes only focused on a few small cabbages in front of them, not lingering on Meng Qianqian for even half a second. "We need to take these back for research and analysis. The soil must also be tested. This soil is from ancient times. Although these cabbages were grown from seeds we have here, they originated elsewhere. We should compare them with local cabbages. It would be great if we could find cabbages that grew in ancient times. No rush, take it slow. There are only a few of these vegetables." Professor Min finally shifted his gaze from the small cabbages to Meng Qianqian. Before he could speak, the old professor smiled first, looking very kind and friendly. If their students saw this, they would surely think something was wrong with their eyes. Their senior professor would never show such a gentle, grandmotherly smile. "Qianqian," this way of calling her still sounds very kind. Meng Qianqian acts like a new student who just joined the mentor, very obedient. "Professor, what do you say?" Professor Min smiles even more kindly. "This little cabbage is a bit too few. Could you ask your friends to help? Maybe bring more? If they need vegetables, we can provide some. We also have other kinds of vegetables to send them." Recently, our lab developed a type of cabbage that is very cold resistant and grows about 2 weeks faster than normal. It's perfect for their area. The professor is really good at this. Meng Qianqian finds it hard to refuse. "Should I try?" "Yes, yes, yes." Professor Min looks as happy as if she just won a top international award, smiling so much she can't close her mouth. Meng Qianqian thinks the professor is too happy too soon. She adds politely, "But it might not work. It's okay. Just try first. If it works, great. If not, next time will be better." Professor Min says without any hesitation. Meng Qianqian feels less pressure. She says, "I'll ask now." Go ahead, go ahead." Professor Min sits here waiting. Meng Qianqian goes back to her study, picks up a pen and writes in her notebook, "The small cabbage is pretty good. Can you bring more?" She can't say her request out loud because she feels a little shy. After writing the note, she takes out her ID card to see what she can buy to give to Gu Xuanji. Suddenly, she spots local apples and her eyes light up. Local apples are super delicious. Strawberries are in season now. And most importantly, many sour pears are the best winter treats here. She directly orders fresh ones. "Comrade, when can the fruits be delivered?" The reply comes quickly, just 3 words. "In stock." These simple words make Meng Qianqian feel a surge of pride. Having a space with preservation functions is amazing. Although she can't use it now, everything inside is life-saving. Meng Qianqian places the order, adding a note, "Request urgent delivery." "Okay, comrade." Meng Qianqian seems to see the kind, friendly look on the other side's face, along with a serious, yet gentle expression. She picked up the note and got up to leave. Gu Xuanji had collected so much fruit that he probably wouldn't want to give her some small vegetables. She only wanted the small vegetables that were left over. Meng Qianqian didn't leave the living room. The room had some changes. She opened the wardrobe door, went through the passage on this side, and directly reached the warehouse door. The wind outside was very strong. In the blink of an eye, someone appeared in front of her. With a light, cheerful voice, she could tell without looking that the person wasn't Xiao Bei, but Xiao Nan. Meng Qianqian smiled and greeted Xiao Nan. "Long time no see." Xiao Nan's smile became even more obvious. He said happily, "You're the first person to recognize me. Is it hard?" "I recognized you at a glance." Meng Qianqian felt a little proud inside, but soon she couldn't hold back and started to laugh. She looked Xiao Nan up and down and saw he wasn't hurt, so she knew he hadn't encountered any danger during this time in the end of the world. "Just put the things in the warehouse." Meng Qianqian opened the warehouse door. Xiao Nan went inside, and then piles of fruit appeared in the warehouse. The apples were packed in cardboard boxes with no writing on them, and Gu Xuanji and the others could still leave things there. Xiao Nan turned around and came out of the warehouse, saying goodbye to Meng Qianqian. "It's all set. If there's nothing else, I'll go now." That's right. Xiao Nan didn't just deliver things to Meng Qianqian, he also delivered to others. He waved his hand and ran away quickly. When Meng Qianqian and the others were gone, she put the note inside. 2 boxes of fruit were carefully selected by Meng Qianqian. They weren't imported, but were a special domestic variety. The product details page read, "Seasonal fruit." Just these few words made Meng Qianqian drool. Who knew how delicious the lychees just picked from the tree were? Children in the north couldn't go to the south, so they simply couldn't taste them. Ancient people probably couldn't either. For a few small vegetables, she insisted that Gu Xuanji taste them properly. Every time they deliver supplies, someone stays nearby to watch. When the delivery people leave, they quietly record data for a while before also quietly leaving. This generally doesn't affect Meng Qianqian much. Someone will send a message soon. "Do you want to prepare?" Meng Qianqian spoke for the first time. The researcher was slightly surprised, not expecting Meng Qianqian to talk to him, and felt a bit flattered. "Okay, thank you for the reminder." Her polite attitude made Meng Qianqian feel a little awkward. Neither of them paid much attention to each other. One focused on the tools in front, the other on their phone. Meng Qianqian waited quietly. She had given Gu Xuanji many fruits, but she wasn't sure if the place he was in could hold them. A sudden surprise felt a bit rushed. "Don't turn it into a scare." Meng Qianqian gently bit her lip, feeling very worried inside. Chun Yang will definitely be very happy. Old Lady Xie thought of her granddaughters and felt especially tender toward them. Among them, the eldest granddaughter was the most pitiable. As the eldest granddaughter, her marriage would naturally be to someone of equal status. Chun Yang always valued the family traditions of the Xie family, enduring hardships and suffering in silence. When she was sent back home, her face no longer showed the pride of the young lady of the Duke's mansion. Old Lady Xie almost couldn't recognize her. Now, Chun Yang was willing to marry again, this time to a guard close to the crown prince. Those guards weren't high officials, just ordinary orphans. Chunyang was so wronged. The crown prince's support for her marriage was a sign of her good luck. With the crown prince backing her, Chunyang's future should be smooth and happy. Grandmother, do we need to prepare anything else? Gu Xuanji also knew that old lady Xia arranged for Chunyang to marry because of him, so he wouldn't neglect his family. Having a wedding on the grassland that everyone in the clan looks forward to, with the crown prince himself as the witness, Chunyang's luck is still to come. Old lady Xia said with a smile. That's already very good. Just as Gu Xuanji was about to speak, he suddenly felt something. He quickly stood up and said, "Grandmother, the goddess is calling." Before he finished speaking, someone was outside the tent. He said in a deep voice, "Jia Wu." Jia Wu was quick-witted. He waved his hand and brought out more than 20 soldiers. Gu Xianji's cold eyes suddenly looked ahead, and many brown cardboard boxes appeared. Seeing the label on the top, he picked it up and read a playful, natural message. He opened the box and saw the fruit inside. He said in a deep voice, "Move these to the meeting hall. The marked ones should be sent to my tent." Jia Wu personally carried those boxes with writing on them. Gu Xianji's tent was very warm. The boxes of fruit inside were not worried about freezing. Jia Wu secretly glanced at Gu Xianji. Seeing his stern face with a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, he wondered if he was seeing things. When he looked again, he noticed Gu Xianji's expression was very serious. He quickly lowered his head and prepared to leave. Suddenly, Gu Xianji said, "Today's meal. Each person gets an apple and a pear. The remaining pears should be frozen and eaten later." Jia Wu was happy inside and quietly stepped back. Gu Xianji picked up a pen and started writing a letter. "Wait for me for 15 minutes. He had many things he wanted to write, but in the end, he only wrote 5 words. He put down the pen, and the note in his hand disappeared into thin air. He stood up, put on his hat and down jacket, and walked out of the tent. "Bring the boxes." Jia Wu turned around, rushed into the tent, grabbed the empty boxes, and instructed his apprentice, "Handle the things here." After saying that, he carried a box and ran after him. Gu Xianji's identity was too important. No matter where he went, guards followed behind. Jia Wu, panting, followed closely. He arrived at the greenhouse, where Xia Wangchao was leading Jia Bai and others to transplant seedlings. Seeing Gu Xianji return, Xia Wangchao thought something big had happened. He nervously stood up and looked at Gu Xianji in confusion. Gu Xianji looked at the carefully placed bok choy and ordered in a deep voice, "All the transplanted bok choy should be kept with some soil and roots and placed carefully in the boxes." Everyone followed the order. Xia Wangchao relaxed a little and worked more efficiently.
There weren't many bok choy left.
They were waiting for these to grow. After some time, they would transplant again and leave some plants. All the bok choy was properly transplanted. Gu Xianji bent down and touched a box, which instantly disappeared before everyone's eyes. "From now on, all vegetables in the greenhouse should be kept like this." "Understood. Xia Wangchao is the person in charge here, so these words were naturally meant for him." Gu Xuanji thought for a moment and then wrote a note. "Is there anything else you need? If possible, could you please send the wedding clothes first? The other items can stay with you for now and be brought over closer to the wedding. That would be safer." Soon, he received a similar-sized note with a faint pink color and a light fragrance. It read, "Thank you very much. If you need anything else, just ask. I don't need anything else for now. If I do, I will let you know. As for the other items, I will send them to you after you return." Gu Xuanji's tightly pursed lips seemed to lift slightly, and he carefully tucked the note into his chest. His gaze softened, but his expression quickly turned cold and commanding, showing the authority of someone in a high position. He appeared gentle, but it also made people instinctively feel afraid. No matter how famous the prince is, he is still a prince, above 10,000 others, the most noble and respected leader. Almost immediately, Meng Qianqian saw her phone ring. She looked at the researcher beside her, who nodded slightly, indicating the test data was finished. Only then did she open the warehouse door and go inside. Gu Xuanji told her to wait. Meng Qianqian thought that instead of going out and coming back in, it was better to browse them all here. She wanted to see if she could buy some other gifts for Gu Xuanji. In the mall, there were bedding sets. Meng Qianqian bought cotton bedding. She ordered 1,000 sets. She also bought 2,000 sets of sheets and quilts as a set, different patterns and colors, so they could choose themselves. She didn't want all the bedding to look the same, making it hard to tell who was who. As she browsed, she accidentally bought many things. Actually, she could give Gu Xuanji some ranged weapons, but these could cause harm and bring about the end of the world early. Since they wanted to change the world, it was better not to have such things appear. In the era of cold weapons, they should be used to solve problems. She wondered if there were any martial arts manuals? Legendary lightness skills. She just tried searching and actually found a master's secret technique. Is it really real? Could this be true? Is it not a joke? With a doubtful attitude, Meng Qianqian tried to contact customer service to ask, mainly to confirm whether it was genuine. Hello, is the book, A Reed Crossing the River, real? Customer service replied. Hello, comrade. A Reed Crossing the River really exists. There are reviews below, you can check the comments. Does this shopping platform even allow reviews? Meng Qianqian tried to open it and found there were indeed reviews. The man who controls speed. Honestly, this secret manual saved my life. It's really expensive, brothers. But I can only say it's worth it. The 7-year-old summoner. A fragile shield, I give it 5 stars. The fragile woman. If I poison the scumbag, I'll run away. As long as he's not a wind-type ability user, he'll never catch me in this lifetime. The wild wind madman. I was already the fastest man, and now I can reach the peak. The nurse. Excellent. Meng Qianqian silently clicked to place the order. A secret manual costs 1,000,000 contribution points. If it's useless, many people will definitely complain. She's not sure if this thing will be useful to ancient people. Anyway, she saw an ordinary old Taoist jump from a 19-meter cliff easily, making it look like he just stepped down a 1-meter platform. Whether this thing is useful or not, she'll send it to Gu Xuanji. What if Gu Xuanji's subordinates learn how to use it? That would be a big help. Meng Qianqian feels she might be inherently a person from the plant family. She seems naturally obsessed with martial arts manuals. She doubts, yet she keeps buying madly. But these manuals are really expensive. Her account's merit points have silently become 9 figures. She has a few tens of millions. What's wrong with buying some martial arts manuals? As someone from the plant family who hasn't dreamed of martial arts or cultivation, in the apocalypse, there are supernatural abilities and even extraordinary fighters. What if Gu Xuanji's world really allows cultivation, or there's a legendary hero with unmatched martial skills? Meng Qianqian bought for a long time until she heard the alarm clock ring, then she quietly got up and left. When she reached the door, she saw Xiao Nan. Hi, we meet again. Meng Qianqian felt awkward, like a familiar person seeing her dressed in a bedsheet cosplay. Delivery service. Xiao Nan smiled before speaking. Meng Qianqian saw the sealed box and finally relaxed. Thank you very much. Then Xiao Nan took out a few big boxes. He carried several large boxes with one hand and asked, "Where should I put these? Do you need help storing them in the warehouse?" Oh no, that's not possible. If they put the boxes in the warehouse now, Gu Xuanji wouldn't be able to get them back. Meng Qianqian pointed to the glass greenhouse and asked, "Can I put them inside here?" Sure, no problem. Xiao Nan placed the boxes inside, waved goodbye to Meng Qianqian with a carefree gesture, and turned to leave. Meng Qianqian, holding the boxes, also went into the greenhouse. She placed the items on the table, took out her phone, and continued browsing the mall. She was exploring a mall that only a few people knew about, which made her very excited. What made it even more exciting was that many of the items there were things ordinary people would never see in their lives. Before she knew it, she had been browsing for a long time. When her phone rang, Meng Qianqian put it down and ran to open the warehouse door. She saw a lot of green inside the cardboard boxes and smiled as she went in to send a message to Meng Yanzi. Meng Qianqian didn't say anything. She just took a photo of the small cabbages and sent it. Meng Yanzi arrived very quickly. Seeing Meng Qianqian sitting inside playing with her phone, he asked in frustration, "Why aren't you going back? Gu Xuanji hasn't come back yet. I'm going to deliver the things to him now. He'll definitely want to carry them himself. It's so cold over there, he might get upset. I'll wait until he comes back and then deliver them. You should hurry and take the stuff back. Anyway, what you need is this thing, not me. I'm just a motionless courier from the two worlds, Meng Qianqian said confidently and continued shopping online. Meng Yanzi. The sun set, and the afterglow disappeared on the horizon. White lights lit up on the grassland. Gu Xuanji didn't return to the tent but stood in the square watching everyone train. The soldiers ran around the training ground in circles, exercising their bodies, followed by a group of adorable little kids. The children were divided into two teams by age. The older group was in front and the younger group was behind. The soldiers ran in front, the slightly older children followed, and the smallest children ran in the innermost circle. Despite the cold weather, the children were warm and sweaty. The children ran slowly, and their finishing time was not much different from that of the soldiers. Suddenly, several large boxes appeared in front of him. Xie Qinghe looked curious and asked, "Cousin, what's inside these boxes?" Gu Xuanji's heart moved slightly, and he spoke calmly. "These are wedding clothes that I asked the goddess to prepare for your eldest sister." As he spoke, he raised his hand and opened the boxes. Xie Qinghe saw a set of black and red men's wedding clothes inside and exclaimed in surprise. Xie Qinghe was experienced, but the finely made wedding clothes still amazed him. "Oh my, Jialu, you are really lucky. These wedding clothes are for you, right?" Today, Jialu was on duty. The brothers around him looked on with envy, whispering about his good luck. The soldiers in training and the women watching nearby all saw this. At that moment, the kitchen staff came out and shouted loudly, "Meal is ready." This shout sounded like a victory horn. The children cheered and ran back, holding their bowls to the dining hall to eat. Gu Xuanji ordered someone to carefully pack the clothes into boxes and deliver them to Jia Lu and Xie Chun. Others, not interested in the excitement, went back to get their bowls and headed to the dining hall. The dining hall was expanded again. It could seat many people at once, preventing everyone from having to carry their food out in the wind and snow. Anyone coming to eat used a large spoon to serve their food uniformly. Children had their own portions, and adults had theirs. After eating, they could come back for more. The goal was to ensure everyone could eat enough. A bearded man carried a large bowl and said to a woman beside him, "How do these days compare to your previous days?" The woman had very fair skin, a high nose bridge, deep eye sockets, and a wild aura. She heard his words and replied with a slightly awkward accent, "Good." The bearded man felt very proud when he heard this. "I may not say sweet words, but if you follow me, you'll be my woman. As long as I have food, I won't let you go hungry," he said loudly, sitting at a table with some Xianbei women. The women nearby secretly looked at the bearded man when they heard this. He was very thin, tall, but it was clear he was not as strong as the Xianbei men. Yet, despite that, he told the women he wouldn't let them go hungry. Many Xianbei women began to feel interested. The bearded man placed some meat from his bowl into the woman's bowl. "This meat is delicious. Eat more." The woman's eyes welled up with tears. She gently took the meat back and whispered, "I've already eaten. You should eat more. In the future, you'll go to the battlefield. Eat well so you have the strength to fight, to survive." But those words sounded too grim, and she didn't say them out loud. The bearded man smiled foolishly. "Shanyang, after the young lady gets married, I will also go out to make a contribution. When that time comes, I will ask the prince to give you a set of wedding clothes." The nearby Xianbei woman overheard this and couldn't help but look at the bearded man. He looked rough and not very tall, even quite thin. His appearance was not very handsome, and he didn't compare well to other Xianbei men. But despite that, all the women present felt a flicker of hope. Not because they liked him, but because they wanted a man who would treat them well. Gu Xianji sat inside the tent. In front of him were clean green grapes. They were large, distant, full, and sweet, touching his heart when he ate them. As the crown prince, Gu Xianji had grown up in luxury, but he had never tasted such delicious grapes before. Meng Qianqian brought many fruits, many of which he had never seen or tasted. He asked someone to divide these unfamiliar fruits, with more given to Madame Xie and Madame Zheng. Xie Chun also received some. She sat on the kong, a traditional bed, with a few girls from the Xie family sitting nearby, looking enviously at the wedding dress laid out on the quilt. Big sister, this wedding dress is so beautiful. It's a bit different from the wedding dresses in Daqing, but it's really pretty. Second sister Xie hesitated but didn't reach out to touch the dress. Her fingers were no longer delicate. Her palms were full of calluses. If she touched such fine fabric, it would surely snag. Xie Chun never expected that her grandmother would ask the prince to request such a beautiful wedding dress from the goddess. At first, she decided to marry the very poor guard beside the prince, giving up all her noble pride. She married someone and learned how to live a better life. She was willing to sacrifice for her family, but she didn't expect that her family would notice her sacrifices. Xie Chun suddenly felt no longer oppressed inside and became brighter and more confident. She looked at her younger sister, who had a similar experience but was more stubborn, and smiled gently, saying, "If you see something you like, you can tell Grandma. Maybe she'll help you get a wedding dress." Xie Xian smiled softly and said confidently, "I'm different from my older sister. She is good at managing the household, but I have liked riding horses and shooting arrows since I was young. When I was going to get married before, my in-laws didn't like these hobbies, so I gave up. Now, with Grandpa gone, Dad absent, and no older brother to control me, I believe the Crown Prince is wise and kind. He allows women to read and study, so who knows? Maybe he also allows women to ride horses and shoot arrows." She looked at Xie Chun with bright eyes, expressing her hope and unspoken thoughts. "Older sister, I want to go to the battlefield and fight." She wanted to tell women in the world that marriage and having children are not the only paths. Women can also join the army and protect their homes. She wanted to fight for a future for all women. Xie Senyang frowned and disagreed, saying, "Second sister, fighting in battle won't give you the chance to become a noble or a high official. You might as well just ride horses for fun. Third sister, everyone has their own dreams. If you don't like it, I won't ask for your support. But please, don't force your ideas on me. The Crown Prince supports women reading and learning, and he supports my mother managing the tribe. He has given women many opportunities. It doesn't mean that once you learn to read and write, you should stay in the inner courtyard and spend your life only taking care of your husband and children." Xie Xian was strong-willed, and her relationship with her sisters was usually just as so. In the past, Xie Chun might not have liked her assertive second sister, but now she thought her sister was right. "Women have been like this for thousands of years," sighed Xie Senyang, her eyes welling with tears of anger. Xie Xian snorted softly. "Third sister, haven't you read any books? In school, children learn history. Do you know what the earliest human society was? The Mushio tribe. Third sister, you're like a frog at the bottom of a well. If you want a peaceful life, you can go live it yourself. There's no need to criticize my choice." Seeing her sister's face turn pale and blue from anger, Xie Chun calmly changed the subject. "Grandma asked me to try on this wedding dress and see if it fits so I can make adjustments quickly. Help me take a look, you two." Xie Xian calmly withdrew her gaze. Xie Sanyang's eyes, like those of a little rabbit, fiercely glared at Xie Xian. The two of them finally stopped arguing. Gu Xianji did not know about these things, nor was he aware that his actions had begun to show signs of change. He looked at the martial arts secret manuals inside the wooden box, a surprised flash passing through his eyes. "Call Jia Yi over." The person outside the tent silently turned and left. Soon after, Jia Yi hurried over. He still carried a cold aura, kneeling on one knee respectfully. "Your subordinate greets the Lord. Come here and look at these." Gu Xianji pointed to the martial arts manuals on the table, inviting Jia Yi to examine them. "These are..." Jia Yi was slightly stunned when he saw the manuals on the table, unsure why the Lord wanted him to see these. Gu Xianji's expression was very calm. Jia Yi picked up one of the manuals, which was titled Drunken Fist. He looked at it and gradually became absorbed, even trying to mimic the movements shown in the illustrations. Gu Xianji understood clearly. These martial arts manuals are valuable. He didn't know how much time passed before Jia-e suddenly woke up from his dream, his heart bursting with joy. Lord, these are martial arts manuals. Gu Xianji pointed at them and said, help them choose suitable masters and make sure they learn everything. In the future, when they go to battle, they can better protect themselves. Jia-e, a tall man, was moved to tears upon hearing this. He knelt on one knee, voice choked with emotion. Thank you, Lord. This book, Crossing the River with a Reed, is very suitable for Jia Qi and the others. Have them practice diligently. Gu Xianji wished he had 1,000 armies, but he knew he must be patient and not rush. Jia-e, looking like a fool, carried the martial arts manual back to the tent. That night, many people couldn't sleep. They studied the manuals obsessively, hoping to master the techniques soon and serve the Lord better. Jia Qi held the book, Crossing the River with a Reed, as if holding his wife. The goddess really treats the Lord well, he said mysteriously to his brothers. You know, the Lord went out yesterday himself to find a gift for the goddess. The bedsheets, pillowcases, and blankets were requested by Meng Qianqian in many colors and patterns. There was plenty of time to prepare. She wanted different colored bedding and many patterned sheets and covers. So, they weren't delivered on the same day. Meng Qianqian delivered the wedding clothes and secret manual, then got up and strolled back home. The old professors were no longer there, and the small plants from ancient times had all disappeared. Are you willing to come back? Meng Yanxi looked at his sneaky niece with a smile and asked, want something to eat? Meng Qianqian giggled. I know what the old professors want. I'm also working hard to gather those things and send them to them soon. But everyone should keep a proper distance. She felt a bit overwhelmed by their enthusiasm. Meng Yanxi, knowing she was shy, asked, what do you want to eat? He then stood up and went into the kitchen. This morning, the fridge was empty, but now it was full. She saw her little uncle skillfully preparing ingredients, as if he had done it many times before. Little uncle, do you often cook? Meng Qianqian watched her uncle's gentle back and quickly shook her head, dismissing the silly thought. Her uncle was so sharp-tongued and cold, no girl would dare get close to him. In a post-apocalyptic world, there are no takeouts or restaurants. Meng Yanxi spoke calmly, cooking with smooth, flowing movements that looked quite entertaining. He looked at Meng Qianqian standing at the door and told her to go out. If you're hungry, eat some fruit. Don't wait until you're too hungry to eat your meal. Meng Qianqian smiled and leaned in, affectionately tugging at Meng Yanxi's sleeve. He raised an eyebrow. What do you want? Hee, can you cook a bit more? I want Gu Xuanji to taste our home-cooked food. Why don't you cook yourself? Meng Yanxi's expression darkened. Meng Qianqian confidently replied, many women in our family can cook. Look at the food I make. It's all fast food style, no skill needed. I want to make a dish for him, but my cooking isn't good enough. He has plenty to eat. Meng Yanxi politely declined. But this is different. It's our family's food, Meng Qianqian insisted, eager for Gu Xuanji to try her cooking. She tugged at Meng Yanxi's sleeve and pouted. Little uncle, please. Meng Yanxi raised his hand and poked her forehead. If you don't go out, it will be gone. Meng Qianqian turned and ran outside. She looked back at her little uncle. He seemed a little happy. She didn't know why her little uncle was upset, but he was the only family member who could get close to her now. There wasn't much she could do for him. Only hope he would be a little happier. Meng Yanxi cooked for 4 people. Meng Qianqian happily carried the food to the storage room to give to Gu Xuanji. She also pressed the voice recorder and said, Gu Xuanji, this is my little uncle's homemade meal. He cooks very well. When I was a small child in kindergarten, my mom was busy and not at home much. I followed my little uncle around. When I was hungry, he made me food. When I was thirsty, he gave me water. His cooking was really delicious. When I found out he was missing, I was very sad. Later, when he came back, I pretended not to see him at first. Actually, I was angry because he left quietly without telling anyone. Now I understand he had his reasons, just like my mom, me, and my grandparents. Over time, I also started hiding my secrets to protect them. I realized my little uncle is still the same little uncle. Oh, I've said so much nonsense just to tell you that my little uncle is great, and his cooking is even better. I specifically asked him to make this for you. Please try it. When Meng Qianqian returned to the house, she saw that some of the food on the table was missing. Meng Yanxi sat at the table, eating slowly. When she saw her come back, he only gave a faint glance. Drink some soup, don't rush to eat. Meng Qianqian sat down, took a few sips of soup, and felt a little warmer. She put down her bowl and looked curiously at Meng Yanxi. Meng Yanxi frowned and asked, "What are you looking at?" "Little uncle, I can tell. Are all you people with special abilities such big eaters? I just went out for a little while, and you've already eaten so much. Almost half a pot of rice is left with only a little." Meng Yanxi's brow furrowed tighter, and his voice was cold. "Isn't that enough for you?" "Enough, I'm just commenting. Her little uncle is just a softie. She's not afraid." Seeing the simple home-cooked dishes on the table, they weren't many, but smelled very good. His cold eyes, like a lake under the warm sun, rippled with gentle waves. "Gu Xuanji, this is my little uncle's." He listened to her recording again and again, carefully eating this precious meal amid Meng Qianqian's rambling. Jia Wu quietly came in to report, "My lord, Joshua sent someone to say Morong Su has woken up. He has something to tell you." Meng Qianqian brought fresh new bedding. Gu Xianji left the thickest quilt for old lady Xia. One for each person. Jia Wu's smile stretched from ear to ear. Not only him, but everyone in the tribe was happily laughing while holding their quilts. They finally had quilts. Some single men clumsily put on quilt covers but were reluctant to cover themselves. They also wanted to sleep with soft, fragrant wives under new quilts. For several days, the whole tribe was filled with joy. The sunrise spread across the land, golden light making even the snow shine with a golden glow. The army was ready to move. All the men and women of the tribe came out to see them off. Gu Xianji, fully armed, sat on his horse, with 500 cavalry behind him. He said in a deep voice, "Sanling, grandmother, auntie, I leave the tribe in your hands." Old Lady Xia was reluctant for Gu Xianji to lead the army personally, but no founding emperor would go to war without leading. No matter how reluctant she was, Old Lady Xia didn't show it. She was used to sending loved ones off to war. "Please, Your Highness, take care of yourself. Your health is the most important. Wishing you victory." Xia Qinghe loudly said, "My lord, rest assured, I will protect the tribe well, then I'll go now." Gu Xianji turned his horse around and said solemnly, "Let's go. Winter is a good time to go to war." Gu Xianji wanted to seize land early, while the mountains were covered in heavy snow. Building the Black Fortress required many people, so he had to capture more slaves. There was one more person in the team, Morong Su. Morong Su was badly injured and had a fever. If Gu Xianji didn't have Meng Qianqian's medicine for inflammation and fever, Morong Su wouldn't have survived. After waking up, the first thing he did was to be honest with Gu Xianji. Morong Han was sent on a diplomatic mission to Daqing with a group of 130 people, including 3,000 cavalry and 2,000 soldiers. Morong Zhao took 500 cavalry, Tui took 1,000, and the ones who escaped last time numbered less than 100. Excluding the soldiers, they had 1,500 troops. That was 3 times the size of their force. Gu Xianji was eager for those 2,000 soldiers. The soldiers were called soldiers, but they were just like cattle and sheep, driven out to die. When they died, more slaves would be sent in their place. Slaves are very cheap, worth less than a sheep. The slaves often go hungry and are beaten every day. Female slaves have it even worse. If they get pregnant, they are also beaten badly. Many pregnant female slaves do not survive, dying along with their unborn children. Some children born by chance do not grow up. Daqing also has many slaves. The lives of slaves at the border are not much better than those of the Xianbei slaves. People are not born with high or low status. Slaves are still human. They are the people he needs most right now. If used well, these slaves can be more loyal than others. Parents are slaves, and their children are slaves too. The rulers do not see them as people, and they themselves think they are not human. But not all slaves are fools. Some will awaken and break free from their chains. Murong-su guessed Gu Xuanji's thoughts and, despite his injuries, wanted to lead Gu Xuanji forward. They traveled all day. They stopped 5 miles away from Murong Han's camp. Gu Xuanji ordered in a deep voice, "Set up camp here. Rest immediately. We will attack tonight." 500 cavalry worked together. Some took care of the horses. Others set up tents. Jia Chu helped build the tents, and then Gu Xuanji came in. Jia Chu said excitedly, "Lord, the stove is ready." Gu Xuanji nodded slightly. In just a few breaths, large white buckets appeared out of nowhere. Inside the buckets were delicious lamb soup and hot stews, and others had tofu and greens. They didn't usually like vegetables, but these greens were stir-fried with pork fat, so they could eat them. The 500 cavalry lined up to get their meals. Gu Xuanji ate with the soldiers. After eating, he went to the black horse, a famous breed, and let it lick the salt on his hand, then fed it some grass. He looked at the black horse, and then raised his head to gaze at the Milky Way in the sky. He wondered if, in his lifetime, he could meet her. Maybe because of his thoughts, she could feel something too. Gu Xuanji raised his hand, and in it appeared a magical object, accompanied by a note. The note read casually, "Gu Xuanji, wishing you a great victory. There's a surprise coming soon. Earlier, you said to leave, but I didn't have time to prepare. The items will be sent over shortly, and I'll deliver them to you immediately." Gu Xuanji looked at the item in his hand, calmly examined it, then picked it up to try using it. He was shocked speechless when he used it, realizing how amazing this object was. The world he lived in must be very magical to have such a wonderful thing. Gu Xuanji carefully studied the telescope, then looked into the distance again. Called Jia Qi over. The guard behind him silently disappeared. Soon, Jia Qi appeared behind him and whispered, "Master, this is called a telescope. Come and try it." Gu Xuanji explained how to use it to Jia Qi. Jia Qi tried it and was equally amazed, unable to speak. He excitedly said, "Master, with this magical tool, I can explore even further." Gu Xuanji raised his hand, and Jia Qi respectfully stepped back, taking the telescope and leaving. Gu Xuanji looked at the many supplies that appeared before him. There were black combat uniforms, military boots, and inflatable mattresses. He called Jia Wu over and distributed these items to everyone. They all wore cotton-padded jackets. They just needed to take off their inner clothes and change into the black combat uniforms. Once dressed in the black uniforms, everyone felt as if the wind outside was blocked. They put on military boots and took a few steps, their eyes shining with excitement. These were shoes and clothes even the Emperor of Daqing had not worn. They only had such clothes and shoes because they followed the crown prince. The black leather gloves were windproof, so their hands holding weapons wouldn't freeze or get stiff, and they even felt a bit warm. The inflatable mattresses, though labor-intensive to prepare, kept them from feeling cold while lying on them. The soldiers, now dressed, looked different, more spirited. After eating and drinking well, dressed warmly, and lying on the inflatable mattresses, everyone quickly fell asleep, conserving their strength for the upcoming night battle. Gu Xuanji sat inside the tent, replying to Meng Qianqian. "Later, I'll need you to temporarily store the items at your place." Meng Qianqian saw the note and immediately replied, "No need to pack up. Just send the items directly. I'll help you organize them here. Don't worry about it. Just think of me as logistics." A faint smile appeared on Gu Xuanji's lips, one he didn't even realize himself. "Feel free to choose the spoils of war." When Meng Qianqian saw these words, she was so happy she wanted to spin around. Meng Qianqian politely said, "I don't want anything else. Just give me everything you can't take with you. As for the cattle and sheep, you can give me more. I will trade you processed beef and pork for them." Ancient beef and sheep meat, to Gu Xuanji and the others, is no different from modern meat. But for those with special abilities, it's a very different matter. "Give me more beef and sheep, and also the tents and tools you can't take away." Meng Qianqian thought for a moment and added, "You can send all traces away, making everything completely invisible." Gu Xuanji looked at her with deep eyes. He was very smart and naturally understood the value of what they had. Things that seemed useless to him, or that couldn't be dealt with after the battle, were all valuable to Meng Qianqian. Originally, he planned to attack with fire, but when he learned that the Xianbei tents were useful to Meng Qianqian, he changed his plan. Master, Jia Qi has returned, Gu Xuanji said calmly. Let him in. Jia Qi hurriedly entered from outside. Master, those Xianbei are celebrating, Jia Qi said. With a telescope, he saw more clearly and more vividly. His face darkened as he thought about what he saw, and he whispered, Murong Su said it right. Those slaves are crammed into the sheep pens, living worse than horses. I also saw a female being dragged into a tent by the Xianbei, and when she came out, she was no longer breathing. Gu Xuanji's finger moved slightly. He looked up and saw the anger in Jia Qi's eyes. Jia Qi was different from others. He was born his parents were slaves too, but they had died. His mother had used some means to save him, freeing him from slavery and burying his parents. Jia Qi was very loyal to him and hated the cruel treatment of slaves by the noblemen. Go rest first. Those people will let you take action yourself. Gu Xuanji's calm tone spoke directly to Jia Qi's heart. The hatred in Jia Qi's heart eased a little, and he bowed and left the tent. When he wrote a letter, he hesitated slightly but still wrote, Do you have any soporific drugs? If not, any similar medicine will do. Meng Qianqian saw Gu Xuanji's letter and widened her eyes. There really was such a thing as soporific drugs. It's something ordinary people can't buy at all. Even if I could buy it, it would only be a small amount, not enough for Gu Xuanji. This shows the advantage of having a powerful backer, like the country. Meng Qianqian found a sleeping aid on the shopping site and placed an order with a note. The other side needs it for a battle, a large quantity, about several thousand soldiers. After describing her request, Meng Qianqian waited for the customer service reply. The customer service responded quickly. Comrade, your request has been received. We will deliver a strong sleeping aid shortly. Please check your delivery. Also, a reminder, it's best to wear a mask. The service was very polite. Meng Qianqian replied, Thank you for the reminder. I will order it all. Customer service. You're welcome. Is there anything else you need? Meng Qianqian. No, the sleeping aid arrived quickly. There were also instructions. Meng Qianqian opened the package and found all the items were spray types. She decided to send it to Gu Xuanji first so he could see if it worked. If not, she would get a different type of sleeping aid. Time was tight, and the task was urgent. This item had to be delivered to Gu Xuanji immediately. It was simple to use. As for whether Gu Xuanji and others would get used to it, she would let them adapt on their own. Meng Qianqian first sent a message to Gu Xuanji. Your medicine has arrived. Should I send it to you now? He replied quickly. Any time is fine. Just tell me when it's convenient. Meng Qianqian liked writing letters. It reminded her of the days at school, passing notes secretly. She remembered when she was young. Without smartphones or advanced technology, she couldn't send messages anytime. She and her close friends communicated through notes. She also experienced what her mother called a pen pal for the first time. Her mother said that when she was young, mobile phones had just appeared. But many people didn't leave their phone numbers, only their addresses. So she wrote letters. She would secretly share her worries and frustrations with her pen pal. Her pen pal was someone she would never meet in her life. A close friend and her confidant. Back then, it took a week to receive a letter. Every Monday, the postman would come to the school to deliver mail, and she would run downstairs quickly during the second class. On the table outside the reception window downstairs, she began to look for her name. After class, reading her pen pal's letter made her happy all day. All her worries and bad feelings would disappear. At that time, Meng Qianqian didn't quite understand or couldn't understand what kind of feelings those were.
Now she understands.
She and Gu Xuanji wouldn't meet in person, but she would sometimes casually tell Gu Xuanji small worries or secrets. Just this little bit became her way to release her emotions. When Meng Qianqian and Gu Xuanji wrote letters, their feelings were very simple. She treated him as a special friend she could share her little secrets with, subtly revealing her thoughts without fear of being discovered. Gu Xuanji, you will definitely succeed. If anyone gets hurt, you must tell me. I can provide tools and medicine. Even if someone loses a limb, they can still live well. Meng Qianqian handed over some supplies. Above, there was a specially built greenhouse for her, with a table, coffee, and everything she might need. There was also a comfortable bed where she could rest. Meng Qianqian knew very well. She couldn't rest. She went back to continue her one-on-one expert training to improve her self-protection skills. During training, Meng Qianqian kept her ears open for the sound of her phone. Her coach knew her identity and that she was connected to a powerful person, but didn't know which project she was involved in. Everyone just thought she was a newcomer who would go to the end of the world scenario someday. After all, someone who can travel to the end of the world could affect those around them, which was an unspoken secret. After finishing her training for the day, Meng Qianqian stood up. There's something. A friend of mine is going to experience something big today. I'm waiting for the result. Did they confess to you? The coach teased with a smile. Meng Qianqian paused slightly. Was that just a confession? Seeing her puzzled expression, the coach felt more confident in his guess.
You seem worried about him.
It's clear he confessed, and you're feeling conflicted. Since you care about him, it shows you're still young and impulsive. In the future, in that world, things change rapidly. No one knows what might happen. Don't leave yourself with regrets. Just follow your heart.
The
coach smiled meaningfully, and Meng Qianqian hurriedly ran away. She didn't even know what Gu Xuanji looked like, so how could she have feelings for him? They were just pen pals with a special relationship. After returning home, Meng Qianqian took a shower, checked the time on her phone, and froze when she saw the notification. New product lamb meat launched by Manhwa sells for a sky-high price. Is this moral decay or a distortion of human nature? She opened the link and saw that the news said, Zhuanghua's sky-high price lamb meat is extremely expensive. One portion sells for 50,000 yuan. Despite this, people are rushing to buy. 50,000 yuan per pound of lamb is just too crazy. How much money must the behind-the-scenes people be making? Meng Qianqian frowned slightly as she looked at the comments below, then closed the browser and checked the trending topics. As soon as she entered, she saw the words, sky-high price lamb, in the headlines. The atmosphere here was much better. Sky-high price lamb, limited supply, only for those who can afford it. Ordinary people like us don't eat such expensive lamb. Fresh lamb sold for 30 yuan a kilogram is good enough. I don't understand what you're fussing about. They're not earning money from your pockets. Why are you so eager to jump in? An overseas dish costs several thousand yuan, and it's just a piece the size of a fermented bean. Why don't you complain about that? Dad is mighty. Such high-quality lamb meat exists. I wonder if I'll ever have a chance to taste it in my lifetime. Whenever someone spoke badly of Zhuanghua, there were always people defending it. Meng Yanxi came out of her room and asked, any news from over there? Meng Qianqian didn't know when Gu Xuanji and the others would start fighting. She had been distracted all day. She held up her phone to show Meng Yanxi and asked, Little uncle, our country launched sky-high price lamb, costing 50,000 yuan per portion. That's 1 kilogram. It's really expensive. I wonder how much money the behind-the-scenes boss made. A single sheep provides plenty of lamb, and not just lamb. Lamb chops are even 10,000 yuan more expensive, Meng Yanxi said lazily, leaning on the sofa with a smile in his eyes. Meng Qianqian didn't notice his expression and kept complaining. That's just too expensive. Who would buy it? Is this really the lamb meat made by the country's dad? Aren't they worried about? Check your count. Meng Yanxi didn't answer her, but asked her to look at her ID card. Why should I look at my account? I just finished checking it. Surprisingly, I have 1 billion merit points, and I don't even know what I did to earn so many. Could it be because of those small vegetables? Meng Qianqian was shocked and thought, small vegetables are so expensive. Gu Xuanji is basically my money tree. Meng Yanxi gently opened his lips and said, it's not small vegetables, it's lamb meat. The lamb meat sold is very expensive. Meng Qianqian's jaw dropped. So, it's lamb meat. Yes, for you, it is indeed lamb meat. For others, it is a special kind of meat that enhances abilities without side effects. Do you know how many people die when their abilities upgrade? Many people cross into the end times and awaken their abilities. But so far, less than 30% have succeeded. How do you think the remaining 70% will survive the end times? Meng Yanzi was slowly helping Meng Qianqian adapt to the harshness of that world. No one knew what the future held, but he thought some things should be made clear to Meng Qianqian. What she was doing was not ordinary. On the contrary, it was very great. Recently, experts conducted an experiment. 100 volunteers ate the lamb meat. They all had abilities, but hadn't awakened them yet. After eating the lamb, they all awakened their abilities. Meng Yanzi's cold eyes showed uncontrollable excitement. Do you know what this means? Meng Qianqian instinctively asked. What does it mean? It means that everyone here no longer needs to worry about their safety. At least, they now have basic protection and can awaken their abilities to improve their chances of survival. Meng Qianqian's heart trembled. Did Grandpa and Grandma eat the lamb? Meng Yanzi suddenly stopped speaking, looking deeply at the small girl with red eyes. Did you guess? Meng Yanzi's tone was gentle as he handed her a piece of paper. Meng Qianqian rolled her eyes ungracefully. Do you have abilities? Meng Yanzi replied without hesitation. Yes, I do. It's as real as gold. What about my mom? She is one too, a healing type. And Grandpa and Grandma? They got caught up in an accident, but they should be able to come out. Is it because they can't come back? Meng Qianqian's cleverness always showed at unexpected times. She was a perceptive child. Many things could be guessed through her own reasoning. Ordinary people cannot return after entering a different world. This is also the real reason why your mother refused to meet you and chose to marry Meng Yichang instead. They are a nominal couple. The wealth your mother gave Meng Yichang was her way of compensating him. Meng Yanzi is very clever. Even at this point, he can naturally change the subject and make Meng Qianqian unaware. Or perhaps Meng Qianqian noticed, but she wouldn't ask more. What about Meng Wei? Hearing this name, a lot of strength appeared in Meng Yanzi's eyes. He smirked sarcastically. At first, Meng Yichang had nothing. He wanted to stay in City A. He said he had no girlfriend, was pure and clean, and willing to take care of your mother and you. Your mother said they wouldn't have a real marriage. She wouldn't get involved in his life. They just had a marriage certificate. If he liked someone else, your mother would end their marriage. He couldn't cheat during marriage, at least not of children. Thinking about Meng Wei's age, Meng Yanzi really wanted to punch him. That Phoenix man, he's been a liar from the start. So, I was not only deceived, but my mother was too. Meng Qianqian's tone sounded strange. Then I can't tell who my father is, so those assets. Meng Qianqian looked up, her eyes clear and innocent, but somehow different. They were all calculated by him, right? Your mother gave him money. He started his own business outside, using your mother's connections to grow his company. As for everything your mother left behind, it all belongs to you. Meng Qianqian said lightly. Too bad. All of it was taken by Meng Yichang. Meng Yanzi was about to speak when Meng Qianqian smiled very calmly. Little uncle, does my mother know she was deceived? Suddenly, her tone became terrifying, perhaps inherited from her genes. Ask her yourself when the time comes. Meng Yanzi found an excuse to slip away. My niece really is pretending to be innocent, but she's very clear inside. If he kept talking, she might ask him more. Under the cover of night, everyone quietly left the tent. Walk at full speed. They didn't ride horses. Everyone is dressed lightly, wearing strange hats and hiding their faces, only showing their eyes. Dark figures run across the grassland, like ghosts. They have knives on their boots and small bottles at their waists. The small bottles only need to be sprayed forcefully at an enemy's face to make them faint. If there was more time, Jia Jiu would carefully study the medicine inside the bottles. But there was less than half an hour. They stopped on the snow outside the main camp. Gu Xianji lay on the snow, using binoculars to watch the tents. All the lights inside were out, and there was no movement from the cattle, sheep, or horses. He quietly said, "Jia Shi, take people to watch those slaves. Everyone else, follow me and attack." Gu Xianji and his team silently sneaked in, starting from the outermost tents. As they passed the slaves' area, many slaves opened their eyes and looked alertly at them rushing in. Soon, the people inside the tents were dragged out like dead dogs and thrown onto the snow. The The slaves wanted to rush forward and tear the noble's skin, but they dared not move. The night attackers were even more ruthless than the prince's men. About 16 or 1700 people were all thrown onto the snow. Jia watched from the side, excitedly saying, "This medicine really works. Even in this cold weather, it didn't wake anyone up." That's obvious. It's made by the goddess. How can common stuff compare? That's true. Do you know what to do with these people?
Someone asked.
Jia shook his head, not sure. He glanced at the commotion in the distance and saw it was Gu Xianji. He immediately went to protect Gu Xianji's safety. Jia sure led 100 men to guard the slaves. Seeing the slaves, Jia, despite being experienced, was still shocked. Gu Xianji looked at the slaves with a serious face, feeling disturbed inside. A year ago, he was the proud crown prince. He was no different from noble families and officials. He didn't see these common people as important, nor did he care about slaves. He didn't care about their lives. In his eyes, slaves were just slaves, not even individuals. However, after following the people of the Xie family and witnessing the lives of those escaped slaves, he finally understood that slaves are also human. In the eyes of the powerful, even common people are nothing, so how could there be slaves? Poor scholars cannot even enter the eyes of noble families and high officials. They live luxurious lives, dislike sour fruits, and throw away bites. Leftover food is buried, never given to common people. Anyone caught stealing food would face severe punishment. Common people still have land to farm. Slaves are considered the property of their masters. Slaves in wealthy households can still have a meal if they work hard. But the slaves in front of him are even worse off than those who escaped with them. They all have blank, numb eyes, listen passively, do not resist, and even have no hatred in their hearts. Perhaps they don't even realize they are human, just like the high officials. They also deserve to enjoy good wine and delicious food. They don't need to live in clean, warm tents. They are not to be kept with animals. Gu Xianji, everyone is born equal. And have you heard the saying? Water can carry a boat, but also overturn it. The common people just want enough food and clothes. For them, that is a good life. Only when they can't survive will they rebel. At least, rebellion can fill their stomachs and prevent them from freezing. Meng Qianqian's words echoed in his ears. Gu Xianji looked at the slaves and asked in a deep voice, "My tribe needs labor. As long as you work hard, I will make sure you have enough to eat. Those willing to follow me, step forward." The slaves didn't understand and no one dared to move. Suddenly, a boy about 12 or 13 years old stepped out from the crowd and asked Gu Xianji, "Sir, what do you plan to do with these people?" The slaves looked at the young in confusion. An older woman among them tried to pull the boy back. When she moved, the surrounding soldiers immediately looked at her sharply. She dared not move and anxiously watched the young, worried he might be beaten to death. There were over 2,000 slaves, but they dared not resist. Gu Xianji looked down at the small. He was very thin, appearing even smaller than his actual age. A pair of sharp eyes filled with deep hatred, showing a rebellious and unruly child who is hard to control. It's rare to see such a child among slaves. If you're willing to come back and work for me, I will let you kill someone. The slaves looked at Gu Xianji in shock, unable to hide their true feelings. The young's eyes lit up and he asked loudly, "Sir, is that true? If you don't believe me, I can let you kill someone right now." Gu Xianji even handed him his dagger. The guards behind him immediately became alert, watching the young carefully. If he had any bad intentions, he would be kicked out instantly. The young stepped forward, took the sharp dagger, and said, "I want to kill that person." Gu Xianji looked in the direction the child pointed, and it was not someone else but the prince. "Why do you want to kill him?" Gu Xianji asked. The young didn't hide his feelings. "My mother died at his hands. I want to avenge her." Gu Xianji looked at the child's face for a moment and then let him go. The boy ran forward and stabbed at Murong Han's chest. Worried that Murong Han might not die, he pulled out the dagger and stabbed several more times. While stabbing, he cried out, "Mother, I've avenged you. I killed this beast. You can rest now." All the slaves watched the scene in shock. They didn't know Gu Xianji's background, only that he dared to let a child kill even the eldest son of the chieftain, which showed he must have a powerful background. Some slaves, who had been thinking of escaping, now behaved very obediently. Morong-su hobbled over to Gu Xianji and saw the crying boy. He whispered, "That child is Niuzai, the son of a foreign woman favored by the previous chieftain. If Morong-xiu hadn't rebelled and killed Morong-zheng, this child might have been the current little prince." No wonder he was different. He carried the blood of the Morong family. Morong-su knelt on one knee and said, "My lord, I have a request." His eyes filled with deep hatred. "I want to personally deal with Tui. Tanya is a brave warrior. His existence is dangerous, and only by eliminating the threat can the ruler achieve greatness." Morong-su decided to kill Tanya, partly out of personal reasons, and partly to show loyalty to Gu Xian. Gu Xian waved his hand, and Jia Jiu handed over his dagger. "Thank you, lord, for your help." Morong-su took the dagger and went to Tanya. He directly cut off Tanya's head. Gu Xian raised an eyebrow. Jia Yi whispered in his ear, "Morong-su is not someone weak. This move is probably a skill learned in childhood. Gu Xian is not afraid that Morong-su has no ambition. He is afraid that Morong-su has no desire to succeed. He believes Morong-su is a smart person." It was getting brighter outside. Gu Xian picked up the voice recorder and said to it, "The items will be sent to you exactly as they are. When is a good time for you?" Last night, Meng Qianqian didn't sleep well. She was worried about Gu Xian's situation. She immediately got up, saw the recorder on the ground, put on her down jacket, and hurried to the warehouse without washing up. She pressed play on the recorder. Gu Xian's slightly tired voice came from inside, and she was momentarily distracted. His voice is really pleasant to listen to. Unfortunately, handsome men with nice voices often don't look very good. Meng Qianqian silently put away the recorder, took out a note, and wrote, "Anytime." Gu Xian's message arrived again. "Now, should I send everything to you all at once or piece by piece? If all at once, there might be quite a lot, so it may need to be done in several rounds." Meng Qianqian immediately called her uncle. Having a caring uncle makes everything easier. When Meng Yanxi heard that Meng Qianqian quietly handled a big matter without calling a teacher, he simply told her, one at a time, with 30 seconds between each. That way, it's faster. Give him a watch and let him see for himself. Also, teach him how to use it. Meng Qianqian never thought about giving Gu Xian this thing. "Any questions?" Meng Qianqian shook her head. She didn't order it online, but went back to her room. Her room had a watch she bought at an auction. She thought at the time that this watch would be a good gift for someone she liked. She originally planned to give it to her fiancé, but that engagement turned out to be a joke. So, she never gave the watch away. Now she took out the gift for Gu Xianji, feeling that it suited him well. She printed a manual explaining how to recognize the watch, including the precise division of time, and wrote it all down before rushing to the warehouse. "All right. I've finished writing the letter and the instructions." Meng Yanzi opened the door, and Meng Qianqian entered the warehouse, placed the items inside, and then closed the door. Gu Xianji received the watch and saw a note on it. "Gu Xianji, this is a gift for you, a watch that shows the time. However, the way we tell time here is a bit different from your side. We have a more detailed way of dividing it. Take a look and see if there are any problems. If everything is okay, then every 30 seconds I will send over a tent." He held the watch and looked at the manual on how to recognize the watch. First, he would send one tent. When the second hand moved halfway around, he would send another tent. He went through the entire tribe, eager to deliver everything that needed to be sent. They needed horses. It was also hard to herd the cattle and sheep back. After discussing with Meng Qianqian, Gu Xianji decided to send everything to her. Not long after sending the cattle and sheep, he received a message from Meng Qianqian via a voice recorder. "Oh my, so many cattle and sheep. Gu Xianji, are you a god of wealth? How can you give me so many? Just tell me, what do you want?" Across time and space, Gu Xianji could feel her happiness. He chuckled softly and said, "This is a gift for you." His goddess only wanted some cattle and sheep, but he would take over the entire grassland to raise them, using the whole grassland for her. Gu Xianzhi looked at the watch on his wrist. The watch was very beautiful. Even though he had never seen other styles of watches, he could tell this one was valuable. He had no idea exactly how much it was worth. But if this watch were in Daqing, it would definitely be priceless. Forget about thousands of sheep and hundreds of cattle. Even if he gave tens of thousands of cattle and sheep, people would rush to give them to Meng Qianqian. She would surely feel she had gained a lot. And he felt the same. Gu Xianzhi pressed the play button again, listening to Meng Qianqian's excited voice, and looked up at the sky once more. Will they meet someday? Gu Xianzhi may or may not know, but he is hopeful. Perhaps, in this life, they will never meet. Gu Xianzhi lowers his eyes, his eyelashes hiding the loneliness inside. He quietly watches the deep blue starry sky on his watch, and he seems to have become a gentle, different person. The sunrise slowly rises from the end of the grassland. Golden sunlight shines on Gu Xianzhi. He has his hair and wears a black combat uniform. Standing where the tent used to be, he looks very lonely. It's as if he is separated from the world, ready to disappear at any moment. Jiao wants to step forward, but is stunned by what he sees. Murong Su kneels on one knee, sincerely worshipping, as if Gu Xianzhi is not just a person but a divine being coming down from the heavens to face a challenge.
Su Den Li, Mu Zong Su Shao Lao Li.
Follow the Lord, achieve greatness. Behind him, others are also filled with passion. They kneel on one knee and shout together to the figure who looks like a divine being. Follow the Lord, achieve greatness. Follow the Lord, achieve greatness. Follow the Lord, achieve greatness. Their shouts shake the sky. Jia Wu and others also join in shouting. Everyone changes their titles at this moment. The slaves tremble and shrink back. No one is watching over them, but no one runs away either. Niuzai looks back at the slaves who raised him and loudly says, "I've asked around." Those soldiers are from Daqing, and many of them are slaves. After following their lord, they are no longer slaves. This is our only chance to change our fate. Only if we are not slaves can we have our own cattle and sheep, our own tents. We won't have to worry about being beaten or tortured anymore. Hearing the small S words, the other slaves' hearts waver. The small looks at the shouting soldiers, stomps his foot, and says eagerly, "Anyway, working for them is the only way to get food. Maybe I am A.
I don't want to be A.
I want to go to war and fight. I want to return to my tribe and avenge my mother." After saying that, the small suddenly rushes out, runs straight to Murong Su, and kneels on the ground with a thud. He tears his heart out and shows his loyalty like the adults. Follow the Lord, achieve greatness. Murong Su looks at the young boy beside him and laughs mockingly. He is still trying to earn Guan Xianzhi's trust. This young man is quite bold, rushing over to take the spotlight. Meng Qianqian opened the door and watched her brother-in-law go inside to put Zhang Peng into the space. They work very well together. After they finished packing up the tent, a batch of sheep came over. It wasn't many, just over 300. Brother-in-law, hurry and herd all the sheep out. Meng Qianqian now sees these sheep are not really sheep. They are like bright red bills of money. These little sheep, which she sold for over 10,000 each before, felt like a big profit. Now looking back, she realizes she lost everything. Fortunately, the country's efforts and points helped her recover everything. Happy, Meng Qianqian drove the cattle and sheep out, closed the barn door, and was about to herd the sheep into the pen when her phone buzzed again. She opened the barn door and looked inside. There were many more sheep. At first glance, there were 300 or 400. Oh my goodness! Could Gu Xianzhi have given me all the sheep? Meng Qianqian was shocked, standing at the door. Meng Yanzi came over and pulled her aside. "Stand here and wait for me to herd them out." Meng Qianqian was still a bit stunned. Meng Yanzi moved quickly to the back of the barn. With a wave of his hand, she didn't know how. He sensed the sheep's reaction and scared them all to run out. Swift wind herd them into the sheep pen. Brother-in-law, our little swift wind is only 45 days old. You're squeezing a puppy. Before Meng Qianqian finished speaking, she saw Swift Wind pawing at his leg and running very fast. The puppy yelped loudly, and the sheep, frightened, legs trembling, ran away quickly. She was stunned watching this. Meng Yanzi smiled slightly, patted her head, and casually closed the door. Meng Qianqian felt her uncle's teasing. Superpower puppy is amazing. She chased after the puppy, taking only 2 steps when her phone rang again. She and Meng Yanzi exchanged glances. Meng Qianqian turned around, opened the barn door, and saw the dense flock of little sheep inside. She no longer called him her brother-in-law and shouted to the puppy, Swift Wind, get to work. The puppy heard her and immediately turned around and ran over. Without needing any commands from Meng Qianqian, it ran into the barn and herded all the sheep out. This happened 3 more times. Altogether, there were about 1,500 sheep. There are over 300 cows. Meng Qianqian was stunned but remained very calm as she watched the Swift Wind herd the sheep and drive the cattle. The little one was more useful than a person. It knew how to ride a balance scooter, lift its tiny paw, press the feeding button, and feed the cattle and sheep. In just a few days, the family's cow and sheep pens were upgraded. They now had fully automated cleaning systems. Honestly, it saved a lot of money, but some tasks still needed manual work. So every day, Song Haijun and Bai Tieshing came to help. It wasn't tiring, but the work was more detailed. This also saved Meng Qianqian a lot of time. Meng Qianqian felt relieved, and they all felt relaxed and happy. She couldn't believe how many cows and sheep they had. It must have cost a lot. Instead of watching the surveillance, Meng Qianqian went to see the expanded sheep and cattle pens. She kept smiling all the time. Song Haijun asked happily, Qianqian, your family has so many cows and sheep. Yes, yes. Our beef and mutton are really good. The milk is also nice. I heard your wife is unwell. When you go back, bring some milk for her to drink and help her recover. Recently, Song Haijun's wife had a high fever that wouldn't go away, and she couldn't get out of bed these days. No need. The doctor said she can't drink that now. Only eat some nutritious food. Song Haijun knew that the milk from Meng Qianqian's family was collected by special people, and it was quite expensive. Many villagers didn't know the secret, but Song Haijun's father was the village chief, and he would be the next one. He knew a bit more than others. He also had a younger brother, and the big, majestic dog in his brother's house had a puppy. When the puppy appeared in the small pasture, Song Haijun knew that the animals there weren't for ordinary people to use. Meng Qianqian didn't bother talking to Song Haijun. She simply handed over a bucket of milk. Brother, take it home and drink it. The Swift Wind couldn't be satisfied with just this little bit of milk. No, I really don't want it. Song Haijun refused no matter what, placing the milk on the ground and turning to leave. You're really something. Meng Qianqian grabbed Song Haijun's sleeve and directly shoved the bucket into his hand. If you want to hold it, then hold it. Neighbors live nearby, no need to be so polite. If you don't want the milk, then take the puppy back, she spoke harshly on purpose. Song Haijun had no choice and scratched his head kindly. So, I should just take it. Hurry up and take it back to your wife to drink. It will help her recover. Drinking milk is good for health. Tell your wife to drink more. Meng Qianqian didn't know what was wrong with Song Haijun's wife, but drinking some milk to improve health was always a good idea. Song Haijun carried a small bucket of milk and left. Meng Qianqian watched his sturdy, honest back and patted her family's cow. Keep working hard. Today, I'll give you some extra nutrients. The family's cow couldn't be killed and still needed to be bred. Among the newly delivered cattle, there were dairy cows, but most were meat cattle. Meng Qianqian asked Meng Yanzi, little brother-in-law, are we still giving the cows to Professor Hu? Professor Hu lived in City A. The last time he came, he was also invited to stay at the base. Someone will deliver the cows later, Meng Yanzi said naturally. He also works with that team. Things are going well. The new calves are very good. In a few days, we'll see how the meat from these cows turns out. Things are moving so fast. Meng Qianqian was surprised. Meng Yanxi looked at her and smiled. You have to trust the country's speed. I think there's a secret. Do you want to guess if I can tell you? Meng Qianqian said. Okay, I understand. You can't tell me. She sat on the sofa, took out her phone, and frowned when she didn't see a message from Song Qiaoyi. Worried about your friend? Meng Yanxi suddenly asked. Meng Qianqian said, she's the only friend I have left now. I don't want anything to happen to her. Little brother-in-law, did you help me find her? I did, but she's not here. Meng Yanxi naturally paid attention to everyone close to Meng Qianqian. He couldn't find Song Qiaoyi in the apocalypse, nor the person who was with her. If he couldn't find her, then there was only one possibility. Song Qiaoyi and that man had gone to another underground organization. Why isn't she here? Meng Qianqian was very worried about Song Qiaoyi. Is she in danger? The person with her should protect her, Meng Yanxi said carefully. Qianqian, don't trust anyone easily. Don't reveal your identity. Meng Qianqian knew what he was worried about. Little brother-in-law, I won't cause trouble for others. You want to go out and have fun, but staying here all day can be boring. Also, since you don't have your friends here, you'll feel sad after a while. Meng Yanxi doesn't want her sister to come back and find her daughter sick and then blame him. I'm very busy every day. She doesn't need to go to school because she's taking a break from classes. But she still keeps learning what she should, and even more. Shooting, archery, knife skills, self-defense, and even fighting skills. She feels like she's almost a secret agent. Meng Qianqian stands up, makes a cup of coffee, and hands it to Meng Yanxi. Even though it's not the best time for you to drink coffee, you should handle your own things first. She doesn't want her brother-in-law to be here, worrying. Meng Yanxi. I'm fine. Oh, then I'll go to sleep. I didn't sleep well last night, just waiting for Gu Xuanji's news. Now he's won a big battle, and no one on his side was hurt. Meng Qianqian says, grabbing Meng Yanxi's wrist. You need to have a meeting with me to talk about the battle and tell the leaders what happened. Meng Yanxi pulls her to sit down. Meng Qianqian is surprised. She nervously asks, I don't know many details. Should I ask Gu Xuanji? No need. Just tell me what you know. Meng Qianqian sees the upgraded living room immediately covered with a high-tech protective shield and starry screens appear on the walls. It makes her feel like she's traveling through space. She tries to look calm. When several videos appear on the screen, Meng Qianqian immediately sits up straight. Soon, the people on the screen are very important, including Professor Wei Zhe. Another battle was won over there. Now, let Qianqian and you all hear what happened. These are very important and need to be recorded. Meng Qianqian greets a few big shots, then begins to speak. Gu Xuanji and his team launched a night attack. They hit the enemy unexpectedly. They attacked a tribe belonging to Murong Shanyu's eldest son, Murong Han. Murong Han was about to go on a diplomatic mission to Daqing with 3,000 soldiers, over 2,000 slaves, and several diplomatic teams, including more than 1,000 cattle and sheep, mostly for their own use. Earlier, Gu Xuanji encountered Murong Shanyu's youngest son, Murong Zhao, and killed him along with his 500 cavalry. Once again, he faced General Shao in battle, killing 900 enemies with no one injured. This time, he captured over 1,000 Murong soldiers, again without any casualties. He killed Murong Han, the general, and other Xianbei nobles, leaving only about 1,000 cavalry and taking more than 2,000 slaves back with him. After Meng Qianqian finished speaking, she noticed everyone was silent. She turned and looked at Meng Yanxi with curiosity. Meng Yanxi smiled and asked her, Do you know how Gu Xuanji managed to capture the people? They ambushed at night, using the spray I bought to quietly knock people out, then drag them out of the tents, Meng Qianqian replied. Everyone fell silent again. That's how it happened, Meng Qianqian said calmly. The most valuable loot was the slaves and cattle. He traded the cattle for fresh meat. The rest included food, vegetables, and fruits. The tents were also sent back intact, all stored at my brother-in-law's place. Meng Yanxi was called on and said, The items have already been sent to Professor Wei. Professor Wei confirmed, Yes, the items are here. Is the meeting over now? Meng Qianqian thought it would last a long time, but it ended so quickly. Don't you want to ask what Gu Xuanji and the others ate this morning? Meng Yanxi reminded her. Proudly, Meng Qianqian said, "Milk and buns. I ordered them yesterday, and this morning I got news from Gu Xuanji, so I sent the buns over first. There are many slaves, so each one gets a bun. The soldiers worked hard and ate a lot, each buying 10 buns. Since there are many people, I ordered extra buns in advance." She glanced at the time and said, "It's noon now. Gu Xuanji and the others should be resting. I'll ask if they want to eat something." "Didn't you say you wanted to sleep?" Meng Yanxi asked with a frown. Meng Qianqian clicked her tongue. "That was just to give you a chance to go out confidently." Meng Yanxi frowned, his face looking even more displeased. Inside, Meng Qianqian sighed, unsure who could tolerate her brother-in-law's bad temper. His girlfriend must be a very gentle older sister, quite tolerant too. Otherwise, their relationship wouldn't last long. What kind of look is that? Meng Yanxi stared at Meng Qianqian, his eyes a bit fierce. Her brother-in-law, this handsome but shy guy, blushed again. This awkward and difficult personality, can any woman really tolerate it? "Future sister-in-law, you've worked hard." Meng Qianqian secretly complained inside, but looked innocent and cute on the outside. "Look at the way you look at the handsome little brother-in-law." "Huh, do you look in the mirror less often?" Meng Yanxi is not someone easily laughed at. Meng Qianqian, who looks very much like Meng Yanxi, said nothing. "I won't be back tonight. If there's something, you know what to do, right?" Meng Yanxi said as he stood up to leave. Meng Qianqian gave a thumbs up and complained loudly. "With such tight security, not even a fly can get in." "Little brother-in-law, what are you worried about?" "I'm worried about people with bad intentions." Meng Yanxi has spent many years in the apocalypse and is used to being cautious of others. Few people can make him lower his guard. The apocalypse is harsh. Anyone who suddenly crosses over and can't adapt to the new order will be betrayed, hurt, and may even lose their life easily. They are the first group, and also the ones who have been most deeply educated. Most people who go to the apocalypse need to see a psychologist when they return. The base is also a way to protect them. They've lived in the apocalypse for so long, it's hard for them to get used to the comfort of modern society. Meng Qianqian looked at Meng Yanxi's back, a hint of concern appearing in her eyes. She couldn't fully understand, but she knew her little brother-in-law's difficulties. Thinking of her grandparents, who are just ordinary people, Meng Qianqian felt more pressure. She must help Gu Xuanji as soon as possible. Spring come early. Only when spring arrives and the land thaws can work begin. Suddenly, Meng Qianqian's phone rang. She received an email, confirmed it wasn't a virus, and then opened it to read. "Dear Ms. Meng, hello. The design plans for Wubao you requested have been sent to your email. Please." The formal tone sounded so unfamiliar. It was completely different from the designer she met that day. Thinking about the people she's interacted with, all arranged by the state, Meng Qianqian felt relieved. She opened the design plans, carefully looked at them, and was so amazed she could only describe it with 2 words. Awesome. She looked at the plans herself and thought they were very impressive. Then she forwarded the design to Meng Yanxi. Instead of calling, she sent a message. "Brother-in-law, the design plans for the U Fortress are ready. Please find an expert to review them for me. Also, help me calculate the materials needed and give me a list. I will pay directly. Price isn't the issue. The defense factor is the most important. P.S. No need to reply, just focus on your work." The always elegant hand picked up the phone and chuckled softly upon seeing the message. Has her little niece guessed something? The other person didn't reply and kicked him to the ground. Caught off guard, he was kicked out, and as he was airborne, he shifted his angle and landed gracefully. He quickly grabbed a silk robe nearby and put it on, feeling quite good, and said, "I'll go get you something to eat. Stop talking nonsense, or you'll just hurt yourself. Come over and get some medicine." "Do you really need to cook?" Meng Yanxi held some gauze, her eyes cold. The man obediently came over, lying quietly on the bed without needing to be told. Thousands of people braved the strong wind, traveling across the grassland. The slaves wore thick clothes, each holding a whip. They worked in pairs, guarding the soldiers under Murong Han. The soldiers had little clothing and were, when the slaves disobeyed, they were whipped. Along the way, The soldiers' anger and resistance turned into acceptance. But they still didn't want to die peacefully. This realization made the soldiers feel afraid. They didn't know what the mysterious strange people might do next, so they gradually became obedient. Stop, rest where you are. Jia-yi gave the order. Everyone sat down on the spot. Gu Xuanji opened his palm, saw the words written there, and took out a pen to write in his notebook. We have stopped to rest, Meng Qianqian quickly responded. Rest? Perfect. I'll send food and drinks to you, hot and with soup. Eat well before continuing. Let me know if you need anything. Rest tonight and I'll send the tents over. I bought a portable camping tent for you, easy to use and warm. Oh, I forgot something important. I bought a thermos for you. It keeps water warm, like a hot water bottle. So even in freezing weather, you can still drink hot water. Tonight, I'll send some hot pot over. Hot and cozy. It'll make you feel comfortable. Hot pot is heated with gas. I will turn on the gas for you. Wait a moment and learn how to light it. Gu Xuanji walked to a distance, listening to the recording on the pen, unsure how to save it. He couldn't keep a recording pen every time. Gu Xuanji kept listening and memorizing the content. Not far away, Jia Qi sat beside Jia Jiu, gesturing with his chin. Look at how the Lord is acting. Jia Jiu squinted, showing he was ready to act if Jia Qi disrespected him. Jia Qi didn't dare touch Jia Jiu. The boy was full of poison, and a careless move could harm him. He asked eagerly, Do you think the goddess will come down from the heavens? You ask me, I ask who? Jia Jiu rolled his eyes. Jia Qi rubbed his hands together. It would be great if the goddess could come down. Then we could get whatever we want. I can't even imagine the things the goddess gives us. Think about it, when we escaped from inside the pass, so many died before we got out. If the goddess had appeared then, with our good weapons and this sleeping powder spray, we could just spray the enemies and make them faint. Jia Jiu listened silently. It's not too late now. Jia Qi said excitedly, Yes, it's not too late. I used to think just surviving until tomorrow was enough. Then I thought about surviving this winter. I always believed that revenge inside the pass was impossible. But now I think, isn't it just about going back? Give us some time, and we can sweep the whole grassland. Then we'll lead millions of troops back.
Dream on.
The combined population of the Xianbei and Huns is less than 2 million. 50,000 soldiers would be good enough. Jia Qi sneered, Don't say 50,000. Even 30,000 is enough. Look at the soldiers at the border. How many can really fight? They've all been beaten by the emperor's dogs. Jia Jiu spilled the medicine from his hand. Jia Qi instinctively covered his mouth, eyes wide, muttering vaguely, Are you trying to kill me? Jia Jiu desperately signaled him, but said nothing. Jia Qi suddenly realized, turning to face Gu Xuanji's cold gaze, and immediately knelt on the ground. Jia Qi thought he was right. The dog emperor is the biological father of the ruler, but he is just a tyrant, a foolish ruler who cannot distinguish loyalty from treachery. Eat your fill and then move quickly. Gu Xuanji walked past Jia Qi without looking at him or acknowledging his words. When Gu Xuanji was out of sight, Jia Qi wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Brother, thank you for saving me. Jia Jiu avoided his hand and said with disgust, You should speak less in the future. I didn't say anything wrong. Shut your mouth, Jia Jiu said, wanting to silence him completely. Jia Qi looked angry. The ruler has been wise since childhood. The great scholars all say he will become a wise king. If another emperor said that, they would be overjoyed. But that foolish ruler is afraid of the ruler, trusts treacherous officials, and is easily swayed by a wicked consort, even wanting to kill the ruler. How unfair is heaven! Gu Xuanji's men all felt sorry for him. The officials in the court felt the same. Suddenly, food appeared out of nowhere. Jia Wu brought people to serve the food. The 500 soldiers Gu Xuanji brought ate first, and they ate the best. Then came the slaves, who also ate enough. The prisoners, who had eaten the least before, only felt half full after eating. After eating, Gu Xuanji and his men rode on horses to continue their journey. Each of the 500 cavalry had a horse. The 2,000 horses they captured were enough to share with the slaves. The prisoners were tied with ropes and ran behind. Gu Xianji was eager to return home. Nighttime was not suitable for traveling. The sun had not yet set, and the temperature dropped sharply. They chose a sheltered place to set up camp. He raised his hand, and the note in his hand disappeared. In just a few breaths, tents appeared on the grassland. The tents were already set up. Inside, everything was complete. Once everything was delivered, Gu Xianji entered the tent. The large tent could accommodate many people. The prisoners were, and thrown into the center of the tent. Hungry and with empty stomachs, they watched the slaves eat from large bowls. Gu Xianji and Jia Yi and others sat inside. Several hot pots appeared in the tent. Unlike the others' meals, these had many fresh vegetables, including various mushrooms they had never seen before, with labels explaining what they were. Jia Yi and the others acted like country bumpkins who had never seen the world, amazed that mushrooms could be divided into so many types. There were also various kinds of meat, fresh tender beef, spicy beef, pickled pepper beef, cilantro beef. The options were many, and the portions were generous. Gu Xianji picked up his chopsticks first, scooping food from the pot, and only then did the others start eating. For pots, 10 people. They sat in a circle, with different dipping sauces, sweating all over from the spicy food. This is so fun. The food was both numbing and spicy, and it felt really good. Recently, Gu Xianji's skin had become whiter again. He was wearing a sweater, sitting on a stool, with a little sweat on his nose, and his deep eyes shone with a fiery light. He didn't know how to tell Meng Qianqian how he was feeling right now. Gu Xianji had never given up, but after fleeing here for a year, he no longer had the strength to think about revenge. He just wanted to survive with his people. Looking at the guards who had been with him since childhood, laughing happily, he felt a rare sense of relief. All these changes were brought by her. She gave them hope. Gu Xianji and his people finished breakfast and set out immediately. This was the prisoners. Gu Xianji stopped, opened his thermos, poured some hot water, and a smile never left his eyes. Jia Qi also held his smaller thermos and took a sip of hot water. Things from the goddess are always good. Jia Jiu snorted coldly and rode past him on horseback. He didn't want to talk to a fool. Jia Qi wasn't angry. After finishing his water, he caught up and stopped beside Jia Lu. 6, you're getting married soon. What are your thoughts? Jia Lu looked at him coldly, patted his horse, and rode ahead, catching up with Jia Jiu and walking side by side. Jia Qi. Gu Xianji didn't let Meng Qianqian deliver the food. They hadn't stopped all day. Before sunset, they returned to the tribe. We're back. We're back. The Lord has returned victorious. The children had been waiting outside for a long time. Seeing the returning army from afar and recognizing the flags, they turned around and ran back. All the elders, women, and children in the tribe rushed out to greet them. There are so many people, and so many prisoners. The elders led the cheers. Goddess's protection. The Lord is mighty. Goddess's protection. The Lord is mighty. The people in the tribe cheered loudly, standing outside to welcome the victorious soldiers back. Madame Xie stood at the front of the crowd, supported by Lady Zheng and Lady Lu on either side. Xie Qinghe hurried over after hearing the news, stood beside Lady Zheng, looked into the distance and said excitedly, "That's really my cousin." He tiptoed and looked at the large army in the distance. With sharp young eyes, he quickly saw that Gu Xuanji's team had grown much larger. "Grandmother, do you know why my cousin attacked the Xianbei tribe?" Madame Xie didn't know much about these things. She smiled and asked, "Does third brother know why?" Xie Qinghe proudly said, "My cousin found out that there are many slaves in that tribe. He thought of bringing them back to work. He said that we will build a fortress here, farm the land, and train the soldiers. They need to patrol around and clear out the small tribes nearby. They can't be busy farming every day or just guarding the fields. Building the fortress needs many people, so my cousin went to capture some." His grandson had grown up. He had also come out of past shadows. Madame Xie turned away happily, secretly wiping away tears from the corner of her eye. Gu Xuanji led his army in. He rode his horse over to Madame Xie and jumped down. "Grandmother, I'm back," Madame Xie stepped forward, carefully examining Gu Xuanji. When she saw he was unharmed, she said with red eyes, "Good, good, good. You're back safe." She didn't care whether Gu Xuanji had won the battle. She only cared if he returned safely. "Cousin, you brought back many people?" Xie Qinghe asked as he looked behind him. Gu Xuanji nodded slightly and said in a deep voice, "Jia Lu, tell him." Xie Qinghe looked at Jia Lu with a disdainful expression. But curiosity took over, and knowing that Jia Lu was chosen by his older sister as a marriage partner, he arrogantly waited for Jia Lu to come over and asked shyly, "How many people did you bring back?" 2,200 slaves, 1,100 captives. The leaders were all killed. Those who resisted were also killed. The ones left were obedient and could be disciplined. Anyway, they weren't brought back to fight in battles but to do work. Xie Qinghe was still waiting, but there was no further news. He looked at Jia Lu, who looked back at him with confusion. Suddenly, he lost his temper with Xie Qinghe. This person was actually his brother-in-law? Xie Qinghe didn't bother to pay attention to him. He followed Gu Xuanji, listening carefully to what Gu Xuanji was saying to his grandmother. The weapon sent by the goddess is very powerful. It made the enemy faint after just one look. They will be unconscious for a long time. No one was hurt on our side. All those slaves chose to come back with us. The food on the way was also sent by the goddess. We stayed in marching tents, which are very good. The goddess said she will send more later. Before he finished speaking, Gu Xuanji's cold eyes flickered with a faint warmth. The goddess has sent supplies. Gu Xuanji said to old lady Xie, "Grandmother, I will go ahead. Go ahead, don't delay important matters." After old lady Xie finished speaking, Gu Xuanji turned his horse around, jumped off, and quickly rushed into the square. He just pulled on the reins and dismounted, and many things appeared in front of him. Their marching tents and more. Gu Xuanji raised his hand, holding a note. He unfolded it, and a smile gradually spread across his face. "Gu Xuanji, you won the battle. Be sure to celebrate properly. The supplies will be sent to you later. Make sure to eat and drink well." The newly arrived slaves had no heated beds to sleep on, only the marching tents. The tents were large and many slaves and prisoners lived together. The slaves looked at the prisoners, not giving them food to prevent them from escaping. If prisoners looked fiercer, they would be whipped. How they treated slaves in the past was now how slaves treated them. Niu Zai warned the slaves, "Don't kill anyone. The master wants to keep them for work." The slaves harbored resentment but knew they depended on others to survive. Each time they were whipped, it wasn't to kill, but to cause unbearable pain. Since they could remember, slaves had been tortured this way. The cycle of karma is real. Now it was the slaves' turn. A lavish feast appeared, set up neatly on tables. When the clothes were brought out, Gu Xuanji ordered someone to carry a table over. By the time they reached the last two tables, Gu Xuanji went to old lady Xie's tent. The feast was directly placed in front of old lady Xie. "Grandmother, you, your sister-in-law, and the family ladies can eat slowly." Gu Xianji personally opened 2 white jars. "This is the osmanthus, wine specially prepared by the goddess for you and your sister-in-law. It's suitable for women to drink." Madame Xie hadn't touched alcohol in a long time. She rarely got excited. This is a drink only the goddess's followers would have. "I must try it carefully." Gu Xianji returned to the main tent where the meeting was held. In front of him, there was a large table full of food. Compared to other tables, this one had more dishes. There were 3 hot pots steaming, big pieces of meat that looked fatty but not greasy, a whole roasted sheep, and a roasted piglet. Every person had a jar of wine in front of them. About 20 people sat around the table, all very excited. Everyone at this table had been following Gu Xianji for a long time and trusted him the most. Gu Xianji opened the wine and poured it himself. He raised his bowl, but before he could speak, the soldiers also stood up, holding their wine bowls with red eyes. They knew how hard it was to get to this point. "I swear that one day, when we fight across the 9 provinces, I will ensure that every household has enough food. A day's work will earn 10 days' worth of silver. Women can go to school, establish households, and marry freely. Let this world have no more slaves. After speaking, he drank his wine and smashed the bowl. The soldiers also drank all at once and threw their bowls on the ground, shouting together, "We swear to follow our Lord to the death. We swear to follow our Lord to the death. We swear to follow our Lord to the death." People in other tents also heard Gu Xianji's words. They were moved and looked forward to that day arriving soon. Murong-su held his wine bowl silently for a long time. Loyalty to the Daqing people didn't weigh on him heavily. He brought the bowl to his lips and drank it all. This wine was really strong. He believed that if this wine were sold, it would be very popular among the grassland people. Meng Qianqian's wine was always strong. It burned in the throat, and that feeling was really intoxicating. Many people drank too much, one sip after another. Gu Xianji also got drunk. He stood up and left the tent, leaving others to continue eating and drinking. Patrol members saw Gu Xianji and saluted him. Gu Xianji nodded slightly and walked toward his own tent. The tent was warm, with a kettle on the stove boiling water. Gu Xuanji didn't want to move. He picked up the voice recorder and listened to the message Meng Qianqian sent last time. It felt like a beautiful girl appeared before his eyes. When he tried to see her clearly, she suddenly disappeared. Gu Xuanji supported his forehead with one hand and couldn't help but smile softly. His slender fingers brushed the recording button, hesitating before finally pressing it. Meng Qianqian, I am very happy. I haven't felt this way in a long time. Since my mother passed away, my father's suspicion of me has become more obvious. I just don't want to be known as a traitor to my father, so I've been patient. I know he fears me, fears my uncle. He even has murderous thoughts against my uncle. If it weren't for me, maybe he would have spared my uncle. My uncle is a war hero, the protector of Daqing. For the future of Daqing and its people, I am willing to die. But he killed my uncle and cousins. The Xia family ancestors fought alongside the great-grandfather, and with the Xia army, the Xiongnu dared not attack. Yet he murdered them. The last words carried deep hatred. Meng Qianqian listened and felt heartbroken. Her eyes involuntarily welled up with tears. I faked my death to change my identity and keep living. Not becoming the crown prince doesn't matter. As long as Daqing is peaceful and the dynasty continues, what is my life worth? Gu Xuanji looked up at the blinding electric light, and a tear rolled down his cheek. His voice was so soft, yet filled with pain. But now, the world is about to fall into chaos. Do the common people still have a way out? On his escape, locusts swarmed, and the farms yielded nothing. The people looked like withered trees, their eyes shining at the young children. Inside the court, it was all pleasure and indulgence. They buried endless food and wine underground, discarded a drop of water from silk, and the officials and nobles drank and reveled every night, caring little for the lives of the common people. Their granaries were full. Just opening one could save an entire county. Yet no one stepped forward. What has happened to this world? Gu Xuanji chuckled foolishly, a mix of anger and deep regret. He gritted his teeth and said slowly, "For the sake of the common people, I, Gu Xuanji, will be that traitor who kills his father, and I don't care if I am cursed for 1,000 years." The voice in the recorder suddenly stopped. Meng Qianqian blinked hard and used tissue to wipe away tears at the corner of her eye. She then took out a voice recorder again. She truly felt sorry for Gu Xuanji. He had it much harder than she did. Her mother was only pretending to be dead and was secretly protecting her. Meng Yichang was shameless. While her mother was no longer in this world, he took advantage of the opportunity. He stole what originally belonged to her. These were all plans that Meng Yichang had long prepared. She could stay in the pasture and return to her mother's protection only because her mother was still alive. But Gu Xuanji had nothing. Every day was like walking on thin ice. He sacrificed his noble status for the sake of the common people. He chose to fake his death, but his father did not keep his promise and still killed the person Gu Xuanji cared about most. Gu Xuanji was about the age of a second-year college student in modern times. That kind of scumbag father. He's truly despicable. Meng Qianqian saw from historical records that Gu Xuanji's father was a truly unkind man. She just wanted to happily get rid of him. She thought about ending his life quickly. If she could eliminate that terrible father, Gu Xuanji could become emperor. If anyone dared to oppose him, she would just send a big cannon and them up. Unfortunately, she could only think this in her heart and complain to those around her. She couldn't say it to Gu Xuanji. That was a matter between father and son. As outsiders, they should not interfere. Meng Qianqian pressed the record button. It's not too late now. We should work hard to develop agriculture. We have an ancestor who started from nothing, and he has a very impressive strategy. You can learn from it. It's called slowly claim the throne, accumulate grain, build walls. He went from being a beggar to a wise ruler, step by step. Gu Xuanji, you must be even more capable than him, because you have me. That wise ancestor didn't have high-yield seeds or advanced weapons. Gu Xuanji, you are very capable. You didn't foolishly die, but chose to fake your death to escape. That means you are on a difficult but promising path. You will be remembered as one of the greatest emperors in history. The light inside the tent was only half bright. It was softer and less glaring. A tall man leaned against the Kong bed. His narrow phoenix eyes suddenly opened, and he held a voice recorder in his hand. Gu Xuanji was sure. He was very familiar with the voice recorder he had used before. Although this recorder looked exactly the same as the previous one, Gu Xuanji immediately sensed that it was not the same device. His eyes flickered slightly, and his slender fingers gently stroked the body of the recorder. After a long moment, he pressed the play button. Because you still have me. Do you still have me? Do you have me? Gu Xuanji listened to the recording several times before noticing the most important strategic message. Delay becoming king? Accumulate supplies? Build walls high. A flash of wisdom appeared in Gu Xuanji's eyes. His beautiful fingers lightly tapped his brow, and a half-smile played on his lips. He looked lazy and elegant, like a nobleman, not a fallen prince. Meng Qianqian often visited the weapons laboratory, whether for work or leisure. The weapons from the ancient group were still traditional. There were no modern weapons. Meng Qianqian believed in respecting the natural development of history. Firearms had not yet appeared, so she thought ancient people should discover things gradually. Her main goal was to improve their living conditions by providing advanced building techniques. If the foundation was weak, anyone could invade. No matter how talented Gu Xuanji was, it wouldn't be enough. Going out for a battle and coming back to find the house stolen was truly terrifying. Professor, I remember in ancient times there was a super powerful siege crossbow that could shoot over 3,000 meters and was very powerful. Can we make something like that? She thought this device would suit Gu Xuanji very well. The professor coughed and said, that technology has been lost. So far, no one has been able to recreate such a siege crossbow. Meng Qianqian was not willing to give up. What about something similar? Power doesn't have to be exactly the same, as long as it can attack a city. Also, the defenses of Wubao need to be upgraded. We need many of these crossbows, more flexible and powerful enough, and most importantly, capable of defending the city. Gu Xuanji had too few people under his command. Prisoners couldn't be taken to the battlefield, and slaves brought back needed training. Training couldn't be done overnight. He wanted elite soldiers, 2,000 cavalrymen who could ride freely across the plains. But if the enemy discovered his hideout and someone stole his home while he was outside, that would be a big problem. Therefore, the defenses of Wubao must be absolutely top-notch. Even if an army of 200,000 surrounds the city, people cannot be allowed to break in easily. The professor paused and said, "Give us some time. We will focus on improving this area. If hundreds of thousands of soldiers attack, how can the people inside defend for a month? Even with many crossbows, it won't be enough. We need other ways at critical moments," Meng Qianqian suggested. Gasoline rockets. If someone comes close, pour gasoline on them, the professor said, worried that his idea was too cruel and that the young girl might not be able to handle it. He immediately stopped talking. But Meng Qianqian's eyes lit up. Yes. This should be the last line of defense. Hidden on the city walls, if enemies come up and get hit, the fire can spread quickly. But the walls of Wubao City shouldn't catch fire easily. The professor was silent. He realized she had chosen the wrong person. He is a weapons expert. But the girl looked at him with admiration. The weapons expert hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, "I'll find someone to discuss how to design something that won't damage the walls but can hurt the enemies. It's best if the surface of Wubao's walls is smooth so enemies can't climb up easily. Wubao is our last home and should be a peaceful place. The people living inside must be safe, happy, and deeply admire Gu Xuanji." Meng Qianqian left feeling satisfied. She returned to the farm to see Fu Guang. Song Qiaoyi seemed missing. Her phone was unreachable, and she didn't reply to messages. Gu Xuanji was drunk yesterday and still hadn't woken up. He hadn't responded to her messages. Meng Qianqian checked the surveillance cameras every few minutes, feeling like a girl worried about her long-distance boyfriend. When the boyfriend doesn't contact her, she feels distracted and can't focus on anything. A modern person and an ancient person wouldn't have a good ending. Online dating without meeting face-to-face makes it hard to know if the other person has multiple spouses. In Daqing, people start betrothals at 12 or 13 and marry by 14 or 15. Gu Xuanji is a crown prince, so he must have a fiancé, and there are probably many concubines. It's said that before a prince gets married, he might have a palace made for testing, an engagement made. Meng Qianqian paused, decisively cleared her mind of messy thoughts, went back to her room, and directly opened her computer. She printed a modern map of Gu Xuanji's area. She hoped not to scare him. She absolutely would not admit that she was secretly getting revenge on Gu Xianji. Gu Xianji opened his eyes. His cold eyes were deep. He reached out and took the paper from the desk, then unfolded it with curiosity. This was something sent to him while he was sleeping. It appeared out of nowhere on the table, and he didn't notice at all. Gu Xianji looked at the paper, wanting to see what Meng Qianqian had sent this time. He saw a map with different shades of color, and he was instantly shocked, his eyes wide open. It was so detailed. Gu Xianji became more curious about Meng Qianqian's time period. What kind of country could have such a detailed map? Remember, the map Meng Qianqian gave him wasn't downloaded from the internet. It was bought from a store, and the terrain was drawn very carefully. After enlarging it and printing it out, Meng Qianqian wanted to help Gu Xianji, not just shock him. Gu Xianji studied the map carefully, taking notes on everything he saw. If this map was shown to others, it would definitely surprise everyone. He spent the whole morning studying the map. "Cousin, something has happened." Xiaqing, he hurried inside, breathing heavily. "What's wrong?" Gu Xianji asked with a frown. "3 prisoners have died." "Died?" Gu Xianji looked down, still studying the map, his tone calm.
"Why?"
Seeing Gu Xianji so calm, Xiaqing, he felt a bit surprised. It was a female who did it. Now Gu Xianji finally looked up. She killed 3 people? Gu Xianji put away the map and stood up to leave. Xiaqing, he followed and said, "That female was afraid to act before."
"She didn't dare."
She was worried someone would find out. Last night, one of the prisoners said something, and the female lead used a stone to kill him. One of the prisoners' heads was covered in blood, and his face was sunken in, so you couldn't tell what he looked like anymore. The scene was very bloody and frightening. People who had been on the battlefield couldn't help but feel sick when they saw it. He didn't tell his grandmother or his mother about this. If they saw it, they might have nightmares. Outside the tent, many people had gathered. Almost all the slaves had come out. They also kept the prisoners back, letting them see how badly the 3 prisoners had been hurt. The girl who committed the murder was very beautiful. Even though she lived on the grassland, her skin was as white and smooth as fine porcelain. She wore a loose robe, but it couldn't hide her striking figure. She was very slim, yet the curves where she should have them were still prominent. She knelt there, staring blankly, her hair messy. When the wind blew, her small face was revealed. Many people saw her face and gasped in surprise. Everyone kept their distance from her, unwilling to get close. In front of her lay 3 bodies. The men were not very tall but very strong. They were covered in blood, their faces smashed and sunken in. The girl was holding a stone in her arms. She looked at the others cautiously. When Gu Xianji approached, she looked at him numbly, seeming unafraid of death. Do you have anything to say? Gu Xianji asked quietly, looking at her seriously. Although she was a girl from a humble background, she could speak the local dialect. When she heard Gu Xianji ask her this, she thought she was doomed. She shook her head hopelessly. Her revenge was done. What was there to fear in death? She believed she should have died long ago. Xie Xian, wearing snow boots, hurried over, her face tense when she saw the dead bodies on the ground. Xie Qinghe stepped forward immediately to block her. What are you coming to see? Be careful not to scare yourself. I'm not afraid, Xie Xian said, reaching out to push Xie Qinghe aside. She was going to the battlefield someday. She couldn't even handle seeing a dead body. How could she go to war? This time, the prince had brought back over 1,000 female slaves. Their lives were very hard. As women, they had already endured terrible nightmares in the past. Now, after this incident, if Xie Xian didn't do something, these women's lives might become even worse. She quietly looked at the female, but said nothing. Xie Qinghe was anxious and wanted to stomp his foot, but he could only glance at Xie Shui from time to time, hoping she would leave soon. Why did you kill them? Gu Xianji asked again. The female finally responded, her voice hoarse. They deserve to die. Then why didn't you speak that day? Gu Xianji asked calmly, but with a serious tone. Managing a large tribe required rules. He wouldn't allow anyone to break the rules. Otherwise, having many people wasn't necessarily a good thing. The female's head forcefully hit the ground, and her thin body trembled violently. She sobbed silently, not saying a word, but everyone could feel her despair and pain. She quickly calmed her emotions and hoarsely said, I didn't know who they were before. As soon as she spoke, she continued to reveal more. The female looked at the corpses with hatred in her eyes, filled with intense resentment. Every time, I am dragged away. When I wake up, I am lying on the ground completely. I don't know who did this, and I dare not ask. I am always very careful, but I still get caught. No matter how many times, they never let me go. She looked down at her flat stomach. There used to be a few children here, but I couldn't save any of them. I thought that coming out with the prince would escape that nightmare environment. But those people didn't leave me alone. When she said this, she angrily looked at the captives. I don't know who else is involved, but I know there are more than just these 3. Before, I couldn't recognize anyone because I had never seen them before. Her eyes looked wild and terrifying, and many captives dared not meet her gaze. Xie Xian clenched her fists in anger. She stepped forward twice, kneeling beside the female. Master, this woman has made a mistake and should be punished. Considering her hardship, please forgive her. Second sister, Xie Qinghe didn't expect Xie Xian to dare to step forward. He hurriedly tried to pull her back. Xie Xian knelt on the ground and did not get up. Gu Xianji's gaze was very intimidating. Everyone finally realized that this young, handsome ruler was capable of controlling their lives and deaths. He was the high and mighty Chanyu. He was their king. Death penalty is exempt, but 20 military lashes. Xie Xian immediately breathed a sigh of relief and quickly kowtowed to thank him. Your humble servant Xie Xian begs for your mercy. She also pulled the confused female master to thank him. Gu Xianji looked at Xie Xian. You will carry out the punishment. Xie Xian was stunned, her eyes suddenly filled with tears. In front of so many people, she forced back her tears, stood up, and said, Bring the military sticks. This person was personally appointed by the master, the sister of Xie Sanlang, and the younger sister of Jia Lu. Who would dare to disrespect her? When she spoke, someone immediately brought over a long bench. 2 women who followed Xie Xian pressed the female servant onto the bench and made her lie down. Xie Xian raised a wooden stick and struck hard, shouting loudly, 1, 2, 3. After 20 hits with the stick, the female servant's face turned pale, but she showed no other signs of pain. Xie Xian loudly ordered, Bring her to me. The 2 women dragged the female servant and followed Xie Xian back to her tent. The female servant lay on the heated bed, and the warm fire made her momentarily stunned. She didn't understand why Xie Xian had brought her back. "Look at her injuries," one woman said as she examined her wounds. Seeing the injury, Xie Xian frowned and said, "Wash her up. I will go find medicine." Although she didn't use much force, she couldn't completely hold back. She knew she had to make her suffer a little. The female servant had been poorly fed, poorly rested, and her health was bad. If she was hurt again, she might not survive. Xie Xian went to her grandmother to get medicine, hoping to save the servant's life. When old lady Xie saw her come in, she said sternly, "What are you standing there for? Come in." Xie Xian entered, not daring to look at her mother. Madame Zheng looked gentle, but was actually full of anger. She only pretended to be kind in front of her mother-in-law and couldn't scold her daughter openly. "Did you come for that female servant?" Old lady Xie was not surprised at all. Her granddaughter had liked to play with swords and sticks since she was young, and had no interest in learning about women. Thinking about her own future, Xie Xian knew it would be difficult, but she would not be trapped at this step. She looked up confidently and said to old lady Xie, "Grandmother, her injuries are serious. I want to ask you for some anti-inflammatory medicine to save her life. Is it worth it?" Madame Zheng asked unhappily. She was a noble daughter from a wealthy family and never looked at slaves as equals. Servants were just servants, and slaves were even lower than cattle or horses. She never paid much attention to these people. This was the arrogance of her noble family. Even after many experiences, she remained proud and aloof. Xie Xian was different. She believed that slaves were also human and could fight on the battlefield. The noble family looked down on her, and no one would follow her to fight. Even her mother would probably never agree. But those slaves are different. They want to live and change. To do that, they must become strong themselves. Xie Xian can only find soldiers who share her thoughts among these people. "Of course it's worth it," Xie Xian said firmly, and then looked at Madame Xie. "Grandmother, I want to save her. I want her to live. She also wants to take her to the battlefield. She is trying to save that female. If she stays in the tribe, the female will die." Madame Xie could see her granddaughter's choice clearly. If you want to save her, then do it. If you think it's worth it, just go ahead. The Xie family's men have fought in wars all their lives, risking their lives for their country. Now, there is a woman from the Xie family going to the front lines, fighting enemies, fulfilling her father's wish, and not letting down the family's honor. Madame Xie cares deeply for her granddaughter. They are already separated, and they are not in the capital. Whatever her granddaughter wants to do, let her do it. Even the crown prince doesn't mind these things. He allows women to read and learn. Why should she be the bad person? Grandmother Xie Xian returns with medicine. She hands the medicine to the woman caring for the female. "Ayen, take good care of her. If she has a fever, give her this medicine. If she can endure it, then take good care of her. If she cannot, then it's just fate." Xie Xian turns and leaves the tent, looks up at the blinding sunlight, hesitates for a moment, then resolutely walks toward the tent. "Master, second lady Xie requests to see you. Let her in." Jiawu goes out. Soon after, Xie Xian enters the tent. Gu Xianji is sitting at the desk, looking at the map. He lifts his head after a while and asks, "Second lady, what brings you here?" Xie Xian kneels on the ground. "Master, I want to form a female army." "Form a female army?" Meng Qianqian, hearing Gu Xianji's words in the recording pen, is surprised. She thinks in that era, women could be so brave. In ancient times, many women were famous for their talent or their strength. The daughter of the founding emperor also had an all-female army, which was very powerful. Unfortunately, that victorious princess was not made a princess of the state. But she was the only woman in history to be buried with military honors. She can be considered to have lived happily and died sadly. The second young lady of the Xie family is very brave. No one knows what achievements she might make in this chaotic world. Meng Qianqian became very interested in the woman she had never met before. She happily wrote on a piece of paper, "Please ask second brother Gu to help pass along my thanks to second lady Xie. I will prepare her armor and equipment." Let her train hard so she can create the first female army in history and become the first female general recorded in history. Gu Xuanji saw the note and felt a bit jealous. He waited a long time but did not receive a second letter. He said so much, but Meng Qianqian's attention was all on Second Lady Xia. Gu Xuanji's mood was a bit low. When he went out, he happened to meet Xia Xian and completely ignored her. Xia Xian was about to bow, but Gu Xuanji had already walked past her. She stood there in her bowing position, stunned for a long time. What is wrong with the Lord? Why is he ignoring her? Did he not see her? Meng Qianqian didn't realize that her small note had caused an invisible problem. Just as she closed the warehouse door, she received a call from Meng Yanzi. Hello, little brother-in-law. The fortress plan is ready. Do you want to come take a look? Meng Yanzi rarely spoke unnecessarily. Hearing this, Meng Qianqian immediately said happily, I'm on my way, just a moment. 10 minutes later, Meng Qianqian sat in the meeting room, looking at the fortress plan with a lot of questions. Is this the fortress? Is this what the fortress looks like? The design she saw was completely different. How did it change so much in such a short time? The large fortress surrounds a smaller fortress, with another circle of fortresses outside, and a city wall on the outermost layer? This is not just a fortress. It's a city. A city with very strong defenses. If the city wall is broken, there is a circle of fortresses. If the outer fortresses are broken, there is another layer of fortresses and finally, a last layer. Only by breaking through all these can the fortress be truly taken. It's an improved version. The expert pushed up his glasses and explained in a deep voice. Currently, their personnel are very complex. More people will join in the future. To protect the core stability, the people living in the innermost fortress are definitely the most trustworthy. Next are those in the second circle of fortresses, and finally others. Everyone has to earn trust step by step before they can enter the core area. After all, Gu Xianji can trust very few people. Let's design a separate place for the prisoners to live, Meng Qianqian suggested. Prisoners cannot stay in the core area or in the fortress to prevent problems. So, a special place must be built for them, similar to a jail. Build a few more. After Meng Qianqian finished speaking, the expert looked up at her. She smiled sweetly, no longer showing her previous stern expression. In ancient times, people were very rare. Killing all the prisoners would be a big loss. Having prisoners can be useful for many things. So, we should build a few larger prison-like places. Meng Qianqian looked innocent and a bit worried, frowning slightly. She said with some frustration, it would be best if the prisoners could feel the difference in status. To live a better life, they just need to be loyal. The assistant following the expert recorded all of Meng Qianqian's requests. Meng Qianqian's mind kept thinking, hurry up. Spring is coming soon. Send the plans over first. Let them find suitable locations. When the land thaws, we can start construction directly. She also remembered that Gu Xianji was leaving the tribe to earn money. This important matter was naturally on her mind. The weapons expert saw Meng Qianqian off and calmly dialed another construction expert's number. He clearly conveyed Meng Qianqian's instructions and added, this so-called fortress should be built like a city. The plan to build a fortress within a fortress remains. The construction expert on the other end of the line. Please hurry. They are urging us, the construction expert. Meng Qianqian didn't go straight back. She turned around halfway and came back. The weapons expert watched Meng Qianqian quietly. She smiled at him and said softly, Professor, I think it's better to tell you about this matter directly. The weapons expert remained calm and composed, showing no signs of panic. What's the matter? You can tell me. You know about the water well, right? Meng Qianqian asked about something else. The weapons expert might not know, but since he came from a rural background and had served in the army, he naturally knew what a water well was. Before Meng Qianqian could continue asking, he took the initiative to say, You want to ask if ancient people could dig this kind of water well? Meng Qianqian nodded with a smile. Yes, that's exactly what I mean. There are machines that don't need electricity. Diesel hydraulic well drilling machines can do the job. As a young weapons expert, he loved various machines and always paid close attention to them, so he had some understanding of these things. If Meng Qianqian asked others, they might not know. I understand now, thank you. When Meng Qianqian returned home, she sat on the sofa, took out her ID card, and searched for diesel hydraulic well drilling machine. Surprisingly, she found it quickly. There really is one. Meng Qianqian saw that everything in the shop was the most advanced. Even for diesel hydraulic well drilling machines, regardless of horsepower or size, products from the base shop were definitely top quality. She thought for a moment and placed an order. One machine was enough. When it came to well drilling machines, Meng Qianqian suddenly realized an important question. What kind of water did Gu Xuanji and the others drink? She thought of this and asked. Gu Xuanji saw the letter Meng Qianqian wrote and also picked up a pen to reply. There's a lot of snow. We boil snow water to drink. When Meng Qianqian saw this line, she was stunned into silence. She remembered Gu Xuanji had said before that she thought he was just being romantic. After all, ancient people liked boiling snow water for tea, thinking it was very elegant. She never expected that all the water in their lives was actually snow water. The river water was frozen. Even if it wasn't frozen, it couldn't be drunk directly. Meng Qianqian blamed herself for being careless. She subconsciously overlooked this very important issue. I'll bring you some water. It's better not to use snow water for drinking. Water that goes into the stomach is very important. If the water quality is bad, everyone could get sick. The blueprint for the fortress has been completed. I feel it's still not safe enough. So I've made some defensive upgrades, and the renderings will be ready in a few days. You should plan all the layouts in advance and learn how to use modern technology to build strong houses. You also need to train trusted people in advance on how to build the city walls. The walls must be built first. Once the walls are up, you can safely leave, and the tribe can gradually build the fortress inside. The city wall is at least 10 meters high, and it can reach 14 meters or even higher. This is a big project, but spring is coming, so we must hurry. After you plan everything, choose a good spot to dig a well. It's best if every household has a well because it's very convenient. Water wells are very useful. Even children can operate them, and there's no worry about anyone falling in. Do you know that your current place is like a treasure trove? While Jiangnan is known for its fish and rice, your area is also a huge grain storage. In later times, your region produces 78 million tons of grain each year, the top in all of China. With such a rich land, you don't need to rush into attacking the Central Plains. Just control this black land and become its ruler. Then slowly move inward. You're not rebelling. You're just saving ordinary people who are ignored by the emperor and the noble families. Gu Xuanji carefully looked at the letter, imagining a tall city wall in his mind. He understood that opportunities must be seized. If that's the case, could he build a big city on the grasslands? If there is a capital in the Central Plains, why not have one on the grasslands too? Seeing this, he felt excited and full of passion. He asked Meng Qianqian how many pounds of grain are in one stone. 78 million tons of grain. How many stones is that? Using the units from elementary school textbooks, Gu Xuanji silently calculated the number in his mind and was stunned into silence. He knew that with current manpower and resources, reaching that standard was impossible. Even if only a third of that amount was achieved, it would still be a huge amount of grain. He was guarding a gold mountain. There was no need to rush. As the goddess said, it's better to develop steadily. He wanted to turn this cold land into the world's largest grain warehouse. Meng Qianqian specially found experts to record detailed instructional videos from all angles. Firing bricks is also a skill. You lack some key materials, but I can provide them. It's best if you set up a research team to study how to use other materials for brickmaking. True technology can only be kept safe if it's in your own hands. Brick firing can be done anytime, spring, summer, autumn, or winter. Meng Qianqian felt very excited as she watched one teaching video after another she had sent out. Have the people of the planting family awakened their bloodline? Why does she get so excited and can't sleep whenever she mentions infrastructure? This gasoline hydraulic drilling machine needs to be learned in advance before use. I checked, and it's relatively simple. Besides the videos, there are also instruction manuals. Gu Xuanji received the message and also got the teaching videos. Seeing the endless videos, Gu Xuanji only felt that he was short of people, desperately short of people. Master, let's go find some people. If they knew you're still alive, they would definitely come to join you. Jia Wu knelt on one knee. I'm willing to make the trip. Just as Gu Xuanji was about to speak, Xie Qinghe's excited voice came from outside. Cousin, Uncle Jiu is back. Gu Xuanji's eyes lit up with surprise. We can discuss this later. He stood up quickly and hurried out of the tent. Xie Mingxuan's first attempt to scout out didn't yield anything, and he had been planning to go out again. After they settled here, Xie Mingxuan asked to go on a mission to other tribes. Gu Xuanji agreed. Xie Mingxuan's departure lasted a long time. Gu Xuanji knew where he had gone and worried about his safety. He even sent Jia Qi to look for him, but couldn't find any trace of Xie Mingxuan. Unexpectedly, just when everyone thought Xie Mingxuan had met with an accident, he returned. Xie Mingxuan was wearing clothes from another tribe on the plains outside, with a cotton coat underneath and snow boots on his feet. He looked very tired but still very spirited. Seeing Gu Xuanji, he knelt on one knee. Minister Xie Mingxuan greets the Lord. Please get up quickly. Gu Xuanji helped him up and carefully examined Xie Mingxuan. Although Xie Mingxuan was still thin, he was no longer as emaciated as when he was exiled. Come into the tent to warm up. Someone bring tea. Gu Xuanji strode back into the main tent. After entering, Xie Mingxuan felt the warmth inside and saw the stove, his eyes shining. He laughed and asked, Is this thing a gift from the goddess? Uncle Joe, you've never seen it before, right? This is called a stove. It can boil water and cook food. The fire it burns isn't wasted and can also warm the bed. Xie Qinghe led Xie Mingxuan inside. Gu Xuanji also smiled and said, Uncle Joe, please sit down. Xie Mingxuan finally sat on the heated brick bed. As he felt the warmth beneath him, his thoughts froze for a moment. He couldn't think at all. How amazing this was! This heating method was somewhat like the one they used in the capital, but this one seemed much more convenient. Xie Mingxuan's heart stirred slightly. My lord, could this method be shared with other tribes? Of course, Gu Xianji replied, but it requires some preparation. Gu Xianji took a drawing from the drawer and the bookshelf. It showed every step of building the heated bed, along with many useful tips. Even if two people built it the same way, one might make it heat well, while the others might not. Some heated up slowly and cooled down quickly. Xie Mingxuan looked at the white paper. After a moment's hesitation, he reached out his rough hand. He couldn't read, but he could understand the drawings. After studying them, he realized that building such a bed looked simple, but actually required a lot of early preparation. When mixing the clay, it was best to add straw.
But they didn't have any of that now.
This winter, the other tribes wouldn't be able to use heated beds, but by next winter, they should be ready. He put down the paper, trying to calm his excitement, and began to describe his journey in a steady voice. This time I traveled north and passed through 3 small tribes. One had only about 500 people living in hardship. The second was larger, with just over 1,000 people, less than 2,000 even counting the servants. The last one was deep in the mountains, more like a small village. They live there all year and have no plans to leave. I traded the salt you gave me for many things. Xie Mingxuan said with some regret, It's a pity it's winter now. Many herbs have already been processed. If it were summer, I could have brought back live plants. You once reminded me to bring back seeds. They don't usually keep them, but they promised that if I can't return in spring, they'll save the seeds for me. He had brought back many items. After looking through them, Gu Xianji immediately thought of sending some to Meng Qianqian. He smiled kindly at Xie Mingxuan. Uncle Jiu, you've worked this journey. Go rest for now. Tonight, we'll hold a dinner to welcome you back. Xie Mingxuan stood and bowed respectfully. I take my leave. Cousin, I'm going to find Uncle Jiu, Xie Qinghe said as she ran out. Gu Xuanji took out a map and explained to Xie Mingxuan, pointing out the relevant locations. The grassland was vast, with many tribes. There were countless small and large tribes. Most of them were herders. Very few people lived in the forests. Gu Xuanji marked some spots on the map, indicating there were many similar tribes nearby. These people would all become the citizens of the grassland god capital. He wrote a letter carefully explaining the origin of the items Xie Mingxuan brought and their current names. He also sent the letter and the items to Meng Qianqian. Meng Qianqian came back from training, covered in sweat. She was wearing a bathrobe. Seeing the man ready to leave, she pursed her lips, hiding her worry behind a calm expression, and asked casually, "Little uncle, are you leaving again?" Time really flies as if stolen away. She felt like her little uncle had just come back yesterday. Every time Meng Yanzi left before, there was no feeling of parting. They tried to communicate with their family as little as possible. They thought that if they died in the end-of-world scenario, their family would not be too sad if they didn't know right away. But their family members were very reserved emotionally and cared deeply for each other. Time made them used to it, but the days apart didn't lessen their longing and concern for loved ones. It was a bit like closing their eyes to the truth. Now, he was forced to take on a task and spend every day with his niece. Just after the second time leaving, he already felt very sad. Although they both hid their feelings well. "Yes, it's time for a business trip again," Meng Yanzi said with a smile, handing her a card. "What is this?" Meng Qianqian took it and asked suspiciously. "Isn't this a black card?" Meng Qianqian wanted to return the card. "I don't need this. I don't go out much, so I don't spend money. I applied for it from above. You can go out once a month, anywhere you want. I suggest you come back the same day. If you want to go somewhere far, tell me in advance." Meng Yanzi was like that, sharp-tongued, sometimes very proud, quite spoiled, and good at doing good deeds without others knowing. He said it now just to distract her. So annoying. Meng Qianqian deliberately teased him, holding the card and saying, "Haha, I want to go to City A just to annoy Meng Wei. Then you might really succeed." Meng Qianqian felt that something she didn't know was happening. "I'm leaving now." At a critical moment, Meng Yanzi's figure disappeared. Meng Qianqian watched helplessly as he left her world for another. The shock still left Meng Qianqian speechless. Just then, her phone rang, breaking her train of thought. She instinctively picked up her phone and saw the leather goods and many messy items in the warehouse. She quickly sent a message to customer service. "I think you need someone to come and estimate how many merit points these items are worth. Also, I will take leave tomorrow and fly to City A." 2 hours later, Meng Qianqian arrived at City A International Airport, got into a car prepared for her, and headed to Furong Manor. It takes more than 2 hours from the airport to Furong Manor. After getting in the car, Meng Qianqian closed her eyes to rest. The banquet was over, and she was about to fly back. The travel time would be 5 or 6 hours. Meng Qianqian didn't know what might happen during this time. She could only try to hurry back. The host of the banquet was the elderly lady of the Hu family, celebrating her 88th birthday. Business elites would definitely attend. Meng Qianqian wanted to retrieve her engagement token, and this banquet was the best opportunity. Furong Manor was brightly lit. Outside, over 100 luxury cars were parked, with the cheapest costing no less than 5 million. Meng Qianqian had never realized before how many wealthy people there were in City A. She got out of the car, and the security guard at the door reached out to stop her.
"Sorry, miss.
"Please show your invitation." Meng Qianqian raised an eyebrow. The second eldest of the Hu family moved up a bit, and the Hu family seemed to have changed their status. The security guard at the door looked cultured, but his arrogance revealed the Hu family's lack of true power. Meng Qianqian hesitated, then a hand wearing a white glove respectfully handed her an invitation. The guard, who looked down on others, immediately changed his expression but still took the invitation, opened it, checked it several times, and only then allowed Meng Qianqian inside. Meng Qianqian's eyes flashed with coldness. She didn't need to guess who was behind these small actions. They came so suddenly that they forgot to ask what happened to the Meng family, which made Meng Yi so cautious. Even if something really happened to the Meng family, Meng Yiwei should be the one worried. To outsiders, she and the Meng family are one. Don't they know? Doesn't the Hu family know her situation? Sure enough, she just isn't very smart. Meng Qianqian wears black pants and black ankle boots. Her fitted white top shows off her slim waist. Over it, she has a short beige leather jacket. Her long hair is loose and looks relaxed and lazy. She doesn't seem like she's at a fancy party, which explains why people are bothering her. She holds a brown woven basket, about 20 centimeters long, 13 centimeters wide, and 18 centimeters high. From afar, it looks like she's carrying a fashionable bag. Meng Qianqian walks along a small stone path, enjoying the scenery. Even though it's over 1,000 kilometers away, the weather here isn't as cold as at the base. The scenery on both sides of the path is beautiful, lit up with various lights, and you can see many symbols of longevity. Many people are at the banquet hall. The men are in suits, and the women are in elegant dresses, all carefully dressed up. Everyone wears a fake smile and chats cheerfully with those around them. As soon as Meng Qianqian enters the hall, everything suddenly goes quiet. Everyone looks at her with dislike. Meng Qianqian doesn't care about these looks. She's here to get back what's hers, not to make friends. She doesn't care how others see her. They are destined not to have any real connection. She walks through the crowd toward the back. Behind the Furong Manor, there's a row of small houses, decorated like royal villas. That's where Grandma Hui usually lives. As Meng Qianqian approaches, someone stops her. "Hey, Yue, come here." "Who's this?" Meng Yue sees Meng Qianqian and looks uneasy. Maybe it's her imagination, but she feels her face turn a little pale at that moment. She bites her lip and softly asks, "Sister, why are you here?" Meng Qianqian raises an eyebrow and smiles coldly and distantly. "Miss Meng, calling me that isn't very appropriate. You can call me by my name or refer to me as Comrade Meng Qianqian." "Comrade Meng Qianqian? Oh wow, that's so old-fashioned." Meng Wei's eyes widened in surprise before she could speak. Her best friend Gong Ju was already laughing loudly. Gong Ju was Meng Wei's loyal follower. Wherever Meng Wei went, Gong Ju would appear. Meng Wei never needed to speak. Gong Ju would always stand up for her. Who still talks about being a comrade these days? Don't you think so? Gong Ju turned to ask her friends nearby. Everyone around them laughed happily. Meng Qianqian looked at them with a colder expression. She calmly watched the young man walking from afar. He was called a young man, but he was actually quite grown up. He was 17, studying at the city's #1 high school, always top of his class, and was about to take the college entrance exam next year. He was just a year younger than Meng Wei and Meng Wei herself. "Comrade Hutingyu, may I ask where your grandmother is? Could you please take me to see her? I have something important to discuss with her." Everyone looked at Hutingyu. Hutingyu nodded slightly. "Follow me, Meng Qianqian. What do you want to do with your grandmother?" Meng Wei said, then immediately regretted it when she saw Meng Qianqian's half-smile. She took a deep breath, knowing she was too impatient. Her anxious tone might give Meng Qianqian a signal. Meng Qianqian was very clever and could easily find her weakness. Without this marriage agreement, Meng Qianqian was willing to go back to her hometown to farm. But she couldn't. She had just become the legitimate daughter of the Meng family a few days ago. She couldn't and wouldn't lose everything. Her dream was to become Mrs. Hua. Only by giving birth to a child for Hutingzhou could she truly surpass Meng Qianqian. I mean, the grandmother is old. "If you don't have anything urgent, don't disturb her rest," Meng Wei said pleadingly, without saying anything harsh, but guiding everyone to think she was deliberately disturbing her grandmother's rest. No wonder she was so delicate that Hutingzhou couldn't wait to be with her on her 18th birthday. Her way of controlling people was truly clever. It was as if she had been specially trained for this. "Is it any of your business?" Meng Qianqian's lips curled into a cold smile. She politely said to Hutingyu, "Please lead the way." "Thank you." Her tone was polite, but her attitude was truly aloof. Meng Wei saw her slender back and couldn't help but grit her teeth in anger. She hated Meng Qianqian's attitude the most. Even without wearing expensive dresses, high heels, or makeup, she still cannot hide her noble nature. Why does Meng Qianqian seem like a princess? Even though her biological mother has passed away and she should be feeling down, she remains so proud. Hutingyu led Meng Qianqian to the back. Grandma, who was in a good mood, chatting with a wealthy lady nearby. Upon closer look, Meng Qianqian realized that this lady was Wen Ruxue, who is Meng's only mother. Grandma, Qianqian is here to see you, Hua Tingyu said as he approached. Everyone in the living room looked at Meng Qianqian. Wen Ruxue slightly frowned but quickly smiled warmly and said, Qianqian, long time no see. Where have you been to relax lately? Are you feeling better? It's understandable that you're upset after your mother just passed away. She then smiled at Grandma Hua. I knew this girl is very emotional. Once she hears the news, she will come to see you. Look, she's here now. It must be said, Wen Ruxue is truly Meng's biological mother and understands how to be insincere better than Meng herself. Big sister, what gift did you buy for Grandma? Meng Wei came from behind, affectionately walking to Meng Qianqian's side, her gaze passing over Meng Qianqian's hand. Grandma Hua also saw the small basket Meng Wei was holding. It looked like a fashionable bag, without any logo, just a basket that a servant wouldn't even take to the market. Grandma Hua's expression slightly darkened. Qianqian, your mother has passed away, and we are all very sad. You, too, are being difficult, arguing with your father. You even caused your father to be hospitalized from anger. Only then did you behave. Listening to Grandma Hua, Meng Qianqian looked down at the woven basket in her hands, smiling with a hint of amusement. It was truly interesting. In the past, Grandma Hua would always affectionately hold her hand and say, Qianqian, you are really becoming more beautiful. Tingzhou, you must not bully Qianqian in the future, understand? Qianqian is here? She must stay for dinner today. Grandma specially asked the kitchen to make your favorite braised prawns. Crayfish are considered inappropriate for the Hua family. But every time she visited the Hua family, Grandma Hua would insist on making a dish of braised prawns. Grandma Hua also asked for Tingzhou to wear gloves when peeling the crayfish for her. Tingzhou, you're older, and Qianqian is still a young girl. You need to treat her well. Before you two have children, consider her like a daughter. Grandma Hua joked with a smile. Meng Qianqian doesn't have much feelings for Hua Tingzhou. But she doesn't dislike him either. She knows they will get married in the future, and is willing to get to know him better. A strong feeling of anger flashed in Meng Qianqian's eyes. It's really hard for Grandma Hua to pretend for so many years. When her mother died, all the monsters and ghosts were exposed. Grandma Hua, since you're an elder, I won't mind your rudeness, Meng Qianqian said without giving anyone else any face. Everyone was shocked to see Meng Qianqian. Meng Wei seemed to not recognize her anymore, staring at her in surprise. Did Meng Qianqian take the wrong medicine? How dare she speak to Grandma Hua like that? Does she know that as long as Grandma Hua nods, no one can refuse her orders? When Ruxue's lips curled slightly, but her face looked sad. That small smile really helped hide her true feelings. No one could see her real face. Hua Tingyu turned his head, also surprised to see Meng Qianqian, with a hint of admiration in his eyes. Grandma Hua's expression on her face gradually cracked, showing disbelief. She couldn't believe Meng Qianqian was speaking to her like that. What did you say? It's really rare. After so many years, this is the first time someone has made Grandma lose her composure like this. Hua Tingyu lowered his eyes, hiding the joy that shouldn't appear. Meng Qianqian, how are you talking to Grandma? Apologize to her immediately. Suddenly, a male voice with a bubbly tone came from behind. Meng Wei looked at the person and happily stepped forward, holding the man's sleeve carefully and saying, Brother Tingzhou, don't be angry. Sister is just upset because she lost her mother. I know she doesn't like me appearing in front of her. I'll go out now, and you can talk to her properly. Don't upset her. When she sees you, she won't challenge Grandma anymore. Meng Qianqian couldn't help but clench her fists. She really wanted to turn around and punch Meng Wei, knocking him out of the way. Hua Tingzhou gently held Meng Wei's hand, showing concern. If anyone's leaving, it should be her. This is your home, and there's no reason for the host to leave. Coincidentally, I am here today to remind you. Where did you get the keys? Hosting a party at our house without informing me, the owner? Meng Qianqian initially thought of resolving this matter privately with Grandma Hua, but these two annoying people are really too irritating to talk to. I can't tolerate it anymore. Fortunately, these two showed up just in time. Otherwise, I might have mistaken Grandma Hua for a kind person and given her some respect. You are the owner here. Are you joking? Everyone knows that Farong Manor was a birthday gift from Brother Tingzhou to Grandma Hua. Gongju rolled her eyes and said sarcastically. Some people talk nonsense all the time, making it a habit, huh? Grandma Hua's held 2 birthday parties here, and you never once came out to say Farong Manor belongs to you? Calmly, Meng Qianqian took out the property deed and handed it to Hua Tingzhou. This is the property deed. I just found it a few days ago. I was planning to open a restaurant here, but I was told someone was living in it. I came here today to see who it was. I didn't expect it to be you, and I didn't expect you to have been living here for so long. Her contemptuous look made Hua Tingzhou feel angry and embarrassed. He raised his hand and slapped away the property deed she handed over, shouting, "Enough, Meng Qianqian. Don't think you can attract my attention with this trick. I will only be with the one I love in this life. If you still have the nerve, just leave here happily and never appear in front of me again. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude to you." Oh wow, he really loves her. They are such a perfect match. What should I do? I envy the only one so much. I want to be her. Brother Tingzhou is really full of charm, so handsome. Some people just look like clowns. Gong Ju and a few young girls from the Hua family whispered nearby, still fangirling. The ridiculed Meng Qianqian showed no sign of displeasure at all. She clapped her hands and said sarcastically, "Hua Tingzhou, do you think you're in a short drama, showing off your bossy CEO charm? Do you think all women like you? Sorry, I have no interest in someone like you. Average looks, average figure, average temperament, but a terrible temper and a mama's boy. I'm just telling you, this is the real property deed. Farong Manor belongs to me, Meng Qianqian. Please cooperate and pay the rent for these 2 years." Everyone was stunned by Meng Qianqian's words. Before they could react, Meng Qianqian took out her phone from a weaving basket and asked, Xiaodu, can you estimate how much the rent for Farong Manor is over 3 years? While everyone looked at Meng Qianqian with surprise, her phone suddenly rang with a very cute, soft mechanical voice. The monthly rent for a villa near Farong Manor is 58,000. Based on price comparison, the daily rent is about 28,000, so for 3 years, it totals 30,060,000 yuan. Since you've eaten a few of your family's oil-braised prawns, I'll give you a small discount. Just pay the full 30,060,000 yuan. Meng Qianqian handed her phone over. Here's the account. Would you like to transfer the money or pay by check? Hua Tingzhou's face darkened terribly. Meng Qianqian. He gritted his teeth and called her name. Meng Qianqian frowned. Are you trying to avoid paying? If so, just talk to my lawyer. Her phone rang again. She looked down and saw a note on the monitor. After enlarging it, her expression slightly changed. She was too lazy to argue with her family and turned to leave. No one stopped her. Hua Tingyu loudly said, "Qianqian, wait. I'll send you out." Meng Qianqian looked back at the sunny young boy, who was much more handsome than Hua Tingzhou. Suddenly, she remembered something and handed over the small basket in her hand. "This is for you. What is this?" Hua Tingyu took it and looked inside. Meng Qianqian said, 100-year wild ginseng. I heard Aunt Yu isn't feeling well and is very weak. This is for her to help her recover. A 100-year wild ginseng? Hua Tingyu was shocked as he looked at the valuable box inside the delicate basket. He swallowed hard and quickly returned the ginseng to Meng Qianqian. "Qianqian, I can't accept this. It's too expensive." Meng Qianqian refused to take it back. "This is for use. Take it to Aunt Yu. When she gets better, this 100-year ginseng will have been worth it. Are you going back now? I can arrange a car to take you." She looked at the shocked and regretful people behind her with greed in their eyes and said meaningfully, "This thing is priceless. It's quite dangerous for a child to hold it. Hurry back and let Aunt Yu eat it first so no one shamelessly keeps trying to take it." Hua Tingyu smiled, his eyes curling into a crescent moon. The handsome, refined young man suddenly looked like an immature boy. He really wanted to say, "Sister, you're not just calling my grandma's name directly." Grandma Hua watched Meng Qianqian and Hua Tingyu walk away, worried that Meng Qianqian was really holding 100-year-old wild ginseng. She had already said so much. If she stopped Huitingyu again, it would just confirm that she was the shameless person Meng Qianqian described. Grandma Hu wanted to save face. She couldn't be the one to speak up. Huitingzhou's deep eyes showed impatience. He stepped forward and blocked Meng Qianqian's way, looking annoyed as he asked, "Have you caused enough trouble?" "That's a very funny thing to say." Meng Qianqian's gentle smile instantly disappeared, replaced by cold indifference. "Mr. Hu, do you really think I have feelings for you, aren't you?" Huitingzhou frowned and looked at Meng Qianqian with sarcasm. He didn't like women who were too beautiful. Meng Qianqian's beauty was aggressive. Even though she was young, her aura was not gentle at all. She seemed cold and aloof, proud, making people feel uncomfortable. He liked delicate women who would fight passionately over small feelings. Meng Qianqian was too rational. Even when she was young, she was not soft. Beauty was fine, but without the feeling of a little woman, she was not what he wanted to see. "Big brother, are you okay?" "Why would I have feelings for you?" Meng Qianqian joked as if she heard something funny. "Do you think this is a short drama? I'm playing the role of a jealous, vicious female supporting character. Meng Yi is your beloved little heroine. Wake up. I have no interest in being used like a worn-out cucumber." Huitingzhou didn't expect Meng Qianqian to say that. His face suddenly turned very ugly. His aura froze, fierce and intimidating. But Meng Qianqian was not afraid of him.
What am I?
"Do I say something wrong? As a young and beautiful girl with money, it shouldn't be hard for me to find a handsome man who will pamper and love me and only have eyes for me. Am I right to be confident? Besides, your nose isn't prominent enough, and your lips are very thin, which makes you look unappealing. You're also very indifferent." Meng Qianqian doesn't want to make Huitingzhou angry. If she does, she might get into trouble. "You're awake. If you're fine, don't bother me anymore." Meng Qianqian turns to Huitingyu and waves her hand. "Let's go, little brother. Your sister will take you home." Huitingyu follows her out and gives a thumbs up to Meng Qianqian. "Sister, you're amazing. You dare to talk to my cousin like that."
Did you see?
His face turned purple with anger. "I've never seen anyone talk to him like that before." "Are you afraid of him too?" Huitingyu nods. "It's not exactly fear, but I have to listen to the people in the Hu family. You'll be an adult soon. When you do, talk to Aunt Yao and move out of the house earlier." Meng Qianqian really likes Huitingyu, like a younger sister. They played together a lot when they were kids. This boy is a year younger than her. His mother isn't in good health and often stays in the hospital. They live in the same hospital but in different wards. When they go to visit their mothers and can't find them, they wait outside the wards together. The Hu family members don't know this. They think the two aren't close. Suddenly, Meng Qianqian's smile flickers, and she quickly turns to look at Huitingyu. "Does your mother often disappear for 10 or 20 days? Huitingyu's eyes show a hint of sadness. "Yes, just like before." "So it's true," Meng Qianqian whispers softly. Huitingyu didn't hear clearly and asks confusedly, "What do you mean?" "Just like my mom. She isn't in good health." Meng Qianqian looks at the boy with sympathy, hoping he isn't one of those who will travel to a future world of chaos. She hopes he stays safe and doesn't end up in that kind of world. Sometimes being an ordinary person is pretty good. "I have urgent business at home. I'll ask the driver to take you back. Be careful. When you get there, give this to Aunt Yao. Don't keep it for yourself. If someone finds out, I might regret it for the rest of my life." Huitingyu smiles and says, "Only shameless people wouldn't know I have this. When I get home, I'll let my mom eat it." "All right, I'm leaving now. Drive safely, sis." Meng Qianqian waved goodbye, got into the car, and suddenly her face turned cold. "Driver, please head back immediately." She looked down at the message on her phone, which she hadn't received in a long time. Meng Qianqian didn't know how Gu Xuanji was doing. She hoped he was safe. He had written several letters to Gu Xuanji for the first time. She couldn't communicate directly with Gu Xuanji and hoped he would describe the patient's condition carefully. Only then could she contact the team properly. She wondered if Gu Xuanji heard her thoughts. Her phone rang again. Meng Qianqian quickly picked up, enlarged the screen from the surveillance footage, and carefully read the message, her breathing becoming more focused. High fever, chills, sore throat, weakness, she murmured. Sounds like a cold or maybe a virus. In ancient times, catching cold or wind could be deadly. I wonder if Gu Xuanji gave the patient any medicine. She felt uneasy inside. Her phone rang once more. The message read, "We found several slaves with the same symptoms. They took cold medicine, but it didn't help. The fever reducers didn't work. The temperature didn't go down." Meng Qianqian took a screenshot of the message and sent it to customer service. "Can you tell what this might be? It looks like a cold, but the high fever won't go away. It seems like some kind of virus. It's very contagious, and many people in the tribe have similar symptoms." The customer service replied quickly, "Please wait, I will ask some experts for advice." A few minutes later, the customer service responded, "There is an 80% chance it is smallpox." Meng Qianqian's face suddenly turned pale. This virus, long eradicated in their world, was extremely terrifying in ancient times. If it really was smallpox, what should Gu Xuanji and the others do? She remembered that the history books didn't mention the word smallpox. Could it be that she changed their fate, and that's why the heavens used another way to eliminate them? Isn't it said that every world has a world consciousness? Could the consciousness of that world not want to survive? Could it be depressed or suicidal? Absolutely impossible. Meng Qianqian stopped her wild thoughts and sent a message to customer service. Meng Qianqian, how can we solve this? Customer service. The solution isn't too difficult, but it may be a bit hard for them. Meng Qianqian's eyes look serious. They must stay alive, even if it means walking through fire and danger. Meng Qianqian, medicines, how to use them. Also, I need a training video. Prepare 5,000 doses of the smallpox vaccine. Disinfectant, hand sanitizer, and other supplies. Please help me get everything ready. Meng Qianqian. Additionally, record an audio message for loudspeaker playback. Can the batteries be replaced with ones that last about 20 days without needing replacement? Meng Qianqian. They lack knowledge about ancient disease prevention methods. Once I tell them how to handle it, they will get used to it naturally. Meng Qianqian. Prepare 1,000 copies of a popular science book about preventing plagues in traditional Chinese script. You can give this to me later. Customer service. Understood. Suddenly, the car stops. Meng Qianqian thought something was wrong and looked outside, only to see it was just a square nearby. The driver turned back and said, "The helicopter has arrived. You can take the helicopter to the airport. It will be faster." "Thank you very much." Meng Qianqian sincerely thanked them, quickly got out of the car, and ran toward the square. There weren't many people in the square. As soon as she arrived, a few people in black clothes took her and ran toward the helicopter. "Don't worry, I can do it, She realized she couldn't. Meng Qianqian thought she was running very fast, but before her feet even touched the ground, two men in black grabbed her arms and ran very quickly. The speed felt faster than a 100-meter dash. They reached the helicopter and helped her aboard. A man inside put a helmet on her head, fastened her seatbelt, and before the door was fully closed, the helicopter took off. Did the whole process take about a minute? Meng Qianqian stared blankly outside, only seeing the shrinking city. Driving normally takes 2 hours, but Meng Qianqian felt they had already arrived. The speed was truly incredible. Because of the tight schedule, your plane is a private plane. As soon as you get on, it can take off, the staff explained carefully to Meng Qianqian. They were worried she might feel uneasy. "Thank you so much for all your help today. I don't have high demands for the plane as long as it can take off and I can get back early." Meng Qianqian knows that many people have worked hard for her sake. She is not a spoiled rich girl. Usually, she takes economy class when traveling. Although it's not very comfortable, it's quick. Meng Qianqian doesn't think there's anything wrong with that. When she boards the plane, there are other passengers too. Honestly, the environment in a private jet is really nice. She can also take a moment to rest. It's very hot on the plane, so Meng Qianqian takes off her jacket and places it beside her, closing her eyes to relax. She probably won't have much time to rest soon. If something goes wrong with Gu Xian's side, she must react quickly and come up with a plan. Even if she can't sleep, Meng Qianqian keeps her eyes closed to rest. Suddenly, she feels someone watching her. She thinks it's just curiosity, so she ignores it. But the person's gaze becomes even more bold. She frowns in dislike and opens her eyes, immediately catching the person looking at her. The person looks similar in style to Lu Meng, somewhat overly indulgent. His face is bruised and he thinks he's charming, but he doesn't realize how greasy he looks. Meng Qianqian doesn't want to cause trouble for others. She just hopes the person will be sensible. The man smirks and says, "Little sister, how much for one night?" Meng Qianqian feels so disgusted she almost vomits. Why are there such trash in the world? Seeing a pretty girl and then saying such disgusting things? Can a pretty girl come from a good family and be capable? They have to maliciously slander her with such dirty thoughts to satisfy their own inferiority. Funeral services cost 10,000. If it's a more elaborate mourning, add 5,000. For a theatrical troupe, it's even more expensive. I doubt you can afford it 50,000 or 10,000, with a suona for one night. Double discount for 2 people. Who in your family has passed away? The man's face turns pale, and he points at Meng Qianqian, shouting, "You little! How dare you? Just because I give you face, you act so shameless. You're just pretending to be pure." Meng Qianqian stands up and slaps the man hard. The man didn't expect her to hit him and raises his hand to strike back. A man wearing work pants stepped out nearby and quickly grabbed the man's arm. Before he could react, he twisted his arm behind his back and held his wrist. Be honest, the man immediately realized what was holding his wrist. He looked at Meng Qianqian in shock and asked in a trembling voice, "Who are you?" Meng Qianqian didn't want to bother with him. She sat down again and closed her eyes to rest. She felt her strength from earlier was too much. Her palms tingled with a burning, itchy sensation. Meng Wei heard a loud gasp. A girl who didn't get along with Meng Wei loudly said, "Wow, that looks like Meng Qianqian." "Meng Wei, come look. Is this Meng Qianqian?" She's wearing the same clothes as when she arrived. In front of Hu Tingzhou, Meng Wei still wanted to save face for the girl. She walked over and saw Meng Qianqian stepping out of a black luxury car, guarded by a row of black-clad bodyguards. The next picture showed Meng Qianqian boarding a helicopter. Then the helicopter took off. Meng Wei's pupils trembled in shock. That was Meng Qianqian. Even if she turned to ashes, she would recognize her. She knew Meng Qianqian better than anyone else. Where did Meng Qianqian get her money? How could she afford such a luxurious car and even take a helicopter out? It must be acting. It couldn't be real. Meng Wei smiled weakly. "Yes, that's my sister, Meng Qianqian. But she spent all her money. Our dad wanted to help her, but she refused and even argued with him, making things very ugly. Now, our dad hasn't forgiven her. That makes sense. Meng Qianqian has nothing left, and she has no friends around her. How could she afford a private plane? But your dad is really harsh. His first wife died, and to please his mistress outside, he even refused to admit that his biological child was his." TSK. Meng Wei's face burned with pain. She shook her head and bit her lip to deny. "No, my mom isn't a mistress. She and my dad truly loved each other. They separated because of a misunderstanding." "Then why is your age a few months younger than Meng Qianqian? I'm older than her by 3 months. She doesn't want me to call her sister, so I can only call her older sister." People around suddenly realized and thought to themselves, Meng Qianqian's bossy personality is really unlikable. No wonder her father cut ties with her. At that moment, a group of well-dressed, handsome men with a strong presence entered through the front door. The leading man pushed his glasses and asked, "May I ask who is Tingzhou?" Tingzhou saw the visitors, frowned, and stepped forward to ask, "Who are you looking for?" "Hello, mister. My name is Qin Yi from the flower planting law firm. On behalf of my client, Ms. Meng Qianqian, I am here to discuss the rent for Farong Manor. Also, my client hopes you and your family can move out within 3 days." The guests were shocked. They looked at the scene in surprise and whispered among themselves, "What's going on? I thought Farong Manor belonged to the family. How did it become Meng Qianqian's? Didn't Meng Qianqian cut ties with her father and become penniless? How could she have money? A woman in a red dress, looking very glamorous, chuckled softly. What do you all know? Everyone's attention was drawn to her. They knew this woman. Her name was Fong Xia, the eldest daughter of the Fong family. She had a bad reputation, constantly changing boyfriends and refusing to marry her fiancé. Now she was 35 and still unmarried. The man never spoke ill of her, but people in the circle and online had a very bad opinion of Fong Xia. At high society banquets, few people dared to disrespect the eldest daughter of the Fong family. She had surpassed her brothers to become the decision-maker in the family. Seeing it was Fong Xia, everyone looked uncomfortable but didn't dare to leave. Some people, however, were bolder and more cunning. Is there some secret behind this? Of course, Fong Xia said without hiding anything. Today, that young girl came here probably trying to handle things quietly. But unfortunately, she sighed, teasing everyone's curiosity. Some people were eager to hear gossip, but didn't dare to ask. The look of frustration on her face really makes her seem like a little clown. Fong Xia gently swayed her wine glass and casually said, "It's a pity the people from the family are too proud. They think the young girl is trying some new trick, but they didn't like it. They scolded her harshly and told her to stay away. They are really too self-centered." Her playful tone was quite teasing. Many men, knowing that Fong Xia was not an ordinary woman, secretly spoke ill of her, but they also secretly admired her. Being noticed by Fong Xia means they would avoid many future troubles. Such men are really despicable. Impossible, the Meng family probably doesn't have that much money, someone argued. Fong Xia sneered and said disdainfully, "Meng Yicheng, that shameless man who relies on others, has nothing to do with Meng Qianqian. He's just a disgusting scumbag. Don't associate his name with hers." The Furuang Manor was a gift from her little uncle. It was built when she was 10, but before it was finished, someone else took it away. The property deed is still in her hands. The family's move to occupy her property is really bold. Fong Xia watched the shocked expressions around her with satisfaction. Then her charming gaze suddenly fell on a dignified-looking woman. She walked over and whispered to the woman, "Sister, is the man next to you your boyfriend?" The woman frowned slightly and instinctively tried to avoid her. Fong Xia gently pressed her shoulder with her delicate fingers. "Darling, do you need eye drops? Maybe wash your eyes well and disinfect them?" The woman was very patient and wouldn't get angry. She heard Fong Xia's soft laugh, turn her head to look at her, and Fong Xia blinked at her and raised an eyebrow playfully. The woman instinctively looked back at the man beside her and casually glanced at him. She was surprised to see that he was very excited in front of everyone. She looked at her fiancé in shock, her eyes hiding her disgust. Fong Xia left the manor, got into her car, and took out a diamond-encrusted phone to send a message to a social media account. "Don't worry, our niece isn't being wronged. Gong Zhijuan's fiancé has already noticed his true nature. I believe good news will come soon. Don't judge Su Ruyan by her appearance. She cares most about her reputation." Gong Zhijuan showed his true colors in front of her, right in public. Yu Ruyan will definitely not let Gong Zhijuan have an easy time. Probably, the entire Gong family will face tough days ahead. Fong Xia happily finished sending her message, then leaned back expressionlessly, her eyes filled with disdain. If only they hadn't been delayed earlier because of some matter and returned late. In just 20 days, everything changed so much. They wouldn't have allowed those people to bully their little niece. Meng Qianqian didn't realize someone was protecting her. She also didn't know she had become a trending topic online and a goddess of the internet. Although her face wasn't fully visible, her lowered gaze revealed a high nose bridge and a small, delicate chin. Her cool and elegant aura, combined with a sense of dominance and nobility, made her look like a wealthy young lady out on the town. She suddenly became very popular online. After getting off the plane, she took a helicopter back to the base quickly. It was still the village from her childhood, neither big nor small. The ground looked normal, but beneath it was another world. Meng Qianqian hurriedly got off the helicopter and ran to the warehouse. Xiao Nan was already waiting outside. When Meng Qianqian saw him, she walked over, opened the warehouse door, and asked, "Are everything ready?" "Everything is prepared." Meng Qianqian nodded and looked at the serious man following Xiao Nan. The man modestly introduced himself, "Inspector." Those 3 words didn't bring shock, but a sense of security. Meng Qianqian knew time was tight. She said, "First, give me the medicine, the treatment drugs, and the instructions. Also, give me the detailed process for the epidemic prevention, everything." Xiao Nan didn't speak. He placed all the items Meng Qianqian needed on the table. After checking everything, Meng Qianqian took out her portable voice recorder. It contained a pre-recorded message she made in advance, worried she might forget some details in her rush. "Other things can wait. First, take the person away." Meng Qianqian spoke, and the inspector took Xiao Nan away. Nearby, those in protective suits stood ready. When they saw Meng Qianqian approaching, they handed her a clear sealed box. "Thank you. This should be my thank you." Meng Qianqian took the box and entered the warehouse. She took out the letter written by Gu Xuanji, then placed the recorder, medicines, and other items on top of it. She quickly stepped out and closed the door. May Gu Xuanji and everyone else get through this difficult time. On a clear, sunny day with little wind, everyone looked serious and worried. Xie Qinghe said firmly, "Cousin, Jia Zhou just sent word that the illness is very fierce. The person living with the has caught it too. We need to find a solution quickly, or the situation will become terrible." Xieming Xuan had been gone for a while, and his personality had changed a lot. He was more rough but still polite. He spoke loudly and said things others dared not say. "Master, we should just kill them all." Inside the tent, no one spoke. They all knew how scary the plague was. If someone caught it, it spread fast. The only way was to lock down the area and prevent anyone from escaping. It was cruel, but the only way to stop the disease completely and keep it contained. "Who knows how many people are already infected?" Xie Qinghe's voice rang loudly. Everyone looked worried. Why wouldn't the heavens let them go? Spring was coming, and they hoped to have a safe fortress where they wouldn't be attacked or lose their lives. They wanted to settle down and grow roots. But why was there a plague? Jia San came in with a serious face. "Master, we found a few more people showing similar symptoms." Everyone looked pale. They knew very well. It was likely that no one in the tribe could survive. Could they ask the goddess for help? But the goddess hadn't responded for hours. Did that mean she had abandoned them? They felt forsaken by the gods. Not only the people in the tents thought this way, but others in the tribe did too. Everyone was anxious and scared. No one dared to run away. On the vast grassland, escape was impossible. Were they just waiting to die? All the people showing symptoms and those who have been in contact with them must be isolated. Those with obvious symptoms should be placed in different tents based on how severe their condition. Others who have been in contact but show no symptoms should stay in another tent. Until the very last moment, we still have hope. Gu Xianji looked serious and said, "The goddess will not abandon us." Everyone gathered their spirits and went out to make arrangements. The slaves obeyed obediently, doing whatever their superiors ordered. Some people, very timid, wanted to hide and refused to go into quarantine. Gu Xianji calmly ordered, "Let them watch each other and report any secrets. Anyone hiding the truth will be expelled from the tribe." Many people were separated. One by one, tents became quarantine tents. Soldiers guarded outside. They all wore masks and held knives. If anyone tried to come out, they would raise their knives. The temperature suddenly dropped. Inside the tents, there were crying sounds everywhere. Gradually, everyone cried until they were numb, and no one made a sound. The entire tribe fell into silence. It was as if there were no living creatures left in the tribe. "Mother, are we going to die?" A childish voice broke the silence of the night. Everyone seemed to wake up, waiting for the child's mother to answer. "Of course we won't die," the woman said softly, but her tone was firm. She hugged her young child tightly, her voice trembling but strong. "Your father endured great hardship for us, bringing us here. We will live on and be okay." Everyone felt disappointed. The child asked again, but many people are sick and they locked us up. Yes, we are all locked up. But your father is outside watching over us. Our family will never be separated. Even if we die, we will die together. The woman smiled gently, tears welling in her eyes, trembling eyelashes falling onto the child's head. Mom, after I die, can I still be your son? I want to be your son. The child was innocent and sensible. The woman couldn't hold back anymore and started crying like rain. She wiped her tears and forced a light tone. You are my son now, and you will always be my son. I will watch you grow up. Then we don't have to die, right? The child didn't understand much, only believing that what his mother said was true. The woman hugged her feverish child tightly and said, Yes, we don't have to die. The goddess will protect us. She will not let her beloved people die. She will come to save us. This sentence echoed in everyone's ears. People who originally had a desire to die also found new hope in their hearts. They still have the goddess. The goddess will surely protect everyone and keep them healthy. The prisoners also knew what was happening. They were very scared and anxious but couldn't do anything. They understood better than the foolish slaves how terrible the plague was. Some people still felt unwilling to give up and thought about escaping. Now they realized they were trapped from all sides. Only these fools still hoped to survive. Inside the tent, the lights were bright. Gu Xuanji sat alone inside, but felt helpless. There was no medicine, only Dr. Jiajiu. He had done his best, but it was not enough. It seemed that only death awaited them. Gu Xuanji quietly ordered, Let everyone eat well. No need to hold back. Even if they were going to die, they should die full and satisfied. Jia Wu received the order and left. Gu Xuanji closed his eyes tightly, searching through books in his mind. Sadly, there were no medical books, only records of the outbreak and city lockdowns. It seemed that only when people died would the plague stop. How could the people he brought back die? A tear welled up in Gu Xuanji's eye. Suddenly, he sensed something, opened his eyes wide, and saw that a few items had appeared on the table in front of him. He happily picked them up and looked. First, the method to handle the plague. Gu Xuanji quickly read through it, then pressed a recording pen. A worried voice came from it. Gu Xuanji, we now suspect that the person might have smallpox. If the infection isn't severe, it could be the flu, like a cold or wind cold. Those are easier to treat. But if it's smallpox, it will be very troublesome. I have prepared medicine here. You give it to the patient. Follow the plague treatment method. Then prepare an open space. I will send disinfectants to you. Watch the video explanation carefully and disinfect every part of your living area thoroughly. At least 3 times a day. The cattle shed, horse pen, and sheep pen all need disinfection. Remember, do not miss any corner. We have developed a vaccine. Everyone should get it. The injection site will become red and swollen, but do not touch it. After a few days, a scab will form and fall off by itself. That means the vaccination was successful. Some people may have stronger reactions like a low fever, but this is normal. To get vaccinated, you need to learn how. Every child born in the future should be vaccinated to prevent smallpox. The last and very important task is to take off the clothes of the most seriously ill person. If there are scabs on their body, put those scabs into the clear bag I gave you. Put the clothes into the box. Make sure to secure the child's straps tightly. Gu Xuanji looked up, controlling his excitement, and spoke in a firm voice. Jia Wu bowed and entered. My lord, what are your orders? Take these medicines to Jiajiu, Gu Xuanji said, handing over the items sent by Meng Qianqian. Tell him these are gifts from the goddess. Ask him to send over 1 piece of the patient's clothing and place it in this box. Then use these tweezers to take some scabs from the patient and put them into this bag. Hurry and bring it to me. Jia Wu suddenly knelt down. My lord, no. Absolutely not. That is a plague. If someone catches the plague, the lord could die. Jia Wu secretly cursed the goddess. He thought the goddess didn't care if the lord lived or died. Why must the lord go to his death? Gu Xuanji saw Jia Wu kneeling and begging, understanding his worries, but he knew this task had to be done by him personally. Do not speak ill of the goddess in your heart. Gu Xuanji handed him a bottle of disinfectant. This is disinfectant. When Jia Jiu delivers the items, have someone spray the disinfectant several times, then bring it back to me. What is disinfectant? Jia Wu looked confused and suspicious. It's a spray that can kill viruses, Gu Xuanji explained, repeating what Meng Qianqian had said. His words sounded strange, but he could understand the basic idea. Is it really so magical? Jia Wu didn't believe it but had no choice but to do as told. He carefully carried the items, placed them on the ground, quickly moved away, and then called to Jia Jiu from about 10 meters away. My lord wants you to take the scabs from the patient and put them into that small clear bag. Also, put the clothes he wore into the box. Seal the box tightly and place it at the spot I just mentioned. The medicine is for treating the plague, and the instructions are very clear. Jia Wu remembered Gu Xianji's reminder and said loudly, "This is a divine medicine given by the goddess. You should give it to the patient quickly." After speaking, he put on a mask, sprayed disinfectant on his apprentice, and then had his apprentice spray himself. His words were heard not only by Jia Jiu, but by everyone in this area. Inside the originally gloomy quarantine tent, hope appeared in everyone's eyes. The goddess has sent us medicine. We won't die anymore. With the goddess's medicine, we won't die. The goddess has sent medicine. All the people infected with the plague, those in quarantine, and even those without symptoms, were cheering. The prisoners didn't understand what they were cheering for. If there really was a goddess on the plains, why would they keep migrating? Every year, many livestock and slaves are sent to die. If the goddess truly existed, why wouldn't she pity those people? The prisoners also stopped struggling and no longer wanted to run. Running away would only mean death. Better to stay and die here. Jia Jiu excitedly hugged the box, turned and entered the tent. He carefully read the instructions for the medicine, but did not give it to the patient. Instead, he went to the window of the most severely ill patient and used tweezers to remove the scabs on his face. Don't worry, this is what the goddess needs. The goddess has seen what virus this is, so she can provide the right medicine to cure your illness. Jia Jiu used poison before, so others didn't want to get close to him. No one knew that his medical skills were even better than his poison skills. After hearing Jia Jiu speak, the patient blinked weakly and said, "Whatever amount, just do it." Not too much, just enough. Jia Jiu finished removing the scabs, sealed them in a plastic bag, and folded the patient's coat that he had worn, placing everything into the box. He then put the sealed bag on top, closed the lid, and carried it to the tent's entrance, placing it outside. He deliberately stepped back a bit before setting it down. Back inside the tent, Jia Jiu gave the medicine to the patient. Whether it works or not, they would have to wait and see. Jia Wu turned to his young apprentice and said, "Don't go over there. Stay back a bit." His tone was not very friendly, but his young apprentice just smiled foolishly. He knew his master was just caring for him. Jia Wu walked over, holding his breath, and sprayed the box repeatedly. Then he sprayed disinfectant into the surrounding air and on himself. He did this 3 times before carefully carrying the box toward Gu Xianji. He didn't enter the tent but stood outside on the open ground. He told his young apprentice, "Go and ask the Lord to come here." "Yes, master," replied the apprentice. The young apprentice's name was Huan San. He stood outside the tent, having been disinfected, before delivering Jia Wu's message. Soon after, Gu Xianji came out, wearing a white mask that looked strange. It was probably a gift from the goddess. Those who saw him were not surprised. They were used to it. Gu Xianji didn't go near the sealed plastic box. Instead, he simply thought, and the item was sent over. Everyone was eagerly hoping that the goddess could completely eliminate this plague. Meng Qianqian, dressed in protective gear, heard the noise and immediately looked at her phone. On the screen, a white box appeared, containing a light-colored cloth garment. Meng Yanzi was not there. The person responsible for reminding Meng Qianqian was an expert. The expert was originally the top leader of the Apocalypse team but was temporarily assigned to serve Meng Qianqian. You've had the smallpox vaccine, but whether this world's smallpox vaccine can fully cure the smallpox from that world will only be known after the experiments are finished, the professor said worriedly. Meng Qianqian didn't mind. She smiled slightly and said, I'm wearing protective gear and a mask, so it's fine. Besides, she was just opening the door. She wasn't going to touch the thing inside. Meng Qianqian opened the door, and a small robot immediately went in to retrieve the box. Other staff in protective suits quickly disinfected themselves, then used a small space to store and take away the item. The equipment scanned the contents once, then again. The staff was shocked and said, "There are no viruses inside. It's cleaner than our sterile lab." This discovery made the scientists very excited. Meng Qianqian also didn't expect the warehouse to be so conscientious, capable of automatically purifying its environment. "Comrade Meng Qianqian, can we conduct an experiment?" the expert asked, wanting to know if the warehouse had purification abilities. If there is any, they could have all the people returning from the end-of-world scenario walk around in the warehouse before coming out. This would save a lot of resources, and is also safe and healthy. Meng Qianqian feels that their experiments won't harm the warehouse, so she agrees. Scientists are crazy. When they say they are doing experiments, they really get started quickly. Even Meng Qianqian finds their speed hard to believe. She also cooperates with them in the experiments. Otherwise, just sitting here and waiting for results might drive her crazy. The experiment results didn't come quickly. The staff worked overnight, overtime, just to get the data as soon as possible. "I'll send the tablet over first, so they can watch the training videos. And also help with the experiment. The videos are ready. Would you like to watch them again?" The staff handed her the tablet. Meng Qianqian carefully watched it again. As a beginner, she understood what was happening after watching, but she didn't dare to try. "Take it over first and see if they can learn. If not, then we'll talk." Meng Qianqian looked up and asked, "Prepare 100 doses of the vaccine first." Already prepared. 2 sealed boxes appeared in front of her. One contained syringes, the other the vaccine. Meng Qianqian turned her back to others and carefully wrote on a piece of paper, "All items must be recycled. Please do not throw them away." In special circumstances, more people gathered around her. The supervision team had never left. Others seemed used to it. Meng Qianqian pushed a cart, moving the items into the warehouse. Then she closed the warehouse door. After the vaccine and tablet disappeared, she reopened the door, and the scientists continued their experiments inside. The effect of this experiment was almost immediate. People in protective suits went inside, staying for 5 minutes, 3 minutes, 1 minute, or just a few seconds. Even if they go in and come out, they won't carry any viruses. "The problem we've been unable to solve is now completely solved." The experiment team was very excited. But the team leader remained calm. This might not be approved by higher-ups. It saves a lot of time and money, but it could pose a danger to Meng Qianqian. Currently, they can only enter and exit the warehouse through the door. They are unsure if making any changes will cause the warehouse to lose its effectiveness. They cannot take responsibility for that. Compared to the loss of money and time, it is clear that Meng Qianqian is the most important person. Nothing is more important than her safety. Someone turned to look at Meng Qianqian, but before they could speak, the clan leader stopped them, saying, "Don't think about it. If you don't want to be punished or expelled from this project, don't cause trouble for that child." Meng Qianqian didn't realize that a conflict had been suppressed. She was hoping that Gu Xuanji's side had a natural doctor. The vaccines are sent over along with disinfectants, masks, hand sanitizer, and alcohol for washing hands, Meng Qianqian said, looking at Xiao Nan. Xiao Nan nodded. "Just send everything to the warehouse." Xiao Nan was used to this. He placed the items in the warehouse and was immediately taken away. Meng Qianqian closed the warehouse door again. All that was left was to wait for news from Gu Xuanji's side. As long as they needed help, she would send all the medicines immediately. "Call Jia Jiu over." After Gu Xuanji gave the order in a serious tone, someone went to invite Jia Jiu. Jia Jiu didn't come right away. He took a shower, had himself disinfected thoroughly, and finally put on a mask before coming to Gu Xuanji. "Come and look at this." Gu Xuanji opened a tablet, and Jia Jiu sat respectfully nearby, with a look of constant surprise in his eyes. He watched how to use the vaccine and how to inject it, his eyes shining with curiosity. "So this is how you can treat and save people?" Worried he might forget, Jia Jiu watched again twice. He excitedly asked Gu Xuanji, Master, I want to try. Who do you want to try on? Jiajiu's eyes showed a wild, crazy look. I can do it myself. He took out a small bottle and a syringe to draw the medicine. He followed the instructions from the video. Although he was unfamiliar with the process, he did everything correctly, step by step. He didn't bother to wear a thick coat, just a torn cloak with a rough cloth shirt underneath. Jiajiu pulled the collar of his clothes and jabbed the needle into his own arm. He didn't control the strength well, so it was a little painful, but to him, that pain was nothing. Finally, he pushed the medicine in, completing the vaccination. Xie Qinghe eagerly asked him, How do you feel? Samling, it just got the shot, so there won't be an immediate reaction. But with this vaccine, I have a high chance of not catching the plague. Even if I do get infected, it won't be as hard to treat as others. Jiajiu was still very excited. He was so eager that he wanted to go to the goddess to learn more about these different medical skills. This vaccine is really good, Jiajiu said with bright eyes. My lord, one day when we take over the world, I kindly ask you to ask the goddess for more vaccines. If all the people in the world get vaccinated, we won't have to fear smallpox anymore. Gu Xianji smiled slightly, as if he had expected Jiajiu to say this. He handed over a notebook. This is from the goddess. Take it and read. What is this? Jiajiu took it doubtfully. When he opened it and saw the contents, he read aloud, How to vaccinate with cowpox. After looking at it for a while, Jiajiu reluctantly put the book away. He said seriously, My lord, I will take these things and vaccinate the slaves first. But I'm afraid these vaccines won't be enough. Start now. We'll see the results in 3 days. 3 days later, those who had been vaccinated stayed in one area. Their arms would turn red and swollen, sometimes with pus, but it was all within a manageable range. Jiajiu, after examining over a dozen apprentices, disinfected the more serious cases with iodine, while keeping the others dry and clean. My lord, everyone has been vaccinated successfully, with no adverse reactions, Jiajiu said, rolling up his sleeve to show Gu Xianji how he looked after vaccination. Gu Xianji immediately wrote a letter to Meng Qianqian, sharing this great news. When Meng Qianqian received the message, she was happy for Gu Xianji. She let out a deep sigh of relief. Then she quickly sent a message to the staff, Bring all the remaining vaccines here. A few minutes later, Xiao Nan arrived. Meng Qianqian handed over all the vaccines. Gu Xianji arranged for everyone to be vaccinated immediately. He was the first to get vaccinated. After all the slaves had been vaccinated, another problem arose. How would the women get vaccinated? Xie Chun watched as her sister now had a few female slaves, and she trained with them every day alongside the men. Suddenly, she had a different idea. For the sake of her family, she was willing to marry again. This time, she also wanted to do something she truly cared about. Your Highness, I want to give vaccines to all the women in the tribe. Could Mr. Jiu teach me how? Xie Chun gathered her courage and approached Gu Xianji. Her marriage was just a way to set an example, encouraging other women to step out and marry. She didn't regret her choice, but inside, she still felt some dissatisfaction. Gu Xianji was surprised, but not really surprised. The daughter of the Xie family had gone through such experiences, and if she still clung to old noble traditions, she would leave no mark at all. Gu Xianji admired Xie Chun and Xie Xian. They might be the outstanding women of the new era that Meng Qianqian spoke of. Their names are destined to be remembered in history. Gu Xianji was different from other rulers. He had experienced things others hadn't and encountered new, exciting, and more reasonable ideas. These could save him from many wrong turns. Of course, Gu Xianji encouraged Xie Chun. This is not Daqing. This is our own tribe, a brand new tribe. In the future, when we build a new dynasty, women and men will be equal. Girls will start learning at age 3, attend school, take exams, and become pillars of the court. He had seen the books sent by Meng Qianqian. Just a glimpse made him realize how different that world was. Women enjoyed the same treatment as men. He was walking a very difficult path, step by step. Within his territory, everyone's old ideas had to quietly change. He wanted women to read and hold official positions, and this idea would gradually become natural so that everyone would see it as normal. Gu Xianji said seriously to Xie Chun, "It's good that you are willing to step forward. Keep walking the path you want. I will be your support." "Thank you, Your Highness," Xie Chun replied sincerely, kneeling and giving a deep bow before leaving the tent. Outside, sunlight shone on her. She looked up quietly at the sun, slowly squinting her eyes. A clear tear slipped down her cheek, but her lips were curved into a slight smile. Some women from Jiajia's group were learning how to give vaccines, including one who was the eldest lady of the Xie family. Jiajio didn't think that giving this technique to Lady Xie would cause her to lose her job. She taught it very carefully. Lady Xie and the girls she brought all respectfully called him teacher. With this title, Jiajio taught even more sincerely. The women received their vaccines one after another, finishing all in one day. Xie Chun advised the female servants, "Don't touch water, keep clean, and it's normal to have some pus. If the pus becomes serious, come to me. I will help you." The female servants listened carefully. They all secretly looked at Xie Chun with curiosity. Xie Chun's identity was not a secret. She thought that the noble daughter of a high family would be giving them vaccines kindly and gently. All the female servants believed she was not the young lady herself, but just a servant close to her. "Big sister, are you done over there? Grandmother is calling you." Xie Qinghe stood outside the tent and called inside. Xie Chun told the others, "Talk to them nicely, don't scare them, and don't handle things on your own." A few women in white coats sat inside the tent, continuing to explain the situation to the other female servants. Xie Chun stood up and stepped out of the tent. Her small face was full of a bright smile, and she looked radiant, completely different from before. "Big sister," Xie Sanlang happily called out. Xie Chun tilted her head and asked with a smile, "Did you just come from grandmother's side? Is she feeling okay?" Grandmother was old, and after the vaccination, her health had not been good. She had a low fever and little appetite. There was always warm porridge on the stove in the tent. As long as grandmother felt like eating, she would have a little. Life was not as good as when they lived in the Duke of Zhengguo's estate, but this was the most comfortable year they had had. Grandmother no longer dwelled on past troubles. Her eyes only held hope for the future. "She's feeling better." She just ate half a bowl of porridge and had enough strength to sit up and chat for a while, Xie Qinghe said, worried that grandmother might not hold up. Their days had finally become hopeful. If grandmother were to pass away now, Xie Qinghe and the others would lose their emotional support. "I'll go check on her. You go to your work." "Big sister, I'll be leaving now." Xie Chun stood still, watching his brother leave, then turned and headed toward the tent. On the square, a loudspeaker played health and safety tips repeatedly. Many children who had been vaccinated sat outside the tent, listening to the announcements. A few children ran back into the tent, loudly saying, "Mom, wash your hands. Use fragrant soap, wash your hands, drink hot water, and the virus won't get inside. Mom, I want to wash my hands with hot water." The children chattered happily, full of energy. A woman dressed simply in a dark blue coat took a plastic basin outside, collected some snow, and added hot water from the stove. The water was just right. The little kids wet their hands, added some hand soap, and scrubbed hard. They smelled the nice scent and looked at each other happily. The little ones also wanted to smell nice and wash themselves every day. But their mother didn't want to waste firewood, so they could only wipe themselves daily and not take full baths every day. The only thing that made them happy was washing their hands several times a day. Before dinner at night, they would pray to the goddess. After bathing, the children went outside to play. The women also smiled and went out to do chores. Everyone was busy and life felt full. The patients with smallpox hadn't recovered yet, but the first one had passed the dangerous period and was gradually getting better. The others had mild symptoms and, after taking medicine, endured patiently. The terrifying smallpox no longer seemed so scary. "God, protect us. I will never get smallpox again." Everyone said this, but they still followed the instructions broadcasted on the loudspeaker. Inside the tent, Gu Xuanji was carefully writing a letter. He told Meng Qianqian about the changes here, hoping to make her happy. When Meng Qianqian received Gu Xuanji's letter, she read it carefully. Not reading Gu Xuanji's letter each day made her feel like something was missing. The plague has been brought under control. Everyone who was vaccinated didn't have strong reactions. Older people and those with weak bodies still have low fevers. Follow your advice. Add more nutrition. If they can't eat, give them some milk. Everyone is fine now. The cases of smallpox are also starting to improve. No one has died, and that's thanks to you. I don't know how to thank you enough. In the future, if you need help, I will gladly assist you. I only saved a few people. She didn't do much. Meng Qianqian muttered this to herself, but she was happy for Gu Xuanji. Just get through it. Just get through it. The horror of smallpox in ancient times is well known. Even the royal family was helpless. It was just waiting to die. Comrade Meng Qianqian, the improved blueprint of the bunker, has been completed. You can come and see it any time. Meng Qianqian quickly stood up, looked at her phone several times. It's really finished. She couldn't wait to get dressed and go out, pushed open Meng Yanxi's door, and entered the underground base from the side. Meng Qianqian opened the door to the meeting room and saw the experts inside. She nodded at them. Hello, professors. After sitting down, someone started explaining to her. She took out her iPad and began recording. Then she took out a notebook and started writing and drawing. Her notes were for Gu Xuanji to see. Some things she didn't understand, so she needed to listen carefully to grasp the meaning. Meng Qianqian tried her best to understand, then wrote down what she learned. As for how much Gu Xuanji could learn, that was up to him. Meng Qianqian felt she had done her best. When the assistant finished explaining, the professor smiled kindly and asked Meng Qianqian, Comrade Xiaomeng, is there anything you still don't understand? I can explain it to you alone. Not for now. If I do, can I call you? Meng Qianqian was just listening for fun, not studying this seriously. The professor smiled and said, Of course. Meng Qianqian was very pleased with the design. She was so happy that she wanted Gu Xuanji to be satisfied too. She couldn't wait to take the blueprint to find Gu Xuanji. Gu Xuanji, this is the plan. It was specially designed based on the terrain you filmed last time. Take a look. If anything needs changing, let me know. We will make adjustments. If not, you can start planning according to this. When the weather permits, we will begin construction. She handed the plan to Gu Xuanji. She was curious about how excited Gu Xuanji would be when he saw it. Gu Xuanji was in a meeting. Suddenly, a tablet, a letter, a notebook, and a rolled-up piece of paper appeared out of nowhere in front of him. My subordinates will take their leave. Without waiting for Gu Xianji to speak, his followers left quietly and in good order. Gu Xianji first looked at the letter. It wasn't long, but from the words and tone, it was clear that Meng Qianqian was very happy. His gaze then fell on the paper beside it, and he was shocked inside. Is this a planning map? For a moment, he didn't dare to unfold and look at it. Gu Xianji chuckled softly. When did he become so hesitant? He untied the string on the top and unfolded the planning map. It was a large map, drawn to scale, with even the surrounding mountains exactly like what he had seen. The tall city walls were over 10 meters high, with 3 layers of forts, each nested inside the other. Outside each layer, there were small courtyard-style houses, each with its own yard, along with markets and other facilities. Everything was arranged very well. The houses in the center also had small courtyards and covered a large area, with many buildings, forming a small city. In the middle was a large square. To the north of the square, there was a small palace-like building. Inside, there were meeting halls and other offices. This was basically a small country. Although small, it had everything it needed. Another map showed things not visible on the surface, like drainage systems and underground tunnels. Gu Xianji opened the notebook and carefully examined the notes inside, comparing them with the map. For example, why the city walls were designed this way, and the benefits of such a design. The forts were improved mainly for their safety. This way, even if most of the soldiers left, the people in the center of the fort would still be safe. Gu Xianji felt that Meng Qianqian really understood him. It was as if she knew what he was worried about. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of person she really was. Gu Xianji ordered in a deep voice, "Call the others to discuss." Jia Wu outside the door immediately went to call people. Soon after, Xie Qing and others arrived. Gu Xianji spread out the planning map. "Come and take a look." Xie Qing and the others sat closest to Gu Xianji, and upon hearing this, they stood up and walked over, the first to see the contents on the map. He was so shocked he stammered, "Cousin, is this our future home?" "Yes, this is the kind of city we will build in the future." Gu Xianji's eyes shone with confidence. He was no longer the abandoned crown prince forced to fake his death by his father, watching his loved one suffer. Everyone else saw the realistic buildings. The gray structures looked like monsters. Could this be their future home? This building material is only used in the goddess nation. It helps us build stronger walls with better defense, Gu Xianji said calmly. Seeing his subordinates stunned into silence, he slightly smiled. "Meng Qianqian, did you see that? This is the shock you brought." Outside the tribe, a little girl was walking in the snow when a boy's voice came from behind. "Tuya, where are you going?" A little boy ran over, carrying a small bow and arrow on his back, asking her. The girl had her hair tied in a high ponytail, with pretty braids. She carefully looked at her snow boots, waiting for the boy to catch up before saying, "I'm going to catch fish in the river. I'll go with you." The boy stepped ahead, walking quickly. Tuya hesitated for a moment before following. Their home wasn't far from the river. The two children walked for about 15 minutes. Tuya carried a big stone and headed toward the middle of the river, where the ice was thinner in the wider parts. She hit the ice with the stone for a while, making a big hole. "You seem pretty good at this," the boy asked. Tuya turned to look at the boy from the Xie family, knowing his surname was Xie and that he seemed quite important. Her mother had told her not to offend this boy, or they might be kicked out of the tribe. Tuya honestly said, "Learn from the adults." When the water broke through, Tuya cupped her hands to drink. Xie Qingyan immediately reached out and stopped her. "What are you doing?" "Drinking water." Tuya looked at the young master in confusion, not understanding why she wasn't allowed to drink. "This water isn't for drinking. If you're thirsty, drink from my cup," Xie Qingyan said, handing her a silver thermos. Tuya looked at the shiny cup with some pretty writing on it. She didn't recognize the words, but knew she shouldn't touch such things. "I don't want to drink, I just want to taste the water from the river." Tuya is very skilled, catching many fish from the river. They string the fish together with grass and carry them back. "Si Lang, Sam Lang is looking for you. Over at the palace, he wants you to come back when you're done." Xie Sanyang saw Xie Qingyan return and told the child. Xie Qingyan hands the fish to Xie Sanyang. "Third sister, take this fish home to make soup for grandma, mother, and aunt to help them get better. Si Lang, you went to the river? You're not allowed to go again, understand? If something happens, what'll second aunt do?" Third sister looks annoyed. Xie Qingyan puts down the fish and walks away without looking back. Before Xie Sanyang can finish speaking, she sees the child run off. Honestly, she thinks, "Really, I just wanted to say that." Xie Sanyang pouts, feeling unhappy. Xie Qingyan approaches the tent, peeking outside cautiously. The guard at the door smiles and asks, "Fourth young master, should I call third young master for you?" The little boy bows seriously. "Thank you." Third brother is discussing matters with the prince. Fourth young master can wait outside. Although she doesn't know what third brother is doing, she also has something to ask him. When third young master comes out of the tent, he sees the little boy standing outside, shivering from the cold. "Why aren't you inside?" Third young master walks over, touches the child's hand, and frowns. "If you catch a cold, how will I explain it to second aunt?" Xie Qingyan, looking a bit old-fashioned, says, "What's a little cold? Grandfather and uncle once spent a whole day and night in the snow and ice, and they were fine. How old are you? You can't compare yourself to them." Xie Qinghe ruffles his brother's head. "Where did you go today? Your mother can't find you. She's worried sick. I went to the river with Tuya to catch fish, and I brought one back for grandma." The child changes quickly. After more than a month of care, his sunken face finally looks human, but he's still very thin, no longer the fair, chubby young master he used to be. Xie Qinghe feels sorry for the child and doesn't scold him harshly. "Si Lang, the river is dangerous. If you go again, you must call the guards with you." You can't go with just 2 children. The younger brother knows he was wrong. When we go back, he will apologize to grandma and mother. Xie Qingyan has raised him to be like a little old man, so obedient and sensible. Since the family's children are 3 years old, they will soon move out of the back courtyard to their own yard. Usually, they learn from their father and brothers and do not spend much time with the women in the back courtyard. Now, because of special circumstances, it's not good for fourth brother to stay with second aunt for long. Tomorrow you will move to my tent, said Xie Qinghe. After speaking, he took Xie Qinghe back and specifically told their grandmother about this matter. Xie Qingyan brought his maidservant, who carried his belongings, and moved to Xie Qinghe's place. He knelt on the kong, a type of bed, his voice still childlike. Third brother, Tuya drinks water from the river. His Highness said that river water can't be drunk. Why doesn't Tuya know that? Drinks river water. Xie Qinghe frowned, placed a cup of hot water on the table, and sat in front of Xie Qingyan. I think she drinks it often. She also said that the water they drink is taken from the snow pile next to the sheep pen. The little boy's beautiful eyes were full of doubt. Third brother, isn't the snow next to the sheep pen dirty? Dirty, so we can't take snow from there. Now, only the snow on the snow pile has not melted. The water they drink comes from mountain springs. It takes some effort to get it. But at home, there is a water jar, and every day they carry water from the mountain using a homemade yoke. The slaves go to the mountain to fetch spring water. Xie Qinghe quickly stood up. Fourth brother, you practice calligraphy here. If you go out, call the guards to go with you. I will go find our cousin. Third brother, don't worry. I won't go anywhere. The little boy was very obedient. Xie Qinghe got up quickly and left, heading toward the tent. Gu Xuanji was watching a video. The explanation in the video was more detailed and included many more specifics. For words he was unsure about, Meng Qianqian had written them clearly in her notebook. After watching the video, Gu Xuanji carefully studied the plan map. Just then, someone reported that third brother Xie had arrived. He looked up and saw Xie Qinghe with a serious expression and asked in confusion, "What happened? Why do you look so upset?" "Cousin, today fourth brother and a young maid went to the river to catch fish. He said that the girl directly drank water from the river. They usually use snow, which is next to the sheep pen. Can that snow be used?" The last words, Xie Qinghe said tremblingly. "Send someone to check." Gu Xuanji's face was cold. If the smallpox virus did not come from outside but was already in the tribe, then we must completely eliminate the danger. If it was brought from outside, could other places already be affected by the disease? "I'll go right now." Xie Qinghe immediately went out with people to investigate. He checked with the first person who discovered the smallpox and asked others as well. After the investigation, he looked worried and went to find Gu Xuanji. "Cousin, I think smallpox has broken out on the grassland," Xie Qinghe said with fear. "Do you know why those prisoners didn't resist? If they wanted to run, we couldn't stop them with our small group. They followed Morong Han to Daqing, probably to avoid the disaster." "Cousin, why didn't Morong Su tell us about this?" Xie Qinghe said angrily. "I thought Morong Su was loyal to you, but it turns out he's hiding bad intentions. I want to go and kill him now." Xie Qinghe paused, feeling unwilling, and said, "Cousin, are you just going to let that traitor stay in the tribe and win people's hearts?" "Why rush?" Gu Xuanji understood the situation. He told Xie Qinghe not to make it known and asked Meng Qianqian to write a letter, asking her to re-record the dangers of drinking contaminated water. When Meng Qianqian received Gu Xuanji's letter, she was shocked and ran to the underground base with it. She found Wei Zhe and asked immediately, "Professor, does the history record any large outbreaks of smallpox on the grassland before?" "Smallpox? Large outbreaks?" "No, it hasn't happened," Professor Wei said confidently. "Are you sure? No records, or has it really never happened?" Meng Qianqian asked urgently, needing a clear answer. "Professor, can someone go and verify this? We have to wait. They couldn't contact the outside world directly." Meng Qianqian was anxious. "How long will it take?" she said. "All right, I'll wait for 3 days." Then she turned around and ordered a diesel hydraulic drilling machine online. Back home, Xiaonan was already waiting outside. "Sorry for the wait. I didn't expect you to come so quickly." The warehouse door isn't locked. You can put the things inside. Xiaonan was surprised and tried to open the warehouse door, placing the diesel hydraulic drilling machine inside. Meng Qianqian walked over, checked the equipment against the notes, and made sure everything was fine before saying, "Thank you for your effort. It's not hard. This is what I should do." Xiaonan was sure there were no problems, so he turned around and left immediately. He could do this for so long because they were very disciplined. They wouldn't look at anything they shouldn't. Only in this way could they be free and live longer. Gu Xianji, I've sent the diesel hydraulic drilling machine to you. Now is a good time to drill. If we can find water now, it means there will be enough underground water in summer. I will prepare the vaccines and medicines for you. Everything is ready. If you need anything, I will deliver it to you right away. Meng Qianqian put down the voice recorder, left the warehouse, and closed the door. At the square, everyone was cheering. Children gathered around the diesel hydraulic drilling machine, chattering excitedly. "Sir, can this drilling machine really dig a well?" Xie Qingyan was a calm and curious kid. He circled the machine and asked Jia with interest.
Hier Spezialitäten wie Pongs.
Because Gu Xianji's people weren't enough, he was asked to learn how to operate these machines. They also let him pick talented people. Those he thought highly of were all sent to him. He was first trained to use large equipment, and once he learned, he would teach others. To protect Meng Qianqian, Gu Xianji didn't let others see the tablet. Jia memorized everything by heart. He was supposed to go on patrol, but now he became a teacher at Tianyuan Academy. Tianyuan is also the name of their tribe. Gu Xianji held the blueprint, carefully measured the area, and chose a spot in the city to drill the first well in the square. "Mr. Heir, the Lord has ordered you to lead people there," a guard came to inform. Jia told the little kids nearby, "Let's go. I'll show you how to drill a well. This is the first well of our Tianyuan tribe, and also the first water well in this land." The children obediently followed Jia. When they arrived, the kids stood in the designated area, more than the adults, so they could see better. The Lord said that the children are the future of their Tianyuan tribe. Many people in the village were watching closely. Gu Xianji stood nearby, calmly observing Jail. Jail was very nervous. He had tried the machine before, just to get familiar with it. Now, in front of so many people, he was using the machine officially, and felt extremely anxious. His voice made some people instinctively step back, but the children watched carefully, keeping their questions to themselves. Jail operated the machine with his team, starting nervous, but gradually becoming more comfortable. "When we encounter rocks, we need to." Jail shared his experience with drilling that he had learned, explaining it to his team and the children. The children listened carefully. Seeing the children relax more and ask Jail questions, others also became interested. Jail answered patiently, and the children admired him. It would be great if their own children had such opportunities. They were lucky. They found water at 10 meters. Next, they installed the equipment for the water well. Jail explained carefully how to set up the well. It took about 5 or 6 hours, but finally, the well was installed. Everyone looked at this strange-looking device. They weren't afraid. Instead, they felt excited. The goddess would not harm them. After installing the well, Jail took a small bucket of hot water he had prepared earlier and poured it into the well. He respectfully said to Gu Xianji, "Lord, please press down for the first time." Gu Xianji had seen everything Jail had, so he knew what to do. He understood that at this moment, he needed to press gently and quickly, which was a trick. But after feeling the suction during the pressing, he slowed down. Water is coming out. Water is coming out. A flow of muddy water emerged, and everyone cheered together. On the open field of the grassland, loud cheers rang out. "Long live the goddess! Long live the Lord! Long live the goddess! Long live the Lord! Long live the goddess! Long live the Lord!" If the first batch of water could be drunk, these people would have already been drinking it. Gu Xianji pressed the well to bring out water, allowing others to experience it. He looked at the joyful crowd and frowned, then relaxed his brow. Everyone take turns feeling the well. Whoever pulls out clear water will get 10 eggs, half a kilogram of lamb, and half a kilogram of pork. Everyone cheered together. They took turns pressing the well handle. eager to experience the magic of drawing water from the well. Newly dug wells need time to settle before clean water appears. Sometimes, luck is on their side, and clear water appears without much effort. Anyway, they had plenty of time, so it wasn't urgent. Gu Xianji fiddled with his iPad, found the camera function, and took a photo of the scene. He wasn't sure if Meng Qianqian could see it. There were no photos of Meng Qianqian in his album, and he didn't know where to find her pictures. He accidentally switched to selfie mode and saw himself on the screen, instantly stunned. The man with dark skin, sunken cheeks, and dry hair was himself? Gu Xianji was shocked for the first time by how ugly he looked. He quickly put the tablet down on the table. He absolutely couldn't let the goddess see him like this, or she would be terrified. Gu Xianji had never cared about his appearance before, but now he felt he looked terrible. His hand rested on the tablet, and he subconsciously thought, only to realize the tablet had accidentally transmitted him back. Gu Xianji. Meng Qianqian wanted to eat some fresh seaweed soup, so she ordered 2 bowls. One was meant to be sent to Gu Xianji. Standing in front of the warehouse, Meng Qianqian heard her phone ring and couldn't help but smile. Is this person in sync with me? He actually knows I want to send him something? The warehouse door opened, and Meng Qianqian saw the tablet on the ground and a note. She wasn't surprised at all. She set down the seaweed soup, looked at the note, and saw that Gu Xianji said the tablet might be out of battery. She picked up the tablet and the note and left the warehouse. Gu Xianji looked at the simple meal in front of him and felt a bit sorry for Meng Qianqian. Does she only eat this little every day? Has he become a heavy burden for her? That she now eats watery meals instead of her previous stir-fried dishes? Gu Xianji took a sip of the soup, found it very tasty, with a slight spicy flavor, and enjoyed it. He ate the meal and drank the soup, unconsciously finishing all of it. The meal was gone. He was still sweating quite a bit. Gu Xianji finished drinking the soup and surprisingly still wanted more. No wonder it was a favorite of the goddess, simple-looking but really delicious. Meng Qianqian ate more slowly than Gu Xianji. She found a charger, plugged in her tablet, and accidentally turned on the screen. To her surprise, it showed the camera interface. Her heart started pounding. Did Gu Xianji take a photo? She didn't want to know what he looked like. Actually, she did. No one is not curious about what their pen pal looks like. Meng Qianqian opened the photo album and found only one picture, not one of Gu Xianji. Why was she a little disappointed? She clicked on the sudden photo, looked at it, and gasped in shock. Oh my gosh! Is this a human hand? It hit her soft spot exactly. Meng Qianqian stared at the hand, looked at it silently for a few moments, and even zoomed in to see the details. The owner of the hand was very thin, probably a tall man, estimated to be over 1.88 meters. There were calluses on the fingers, showing it was a hand used for writing for many years. Although it was a bit tanned, under the light, this hand looked real and captivating. Why was it so beautiful? She never got tired of looking at it. Meng Qianqian thought she wasn't just a fan of looks, but if a person's hand was beautiful, she would be willing to be friends with them.
What did he mean by this?
Meng Qianqian felt her heart flutter. Could Gu Xianji be showing her his hand? From the angle of the photo, it seemed like a mistake shot. Out of curiosity, Meng Qianqian sent the photo of that hand to her phone and saved it on her computer, then finally deleted it. After deleting that photo, she saw another picture. Good, now she was sure. That hand photo was definitely a mistake. She enlarged the photo to see the details. Many children appeared in the picture, each with excited and happy faces. Some of the kids were very thin, only slightly better off than refugees. She recognized them at a glance. These children were probably from the Xie family clan. Many people will die on the way to exile. The children who survive are lucky. Either their families are strong, or the children are healthy and don't get sick. Otherwise, they wouldn't make it. The children wear padded jackets and lei feng hats, their eyes shining with hope. Some children wear leather hats and look healthier than the children from the Xie family. Some have dark skin and look strong. These are probably the children of slaves. Next to these children stands a slightly older kid. He wears ill-fitting clothes and proudly lifts his chin, eager to fit in but looking out of place. Around them are adults, elderly people, guards, and slaves. Many people gather just to watch the well-drilling machine work. If this photo appeared in the future, it would definitely be very famous. If Gu Xian knew about media, he might even win a Pulitzer Prize. This photo is definitely meant to be shown to the professor. Meng Qianqian thought for a moment and decided to take her tablet to find Weijia. This is really so important. Weijia saw the photo and excitedly hugged his tablet, ignoring Meng Qianqian, and started studying it. Meng Qianqian. For the first time, she was ignored like this, and she felt a bit happy. No wonder people say researchers are the most adorable. They are so focused when they study, as if it's everything to them. Meng Qianqian didn't disturb the professor and quietly left. Before she reached the surface of the underground base, she received a call from Huitingzhou. She didn't answer and hung up. After taking a few steps, the phone rang again, still Huitingzhou. Is this person crazy? She had already rejected him clearly, so why did he keep calling? Meng Qianqian came out of the elevator and took the stairs back home. She simply blocked Huitingzhou's number. Huitingzhou had been calling all afternoon but couldn't reach Meng Qianqian. At first she answered, but then she just stopped picking up. Huitingzhou frowned and impatiently called out to his secretary. Secretary Lin, under what circumstances does a call stay connected when dialing? Secretary Lin smiled subtly. She dared not say directly. Could you try calling that number? Huitingzhou looked annoyed but still dialed Meng Qianqian's number in front of Secretary Lin. As soon as the call connected, a prompt sounded. The number you are calling is busy. Please try again later. Secretary Lin cursed inwardly but smiled gently outwardly. Most likely, she's blocked your number. How could Meng Qianqian dare to block me? Huitingzhou couldn't believe Meng Qianqian would do such a thing. He immediately took out another private phone and dialed Meng Qianqian's number. Didn't Meng Qianqian just want his private number? When Meng Qianqian saw a strange number from City A, she thought it was Song Qiaoyi calling her from a new number, so she immediately pressed the answer button. Hearing the familiar voice, Huitingzhou's anger grew. He looked down on her from afar and sneered, Meng Qianqian, are these little tricks enough? You just want my private. Suddenly, the call disconnected before he finished speaking. He dialed again and found he had been blocked once more. Fine. Meng Qianqian, do you think this will get my attention? Impossible. He would never like her no matter what. Secretary Lin, risking her life, knocked on the door and entered. Seeing Huitingzhou's face darker than before, she almost wanted to turn around and run. But she couldn't escape. She brought an invitation card and placed it on Huitingzhou's desk. Mr. Hua, this is the invitation just delivered. Huitingzhou didn't lift his eyes at all. The secretary sighed in relief and turned to leave. But just as she turned around, Huitingzhou called out in a deep voice, Secretary Lin, give me your phone. Does the boss have a problem? Can't he just use someone else's phone? Secretary Lin was frustrated inside but still respectfully took out her phone, unlocked it, found the dial interface, and handed it to Huitingzhou. Huitingzhou entered Meng Qianqian's number and dialed again. When Meng Qianqian saw the unfamiliar number, she hesitated for a moment before answering. Huitingzhou heard a familiar voice and immediately said, Meng Qianqian, I need to talk to you. Meng Qianqian hung up the phone, paused, and said impatiently, What is it? How much are you asking for the manor? Huitingzhou thought about the lawyer coming to their door and the whole situation becoming public. He also risked losing face for the Hua family. So, he just wanted to buy the Furong Manor from Meng Qianqian. Only then could he save the family's reputation. Meng Qianqian found this very funny. Why should I sell the Furong Manor? She wanted a productive hen, not a one-time deal. Not to mention it was her gift. Huitingzhou pinched his brow, sounding impatient. Meng Qianqian, I appreciate your way of grabbing my attention. You succeeded. But I am your only fiancé. If you keep being stubborn, you'll only embarrass yourself. Meng Qianqian had never felt so speechless in her life. Huitingzhou, can't you understand human words? Didn't I tell you clearly last time? I don't like you. I have no interest in an old man like you. Do you think a few lousy coins make you powerful? Just because you're a young man, you think I'll fall for you. Stop showing off your arrogance. The person I like is 100, 1,000, even 10,000 times better than you. Even if you were reborn, you couldn't compare to a single hair of him. You probably think that our engagement is because I like you, right? Please, that was just to make my mom happy, just acting. I didn't expect you to be a scumbag and very narcissistic. Look at yourself. You're like a rotten cucumber. Unworthy of me. The manor isn't for sale, and stay away from me. Meng Qianqian kept typing on her phone without giving Hu Tingzhou a chance to speak, then blocked his number again. In the office, the atmosphere was extremely tense. Secretary Lin wished she hadn't overheard anything but couldn't help but listen out of curiosity. It turned out that the infamous eldest daughter of the Meng family had never liked their Mr. Meng. As Hu Tingzhou's secretary, Lin had seen Meng Qianqian before. She was very beautiful, so stunning that she could outshine even top actresses with just her natural look. Even wrapped in a sack, she was the most beautiful person. There is still a cool, distant feeling about her. At least in front of our President Hua, she always seems like a fairy. No, she's not as soft as a fairy. She feels more like a goddess. There's an indescribable scent about her. Secretary Lin once secretly told her best friend, "Our President Hua is really lucky. His fiancée is a stunning beauty. Her face, her aura, absolutely perfect." But it seems President Hua isn't very happy. She's sure that President Hua's patience is running out. She didn't expect it to happen so soon. And she never thought that the goddess in her heart could be so lively. Meng Qianqian, you win. Hu Tingzhou gritted his teeth and suddenly threw his phone. No, don't. Secretary Lin reached out, desperately wanting to shout, but she didn't dare. Under pressure, she had to lower her head. This month's bonus will be doubled. Seeing Secretary Lin, Hu Tingzhou realized he had thrown the wrong phone. His expression darkened further. Thank you, President Hua. If there's nothing else, I'll leave now, she said carefully. Hu Tingzhou waved his hand. Secretary Lin crouched down, picked up her phone, and quickly left the office. She ordered the latest phone online, but also bought an older model. When she's with her boss, she uses the old phone. Outside, she uses the newest one. Her goddess is truly her lucky charm. The last time her bonus doubled was also recently. As soon as the phone arrived, Secretary Lin started excitedly sharing what happened with her best friend, defending her goddess. Our President Hua is like a crazy dog. He lost face and is now madly attacking my goddess. My goddess lost her mom and was bullied by her stepfather. He not only refused to help but also broke off the engagement and sided with the daughter of the mistress. He said my goddess isn't the biological daughter of her stepfather. Hilarious! Can a simple paternity test, which might not even be real, decide my goddess's fate? I'll tell you, my goddess's mom left her many shares and other inheritance. But her stepfather stole all that money back. You don't know how dirty his tricks are. I've seen it and felt sick. Poor my goddess. Why does she keep meeting such scumbags? You tell me, where does our President Hua get the nerve to bully my goddess?
Today was really satisfying.
Meng Qianqian didn't know she had a little fan who was criticizing Hu Tingzhou harshly. She was holding her phone, secretly looking at Gu Xuanji's hand, and silently ordered some hand cream. Just washing her face with soap wasn't enough. It would dry out her skin. Should I buy some cleanser? It's necessary to wash your face, right? Meng Qianqian still decided to ask Gu Xuanji. Gu Xuanji thought about many people's hands being frostbitten and tentatively asked, I want to buy some medicine for frostbite. Meng Qianqian hadn't even left the warehouse and immediately placed the order. The warehouse wasn't cold at all. It felt like a large space, but it was shaped like a warehouse, as if people could see inside. The warehouse door was the key to entering the space. Meng Qianqian thought this idea was very funny. She looked at the warehouse and muttered, No way, you really are a space, aren't you? The warehouse didn't respond. Meng Qianqian was used to this. She bought a lot of cleansers and face creams again. Xiao Nen came over with the items. The big white jar is for face, the large round box is for hands. Inside is Vaseline, which lasts a long time. Xiaonan took out each item carefully, looking nervously at Meng Qianqian. These items weren't cheap in the store. But this Vaseline was a high-quality product. This contains frostbite ointment, which can be divided into small portions. The tools for dividing the ointment were also complete. Meng Qianqian was very satisfied. Xiaonan put the items down and left. When he came, someone had specifically reminded him to explain clearly when delivering the goods. He was worried he might not explain well and get the items returned. Meng Qianqian handed the items to Gu Xuanji. Gu Xuanji took the frostbite ointment and heard Meng Qianqian ask, "I'll prepare some big radishes for you. You can cook radish soup in winter. There's a saying here, eat radish in winter, in summer, no need for a doctor's prescription. Eating more radishes is good. Are there still hot pot base ingredients? If not, just stir-fry some vegetables, add seasonings, and then pour in water to boil. You can make a non-spicy hot pot. Eating a bit more oily in winter is better, as it can boost your immunity. People shouldn't be too thin. The days ahead are long. How can we manage without good health?" Meng Qianqian kept writing and talking about many things, finally mentioning Hu Tingzhou. She also wanted to ask Gu Xuanji if he was married or had a fiancé. If he did, then any relationship would be ended before it even started. "I used to have a blind date. After my mother had an accident, he got engaged to my enemy. He thought I liked him and believed that what I did was to get his attention, so he called me to clarify. It was really funny. She wasn't blind." Meng Qianqian really wanted to ask her mom why she liked Hu Tingzhou in the first place. But unfortunately, her mom had passed away, and all her phones and things were burned. She couldn't contact her anymore. After venting, Meng Qianqian felt much better. She was waiting for Xiao Nan to send over the radish, along with a letter to Gu Xuanji. Just then, Meng Yanxi returned, a few days later than before. His face looked pale but healthy. Was he injured or not? "The test results are out. Your farm's lamb meat can't increase supernatural abilities, but it seems to prevent ordinary people from becoming supernatural." Meng Yanxi was waiting specifically for this experiment report. Her farm was so impressive. Meng Qianqian almost couldn't believe it. She couldn't understand the technical data on the report, but she could understand the test results. It clearly stated that people showing signs of crossing over didn't do so after eating the lamb meat. This wasn't just a one-time case. All the local lamb meat produced by Meng Qianqian's farm prevented crossing over. Oh my God! Who came up with this experiment? He's a genius. After saying this, Meng Qianqian noticed her little uncle's face was a bit red. She happily asked, "Little uncle, was this idea yours?" Meng Yanxi sat in a chair at the table. Meng Qianqian immediately poured him a glass of water. He paused, took it, and slowly sipped. Seeing Meng Qianqian smiling at him, she knew this little girl had grown up again. It was just a sudden idea. In ancient times, lamb meat could enhance supernatural abilities. What about modern lamb? I just had this thought, and the researchers did the experiments with different kinds of lamb. The data shows that the sheep on your farm are completely different from those on other farms. Meng Yanxi looked at her and said carefully, "Even if you bought sheep from somewhere else, once they are on your farm, they will change in a big way. Also, research has found that your farm seems to be naturally protected." Meng Qianqian looked surprised. She joked, "Could it be that my farm has become magical? And wasn't this place included in your initial plans? Why didn't it change before?" "No," Meng Yanxi said firmly, "it's all because of you. Because of me, she didn't think she was that special. It's unlikely. It must be because of the location. If someone else was there, it would be the same." Meng Qianqian didn't see herself as special. She grew up in an ordinary family. The first 18 years of her life were peaceful and calm, with nothing unusual happening. But after she turned 18, everything changed. Her grandparents suddenly passed away, her weak mother also left her overnight, and then her father remarried and publicly announced she wasn't his daughter. She inherited her mother's company, but her father had already drained it, leaving her with a company full of debt. Even after she found out her family members were alive, her sadness and pain were real. She felt truly alone for a month. Thinking of this, Meng Qianqian looked up and asked her little uncle seriously, "Little uncle, have you met my mom?" It was a question, but her tone was certain. Meng Yanxi sighed. Do you know why my mom agreed to the engagement with the Ho family? Meng Qianqian had always wondered why her mom wanted her to be with an older man. She wasn't having trouble finding a partner, so why was she in such a hurry? There is someone from the Ho family in the end times. Meng Qianqian immediately thought of someone and asked in shock, could it be Aunt Yu? Yes, it's her. She can protect you, and the others in the Ho family won't go to the end times. Ho Tingzhou himself is not interested in trouble, and he's quite handsome. That's why your mom chose him. Hearing this, Meng Qianqian wanted to roll her eyes. Ho Tingzhou doesn't chase after trouble? That's because he hasn't met someone he likes. With his talent and looks, how could he be willing to marry someone he doesn't love? You see, he now only talks about Meng as the only person he loves. Your mother doesn't have good taste. Meng Yanxi thought of something and looked annoyed. He then told Meng Qianqian, by the way, she asked me to thank you. The ginseng you gave her helped her upgrade her abilities. Now she can save everyone in the team at critical moments. She is very grateful. Meng Qianqian didn't expect that a small action of hers could save so many people. Thinking about it, she said, I'll prepare more for you guys. Take them back to improve your strength. In the end of the world situation, being strong is the most important. She needed to prepare more for her little uncle and grandparents so they could upgrade sooner. Meng Qianqian acted immediately, grabbing a pen to write a letter to Gu Xuanji. Meng Yanxi quickly stopped her. No need to go out of your way for us. We are the main force, and we have double the resources others have. Others give what they can, but I give what I have. My things, can I share them with you? Meng Qianqian's eyes were clear, revealing her understanding of many things. Little uncle, I know you're very strong. Small things won't help much. It takes time to build up. But we have the resources here. So, let's slowly gather strength. Maybe at a critical moment, it will make a difference. Ancient beef and mutton are hard to find for others, but for Meng Qianqian, it's not difficult at all. She threw away the half-written letter into the trash can. We still have plenty of sheep. You can slaughter a few and take them with you. In Dacheng, few people like to eat pork. And pork is rare. But compared to beef and mutton, pork has more meat and fat. Ancient times lacked good pig breeds, but that's okay. She can provide them here. Without hesitation, Meng Qianqian bought more than 10 piglets and specially contacted Gu Xuanji to send them over. Seeing the dozen or so piglets disappear into the warehouse, Meng Yanxi looked at Meng Qianqian with complicated feelings. Do you think, when I send these pigs to be raised in ancient times, are they considered ancient or modern? Maybe I should just send an old sow instead, Meng Qianqian said thoughtfully. Meng Yanxi. He looked pained, thinking it was better to let his niece do whatever she wanted. Gu Xianji received a message to cut down some wooden stakes, surround them to make a pig pen, and cover it with an old tent. He also arranged for a few piglets to be kept there. This was to prevent the piglets from starving. The piglets mostly ate leftover food and scraps. Additionally, Meng Wantang specially sent pig feed and grains. Xia Qing, he said with a bit of envy. The goddess even brought them some food. Xia Qing Yan is an honest child. Third brother, are you jealous of these pigs? Xia Qing he. This naughty kid, does he know how to speak? He frowned and haughtily snorted. Did you forget how you all survived during exile? Xia Qing Yan didn't reply. Back then, they didn't have better food than the pigs. He was also envious. The little one told the guard in charge of raising pigs, make sure they guard well, so the prisoners don't come and steal the pig food. Xia Qing, he wanted to argue, but then remembered that the prisoners' food was actually worse than the pigs, so he nodded in approval and patted his brother's head. The well in the tribe was now providing clean water. The underground water was sweet, and boiling it made it taste very good. People in the tribe queued up daily to draw water, carrying it in buckets to their tents. They only stopped once the water tanks were full. At night, they removed the piston from the well to prevent it from freezing. The next morning, they put the piston back and poured hot water to draw water. The first water came out of the well. The layout of the inner city was also roughly planned. Jael and his team chose 2 suitable locations and dug 2 more wells. This way, the tribe wouldn't run out of water. After delaying the plan for so many days, Gu Xianji decided to get up and go see the surrounding tribes. If some tribes had people who died from smallpox, they would burn the bodies to prevent the disease from spreading further. If there was no smallpox infection, that was naturally good. Before leaving, Gu Xianji contacted Meng Qianqian. I'm worried that this outbreak of the plague isn't just affecting our tribe. Since you said the disease spreads through the air, I suspect other tribes might have the same problem. So, I've decided to go out and check. If I can save some people, I want to bring back as many as I can. Before I leave, can I buy some more grain? In case I cannot return for a month or even longer, the people in the tribe need to survive. Meng Qianqian saw the letter and immediately responded to Gu Xuanji. Of course, that's fine. Meng Qianqian replied to reassure Gu Xuanji, and he promptly bought food, meat, and vegetables, potatoes, cabbage, dried vegetables, radishes, kelp, and many fish. Anything that could be frozen, Meng Qianqian bought enough for 2 months. If the people there eat carefully, they could last 3 months. Worried, Meng Qianqian sat in the warehouse waiting for the delivery. Why did you buy so much at once? Meng Yanxi quickly came to see Meng Qianqian after hearing the news. Gu Xuanji is worried about a smallpox outbreak on the grassland. He said he doesn't know how many people might die this time, and he might not be able to save everyone. He's trying to see how many he can rescue. He's preparing for spring planting and building a new town, which needs many people. The people in his tribe are not enough, but going out like this is very risky. If he dies, I will be useless. Meng Yanxi frowned and said, if you're so worried about him, then don't let him go. But others going wouldn't be as good as him. Others would just be risking their lives without hope. Only Gu Xuanji can communicate with her. If anything is needed, she can provide it at any time. Others can't help much. All the food and supplies were delivered. Meng Qianqian informed Gu Xuanji in advance and sent the supplies over. The next morning, Gu Xuanji set out with 300 soldiers. They traveled lightly. Food and water were provided by Meng Qianqian. The 300 riders galloped across the grassland. Gu Xuanji quickly found their first target, the small tribe mentioned by Xiemingxuan. The tribe was very quiet. Gu Xuanji didn't rush to approach. He took out binoculars and saw a woman come out of a tent, then suddenly collapse to the ground, crying loudly. He frowned and said in a deep voice, "Let's go over." When the people in the tribe saw someone coming, they ran fearfully into the tents. Soon, an old man came out of the largest tent. The old man had a white beard and sharp, aged eyes. He calmly looked at Gu Xuanji sitting on a horse. "If you don't want to die, leave this place. The village has already been affected by the plague. If you do not leave now, you will also face punishment," said the old man before turning to walk away. Gu Xianji glanced at Murong-su. Murong-su stepped forward and spoke to the others in Xianbei language. "Our king was sent by the goddess to save you. If you don't want to die, put all the infected people together." The old man looked at Gu Xianji in shock. Gu Xianji was dressed strangely, not at all like someone from the plains. But Murong-su was one of their Xianbei people. "Our king is blessed by heaven. This time, he came to help because he was guided by the goddess. If you refuse, we will leave for the next tribe right now." Murong-su had been ignored these days, but he still got vaccinated. He knew he still had a chance. So, when Gu Xianji appeared, he specifically asked to go with him. He was clever and could guess why Xie Qing and others looked at him that way. Murong-su swore to the heavens that he had no secrets from Gu Xianji. He looked for an opportunity to explain everything clearly to Gu Xianji. "Sir, when we left the tribe, everything was fine. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here," he said with a self-deprecating laugh. "I'm the son that my father likes the least. If there was a plague in the tribe's royal court, they wouldn't let me leave." Gu Xianji believed him. Before leaving, he took Murong-su with him. Murong-su wanted to show himself and was very eager. The leader of the small tribe hesitated briefly, but allowed them to enter. Anyway, they would die sooner or later. Since these people wanted to die, let them die together. "Sir, you should stay outside. The goddess said that even with a vaccine, there's no guarantee you won't get infected again. Please take care of yourself." Jia Zhou was the first to stop Gu Xianji. Gu Xianji set up camp outside the tribe. His tent was large enough for 40 people. Inside the tent, many things appeared quickly: mats, beds, tables, and even a few hot pots. The hot pots were cooking meat, mushrooms, and vegetables in a basket nearby, ready for anyone to serve themselves. Gu Xianji and the soldiers began to enjoy the hot pot together. Jiajiu, along with his subordinates, went inside the tribe to treat the people. After a while, Jiajiu returned with a heavy heart. He took off his protective clothing and disinfected inside the tent. After waiting a moment, he entered the tent where Gu Xianji was. "How is the situation?" Jiajiu shook his head seriously. "The condition of these people is very serious. They have already taken medicine, but whether they can survive depends on themselves." Gu Xianji thought about Meng Qianqian wanting cattle and sheep, then told Jiajiu, "Ask them if they want to live. If they do, they need to participate in the sacrifice." "Yes, I will go ask now." Just as Jiajiu was about to leave, Gu Xianji stopped him. "Sit down first, have a meal. Eat your fill before we talk. The leader cares about him." Jiajiu's eyes welled up with tears. He sat down, picked up chopsticks, scooped out his favorite noodles from the hot pot, and ate several pieces of beef. Only then did he feel satisfied, and took a sip of beer. The beer was very cold, but drinking it felt very comfortable in his stomach. Jiajiu didn't dare to drink much, only having one bowl of beer during the meal. Mu Rongsu was eating in the tent next door. He finished early and, hearing the noises outside, immediately followed when Jiajiu came out. Gu Xianji didn't trust him, so he first worked hard to gain the trust of others. Tell them, if they want a goddess to save them, they must participate in the sacrifice. Jiajiu didn't speak Xianbei language well. He understood it but couldn't speak it fluently, so he might reveal himself if he tried. Mu Rongsu immediately took the order. Although Mu Rongsu was not favored, he was still a noble. His presence was different from others. He stepped forward to convey Gu Xianji's message. The tribe's leader was stunned for a few seconds after hearing this, looking hopeless. All the cattle and sheep seemed to be their death. Mu Rongsu was not in a hurry. He gave the leader enough time to decide. He slowly said, "Do you know where this plague came from? It came from those livestock. When the animals got sick and you didn't handle it properly, over time they changed and gradually became a contagious plague among humans. This plague will kill many, many people. The bodies of the dead cannot be left behind. They must be burned. Have you not experienced this before, leader?" The old leader was deeply shaken. They believed in sky burials, returning their bodies to nature. But when he was young, there was a huge outbreak of plague on the grassland. A large tribe with over 10,000 people had no survivors. All their livestock also died. Without animals, we can still raise more. But if people die, everything is lost. Mu Rongsu smiled as he delivered a fatal to the old tribe leader. He calmly sipped some goat milk, then looked up casually, a confident smile forming on his lips. The next morning, the old tribe leader knelt outside, begging Gu Xianji to lead the sacrifice and pray to the goddess for help. "Sir," the old tribe leader agrees. "Let them prepare everything." Gu Xianji lowered his head and unfolded a prepared letter. With a flick of his mind, the letter disappeared. He sat quietly inside his tent, waiting patiently. Until he received another letter in his hand, he relaxed his brow and opened it. "We are ready on our side. Remember to disinfect afterward, and do not skimp on the disinfectant. This concerns your lives, so be very careful." Gu Xianji carefully stored the letter, then stood up, put on a down jacket, a leifeng hat, and a mask, fully armed, and appeared before the old tribe leader. All the cattle and sheep were herded onto an open space by the old leader. The tribe members who could still move knelt on the ground, praying sincerely, begging the goddess to save them. "Sir, should we prepare for the ritual?" Mu Rongsu asked quietly when he saw Gu Xianji come out. Gu Xianji looked down at Mu Rongsu, who was full of mischief, and said calmly, "The goddess cares for the people of Dawn. No need for false words." Mu Rongsu shrank back and, after retreating obediently, realized how intense Gu Xianji's gaze was, making him sweat cold. Gu Xianji approached the herd of cattle and sheep. With his previous experience of teleporting animals, he thought quickly, and the herd vanished into thin air. "The goddess will save you," Gu Xianzhi said in a deep voice. The old tribe leader looked up in surprise, terrified to see the cattle and sheep silently disappear. Has the goddess truly arrived? Before he could react, Gu Xianzhi had another letter in his hand. He didn't open it, knowing it was a signal from Meng Qianqian. As he finished speaking, medicines and vaccines appeared before him. He ordered in a deep voice, "Jiajiu, treat the sick." Understood. Gu Xianzhi no longer paid attention to the tribe leader. He returned to his tent, unfolded the brief letter, and the coldness in his eyes gradually faded. Such a kind girl was hurt by someone. Gu Xianzhi thought about that letter and regretted not being in her world. Even if he gave everything, he would not allow anyone to hurt her. In the small tribe, there are newborn babies. After vaccination, they won't catch smallpox. But right after the vaccination, the children reacted strongly and fussed for 3 days. After 3 days, the children were back to normal. However, the child's mother caught smallpox and was taken to another tent for quarantine. All the cattle and sheep in the tribe were used for sacrifices, so there was no milk to feed the children. Children can't get milk, so can't they eat porridge? Jiajiu asked with a frown. "Bring the rice we have, and I will ask the child's father to cook porridge for the child." What happened? Gu Xianzhi happened to pass by, heard Jiajiu scolding, and came over to ask. "Greetings, Lord." Everyone saluted Gu Xianzhi. Jiajiu then said, "A child's mother caught smallpox and needs medicine. The goddess once advised that women who are breastfeeding should not feed their children after taking medicine. But the cattle and sheep in the tribe—" "I understand," Gu Xianzhi replied. He turned back to his tent, wrote a letter to Meng Qianqian explaining the situation, and hoped to buy a lactating sheep. Feeding a baby with sheep's milk? They really are rough with raising children. Babies can't drink pure sheep's milk, but sheep milk powder is okay. Meng Qianqian wrote back, explaining the dangers of giving the child pure sheep's milk, and also told Gu Xianzhi how to prepare the milk powder. She then sent the purchased milk powder and sterilized bottles to him. Gu Xianzhi looked at the bottles on the table and the milk powder, then studied the instructions carefully. Jia Wu hurried in from outside and respectfully said, "Lord, give this to Jiajiu." He didn't explain further. Jiajiu, who could read, understood naturally after seeing it. Jia Wu was curious and looked at the silver bucket and the strange small bottle, then took them to Jiajiu. Jiajiu saw Jia Wu and immediately called his disciple over. "Can you understand this?" The disciple Jiajiu called was Lin Song. Lin Song was a farmer who escaped with them from the border. As a child, he learned to read from his grandfather and knew some characters. He loved reading more than others. After Jiajiu took notice of him, he started learning from Jiajiu. "I have learned the pinyin and memorized most of the dictionary. Even if I forget some later, I can roughly understand the meaning." The instruction manual uses common characters, so Lin Song naturally recognizes them. Living in the tribe, I have seen and used a diesel hydraulic drilling machine, Vaseline, and even a toothbrush. Opening a milk powder can is just a small task. Although a bit slow, I can do it. As for how to prepare milk powder, it's clearly written above. As long as you're not foolish, following the steps will make it easy. "Master, I understand now," Lin Song honestly said.
Take this and look after that child.
"Yes, I will go now." Lin Song carried the milk powder can, along with the bottle and instructions, to care for the baby. Jiajiu continued to lead other disciples to check on the more seriously ill people. Whether they survive depends on themselves. The necessary medicines have been used, and the milder symptoms are now under control. Those who haven't been infected have received vaccines. The tribe situation is now stable. Leader, only a few are seriously ill. I've told them that the bodies of those who die must be burned. Otherwise, smallpox could come back. Jiajiu, after disinfecting, reported to Gu Xianzhi in the tent. Gu Xianzhi was writing a letter to Meng Qianqian. Hearing this, he ordered in a deep voice, "Send the order. We leave tomorrow." When the old tribe leader learned that Gu Xianzhi and his group were leaving, he came out of the tent and saw that the large tents outside the tribe had disappeared. A miracle, a miracle. The old tribe leader, along with his people, suddenly knelt on the ground and begged loudly, "Your Highness, please take us in." Gu Xianji was riding on his horse, looking down from above at the kneeling Xianbei people. He only wanted those who sincerely wanted to follow him, not a group of troublemakers. If these people's hearts are not sincere, they will only cause trouble in the future. He said in a deep voice, "I am not Xianbei." The old tribe leader had already guessed this. The people who treated them were not Xianbei at all. The old tribe leader was not stupid. Their Xianbei tribe was not completely broken, but it wasn't doing well either. Some of them depended on Daqing, living much better than before. When they had no food, they could cry to the emperor of Daqing for help. If disaster struck, they would also cry to him. Some other Xianbei people also lived a nomadic life, just like them. The old tribe leader was not very smart, but he understood that they could not survive without Gu Xuanji. Since the brave warrior who had visited their tribe before called this noble young man, "Your Highness," he feared that if they made the wrong choice, they might be forced to join his tribe in the future. Such treatment would be very different from what they had now. The old tribe leader naturally wanted to think about his people. He immediately pledged his loyalty. "Your Highness, you saved us. Our lives are yours. It doesn't matter if you are Xianbei or not. Please accept us. We don't have many skills, but we still have some strength." He pushed his second son forward. "This is my younger son, Yuan Zhan.
He knows the grasslands well.
Let him stay with you as a servant." This old man was quite clever. "If you want to join me, go south directly to the Yuxianyuan tribe," Gu Xuanji said. He didn't look at Yuan Zhan. Instead, he turned his horse around and said in a deep voice, "Let's go." The old tribe leader quickly patted his second son and said, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and follow. Be smart. If there are any issues with Shuname, report to the Lord immediately." "Father, I'm leaving now." Their horses were already prepared. Yuan Zhan mounted his horse and chased after the main group. Gu Xuanji and the others moved very quickly. Yuan Zhan had grown up riding horses, so his riding skills were quite good, and he blended in seamlessly. "Master, that young man is quite capable," Jia Yi said with some admiration. When they set up camp, Jia Yi deliberately approached Gu Xuanji and said. Gu Xuanji looked up at him and replied, "Then you can have him." "Thank you, Lord." Jia Yi immediately flattered him, helped serve food, and took care of Gu Xuanji during the meal. After resting, the armies set out again. Led by Xiemingxuan, they arrived at another tribe. This tribe was in much worse shape than the 500-person tribe. If they had isolated the sick like in the previous Yuan tribe, it might not have been so serious. But people had already died. The plague spread very quickly. They desperately prayed to the gods, watching more and more people's bodies rot and die. They couldn't escape the disease and could only wait in despair for death. At Professor Gu's command, Jia Jiu led a team to rush inside fully armed. They set up tents, sorted people based on their illnesses, and placed them in different tents. Then they began large-scale disinfection, burning the items used by the patients to eliminate the virus completely. The cattle and sheep were moved aside, checked, and then sent to Meng Qianqian. When Meng Qianqian heard about the tragic situation of that tribe, she asked Gu Xianji to record a video. This was valuable information. Gu Xianji used a well-adjusted camera to record everything, carefully capturing details of the tribe. This helped Meng Qianqian better understand how the Xianbei people lived during that time. They planned to stay here for a few days. Meng Qianqian received a lot of information. Professor Wei was eager to support her and specially brought a beautiful dress as a gift. "This is a dress your sister designed herself. I brought it for you as a present. Please don't dislike it," Professor Wei said. He couldn't reveal Meng Qianqian's true identity, but told his daughter that a young friend had helped him a lot. His daughter helped design this dress. As for Meng Qianqian's data, it was all recorded officially. Professor Wei applied for access and finally obtained the detailed information. "Professor, how did you know I was about to attend a banquet?" Meng Qianqian asked, excitedly eyeing the light blue silk dress she liked so much she wanted to wear it immediately. The color was slightly dark, but very flattering to her skin. She really loved it. Professor Wei said, "Our family received an invitation to this banquet, so I naturally knew. Will many people attend?" Meng Qianqian didn't know the details of the event. She had been busy these days, mainly watching over Gu Xianji, so she hadn't paid attention to other things. "Director Meng means you. You can't be kept here. You should appear confidently. He's working to get you a proper identity so you can move freely," Professor Wei said, feeling sorry for Meng Qianqian. She was a young girl full of hope, having seen the outside world but still willing to stay in the base. 1 or 2 years might be okay, but if it lasted longer, she might get tired of this life. She was a good girl, with a big sense of justice in her heart. However, Meng Yanzi mentioned something at the meeting. "My sister can go to the end of the world, so how can you guarantee she can't go to the ancient times? If Qianqian went to ancient times and lived freely in that world, she might never want to come back." Sometimes, people's desire for freedom is stronger than anything else. After threatening those stubborn old men, he slowly said, "Of course, I am just giving an example. Qianqian loves her country very much and is also reluctant to leave here." One middle-aged man, who opposed Meng Qianqian going out, said in a deep voice, "Then find her a partner. Doesn't she dislike that young man from the Hor family? Arrange a meeting for them and let them get married. Once a woman has children, she won't leave." Meng Yanxi sneered angrily. "It seems you really don't like Meng Qianqian. You're forcing her to go to ancient times and never come back." The middle-aged man's face stiffened and he said sternly, "Am I wrong? The information shows she likes Huitingzhou. It looks like that's what you all think." Meng Yanxi narrowed his eyes, full of a threatening aura. A round-faced man sitting nearby smiled kindly and said, "Lamb meat comes from the ranch, so it should be sold under the ranch's name. The lamb has already become popular in the circle, and those who know will understand. Everyone wants to seek cooperation, so they naturally look for the behind-the-scenes boss. Miss Meng is very suitable." Others nodded in agreement. "Let Qianqian take the lead." "I also agree." The man looked at the middle-aged man. "Old Jiang, what do you think?" The middle-aged man, though looking unhappy, nodded. "I think this plan is good." This decision was made. Meng Yanxi smiled as he stood up. The others were no match for him. His attitude was very clear. His niece's identity was very important, and the country needed to protect her. But she was not an object. She should live in a proper environment and have her own social life. He used a firm attitude to tell everyone that Qianqian was not alone. She had the support of most of the powerful ability users behind her. The final threat was even more ruthless. "If you don't want things to go badly, don't mess with those complicated things." Crazy. All crazy. After Meng Yanxi left, the middle-aged man dared to lose his temper. "Old Jiang, you also need to understand. That's their family, and they've spent 18 years protecting their beloved. If her family hadn't had problems, she wouldn't have come back. If she doesn't come back, she might never get this chance. She will marry that young man from the Hor family and have children, and perhaps her life will pass by like that." The round-faced man is named Song Jianya. He explains everything clearly to Jiang Wangshan. Jiang Wangshan stiffened his neck. "But she has come back and become the most special person. She is so important. Don't they all know that?" "Yes, they do. Because they understand what it's like to lose freedom. They don't want her to be locked up here forever." Song Jianya understands Jiang Wangshan well. Since Meng Qianqian stays in the base and her identity remains secret, it reduces many unnecessary problems for them. But Meng Yanxi is right. His niece isn't just an object, she's a person with feelings. She was forced to return. For the sake of this secret mission, she stays here. A year or 2 is okay, but if it goes on too long, she will definitely break down. Besides, she's a sensible girl. She works hard to cooperate with us and tries not to cause trouble. Why do you insist on stopping her? Jiang Wangshan is old-fashioned and stubborn, but he's not completely unaware of social manners. I also worry about her safety. What if something happens? Song Jianya's kind face loses its smile, and his eyes become firm. That means there's a problem with our work. We haven't protected her well. Jiang Wangshan falls silent. Then send more people to stay with her. Arrange for some female colleagues to be with her. 24 hours a day, always nearby. Others should be on standby at any moment. Jiang Wangshan knows he can't stop her, so he tries to let her go out as much as possible. Old Jiang, you don't need to be so nervous. Think of this as a good thing, Song Jianya says, pouring him a cup of coffee. Some people guessed her identity before. Meng Yanxi's appearance made everyone understand her situation better. But besides the secret personnel, others are still very confused. The lamb meat from her farm has a special ability to prevent signs of crossing over. This identity makes her very valuable. Once it's revealed, everyone will protect her. Yes, at least the mutants will definitely protect Meng Qianqian. They have superpowers in the apocalypse, and it looks like they're living happily, but it's all gained through risking their lives. People entering the end-of-the-world experience a difficult period without any beginner protection, facing the harshest challenges. The first time someone crosses over, they can return after just 3 days initially, but now it's 40 days or even longer. The number of beginner deaths is rising rapidly. This is why the old couple from the Meng family chose to fake their death. They were afraid of truly dying. Fortunately, although they didn't awaken special abilities, after crossing over, they happened to be within Meng Xining's control. Everything just happened to be perfectly aligned. Other ability users struggle daily in the end times, worried about their families crossing over too. Everyone's mental state is quite fragile. Wang Zhongshan understands this, so he chose not to resist and instead compromised. Send more people to protect that child. Absolutely. Song Jianya's eyes are full of hope. That child is their hope. Meng Qianqian returns to her apartment and sees her little brother sleeping on the sofa. She quietly covers him with a blanket and then tiptoes to the kitchen. The man on the sofa slightly opens his eyes, sees the blanket, and shifts into a more comfortable position to continue sleeping. Her little brother has lost a lot of weight, probably from what he experienced in the end times. Don't they all have personal space storage? It should contain some supplies, plenty of food and drinks. So why has he become so thin? Meng Qianqian feels worried for her little brother and her parents. She opens the fridge and takes out a piece of fresh lamb. She makes lamb ball soup. Lamb chops are a special dish. She plans to make steamed lamb chops, her little brother's favorite, later. Before Gu Xuanji left, he also cut some chives for her. Besides what she needs for lab experiments, she took the rest home. She's reluctant to eat it all and plans to make more dumplings for lunch. She's not sure if her brother's space can keep things fresh, so she wants to prepare some for her mother and grandparents too. Meng Qianqian doesn't know why they haven't come to see her. They must have their reasons, and it's probably for her good. She just wants to cook something nice for them, so they can taste the taste of home. She also specially made Shun Wansan's pork knuckles. She went out with her classmates to eat once, and thought it was incredibly delicious. Even she, who usually doesn't eat pork knuckles, ate more than half. At that time, she thought the pork knuckle was too small. When she got home, she started to experiment with cooking it. She even asked a chef for help. After a long time of trying, she finally made it look somewhat right. She wasn't sure if it was authentic Meng Qianqian style, but it definitely suited their family's taste. Just as the meal was ready, Meng Yanxi woke up. Little brother-in-law, wash your face and wake up so you can eat. Meng Yanxi didn't want to move. He stretched out his long legs casually, giving the impression that his legs filled the whole sofa. Meng Qianqian passed by and took out her phone to take a picture of him. Why are you taking a picture? Meng Yanxi lazily looked up, showing a charming, captivating expression that seemed to turn heads. Little brother-in-law really is a charming person. She didn't know who her future sister-in-law would be, but she hoped she could handle this charming guy. Her mind was a mess with all sorts of thoughts, but her hands moved quickly. She snapped several photos. You're my little brother-in-law. What's wrong with taking a few pictures of you? When someone asks me who else is in my family, I can proudly say I have a handsome, amazing little brother-in-law. We both look so good, it would be a shame not to take more photos. She walked over and, just as he sat up, still sleepy and harmless looking, she took a group photo with him. Meng Yanxi's sharp eyes held a gentle, affectionate smile. He stood up and tousled her hair, noticing that her hair had returned to its silky smooth state. Meng Yanxi, who didn't like being pranked, looked confused. Meng Qianqian laughed proudly. Haha.
Surprised?
My shampoo is a special formula developed by my good friend. It's super effective and amazing. It not only locks in my hair's nutrients, keeping it silky, but I don't need any other messy products. Little brother-in-law, do you want some? The words she was about to say were silently swallowed by Meng Yanxi. Give me some more. Meng Qianqian made an okay sign and pushed him toward the bathroom. Little brother-in-law, hurry up. I made lots of delicious food. It's super rich and tasty. Got it? Meng Yanxi enjoyed the feeling of being at home. Even in the apocalypse, they had a place to live. Their parents were there, but for them, that place wasn't really home. When Meng Yanxi returned to the dining table and saw the abundant dishes, he realized it was indeed very plentiful. Why did you make so much?
We can't finish it, he said.
Having spent so long in the apocalypse, he instinctively tried to save food. In that world, the most lacking thing is food. Meng Qianqian naturally said, can't your space preserve food? Store it there, and eat it later. Later, I will make a few more portions. When the time comes, you can put some in your space for friends, and also give some to my mom and grandparents. Meng Yanxi had a lot to say, but in the end, only 2 simple words remained. Thank you, little uncle. Meng Qianqian suddenly thanked him, and Meng Yanxi was not surprised at all. He ate his meal slowly and said, got it?
Yes.
Today, Gu Xuanji brought a video, and Professor Wei told me, little uncle, you really don't have to fight for me like this. Guarding a warehouse means you can't go anywhere. Even if you go out, you might not reach your destination before having to return. Meng Qianqian was already mentally prepared to spend her whole life guarding the warehouse and being a middleman between 2 worlds. But when she heard this news, how could she not be happy? Meng Yanxi looked at the girl with concern. Do you know why your mom didn't come back? Can she choose not to come back? Meng Qianqian's focus was always so curious. Meng Yanxi shook his head.
No.
When she comes back, she doesn't visit you to improve her skills. She's working to gather more supplies for the country. The reason she's been able to delay for so many years and let your grandparents go over is because she discovered a secret, something no one else knows. What secret? Meng Yanxi took out a silver object from his pocket, looking like a metal ball. He pressed somewhere and the metal ball activated. Meng Qianqian looked down and found her phone, and ID card had no signal. She stared at the thing in Meng Yanxi's hand, with 2 big words in her eyes. Want. Your mom is working hard to increase her influence over there, and then she will have more control, Meng Yanxi said broadly, with a clear meaning. He reminded Meng Qianqian, if your influence in this world grows, you will have invisible power.
For example, faith.
These things might increase your control over that warehouse. You see, the warehouse has a door, and that door is the key. If you hold the key, that mysterious space might not just be that warehouse. This was Meng Yanxi's real goal. As long as his niece had the key, she could open the warehouse anywhere. Her safety would be greatly improved. That is true safety. Meng Qianqian had never thought about this before. Suddenly, she understood Meng Yanxi's meaning. Little uncle, you mean? Exactly, just as you think. Meng Yanxi nodded affirmatively. Then why haven't I seen any change after helping ancient people? Meng Qianqian wondered, recalling that the warehouse hadn't changed at all in the past month. She began to think, does this mean I haven't done enough? Definitely not enough. When you reach a certain level and a real change occurs, you'll gain great power. It's also possible that some of this energy has been absorbed by that mysterious warehouse. When it grows enough, you'll unlock a 2nd level of access. Since Meng Qianqian gained her special ability, Meng Yanxi had been studying it. He would discuss with Shun Zining, who then revealed this secret to him. At that time, Meng Yanxi had only one thought. How many secrets had his sister kept locked away? But these were also their trump cards. Previously, Meng Qianqian thought the warehouse placed on the farm couldn't be moved. But if the warehouse could be moved, did that mean one day she could open it anytime, anywhere like Gu Xuanji and put things inside without worrying about being discovered or scared? Meng Qianqian suddenly felt very motivated. Gu Xuanji is saving people. I think he could be faster. He said that his tribe secretly worships me. Could that also give me energy? Meng Qianqian was unsure and shared her thoughts with Meng Yanxi for analysis. Meng Yanxi was pleasantly surprised. Those people are voluntarily worshipping you. Gu Xuanji said so. Meng Qianqian felt a bit embarrassed. This is the power of faith. Just like ancient gods had temples and followers, Gu Xuanji didn't expect his niece to quietly do such a big thing. He looked at her with pride. Don't tell anyone. I know. She used to feel shy about it, but now that she knew worshipping her could bring benefits, she foolishly told others her secret. Meng Yanxi naturally put away the metal ball. You need to attend the banquet this time. Most of the people there have special abilities. The biggest worry for those with special abilities is not to affect their family members. The value of the meat on your farm has long been known by these individuals with special abilities. They also informed their families, so the families of these ability users are eager to buy your farm's lamb meat. Meng Qianqian blinked her eyes, shining with the light of money. Brother-in-law, I'm thinking of half-owning a pig farm. What do you think? I feel like I can't make enough money from pork. Meng Yanxi was speechless. Kid, you have money. You could buy a lot of beef and raise it on the farm. Besides beef, there's also milk, which has its own benefits. And those cows and sheep only need to live on your farm for over a month. That's a steady stream of income. Her child at home is truly adorable when confused. In front of Meng Yanxi, Meng Qianqian directly took out her ID card and started buying high-quality dairy cows and beef cattle. I wonder if the professor's plan to improve the local cattle breeds has made any progress. That doesn't happen so quickly. After placing her order, Meng Qianqian bought nearly the same number of cows and sheep in one go. There are too many farms to keep them all. She saw in a report that raising cows and sheep on the farm for a week produces almost the same effect, and a month would be even better. To test the results, Meng Qianqian kept the original sheep and cows for a longer period before starting. Killing a batch after a week isn't too much of a burden. The banquet is in City A. Meng Qianqian and Meng Yanxi are flying there on a private plane. Upon arriving in City A, they saw a row of cars parked outside after getting off the plane. The cars were heavily modified, with the highest safety standards, looking low-key yet luxurious on the outside. Meng Qianqian got into a car, and before the banquet, she specially styled herself. Is it ready? Turning around, Meng Qianqian saw Meng Yanxi push the door open. He had a slicked-back hairstyle, wore a fitted white suit, and had a pair of gold-rimmed glasses on his nose. Though his gentle appearance seemed very approachable, he looked distant and unapproachable. The surface-level kindness was blocked by an icy coldness, emanating a faint chill. Her brother-in-law is truly a handsome and cold man, both beautiful and emotionless. Today, Meng Qianqian was also wearing a long white dress, with a delicate swan neck wrapped by the collar, perfectly covering every inch of her skin. The fabric is definitely custom-made, not only elegant and beautiful, but also highly resistant. Even now, in ancient times, her outfit can emit a faint warmth in the cold. Her long hair is styled up, revealing a small face about the size of a palm, with no makeup, full of youthful collagen, looking noble and coldly beautiful, with a touch of intimidation. It's about time. Meng Qianqian and Meng Yanxi go downstairs from the building. Standing in the elevator, Meng Qianqian suddenly speaks. Little uncle, do you think we look like villains standing together? Meng Yanxi has been through the apocalypse all these years and has never read such stories. His gaze momentarily froze. Meng Qianqian frowns at her reflection in the mirror. Look, you're good-looking, pretty, wealthy, and obsessed with a man. And you, obsessed with that man's woman, are also handsome and rich, with a somewhat gloomy personality. Totally a villain character. Stop talking nonsense. Meng Yanxi's brow twitches. I've never been obsessed with anyone else's woman. Just an analogy. Meng Qianqian feels her little uncle's reaction is a bit strange. Still, don't make random comparisons. If someone hears and misunderstands, it could cause unnecessary trouble. Meng Yanxi slightly frowns, radiating impatience. As soon as they step out of the elevator, Meng Qianqian hears a gasp of surprise. She looks up and sees the staff inside the elevator staring at her little uncle in shock. His face is truly striking. Leaving the hotel and getting into a car, heading to the venue of the banquet. Arriving at another hotel, Meng Qianqian notices the luxury cars parked outside. She silently calculates. They're all quite expensive, with many flashy sports cars rarely seen on the road, but here they seem quite common. Is the world consciousness selecting abilities based on wealth? Why are they all rich people? Meng Yanxi sees the car door open first, steps out, and extends his hand politely, waiting for Meng Qianqian to get out before speaking. Could it be that ordinary abilities in that world earned enough merit points to exchange for currency here, helping their families reach the top of life? The banquet hall is crowded. As Meng Qianqian and Meng Yanxi enter, the noisy hall falls silent for a few seconds. They hardly seem like people from this world. She looks like a fairy creature. People are never this beautiful. How do you feel? Meng Yanxi saw a familiar figure, frowned slightly, and seemed distracted while speaking. Meng Qianqian immediately noticed. She looked in the direction Meng Yanxi was gazing but saw nothing. All she saw was a group of well-dressed older men standing together, seemingly flattering a man. Their flattery was obvious. She didn't know who this important person was. "Little uncle, do you know anyone here? You go ahead and do your thing.
Don't worry about me.
I can handle myself. I've attended many banquets alone before and left safely." Although Meng Qianqian didn't know what her little uncle was worried about, she didn't mind him doing his own thing. "I'll be back soon." Meng Yanxi's tone was heavy with a low pressure. Meng Qianqian felt a bit sorry for her little uncle and urged him to leave quickly. "Hey, isn't someone protecting me? What are you worried about? Besides, with everyone watching, what could possibly happen? I'm just going to grab some snacks. The treats over there look really special." Meng Qianqian didn't let Meng Yanxi speak and turned to walk in another direction. Meng Yanxi looked at her niece's back with a helpless smile and then headed toward the group of older men. At this level of banquet, Meng Qianqian thought she might get to eat something good, but honestly, it was just a fancy version of home-cooked dishes. The taste was decent, neither amazing nor ordinary. Oh, when did her little mouth become so picky? Meng Qianqian held a cherry in her hand, tasting its sweet creaminess and fresh cherry flavor. Not bad, but not her favorite. She looked at the colorful peppers on the plate, eager to try. She couldn't resist and dipped some in sauce, taking a bite. The flavor was quite good. After 2 bites, she heard a sarcastic voice nearby. "Meng Qianqian, did your family go bankrupt?" "Oh, I forgot, your family really did go bankrupt. Your company's been failing for a long time. Your mom died, and you look so pitiful." Meng Qianqian turned around, a smile in her eyes but not reaching her face. It was as if she was cut off by an eternal glacier, cold and distant, showing a detached indifference that kept others at arm's length. Her gaze did not fall on the woman in a tight black dress with fiery red lips in front of her. Instead, she looked past her, toward the waiter nearby. "Please help ask whose crazy dog ran out and bit someone." People around, hearing the commotion, turned around openly to watch. They guessed who these 2 women might be. Meng Qianqian, who do you think is the crazy dog? Miss Huabaiji, known for her temper, couldn't stand feeling wronged. She angrily pointed at Meng Qianqian, her eyes full of bad intent. Meng Qianqian simply smiled faintly. "I'll say whatever I want." Huabaiji was the sister of Huatingzhou, about the same age as Meng Qianqian. She had been spoiled by girls since she was young and had never been disrespected like this. Her brother was engaged to Meng Qianqian, but Meng Qianqian didn't try to please other girls or show any signs of jealousy. She was completely different from Meng Wei. However, Meng Wei liked Meng Qianqian very much and often said, "Baiji, I really envy Meng Qianqian. Her eyes were so pure." Later, Meng Wei's identity was reversed with Meng Qianqian's. Hua Baiji remembered what Meng Wei had said before and felt especially sympathetic toward her. She wished Meng Wei could become her sister-in-law. So she actively supported this idea. Why does Meng Qianqian treat her this way? Say that again. Hua Baiji raised her chin in disdain, still looking up at Meng Qianqian. Meng Qianqian was tall, much taller than Hua Baizhi. She slightly bent down to look closely at her, shook her head lightly, and her eyes showed disbelief. Her tone, with a slight upward inflection, sounded playful. I've never seen such unreasonable demands before. Are you into some special hobbies, or do you have serious psychological issues? If I curse at you, will you suddenly be able to stand there high? You're talking nonsense. Hua Baizhi's cheeks flushed red as she cursed loudly. Her words were crude and didn't suit her wealthy, noble background at all. This was pointless. She was losing her composure. The Hua family's tolerance was surprisingly low. They usually pretended to be refined and well-mannered, but inside, they were quite fragile. Madam, please don't get too upset. Acknowledging certain preferences is not shameful at all. You haven't hurt anyone, yet you have to silently bear all this. It's really sad. Hua Baizhi was furious at Meng Qianqian's pitying look and lunged forward, trying to tear her apart. I will tear your mouth apart. Ah, ah. Hua Baizhi screamed and charged at her, looking like someone with a mental problem. The results of Meng Qianqian's recent training showed immediately. In the past, she could have dodged, but she would have looked very awkward. Now, she easily sidestepped, and Hua Baizhi, unable to control her strength, fell straight onto the cake behind her. Her elegant black dress was covered in cake, with her hair hanging down, also smeared with cake. It was a disaster scene. A cold glint appeared in Meng Qianqian's eyes. She turned to meet Huitingzhou's icy gaze but didn't back down. Instead, she disdainfully said, "Forgetting to bring a leash when walking the dog is illegal. Letting a crazy dog be put to death is minor, but biting someone and getting a rabies shot is a big deal." Huitingzhou clenched his teeth but dared not speak. He could only watch Meng Qianqian walk away.
Ah, ah.
Ah, Meng Qianqian, I will kill you. Hua Baizhi stood there stiffly, screaming and shouting her name. Suddenly, everyone looked over in this direction. Huitingzhou had never felt so humiliated before. He instinctively forgot about the Furong Manor incident. That was an even greater shame. Huitingzhou, a gentleman, took off his expensive suit jacket and draped it over Hua Baizhi. He quickly left the banquet hall, holding her shoulders. Brother, this can't just be let go. That wicked woman bullied me like this, making me look so bad. I will never forgive her. Hua Baizhi kept chattering. She had been abroad last time and couldn't come back. When she returned, she learned from Meng Wei that Meng Qianqian had caused her brother to make a big mistake. She had kept this in her heart, and when she finally met Meng Qianqian, she wanted to take her revenge. Huitingzhou looked very gloomy and was also very angry, but Hua Baizhi's foolish behavior made him even more annoyed. Couldn't Meng Qianqian just let Hua Baizhi go? Why did they always end up in trouble when they were together? If Meng Qianqian could get along well with Hua Baizhi, things wouldn't have come to this.
Enough.
Are you still not embarrassed enough? Huitingzhou finally snapped. Hua Baizhi was startled. She looked at Huitingzhou in shock and instinctively shrank back. Brother, what's wrong? You don't like Meng Qianqian, do you? Why are you scolding me? I'm just venting for you. Hua Baizhi felt wronged and almost cried, not understanding why her brother was so angry with her. Huitingzhou stared at his crying sister with a darker expression. Hua Baizhi, your emotions are not right now. I will have the driver take you home first, he said firmly, pushing her into the car and telling the driver to leave. After the car drove away, Huitingzhou took out a cigarette, lit it, and only returned to the banquet hall after a long time. This banquet was held privately. Anyone who appeared here had some insider information. Huitingzhou was able to come because his younger cousin, Huitingyu, was too young, so he was the one representing him. He didn't expect Hua Baizhi to sneak in and cause such a big fuss. But it didn't matter. Everyone just wanted to stay safe. Huitingzhou prepared himself mentally and entered the banquet hall. He saw Meng Qianqian surrounded by many people, frowned, and asked his friend nearby, "Has the owner of the ranch arrived yet?" "Yes, over there." Zhang Shu raised his chin slightly. Huitingzhou looked in the direction he pointed, and suddenly his heart skipped a beat. "Don't tell me the owner of the ranch is Meng Qianqian. That can't be. As he spoke, the smile on Huitingzhou's face disappeared. The words that Yue once said kept echoing in his mind. Qian went back to the ranch, but the environment there is so bad. How will she live in the future? Why can't she just soften up to Dad? Even if she's not his biological daughter, as long as she bows her head, Dad won't really reject her. She doesn't have to go back to the ranch. How many sheep are there in the ranch? How can a girl do heavy work? Raising sheep isn't easy. One sentence after another. Now all clear in his mind. How is that possible? Huitingzhou muttered. His voice wasn't small. Jiang Shu heard him. Jiang Shu looked at him strangely. Why isn't it possible? She has good abilities, and she's very smart. Are you impressed with her? Huitingzhou's expression was strange. Jiang Shu and Huitingzhou had grown up together, and their relationship was naturally very good. He also understood why Huitingzhou asked that question. Only you in the world think Meng Qianqian is bad. Everyone else envies you, and her getting engaged. Do you know how many people celebrated when your engagement was cancelled? Jiang Shu was drinking a bottle of red wine at the time. He had taken on a case abroad and hadn't returned. When he heard the news, he truly celebrated. Huitingzhou's face grew a bit cold, and he felt quite annoyed. But when she faced difficulties, I didn't see anyone lend her a hand. Do you really think no one did? Jiang Shu sneered. If no one did, do you think her family's issues could be settled with 300 million? Huitingzhou frowned and wanted to ask more, but Jiang Shu didn't want to say any more. He patted Huitingzhou's shoulder. Brother, since you and Meng Yi are engaged, just live well with her. I wish you both a happy life and a long marriage. Jiang Shu walked toward the crowd, greeting Meng Qianqian casually. Qianqian, can you leave some for me too? Jiang Shu is good-looking and very pleasing to look at. Most importantly, this person. Meng Qianqian's distant aura faded, and she rarely smiled sincerely. If Brother Jiang Shu wants some, of course he can have it. But you need to sign up first. That's only natural. Jiang Shu was overjoyed. He didn't expect Meng Qianqian to really give him face. He was a decent person, and seeing how busy Meng Qianqian was, he didn't bother her. He went to register nearby. Qianqian, I'll go ahead first. When you have time, let's get together? Jiang Shu said goodbye to Meng Qianqian before leaving. No problem. When are you free? Jiang Shu nodded with a smile, then turned around and saw a man standing not far away, looking at him with a complicated expression. He approached Huitingzhou, a happy smile on his face. It really is her. Huitingzhou's face darkened a bit. Jiang Shu seemed to ignore it and said, If you don't want to cooperate, you can just not go to see her. Our family has many members, and it's risky. My parents are old. If they go over there, they might not come back. For their sake, I'm willing to take the risk. Besides, such matters don't really require me to risk anything. I always feel like Qianqian seems to know what I've done for her. Huitingzhou's eyes suddenly sharpened. What have you done? He spoke with difficulty, feeling a bit embarrassed and angry. Don't use that tone of catching someone in the act. The only connection between her and me is that she reached out to help when she was alone and helpless. If Jiang Shu hadn't been busy at the time, he would have gone to Meng Qianqian to build goodwill. Instead, he had to let others handle it. Huitingzhou felt betrayed by the whole world. She used to be my fiancée. Jiang Shu found this amusing. He couldn't help but retort, Why do you have to be angry? You don't like her, and you even dislike me. If we could be together, wouldn't you be happy about it? Huitingzhou's eyes turned red. Are you trying to pursue her? Jiang Shu looked at Meng Qianqian in the crowd and chuckled self-deprecatingly. Do you think I can approach her like this? Don't you like her? Huitingzhou said through clenched teeth. Liking isn't possession. I just want her to be happy. Besides, with her like this, I can't protect her, so why add to her worries? Jiang Shu just wanted to stay within a safe distance and be friends with her. Huitingzhou couldn't understand, nor could he fully grasp it, but he couldn't deny that he felt relieved. He watched Meng Qianqian surrounded by people, noticing she didn't seem as bad as he thought. She appeared cold and distant, but when she spoke to others, a gentle smile was always on her lips. Meng Qianqian sensed a hot gaze on her but looked up and saw nothing. She looked toward Huitingzhou standing nearby, then glanced around for him. She didn't see Bai Ji or Mingwei, which surprised her. Within 3 meters of Huitingzhou, Mingwei's figure was definitely there. But at this moment, that thought seemed to lose its meaning. Ming Qianqian paid little attention to Huitingzhou anymore. She listened as the elegant elderly lady asked, "My family has children. Can I order some milk?" The elderly lady's eyes were full of love for her grandson. Ming Qianqian thought of her grandmother. She gently explained, "Milk can be consumed regularly. However, the current supply is limited, so it's only available for children who need milk or elderly people with difficulty chewing. If your grandson can eat meat, I suggest beef buns or lamb meatballs, or making some lamb soup." The elderly lady clearly didn't cook often and was surprised to hear about such suitable food for children. "Is that really possible?" Meng Qianqian looked at the elderly woman with a sudden realization and smiled. "Of course. You should eat lamb in moderation and eat more fruits and vegetables regularly. There will be a manual sent to you with detailed instructions. Please read it carefully once you receive it. If there is any leftover milk, we will prepare a portion for you. Does that sound good? Thank you so much." The elderly woman was eager to hold Meng Qianqian's hand tightly. Some people were very straightforward, mainly asking how much meat they could order. Actually, they didn't need to ask Meng Qianqian these questions, but they mainly wanted to get familiar with her. Many of them were from City A. Quite a few had heard of Meng Qianqian's name. Those people ordered their meat and stood nearby, holding champagne, watching Meng Qianqian chat casually. "Did you hear? Meng Yichang's company is about to go bankrupt." Another person was surprised. Wasn't it just recently announced that they would cooperate with Qin Group? How come in less than a month, they are now facing bankruptcy? Qin Group is a top-tier wealthy family. Meng Yichang was involved with a subsidiary of Qin Group, which was enough to boost his career to new heights. I don't know the details. I heard that Meng Yichang's company had financial problems and some other issues. After Qin Group investigated, they were dissatisfied and didn't sign the contract. I thought Meng Yichang was about to succeed. Now it looks like he's really not doing well. Look, this is his ex-wife's daughter. Meng Yichang won back then and took all the family assets. Without fighting a battle, he managed to take all the money Meng Qianqian had. But her life is smooth sailing. Who knows how Meng Yichang's ex-wife came back and settled scores with him. Many people were just waiting to see some entertainment. The event was very successful. Meng Qianqian had handed out all her business cards. She sat in the car, heading straight to the airport. When she arrived at the airport, she finally met Meng Yanxi. "Little uncle, you arrived before me," Meng Qianqian said as she sat across from him. "I saw you were busy, so I came early to wait for you here." Meng Yanxi looked a bit tired. He had changed into a new outfit, a black silk shirt and matching long pants. The black shirt looked a little loose. Meng Qianqian thought he had deliberately bought a loose fit and didn't pay much attention. "Today, many people took business cards, but I don't know how many will buy them," Meng Qianqian said as she took out her phone and opened the mini program. The mini program only sold a few items: lamb chops, lamb offal, beef, steak, as well as goat milk and cow milk. She entered the back end and was stunned speechless by the number of orders. Oh my goodness! Rich people are really everywhere. Meng Qianqian handed her phone to Meng Yanxi. "Little brother-in-law, look at all these orders." Meng Yanxi raised an eyebrow. "You can let someone else handle this. I just want to see and feel what it's like to be a boss. Before, I went to a fruit shop, bought some things, and didn't want to leave. I just wanted to stay inside and listen to the voice prompt from the shop owner." She lightly cleared her throat and imitated, "Wallet received 188 yuan. Received 208 yuan. Only in front of her family did Meng Qianqian seem more relaxed. "Little brother-in-law, don't you think it's exciting? When I see the orders in the back end, I want to see if I can print them out and make a circle around Blue Star." Meng Qianqian returned to the ranch, where dinner was already prepared. The meal was very hearty. She picked out all the foods that Meng Yanxi, the picky eater, wouldn't eat, and pushed the cart out in front of him. "What are you going to do?" Meng Yanxi frowned, looking a little displeased. Meng Qianqian asked back, "Can you finish all this?" "Wasting food is shameful. Who says I can't finish it?" Meng Yanxi saw through her little plan and said with a half-smile, "Do you eat celery? You probably don't. And you dislike cauliflower because it's too mushy. You prefer it a bit firmer. You also don't like green peas. And you complain about the pork belly because of the skin. You hardly touch it." Meng Qianqian's small mouth pouted as she unreservedly exposed Meng Yanxi. "You said before that you survived in the apocalypse, and as long as there's food, it's fine. You're not picky." I believed it. "But no, you're not picky, because you only eat what you like." "Who spoiled you with this bad habit?" Meng Qianqian and Meng Yanxi, being related, sometimes had sharp-tongued exchanges like venom. "Is he not sleeping?" At this time, just ask and find out. Meng Qianqian didn't hesitate and pushed her cart away. Meng Yanxi watched her delicate, tall figure walk off, feeling like something was slipping beyond his control. There was still a pot of fresh chicken soup for late-night snacks. Meng Qianqian took it to the warehouse and handed it directly to Gu Xuanji. She also added soup to the menu for tomorrow. When it's cold, people want to drink warm soup. Drinking it makes you feel warmer. This is grain alcohol. Grain alcohol has many benefits. It improves blood circulation, boosts immunity, quenches thirst, stimulates appetite, and provides nutrients. Most importantly, strong liquor is best enjoyed in winter. Without hesitation, Meng Qianqian placed an order. But the alcohol will be delivered tomorrow. She bought pre-portioned alcohol, with each person having a small bottle filled with liquor. The bottles can be reused. Late at night, Xiaobei appeared outside the warehouse. Seeing Meng Qianqian sitting in the greenhouse, pointing at the warehouse, he said, "Just put the stuff inside." Xiaobei really is a man of few words. After placing the items, he waited for Meng Qianqian to accept them. Once she nodded, he immediately left without saying another word. Meng Qianqian wrote a letter, placed it on those small silver bottles, then turned and left, closing the warehouse door. The items inside the warehouse disappeared instantly. This tribe isn't small, but many people were infected with smallpox. In the morning, after Meng Qianqian's vaccine arrived, Jia Jiu and the others, wearing masks and full gear, entered the tribe to sort everything. Inside a large tent, over 100 people could stay. Severe patients were kept in one tent. Mild cases were in another tent. All used items were disinfected and burned. After observing for a day, they could vaccinate the remaining people. Once infected with the smallpox virus, vaccination is useless. Besides some people staying close to Gu Xuanji, everyone else followed Jia Jiu to separate the tribe members. Whether slaves or tribespeople, everyone was treated equally. Those who struggled were simply driven out. After several times, everyone became obedient. They listened carefully. All the items were thrown out and placed in the center of the tribe. Jia Wu ordered his soldiers to pour gasoline over them, then personally lit the fire. The flames suddenly flared up and spread quickly. A terrible fire made everyone's hearts tremble. The leader of this tribe was a strong middle-aged man. He had had smallpox before, so he was fine this time. But his 3 wives and several children all caught the disease and did not survive. Honorable messenger of the gods, after these things are burned, how will they live in the future? The leader looked at the many things burning and felt helpless to stop it. Gu Xuanji, wearing a mask, quietly watched the blazing fire rise into the sky. Hearing this, he looked at him indifferently. The goddess has given a divine order. Anyone who has had the plague and used these items must burn them all. Otherwise, endless plagues will keep spreading across the grassland. If you insist on keeping these things, I have no reason to stay here. Gu Xuanji made a move to leave. The leader hurriedly knelt and begged, "Please don't be angry, divine messenger. We are ignorant and do not understand the goddess's order. Have you thought carefully about the sacrifice?" Gu Xuanji asked calmly. The leader respectfully replied, "Yes, everything is ready. All the cattle and sheep have been gathered and are in the pens over there." The leader secretly looked at Gu Xuanji's face, unsure if he was pleased or displeased. He tentatively asked, "Divine messenger, when will the sacrifice take place?" Gu Xuanji looked down at him. He quickly forced a smile and said, "I mean, should we prepare earlier? The goddess does not like trouble." Gu Xuanji turned and went back to his tent. Outside, occasional cries of grief could be heard. Someone had died again. They arrived too late. Almost every day, someone in this tribe died. The firewood was already prepared. The body was placed on it, and the fire was lit underneath. The relatives of the deceased watched as the body was burned, crying loudly. Their wails reached the tribe, and everyone looked up at the sky in despair. They were returning to the grassland. But the grassland god had rejected them. Jia Wu stood beside Gu Xuanji, watching the people in the tribe, feeling a sense of superiority as if protected by a true god. The goddess is merciful. She will not abandon her people. The goddess is different from the grassland god. He sensed cold eyes on him and looked up just in time to meet Gu Xuanji's icy gaze, which made him shrink back in fear. Gu Xuanji turned and walked into the tent. Jia Wu felt annoyed and lightly slapped himself. I guess I tried to flatter, but ended up hitting the horse's leg instead. Gu Xianji returned to the tent. Today, they ate from a big pot. Jia Chu led people to cook food, steam rice, and make soup in a large pot. A strong, tempting smell spread far and wide. People suffering under the shadow of death, smelling this powerful aroma, couldn't help but look toward the group of newcomers. These people looked strange. They didn't dress like the nomads or the people from Daqing, but their words and actions were very similar to those from Daqing. They also burned the bodies of the dead, preventing them from returning to the embrace of the grassland god. The tribe members were very scared. They were forced apart, living in different places, like prisoners in a cage. The newcomers even fed them strange food, and they dared not resist. Now, smelling the delicious food, they swallowed their saliva, but dared not show it. At this moment, Jia Wu entered with his people, his sharp eyes scanning the tent. The tribe members quickly lowered their heads, avoiding eye contact with Jia Wu. Jia Wu cleared his throat and said to the people, "The goddess has learned of your trouble and that you cannot return to the grassland god's embrace. She pities you, the poor, and has ordered our king to save you. Everyone come forward to get your food. After eating, be honest and take the medicine the goddess has given you." He looked at them with a cold smile and warned, "Anyone who refuses to take the medicine will be kicked out of here. The divine medicine given by the goddess is not for you ungrateful fools to waste." Jia Wu was the chief steward beside the crown prince. Gu Xianji faked death and took the opportunity to leave the palace, disguise himself, and secretly escape from Daqing. On this journey, he had no room to show his abilities, but now he finally had a chance to act. Jia Wu showed the skills of a top steward beside the crown prince. "Come in line," Jia Wu ordered. The people obediently held their bowls and came to get their food. There was soup, rice, meat, and even green vegetables. Everyone in the tribe was stunned. Could they really eat such green vegetables in winter? Could it be that these people were truly sent by the goddess? A brave child asked, "Sir, is the goddess the grassland god?" "Of course not," Jia Wu quickly denied without hesitation. "No way. Their goddess would respond to them." "What kind of god is the grassland god?" Jia Wu only believes in this one god. "Then what kind of god is she?" Thinking of the words his lord had told him, Jia Wu cleared his throat and respectfully said, "The goddess's name is Meng Qianqian." She sensed that chaos was coming to the world, and the common people were suffering. Out of compassion, she found the child of heaven, who is our king. Our king led us, and we would have died in the harsh snowstorm on the grassland if not for the goddess. She gave us warm clothes and plenty of food, helping us get through the hardest times. The people around listened carefully. They secretly hoped that if a snowstorm came, the goddess would also give them such things. Then no one in the tribe would freeze to death, and the cattle and sheep wouldn't die from the cold. Jia Wu wasn't pretending. He truly felt grateful and respectful toward the goddess. When he learned her name, Jia was so excited that he ran around outside the tent several times. The goddess provided good seeds and taught us how to survive on the grassland. She also built us a fortress with walls. Jia Wu looked at the blueprint of the fortress. It was very grand. He smiled foolishly, thinking to himself. Then his face suddenly turned serious. Unfortunately, a plague broke out on the grassland. When our lord found out, He immediately reported it to the goddess. The goddess responded quickly and gave us divine medicine. No one in our tribe died. She also provided a vaccine that prevents smallpox. Do you know what a vaccine is? Jia Wu asked proudly. The people listening all shook their heads. They had never heard of the word vaccine before and couldn't understand what it was. It's for those who haven't caught smallpox. After getting this vaccine, they will never catch the disease, Jia Wu said happily, watching their shocked faces. You're all mild cases. The goddess said if you take your medicine on time, you won't die. Keep serving food, let them eat more, and make sure everyone is full. Only when you're full will you have the strength and be able to resist the disease. What is resistance? The people in the tribe didn't understand, but they understood the first few words. Eat more. Eat until you're full. They actually could eat until they were full? They didn't believe it at first, but after everyone had eaten enough, they realized that what that annoying guy just said was actually true. After they finished eating, someone came to deliver medicine shortly afterward. Initially, some wanted to throw away the medicine, but they quickly took it and ate it eagerly. Jia Jiao returned to the tent and saw Jia Wu smiling slyly, as if his plan had succeeded. Those people are now obediently eating, and they're worried I didn't give enough, so they want to ask for more. The ones who threw away the medicine are no longer among them. Jia Wu is also very angry. They are ungrateful. They deserve to die. Jia Jiao's words sounded sinister, like a villain in a story. Gu Xianji frowned. Both of you go outside. As soon as he finished speaking, a moving object appeared in front of Gu Xianji. It looked like a box, but inside were various dishes. Jia Wu flattered him. Master, shall I bring these to the table? Gu Xianji nodded, and Jia Wu hurried over, carefully carrying all the dishes out. Each dish was beautifully arranged, with generous portions and attractive presentation. They looked very tempting. Jia Wu secretly swallowed his saliva, arranged the dishes, then quietly left. Where are you going? Call everyone over to eat together. Also, invite Morong Su. Gu Xianji saw through their intentions immediately. When he spoke, Jia Wu happily said, I'll go right now. Before he finished, Jia Wu had already run off. Soon, all the people from the Jia family arrived, including Morong Su. Recently, Morong Su had been performing well. Gu Xianji was willing to let him come and experience the food blessed by the goddess. There was plenty of food, definitely not enough for all of them, but they had just finished eating. The goddess blessed us with this food. Everyone, try some. Gu Xianji picked up his chopsticks and others dared to start eating. Since it was Morong Su's first time here, he looked at the lavish dishes and was stunned. Even though he was no longer favored as the prince's son, he could still see the world. But this time, he truly understood why Jia Yi and others were so eager for the goddess's food. Morong Su was very restrained, not daring to eat much, just tasting each dish. His eyes shone with happiness. Did this mean Gu Xianji had accepted him? Suddenly, Gu Xianji put down his chopsticks and opened his palm. He unconsciously curled his lips, then stood up and walked to the side. Gu Xuanji's tent was large, usually used for meetings and receiving guests. Clearly, he was about to receive something now. The others also stood up silently, standing behind Gu Xuanji. Everyone quietly watched the open space. They wondered what kind of good things the goddess would give to the Lord tonight. They had shared many meals with the Lord. A row of small silver bottles, about the size of a palm, appeared on the open ground. On top was a letter. Gu Xuanji picked up the letter, unfolded it, and looked at it with a gentle expression that could make someone feel loved. He read the letter over and over, then finally put it away, holding it close to his chest. He turned around, his eyes cold. This is strong liquor. Later, everyone will get a bottle. Don't drink too much. When cold, take a sip to warm your body. After explaining the purpose of the liquor, Gu Xuanji lost his appetite. Take your time eating. When you're done, go ahead. Gu Xuanji got up and went to the desk, picking up a pen to write a letter. The others silently finished all the dishes without speaking, then took the dishes outside to wash them and place them in the small magical cabinet before quietly leaving the tent. Gu Xuanji finished writing the letter and took it along with the dishes and box to Meng Qianqian. When Meng Qianqian received the letter, she was still eating. She glanced at her phone and was about to go over, but Meng Yanzi knocked on the table and said in a deep voice, "Sit down. Finish eating first." "Little uncle, I'm full," Meng Qianqian said, finishing her last bowl of corn soup and rushing toward the warehouse. She took out the letter so others could go in and collect things. Halfway through reading the letter, Meng Qianqian suddenly turned back and called out, "Little uncle! Little uncle!" Meng Yanzi's brow twitched. He was always startled easily. He felt like his life was being shortened by 10 years. "What's wrong now?" Meng Yanzi put down his book, sat up straight, and looked at Meng Qianqian rushing in. Meng Qianqian showed the letter to Meng Yanzi. Little uncle, we're rich. Over 10,000 sheep. What is that?" Meng Yanzi thought he had heard wrong. Over 10,000 sheep. Yes, look here. Without including cattle, just sheep alone number in the tens of thousands, while there are only a few hundred cows. Gu Xuanji said they kept the horses themselves. These are all war horses, ready for battle at any time. Meng Qianqian covered her chest, her eyes shining. "Little uncle, with so many cattle and sheep, you don't need to worry about enough meat for our family." Meng Yanzi's initial surprise quickly turned into a warm feeling, flowing in his heart. This is family. They are each other's support. Definitely enough. If there's more, you can sell it. Meng Yanzi knew his little niece was still a bit of a money-minded girl. He felt a little sad. His sister was unreliable, blindly choosing a man for fun, which caused his daughter to become like this. Of course, we will sell some. But these meats are not just for money. They are also for pork, grains, and other meats. In short, lamb meat can cause heat. Suddenly Meng Qianqian remembered something. She asked Meng Yanzi, "Little uncle, do you also get heat from eating lamb?" For some reason Meng Yanzi's cheeks warmed a little. His voice was a bit cold. "No, I don't get heat." "That's good. Then you can take more over later and eat every day." "Yes, please prepare more local lamb and beef from your pasture." Meng Yanzi rarely made a request, and Meng Qianqian agreed, without asking further. Suddenly, Meng Qianqian had an idea. "Little uncle, with the plant mutations in the end times, the seeds can't adapt to the environment there. What about the ancient local seeds? If local seeds don't work, I could send some here and the plants grown there could produce seeds." Meng Yanzi hadn't thought of this before, mainly because no one could get ancient seeds. But now, with Meng Qianqian, endless possibilities open up.
"Try it," he said, "but not now."
"We have to wait until autumn," Meng Yanzi replied. "Other tribes probably have different seeds. I'll ask Gu Xuanji to help find some." Unfortunately, this big secret couldn't be shared with Gu Xuanji. Meng Qianqian felt a bit disappointed, but in the next second, her fighting spirit reignited. "Little uncle, tomorrow morning the sheep and cattle will be delivered. I'll find someone to build some cattle pens and sheep enclosures. It's freezing outside. Those cattle and sheep can't stay out there. There might even be pregnant animals. Go ahead and get busy." Meng Yanzi leaned back on the sofa, gradually relaxing. He was sending messages to someone on his phone. "Did your family buy a lot of beef and lamb?" The person replied. "Didn't I tell you yesterday?" "Can't you remember?" The last 3 words carried a different tone. Meng Yanzi clicked his tongue and threw his phone onto the table, too lazy to reply. The phone buzzed continuously. Meng Yanzi picked it up and unlocked the screen. The person sent a few more messages. "My mom made some flour cakes. Want me to send you some?" She also made Buddha jumps over the wall. "I asked her to serve 6 portions separately. Where will we meet later?" "At the usual place." "What is the usual place?" Meng Yanzi sent a message back and immediately turned on Do Not Disturb mode. He quietly watched the messages keep popping up, a slight smile forming at the corner of his mouth. On the farm, Meng Qianqian was talking with staff. "Is this whole area our farm? Then let's make the sheep pens and cow sheds bigger. The farm will definitely expand in the future." Qianqian wanted to get everything done at once. She asked the relevant people to estimate. The sheep in the farm, both ancient and modern breeds, should be around 20,000 and 10,000 respectively. Some are for research and will be kept separate. There are 2 types of cattle, beef cattle and dairy cattle. Ancient dairy cattle are fewer and need to be bred gradually. The local dairy cattle should be kept around 10,000, enough for supply. The number of beef cattle, aside from research needs, should stay around 5,000. Not too many are needed. Qianqian reported the numbers of sheep and cattle and added her own requests. The staff recorded everything and confirmed with her, "You want the construction finished by tomorrow morning, right?" "Yes." The horse farm can be temporarily left alone. You can also choose other places to build the pens and sheepfolds. Qianqian gave them enough authority to work freely. After handling the important matters, Qianqian returned to her room, but couldn't fall asleep. She looked around, but didn't see her brother-in-law. She took out her phone and sent a message. "Brother-in-law, where did you go?" "I'm back," Meng Yanxi replied instantly. "Oh, what are you eating tonight?" Qianqian said as she walked into the kitchen, wanting to see if there was anything to eat. "I'm very excited today and feel like I can't sleep. I'll probably be hungry later, so I'll prepare some food now." When Meng Yanxi saw the message, a small smile appeared on her face. "No need, I have food." "What's there to eat?" "Besides those few restaurants, there's no other delivery," Meng Qianqian said, missing city life. She had no other complaints, just convenience. Meng Yanxi didn't explain and simply sent 2 characters. "Didn't you take the keys?" "Now I have to open the door," Meng Qianqian muttered as she put down her phone and came out to open the door. When she opened the door, she saw her brother-in-law standing behind him, along with a tall man, and she was momentarily stunned. "This is my partner, Qin Wang. Just call him Uncle Qin," Meng Yanxi introduced. "Your real uncle?" Meng Qianqian's eyes widened instantly. She didn't think much and said with a smile, "That sounds like you're not my real uncle. I'll call you Big Uncle." "Big Uncle, please come in. Welcome to our home." Qin Wang's voice was loud and distinctive, full of personality, and he seemed like a pretty cool man. Her first impression was that he was on the same level as her brother-in-law. Both are BKing. "Then you should call me Uncle, not Little Uncle," Meng Yanxi said, not letting Qin Wang speak. She went inside first, somewhat displeased, and told Meng Qianqian to change her way of addressing him. Meng Qianqian felt like her little brother-in-law suddenly turned into a primary school student. "It's just a title. Why change it?" "Then I'll call you Uncle Qin. Then just call me Big Uncle." Meng Yanxi coughed lightly and said naturally, "My friend, just call me Uncle." "Your mom's friend, call her Uncle." This made Meng Qianqian feel speechless. Why is her little brother-in-law acting so strange today? She noticed that her brother-in-law had changed into a new outfit, looking like a peacock with its feathers spread. "This is the Buddha jumping over the wall made personally by your big uncle's mother. You can give it to friends. This is her specialty, flour pastry. Try it and see how it tastes. This is rose jam. See if you like it." Meng Yanxi only introduced things, while Qin Wang handled the preparations. Grandma really can cook. The cooking skills are amazing. "Did it take a lot of time?" Qin Wang replied briefly, "Not too bad." Meng Qianqian noticed that the flour pastries were divided into 2 parts, one large and individually wrapped. The Buddha jumping over the wall was in 3 portions, one small and 2 quite large. Authentic Buddha jumping over the wall can be quite expensive. She thought about what gift to give in return. Your brother-in-law's partner is probably a person with special abilities, right? Family members of such people might also have the chance to travel through space and time. Meng Qianqian thinks she has figured it out. It turns out she was just trying to get in through the back door. "Are you going to send it to your friend?" Meng Yanxi thought Meng Qianqian was shy and encouraged her to do so. Meng Qianqian suspiciously looked at her uncle. During their last meal, her uncle was so angry he barely ate anything and asked her to deliver the food to Gu Xuanji. Now he suddenly asked her to send something to Gu Xuanji? It all seemed very strange. Moreover, the news about Qin Wang is too quick to spread. She and her uncle had just returned, not even an hour ago, and Qin Wang was already at their door, bringing Buddha jumps over the wall, flour cakes and rose jam. "Then I will send it to my friend." Meng Qianqian pushed her small cart out the door. Inside, the 2 silent men started talking more. Your niece looks very obedient, quite different from what the outside world says. Qin Wang naturally placed the Buddha jumps over the wall in front of Meng Yanxi. Meng Yanxi happily enjoyed Qin Wang's service. She acts like a little girl in front of family. Outside that door, she's more like an adult. Qin Wang chuckled softly. Just like you, good at pretending. Say that again. Meng Yanxi frowned and looked at Qin Wang unkindly. Qin Wang took a fresh flour cake and held it near his mouth. She's fierce outside, but inside she's just like a soft plush cat. Huh? What are you? A Samoyed? An Alaskan? Or a husky? Meng Yanxi slapped Qin Wang's hand away with a paw, then, with a noble and cold face, softly urged, "She'll be back soon. Sit down quickly." Qin Wang lazily leaned on the sofa, like a mighty beast king full of energy. Earlier, Meng Qianqian hadn't written a letter inside. She carefully took her belongings into the warehouse, took out a voice recorder she carried, and said, "This is a guest from my home, bringing food. This dish is called Buddha Jumps Over the Wall. Please enjoy it. It's a famous dish I can't make myself. Next to it is a flour cake made of roses. The jar contains rose jam. Tomorrow morning, you can send the cattle and sheep at any time. Try sending everything first. If it doesn't work, we can discuss it further." Meng Qianqian wanted to see what the maximum capacity of the warehouse was. Could it hold so many cattle and sheep at once? She and Gu Xianji used the warehouse many times and she did a lot of things, but the warehouse still didn't change. At least, she didn't feel any difference. Does this mean that all the energy the warehouse gains is used on itself? Meng Qianqian just had a sudden idea. She wasn't sure if it would work. Whether it works or not, she had to try. She needed to understand the rules for using the warehouse. Gu Xianji was not resting. He had just distributed all the wine jars. Jia Yi took a sip of wine, and suddenly his eyes lit up. "Good wine. This wine is really strong." Jia Yi also spoke rarely. "After drinking, I feel warm all over." Jia Zhou's alcohol tolerance wasn't small, but he drank little. He used to think wine was just okay, but now, after one sip, his body warmed up, and he even started to sweat. "Lord, do you think we should do business with the Xianbei people? If we have this wine and sugar, we can definitely build good relations across the grasslands." Jia Wu thought differently from others. He thought about this, and Gu Xianji naturally thought of it too. "We will form a trading caravan, exchanging cattle and sheep for wine and sugar," Gu Xianji said, gently tapping his brow with his slender finger. "But we need to go to a farther tribe. Also, Jia Qi, spread the news that we have the protection of the goddess, and that we have healing powers and will never be affected by smallpox or plague. We can't let them come to us voluntarily. We need others to seek us out." Jia Qi's eyes sparkled. "Rest assured, Lord, I will handle this." Murong Su sat at the lower end, lowering his gaze, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. It was as if he saw the arrival of a glorious dynasty. A wise and mighty emperor was already taking shape. Murong Su's heart was filled with pure sincerity. Suddenly, he knelt on one knee, clasped his hands, and asked for permission. "Lord, if we go southeast, we will meet the Goguryeo people. I want to lead people to spread the news there." The tense atmosphere suddenly grew tense. Gu Xianji didn't necessarily speak. He looked at Murong Su with calm, narrow phoenix eyes. Murong Su knelt on the ground, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. The pressure from Gu Xianji made it hard for him to breathe. But he had no regrets. He knew very well that there were few people around Gu Xuanji who could be trusted. Just after leaving a tribe, the leader of the Yuan clan sent his most promising son to be with Gu Xuanji. From then on, they would travel to many places. Once the fort was built, Gu Xuanji would definitely lead his troops to fight everywhere. At that time, even a captured Xianbei would be at a disadvantage. He needed to act quickly to gain Gu Xuanji's trust while his capable people were still few. Gu Xuanji was a destined ruler blessed by the gods. Destined rulers often have difficult beginnings. From others' words, Murong Su guessed that Gu Xuanji's background was very unusual. Plus, everyone around him had the surname Xie, and news from Daqing confirmed Gu Xuanji's identity. Someone even the emperor of Daqing fears must be very impressive. Morong-su felt excited inside. This was a great achievement. Who wouldn't want to take a chance? It was just a risky life, but Morong-su was willing to bet on it. This path was better than all others his status could take him on. Thinking of this, Morong-su became even more loyal. Goguryeo is far from us. But you can take a small team first, go to nearby tribes to gather information, and see if you can leak some news about us, Gu Xuanji said calmly. The people around him showed no change in expression. Morong-su suppressed his excitement and loudly replied, "Understood. I will prepare. Get ready first, choose your people, and pack some food. When things seem wrong, escaping is the most important," Gu Xuanji said. He didn't want to save everyone, he only wanted those willing to follow him. Building a city needed many people. Right now, he only had enough people to build a small fort. It would take at least 3 months to finish the main fort. With the fort in place, they could slowly build the city walls. Hundreds of thousands of people working together would take about 3 years. Gu Xuanji wanted to go faster. He looked toward Daqing. The heavy snow was rare in 100 years. He felt that next summer, there would likely be other extreme weather events. From a book sent by Meng Qianqian, Gu Xuanji learned about a natural climate event, the Little Ice Age. Its arrival would cause many natural disasters. Over the past 100 years, there have been more than 90 floods, over 80 droughts, as well as hailstorms and locust plagues, each occurring more than 60 times. There have also been storms, earthquakes, and other disasters. Such extreme weather. How should the common people respond? Gu Xianji does not want to start a war. He must stockpile grain. At least, he needs to take control of this part of the northeast land so that all the tribes know this is his territory. Only Gu Xianji is left inside the tent. He holds a book and quietly reads. Gu Xianji rarely makes requests. When he does, it's usually just to see some books. Meng Qianqian brings him a few books from her home bookshelf. After he finishes reading, he returns the books to Meng Qianqian. Meng Qianqian then exchanges them for 2 more. The book in his hand is about economics. He doesn't know who wrote it, but it's on the shelf. Meng Qianqian casually picks out 2 books for him, not checking if they are suitable for reading. Gu Xianji notices many words he doesn't understand, but it doesn't stop him from reading. It's as if he's a tiny speck falling into a vast library. All the knowledge he encounters is just a small part of a huge system. Yet even this small amount benefits him greatly. Some people are born to learn. They are outstanding to an incredible degree. Unconsciously, night falls deeply. Gu Xianji finds himself staying up very late. Just as he's about to sleep, 3 new items appear on the table. He picks up the voice recorder, and in the quiet tent, Meng Qianqian's unique voice sounds. So many cattle and sheep have been sent over. Do you still have any? You can't give us everything. You don't keep anything for yourselves. Do you want me to leave some for you and send it to you after you return? Don't worry, I won't charge you anything. A faint smile appears at the corner of Gu Xianji's lips. He presses the recorder again and opens Meng Qianqian's highly recommended Buddha jumps over the wall. Lifting the lid, the steam rushes out, and it looks very delicious, easily whetting his appetite. Xiangshuan comes in from outside, sees the food on the table, and understands what's happening. He also changes his tone. Previously, he called Gu Xianji Your Highness, treating him as the Crown Prince of Daqing, loyal to the Emperor of Daqing. He willingly called Gu Xianji Master, recognizing Gu Xianji as his leader. 9 uncle, come and sit. Gu Xianji had something to say to Xiangshuan, so he called him over. Xiangshuan was not polite. After sitting down, he looked at the unfamiliar food on the table and asked with a smile, "Did the goddess prepare a special meal for you again?" Gu Xianji corrected his words. Xiangshuan knelt and served Gu Xianji a bowl of Buddha jumps over the wall, then filled his own bowl. They ate quietly. This dish uses very expensive ingredients and takes a lot of time to prepare. But it is a famous dish. Gu Xianji put down his chopsticks. 9 uncle, today Morong-su decided to go alone to Goguryeo. Do you have any thoughts about this? Xiangshuan was unsure what Gu Xianji meant. Today, Morong-su made a bold suggestion. It was hard not to feel moved. Xiaomingxuan knew well that compared to Morong-su, his greatest advantage was that he would always earn more trust from Gu Xianji. He stood up, knelt on one knee, and said seriously, "Master, I will actively allow myself to lead a group of people to go north alone." Gu Xianji slowly said, "Do you know about the flood of flowers? I will go ahead and scout," Xiaomingxuan said honestly. "Master, you can't risk yourself. I will give you 100 people. Tomorrow morning, I will prepare medicine and food for you. You can set out. You don't need to go as far as Morong-su, just spread out little by little. Reveal our tribe's location." He needed people, many, many people. Only those who still want to survive in despair will struggle for it. Once they arrive at the tribe, Gu Xianji believed those people wouldn't leave. "Understood, I will obey." Xiaomingxuan was very excited. "This is a flour pastry, try it." The flour pastries weren't many, but not few either. Gu Xianji tasted a piece himself, then shared the rest. He kept the jar of rose jam. Gu Xianji picked up the recorder, explained his thoughts and requests, hesitated briefly, then handed over the recorder. Meng Qianqian was not resting yet. When she heard the notification sound, she got up and went outside. As she walked, she looked around and thought, "Strange, why did my little uncle go to see someone and disappear?" Meng Qianqian did not make a phone call. Her brother-in-law is a person with special abilities, and this place is a base. Even a tiny ant entering or leaving can be detected, let alone a living person. People definitely cannot be lost. Meng Qianqian went to the warehouse to get a voice recorder and listened as she walked. "Are you preparing travel rations? Isn't that just compressed biscuits? And canned food or similar items?" Meng Qianqian didn't understand much herself. She wanted to ask her brother-in-law, but after waiting a long time, she didn't see him. Worried that it might be too late and disturb the staff's rest, she decided to go directly to customer service. Meng Qianqian, "Hello, do you know which foods are suitable for traveling?" Customer service. List. She felt like these people were almost like computers. They could predict all her questions. She just asked a question, and they sent her the list immediately without needing to think. Although she was internally complaining, her body was very honest. She opened the list, looked through it, and then made a big gesture to prepare enough for 300 people for a month. She included more salt and seasonings. Each person should have a lighter. This is simply a necessary item for outdoor travel. There are many types of food. They are filling and taste okay. A small marching pot, lightweight, easy to carry, and very useful. Meng Qianqian was worried she might not have prepared enough, so she prepared enough for 300 people for a month. After placing the order, she sent a message to Gu Xuanji. Gu Xuanji was not resting. When he received Meng Qianqian's message, he immediately replied, "Tomorrow, the cattle and sheep will arrive. Can you give me a good update then?" Meng Qianqian responded instantly. "It's settled. You should rest early. You too." Gu Xuanji looked at the two different handwriting styles on the note, studied them carefully for a long time, then put the note away. Outside, snowflakes began to fall. Meng Qianqian curled up in a warm quilt, not wanting to move at all. Suddenly, her phone rang. The familiar notification sound woke her instantly. She opened her eyes, instinctively reached out to grab her phone, but stared blankly for a long time before remembering what she was supposed to do. Meng Qianqian considers herself to have a good temper, but in reality, when she is woken up, she suffers from serious morning irritability. She was at her worst during her daytime naps. Meng Qianqian slowly remembered what she needed to do, relying only on her willpower, and finally opened her phone. Looking around, people who don't know might think the warehouse is filled with lots of wool. Wow, so many sheep. Not only did Meng Qianqian's morning temper instantly improve, but she also felt more energetic. She hadn't even changed out of her pajamas, just wearing a long down coat that reached her ankles. She grabbed a wool hat and put it on her head, then pulled the hood of her coat over her head, planning to brave the cold wind outside. When she opened the door, she saw her brother-in-law still dressed in yesterday's clothes standing at the door. Their eyes met, and Meng Yanzi's heart almost jumped into her throat. How was he going to explain why he didn't come home last night? "Little brother-in-law, you went out for exercise so early? Isn't there a treadmill at home?" Meng Qianqian asked with surprise. Yanzi immediately relaxed. He naturally said, "It snowed, so I went out to take a look." "Oh, then you should come inside quickly. I'm going to check the warehouse." Gu Xuanji has sent over the cattle and sheep. Meng Qianqian pulled him inside, closed the door, and secretly hinted to him. Yanzi was silent for a moment, then reached out and pressed a small silver ball and said, "Tell me, what's wrong with her brother-in-law's voice? Did he practice singing all night? Or maybe his special ability is sound waves, and fighting all night has worn out his voice?" This thought flashed through Meng Qianqian's mind, but quickly disappeared. "Little brother-in-law, look." Meng Qianqian sneakily took out her phone and showed him the surveillance footage. "All the cattle and sheep are inside, but you see, can my warehouse hold so many animals? There are over 10,000 sheep and thousands of cattle." Yanzi looked at the phone screen, then exchanged a glance with Meng Qianqian, instantly understanding her meaning. "You mean?" Meng Qianqian nodded excitedly. "They've grown. I don't know what caused them to grow, but they're definitely stronger than before. I can feel it. Just like last time, with so many sheep, I didn't even let Gu Xuanji send all of them at once. I can just feel that something's not right." Yanzi looked down at his smiling niece and couldn't help but ruffle her hair. "Oh, my hat." Meng Qianqian put her hat straight and fastened her down jacket's hood. "Of course. I need to go out and herd the cattle and sheep. I don't know if the sheep pen and cattle shed are finished." "They are finished. They were built overnight yesterday," Meng Yanzi suddenly said. "Really? Then I'll go check." After speaking, Meng Qianqian quickly ran outside. She closed the door and stood outside, taking a deep breath. Her little brother-in-law looked a bit miserable. It's better to go back and rest early. She almost couldn't watch anymore. Meng Qianqian looked up at the snow falling from the sky and silently made a vow. She must work hard to grow up. It would be best to learn the secret to growing up so she could truly control the warehouse and have enough say. Then her little brother-in-law wouldn't be so exhausted. It's not a nice thing to say, but it's the truth. Since it was snowing, she couldn't ride the family's small car. The electric bike's battery always seemed to run out in winter. Even with a full charge, she'd leave the house with only 1 bar of power. Meng Qianqian wore high-top snow boots and braved the wind and snow to walk to the cattle shed. The snow wasn't too heavy yet. She immediately saw the house not far away. "My cattle and sheep are really lucky, living in such a nice house." Meng Qianqian took out her ID card. Seeing the completed order information on it, she didn't go over to look. It's a product of the country, definitely top quality. She wasn't worried about the quality at all. When she returned to the warehouse and opened the door, the sheep and cattle inside made her dizzy with their numbers. Where are the cattle and sheep? They're clearly shining like bright gold. The meat sold to supernatural beings isn't really meat, it's like gold. Meng Qianqian almost wanted to hug and kiss these cattle and sheep. Meng Qianqian took a deep breath and spoke to the small piglet that had grown several rounds under her feet. Swift wind herd them all back. The little dog stood at the door, barking fiercely inside. Woof, woof, woof. Meng Qianqian couldn't help but rub her forehead. Just then, the sheep inside started rushing out one after another. She quickly moved to the side and watched the sheep run in one direction. Nice. Swift wind. The meals for Jifeng are specially prepared by a dedicated nutritionist. Unlike Meng Qianqian, who can eat whatever she wants and calls for food herself, Jifeng's growth is carefully planned. Although Jifeng is small, he has a gentle bark. He is a purebred dog with a noble bloodline, and a single soft bark from him can make all the cattle and sheep obedient. Having Jifeng around saves Meng Qianqian a lot of effort. She greeted Jifeng. "I'm going to check if the door is open." "Are you watching here?" From his eyes, she saw he agreed. Wow, this special ability dog is really amazing. He understands everything she says. Meng Qianqian used to think that the second-generation ability dog wasn't very good. But she didn't expect that this second-generation ability dog is also very talented and can communicate normally with people. She remembered that she was so busy before that she didn't have time for Jifeng. Jifeng was living in a dog house her grandparents prepared in advance. Although the house was renovated and the security system upgraded, The appearance remained the same. Later, she would need to prepare a separate room for Jifeng. He is no longer just a pet dog but a part of the family, even though he is still a dog. Meng Qianqian got a bit confused thinking about it. She couldn't help but chuckle softly. She went to the cattle shed and realized she was a bit silly. The doors there can be controlled remotely. She just needed to open the door remotely. After a moment of silence, Meng Qianqian took out her phone, saw the instructions from customer service, and quietly clicked the link to download and operate. It also has a smart monitoring system. If the cattle or sheep show any abnormal behavior, it will alert her. High technology is really great. Instead of going straight back, Meng Qianqian waited in the nearby rest area, took out her ID card, and started shopping. She wanted to give Jifeng the best treatment. The most luxurious doghouse? Definitely on her list. Special snacks that ability animals love to eat and more. Meng Qianqian placed many orders at once. She even made sure to go back early. Passing by the warehouse door, she saw Xiao Bei waiting outside and took a quick look inside. The warehouse was surprisingly clean, with a built-in purification system, and not a single piece of wool could be seen. Just put it inside. The warehouse door was left open and not closed. Xiao Bei was cautious and didn't see Meng Qianqian, so he didn't dare to walk around freely. At first, Xiao Bei thought the warehouse was a very mysterious place, but now he felt it was just a normal storage room. As for where the items went, Meng Qianqian probably had space of her own and had already packed everything away. Xiao Bei kept a blank face, thinking about all sorts of messy things. Please check the goods. Xiao Bei spoke plainly. Meng Qianqian saw the neatly sorted and stacked items and nodded seriously. Okay, then I'll go now. Meng Qianqian saw him off naturally and closed the door behind him. Wind also ran over quickly. Meng Qianqian waved at Wind. Wind, how about moving to a new room? You're part of our family and the owner of this home. It's not good to stay there. I'll tidy up a room for you. You can tell me what you like and I'll buy it. Meng Qianqian originally planned to give Wind a surprise. But since she designed her own room, she thought he might like it more. She thought for a moment, but decided to respect Wind's opinion. Wind's puppy eyes were full of excitement, and his tail was wagging so fast it looked like a propeller. Let's go home and see, Meng Qianqian said, not forgetting to message customer service. Send the things I bought later. Our Wind needs to pick some other stuff. Customer service. Okay. Meng Qianqian put away her ID card, took a running start, and said, let's race. Who gets home first? The little puppy lazily barked. Seeing that it agreed, Meng Qianqian ran off. She ran quite far before turning back. Wind was still sitting in place, as if he was giving her a 100-meter head start. Meng Qianqian never thought she would be looked down on by a little puppy in her lifetime. Wind, I'll let you stay in a yellow house first. Just as she was about to reach the door, a black shadow flashed past her. In the blink of an eye, Wind was crouched at the door, looking at her with a wagging tail. This little dog was actually smiling at her. Meng Qianqian sneered and quickly hugged the puppy to her chest, covering her ears as if to block out the surprise. Humph, I'll show you. Running fast is impressive, huh? And indeed, it was impressive. Meng Qianqian. Wow, even her family's swift Wind can talk back. I heard from customer service that you can eat braised pork too. I was planning to order some for you tonight, but maybe I'll skip it now. Woof woof woof. Meng Qianqian almost couldn't hold back her laughter. What's with this puppy's overly flattering expression? If I weren't trying to stay low-key right now, I'd make a video of you. You could become a popular internet dog. Later, I'd set up an account for you, and the tips you receive could go into your account. You could buy whatever you want. Meng Qianqian carried the dog inside and placed her ID card on the table. Choose whatever you like. When your smartphone arrives, I'll link a bank card to it. Then you can shop by yourself. Woof woof woof. What a very flattering little dog. Meng Qianqian stroked the dog as she watched her pick things. After choosing, she paid for everything together. The items arrived quickly. Xiao Bei put down the things, but didn't leave right away. Instead, he asked proactively, do you need help? Ah? Thank you. Meng Qianqian wasn't polite either. There were many old items in the room that couldn't be left here or thrown away. Meng Qianqian had to put in some effort to move them. With Xiao Bei's help, she quickly packed everything up. She used a vacuum cleaner to remove dust from inside. Then she arranged things belonging to Swift Wind inside. The dog happily spun around. Meng Qianqian looked at her and smiled, gently reminding her, "Little one, speak softly. Uncle is resting, don't wake him up," Xiao Bei suddenly said. "It says the soundproofing is very good, so no worries." Meng Qianqian looked at Xiao Bei in surprise. "You can actually understand what Swift Wind is saying?" "I've met its father, so that's how it is, someone familiar." Meng Qianqian was very surprised. "Can you really understand everything? You need to have a certain connection with it. Most people can't do that," Xiao Bei explained. Xiao Bei didn't stay long. Seeing that Meng Qianqian was done with her chores, he stood up to leave. "Wait a moment." Meng Qianqian ran to the kitchen, carrying 10 pounds of lamb. She handed it directly to Xiao Bei. "The new year is coming soon. I don't know if you'll come here, or Xiao Nan will come to visit. So, I'm giving you a New Year's gift in advance." Xiao Bei didn't think much and assumed it was just ordinary lamb meat. He took it and said, "Thank you." He placed the lamb into his space storage. Then he went to deliver goods to others. That night, when he returned home, Xiao Bei wanted to eat lamb meatballs, so he made 3 jin, about 1.5 kilograms, of lamb meatballs himself. The remaining lamb was still stored in his space. After eating the 3 jin of lamb, he took a shower and went to sleep. In the middle of the night, the base staff detected a magnetic field problem and quickly rushed to Xiao Bei's house. The magnetic field around him had changed, even though he was supposed to go to the end of the world in a few days. The staff immediately became excited and said, "Quick, put the instrument on him." They had just finished setting up the device. Xiao Bei disappeared in front of them with the instrument. "He's advanced." A serious voice sounded in the room, and others looked at each other with complex expressions. They began to check the environment to understand the reason for Xiao Bei's advancement.
Xiao Bei was a hardworking Person.
After eating, he tidied up the kitchen thoroughly. The lamb meatball soup was finished, leaving no trace behind. The staff found nothing and finally looked at each other in confusion. "There's nothing more we can do now. We have to wait for him to come back." The staff arrived quickly but left even faster, disappearing in an instant from Xiao Bei's home. All able-bodied people in the tribe stood outside. They knelt on the ground with reverence. "The goddess will protect you all," Gu Xianji said solemnly, and all the cattle and sheep inside the fence suddenly vanished. The people in the tribe looked around in shock. They saw no sheep and no cattle. When they worshipped the grassland god before, the god wouldn't take any animals away. Nor would the god protect them from danger. They had also worshipped during this plague, but the disease still spread widely. Many people in the tribe had already died. They didn't want to die, they wanted to live. Gu Xianji's deep voice sounded again. "The goddess has agreed." The people looked at each other in confusion and doubt. Gu Xianji looked up at the sky and bowed sincerely. Then, hot steamed buns and warm lamb soup appeared on the grassland. The people of the tribe were immediately shocked. Someone must have spoken first, and everyone shouted together, "The goddess is merciful! The goddess is merciful! Mercy of the goddess!" The voice echoed endlessly. Gu Xianji spoke calmly, and Jia Wu understood his meaning. Jia Chu brought people over and distributed the food. Jia Wu sent the others back to the tent, seeing those kneeling on the ground unwilling to leave, and said, "Hurry up and go back. Don't anger the goddess. The goddess is different from your prairie gods. She won't take your offerings for nothing. She will give you food so you won't go hungry. She will also give divine medicine to drive away plagues. Don't be ungrateful and end up exhausting yourselves." Those who were reluctant to get up scrambled and crawled quickly into the tent. "Wouldn't it have been better if we had done this earlier?" He was forced to be the bad guy. Jia Wu, despite looking like a villain, was secretly very happy inside. He liked playing this role. Everyone in the tribe returned to the tent, waiting for breakfast and medicine. Breakfast was served first. Because there were thousands more people, Meng Qianqian provided a large amount of food. The breakfast was prepared by the base kitchen, with vegetables stir-fried in lard. Everyone received a boiled egg to boost their immunity. Taking away the breakfast meant taking supplies. The supplies were sorted and categorized. Gu Xianji took the letter and asked Jia Wu to arrange everything. Jia Wu used the list to distribute supplies to everyone. Is Murong Su here? Xia Wangchao, Jia Wu asked, and Murong Su and Xia Wangchao came over at the same time. They exchanged a glance. Murong Su was the first to show a friendly smile, but inside, he was more anxious. He knew someone would follow the same path as him. The prince told you to each take 100 people and bring your own supplies, Jia Wu said. Then he told them to gather their teams. Murong Su was a little slower. Xia Wangchao moved faster. With everyone present, they began distributing supplies. 100-person team had a few pots, and the amount of dry food for each was prepared in advance. Jia Wu and his team handled the distribution, while others queued to receive their share. Within 15 minutes, everything was distributed. Gu Xianji came out of the tent, saw what was left, and ordered in a deep voice, "Distribute everything to them and tell them to carry extra food for the journey." 100 cavalry cannot be said to roam freely on the grassland. They are hard to stop easily. Saving our lives is the most important thing. Gu Xuanji only gave this one reminder. Murong Su and Xia Wangchao both felt their noses sour at the same time. They became more determined in their hearts to complete their mission and return. Otherwise, they would have no face to see their lord. The time has come. We must set out. As soon as Gu Xuanji finished speaking, Xia Wangchao and Murong Su knelt on one knee and said in unison, "Lord, take care." After saying that, they quickly got on their horses and turned back to those behind them, saying, "Let's go." The two groups headed in opposite directions. The team of 100 people had more than 200 horses, each carrying their dry food and the horses' own supplies. The snow hadn't melted, and it was hard for the horses to find grass on the grassland, so they had to bring dried hay. Jia Jiu was disappointed that he couldn't go with them. Not only that, but 8 of his trusted apprentices were also taken away. Jia Jiu had to go into action himself. Fortunately, the several seriously ill had survived. It's really of luck. If it weren't for the goddess's mercy and her divine medicine, not only him but everyone in this tent, everyone in this tribe, would not have survived. Jia Jiu took out a thermometer to check that the patient no longer had a fever, then took out disinfectant, thoroughly sterilized the thermometer, and put it away again. His tone was sarcastic and unpleasant to hear. But everyone in the tent was very happy. They had been saved. Those people lay inside the tent, too weak to get up, but they felt their life force stopping its decline. It felt so good to be able to keep living. None of the isolated people had contracted smallpox. Jia Jiu began arranging for them to get vaccinated. Women from the tribe lined up, and Jia Jiu raised his eyelids, slightly frowning, and said, "Our tribe's female healer didn't come with us, so I can't give you the shot." Next, the woman hurriedly explained, "Why can't I get the shot? I'm not from your Daching people, and I care about my reputation. In our tribe, it's okay if you see my arm. I won't insist on being with you because of it. I respect your customs here, and I ask you to respect ours," Jia Jiu said politely, but there were just 2 words he wouldn't accept. The woman became anxious. Jia Jiu still had a deadpan face. "I won't give you the vaccine. Really can't you? Unless I die," Jia Jiu replied firmly. The hope in the eyes of the other women also disappeared. Why can't they get vaccinated? They just want to stay alive. The woman persistently asked, "Can the female healer from your tribe come?" Jia Jiu finished with one man and then called the next. While preparing the medicine, he looked up at the woman and said, "You can go find her." He refused to say any more. The women who had been waiting in line started to leave, gathering together with pale faces. They watched the men who had finished their vaccines, feeling disappointed. They also wanted to live and get vaccinated. Why can't they? Jia Qi hurried inside and saw Gu Xianji, worriedly asking, "Master, are we only taking 100 people? That's too dangerous. What if something goes wrong?" They weren't afraid of death. They were worried about Gu Xianji getting hurt. Gu Xianji put down his book and signaled Jia Qi to sit. "In a few days, we will go into the mountains. There are many herbs in that tribe. We'll check if there are other things and leave some medicine for them. Then we can return. Gu Xianji knew many people living in the mountains didn't want to come out. But he had to let them know that there was a city on the plains, protected by a goddess. If they faced difficulties, they could come to him anytime. Jia Qi sighed in relief, knowing Gu Xianji had a plan and didn't want to take risks. He said, I'll go scout ahead. Go back and rest first. Jia Qi didn't return all night. Gu Xianji ordered him to rest. Jia Qi happily replied, Yes, sir. He returned to his tent, ate, and then fell asleep instantly. Gu Xianji continued reading. The guards stood outside, holding weapons that gleamed coldly. Even though the people in the tribe were brave warriors, no one would easily rush forward to challenge the guards. Jia Jiu finished with the vaccine, came out of the tent, and the people waiting outside immediately disinfected him. He returned to the tent, took a shower, changed into new clothes, and then went to see Gu Xianji. Gu Xianji looked up and saw that Jia Jiu's appearance had changed. He smiled slightly and said calmly, Sit down. Thank you, Your Highness. Jia Jiu sat down and personally poured tea for Gu Xianji. Has the plague been controlled? Gu Xianji put down the book in his hand and took a sip of tea. Jia Jiu was a bit excited. He spoke casually. Those people all thought they were going to die, so they cooperated quite well. The others have also received vaccines. Only some women haven't been vaccinated. Gu Xianji didn't want to bring Xie Chun and the others out, but Xie Chun hadn't married Jia Lu yet, so it wasn't a good time to bring them out. Maybe next time it will be possible. Gu Xianji's expression was cold. Did you tell them where the female doctors are? Of course I did. Jia Jiu didn't want to give vaccines to those women, but he couldn't do it himself. Only women from one tribe had their minds swayed. People from that tribe couldn't keep those women. If women can't be kept, does that tribe still need to exist? In some ways, women are a vital resource. Without women, there can be no reproduction. No reproduction means extinction. All tribes have an unwritten rule. They kill all the men and take all the women. Jia Jiu's methods weren't very clever. As long as those women wanted to survive and didn't want to live in constant fear of catching the plague and dying, they would find ways to save themselves. This world isn't short of clever women. With a little guidance, their awareness can awaken, and things become interesting. Jia Jiu didn't think the ruler's methods were too harsh. They were straightforward strategies. He saw wisdom in the former empress. A clever woman is far superior to many men. The concubine was ruthless and cunning, using underhanded methods, which were inferior to the empress's. Compared to her, she instantly fell behind. Jia Jiu deeply realized that women should never be underestimated. He wasn't worried that those women wouldn't reach the Tianyuan tribe. As long as they weren't infected, they could walk there. Almost everyone in this tribe knew how to ride horses, and everyone had a horse. They will migrate together, and it won't take too long. They will arrive before spring begins. Very good, Gu Xianji said happily, as things went more smoothly than he expected. Send the order. We leave early tomorrow. Jia Jiu told Jia Wu about this. Jia Wu immediately sent people to inform others. There are only 100 people. This makes moving much easier. The people in the tribe were shocked to find that those mysterious people were actually leaving. He ran in a hurry to report to the tribe leader. Leader, it's not good. Those people are leaving. The tribe leader had just recovered from an illness. Hearing this, he dropped his bowl on the ground. He quickly stood up and walked outside quickly.
What?
They are leaving? Before he finished speaking, the tribe leader had already rushed out of the tent. The tents outside the tribe were gone. It was as if they had disappeared into thin air. If the rider on the horse hadn't already left, the leader might think it was just a hallucination. He hurried over in a panic and knelt before Gu Xianji. Great Spirit, are you going to abandon your people? This old man really knows how to talk. Gu Xianji snorted softly, with a cold expression, and said, The goddess pities the people. I will follow her will and go to save others. Great Spirit, what should we do? The tribe leader was truly panicked. He knew very well how powerful smallpox could be. The last outbreak of smallpox was decades ago. That plague wiped out many tribes on the plains. Although they survived this time, could they really? Moreover, This smallpox epidemic has not ended. The women in the tribe haven't yet received the vaccine that is said to prevent smallpox after being vaccinated. The tribe leader couldn't help but feel anxious. The goddess has already shown you a clear path, Gu Xianji said. After speaking, he turned his horse around and gave the order, "Let's go." He and his people disappeared almost instantly before the tribe leader's eyes. The tribe leader's wife caught up from behind, anxiously asking, "Great Spirit, what does this mean? Is he abandoning us? What should we do? We haven't been vaccinated. What if the plague comes again? There's no one here to disinfect. What if we all catch smallpox?" The tribe leader's wife was frantic, her voice trembling with fear. She was talking about all the women in the tribe. Except for the women who had already caught smallpox and didn't need vaccines, none of the others had been vaccinated. The tribe leader turned around and saw all the women standing behind him. Their gazes made him feel almost breathless with pressure. He knew very well that all of this was the work of the divine messenger. But even knowing that, he still had to follow the divine messenger's wishes. The tribe leader felt powerless. He clenched his teeth and said in a low voice, "Send the order. Everyone start packing. In 3 days, we will move south to the Tianyuan tribe." The women in the tribe couldn't believe what they heard. Really? The tribe leader's wife's eyes suddenly filled with tears. The tribe leader suddenly felt that this decision might not be so bad. At least, the women in the tribe wouldn't hate him, and they wouldn't have to live in fear anymore. Thinking about the unpredictable ways of the divine messenger, the tribe leader felt it might be good to follow him. After understanding this, the tribe leader's expression became more relaxed. The divine messenger's tribe must be better than ours. Once we get there, we won't have to keep moving around. Thousands of people slowly moved across the grassland toward the south. Old Lady Xia went outside every day, looking north. Xia Xian came out to find Old Lady Xia, and as soon as she stepped outside, she found her. "Grandmother, it's time to go back." She helped Old Lady Xia walk back. Old Lady Xia turned around and looked back several times before asking her granddaughter, "I wonder where His Highness is now. Is he safe on the way?" "Grandmother, you worry about the Lord, but you should worry more about third brother." Xia Xian was very straightforward, and her words made Old Lady Xia sigh. "Third brother has been clumsy since he was young. He's not cut out for this. He's better at studying." Old Lady Xia used to think that since third brother wasn't the eldest son, it didn't matter what he learned. She didn't mind if he didn't like martial arts. No one said children of military families had to be great fighters. They were born to be generals. Third brother was naturally more talented at studying than his 2 older brothers. They were noble heroes, but their wives were from noble families. Third brother was raised very well. But recently third brother. Never mind. Old Lady Xia, feeling a headache, hurried back. As soon as she entered the village, she saw Xia Qinghe, covered in dirt and unrecognizable as Gue Xuan. When Xia Qinghe saw Old Lady Xia, he happily said, "Grandmother." Old Lady Xia paused, smiling kindly. "Sanling, go wash up and get ready for the meal. It's cold, so don't wait until it cools down." "Okay, I'll go right now." Sanling didn't notice his grandmother's slight displeasure and happily ran off. He ran far ahead, and the straw on his hat was still flying in the wind. Old Lady Xia's lips moved slightly, and she gently said, "Xianyang, let's go first." Xianyang tried not to laugh, shoulders trembling with effort to hold back. Hundreds of miles away, at the foot of the mountain, Gu Xianji led his men to the mountain, but didn't go inside. Instead, they set up camp at the foot of the mountain. Some people who followed Xia Mingshuan earlier stayed behind in the team. Gu Xianji asked one of them to lead a few others to scout ahead. Jia Qi had already run around and returned. He looked serious and said, "There are quite a few people inside. Last time they came, they didn't see everyone. Some people in this village have big necks, so they hide very well." Big necks. Gu Xianji frowned, deep in thought. He remembered reading in a travel journal about a village where some people had very big necks. They believed it was disrespectful to the mountain god, so they were punished. Every year, someone in the village was punished. They couldn't live in the village and had to hide deep in the mountains. Over decades, many people had hidden there. The situation in this village was similar to what the journal described. Yes, we found out that hundreds of people in that village are like that. Jia Qi worried that Gu Xianji might be in danger and advised, Master, you shouldn't go this time. I can take some people inside. Gu Xianji used to believe in divine punishment. But after reading the books sent by Meng Qianqian, he realized it wasn't divine punishment at all, but a disease. Meng Qianqian also mentioned that their salt was mixed with a substance called iodine. The villagers in the mountains lacked iodine, which caused their big neck disease. Master, you must not take risks. A faint smile appeared on Gu Xianji's face. It seems that heaven is truly watching over them. Jia Qi saw Gu Xianji still smiling and felt like crying. With the Empress not present, no one could control the crown prince anymore. Jia Qi earnestly advised, Sir, those people must not let this matter be exposed. If they discover your noble identity and harbor ill intentions, once Qinjiu returns, we will go into the mountains, Gu Xianji decisively said. Jia Qi knew things couldn't be changed, so he went out to discuss plans with others. They risked their lives but would not let anything happen to the Lord. The temperature dropped sharply. The stove inside the tent was lit, and everyone stayed inside, quietly waiting. A small group crossed the mountains and only came out before it got completely dark. Jia Qi anxiously reported, Sir, Qinjiu and the others have returned. Oh? Tell him to come in. Gu Xianji thought Qinjiu would return the next day, but they had come back that very day. Qinjiu entered the tent, covered in dust and wind. He knelt on one knee and said, Your servant greets the Lord. Get up, Gu Xianji said. He put down the book and looked at Qinjiu, asking, Did everything go smoothly? More or less. Qinjiu had been into the mountains once before, and the second time was much easier than the first. The guards in the mountains recognized him, and even led him part of the way, or he wouldn't have made it back today. The people inside heard you were coming and welcomed you. But Qinjiu paused, then frowned with concern. Although there hasn't been a large outbreak of smallpox in the mountains, many people have died. They buried the dead deep in the mountains, and they won't let so many of us go in. Qinjiu had been inside once, so he didn't know everything, but he understood that those people were almost like barbarians. Your Highness, I hope you won't go into the mountains. It's too dangerous. Those people were unreasonable. Gu Xianji looked up and saw that everyone disapproved of him going. He was not the type to ignore advice and act alone. Gu Xianji wasn't here to make enemies. He wanted to do good. Naturally, he wouldn't risk his life for nothing. Tell those people that the goddess will forgive those who betray her. Qinjiu and Jia Qi suddenly looked up, shock evident on their faces as they looked at Gu Xianji. Then they remembered who was standing behind Gu Xianji and felt it was only natural. The goddess is different from other gods. I will go handle this right away, Qinjiu said excitedly, standing up quickly. He couldn't wait to see the expressions on those people's faces. Thinking about how those people would be in disbelief and keep apologizing on their knees, Qinjiu instinctively straightened his back. They followed the person chosen by destiny. When Qinjiu returned, the people in the mountains also came out. He kept some people behind to prevent any accidents during the night. Now was a good time to tell that young man what to say, so he could go back and tell his tribe tomorrow. The young man's name was Ali Bai. He sat nervously inside the tent, looking around at the warm, spring-like tent, then lowered his head to stare at the pure white teacup. Their tribe didn't have such things. Occasionally, passing Xianbei people traded with them, but they didn't have such good items. He had seen many clay pots. Ali Bai didn't dare to touch them. He sat quietly on a chair, occasionally glancing at the person sitting beside him. Those people were holding what looked like stones, looking at them and muttering to themselves. He couldn't hear what they were saying or understand what they were holding. These people were very strange. Ali Bai felt uneasy inside. Just then, the only familiar person returned. Ali Bai immediately stood up when he saw Qinjiu. Qinjiu approached him with a smile and asked, Brother, I have good news for you. Our king heard that your tribe has divine enforcers. He has already spoken with the goddess, and she can forgive them. Ali Bai didn't feel happy. He stepped back in fear. They clearly hadn't let Chinjio see those divine enforcers. So, how did Chinjio know about them? Chinjio naturally understood Ali Bai's suspicion. He pretended not to notice Ali Bai's strange behavior, walked over, patted his shoulder, and said, "Didn't I tell you? The people we serve are blessed by the gods. They are chosen by the goddess and are destined to change our lives. They will help us eat well, wear warm clothes, and no longer hide in the deep mountains to survive." He knows about the divine enforcers in your tribe, so it's not surprising. Although Ali Bai was smart, he had seen too little of the world. He was quickly fooled by Chinjio. Is it true that there are people blessed by the gods? Of course. Look at what you're using now. Have you seen anything like this in your tribe? Chinjio picked up a teacup and held it close to Ali Bai.
See?
This is a porcelain cup given by the goddess, used for drinking hot water. After showing off to Ali Bai, Chinjio saw that Ali Bai was already feeling dizzy. Our King Tian Sheng is kind. When he learned about the plague spreading and causing chaos on the plains, he risked himself to help. Your tribe also has smallpox. Although it was treated quickly, that doesn't mean you won't face future outbreaks. Go back and talk to your leader. See if they want to solve this problem once and for all. Ali Bai asked curiously, what does once and for all mean? Chinjio, who had been studying and knew many idioms, was surprised to realize that he had accidentally become a learned person. He was not as uneducated as the poorest children, but he was no longer a rough person who couldn't read at all. It means the goddess gave us a vaccine. After getting vaccinated, you won't catch smallpox again. Future children also need to be vaccinated, but we won't come over. When your children are about the same number, you can bring them to us. Thinking of what Gu Xianji had said, Chinjio spoke enthusiastically to Ali Bai. You can stay with us a little longer. Once you're sure your children are fine, you can bring them back. Brother Chinjio, you're really a good person. Your king is even more a great person. Ali Bai said straightforwardly. That's our king, Chinjio said proudly. Jiao was outside the tent, listening to Chinjio, and slightly smiled. Is Chinjio here? Chinjio heard Jiao Wu's voice and quickly replied, I'm here. He was about to go outside the tent. Just as Chinjio turned around, Jiao Wu came in from outside, followed by a few guards. The Lord knows you still use feeding food. Let me bring some for you. Jiao Wu waved his hand, and a feast was set on the table. He said to the silly boy Ali Bai, if you need anything, just tell Chinjio. No need to be polite. Ali Bai was a little overwhelmed. Jiao Wu could see that Ali Bai was nervous around him, so he didn't stay any longer. Go ahead and eat. I will go back and report now. Chinjio hurriedly saw the people out. Manager Wu, take care on your way. Jiao Wu smiled warmly and said, stay a moment. Chinjio still escorted the people outside the tent. After they left, he turned back into the tent. They returned late and hadn't eaten anything. Chinjio knew he could go to the dining hall to get food, but he was surprised that the Lord had instructed Jiao Wu to bring food to them. He realized this was thanks to Ali Bai. Brother, sit down and try some. This is a gift from our Lord himself. If it weren't for you, I'd have to eat at the dining hall. Chinjio honestly spoke, which made Ali Bai relax. Ali Bai asked curiously, what is the dining hall? It's a place just for eating. After eating and drinking, Ali Bai felt sleepy and lay down to rest. Ali Bai ate over a dozen buns alone and shyly ran into the mountains. He was still a young boy running very fast. He was eager to tell the tribe leader how wonderful their tribe was. It was a tribe blessed by the goddess. Gu Xianji was waiting at the foot of the mountain for just one day. If the mountain people didn't want to accept their kindness, Gu Xianji wouldn't force them. When Ali Bai returned to the mountains, he told the tribe leader everything exactly as it happened. The tribe leader looked at his excited son, frowned, and asked seriously, have you seen their king? Ali Bai scratched his head, awkwardly saying, but they can really cure the divine punishment and prevent us from getting smallpox and plague. Go outside first. The tribe leader sent his son out and asked the elders present, what do you all think? We follow the tribe leader's decision, said the elders, who were all versatile and always listened to him in big matters, with no objections. However, the woman sitting at the lower end spoke up. She had dark skin, a thin face, sharp features, and a commanding presence. If you don't want to go, I will go myself and talk to them. When she spoke, the other elders frowned and looked unfriendly. Lan Chun, you're a woman. They probably won't take you seriously. I know you're worried about your daughter, but you can't ignore the lives of so many people in the village. The old man who was speaking took off his big hat and seemed eager to crush Lan Chun. Lan Chun slammed the table and sneered, "If I take those people and go down the mountain, I will never come back. Are you satisfied now?" When the clan leader heard that Lan Chun wanted to leave, he quickly tried to smooth things over. "Lan Chun, don't be impulsive. We need to discuss this more carefully. How long do you think the people down there will wait for us? If there's no news today, they will definitely leave." Lan Chun didn't want to waste time arguing. She stood up and left the meeting hall. Outside, Ali Bai was waiting. Seeing Lan Chun come out, he stepped forward and asked shyly, "Annie Chun, what did my father and the others say?" "They don't agree with us contacting the people below the mountain," Lan Chun replied, already understanding their attitude. Since the others hadn't been hurt, they didn't feel pain. Over the past few years, her sister had become a divine punishment bearer and was thrown into the mountains. Years later, her daughter was also abandoned there, left to fend for herself. Now, there are hundreds of divine punishment bearers in the mountain, and the number keeps growing. Lan Chun had given up hope and accepted this fate. But now, someone told her that the gods were willing to forgive their sins. How could Lan Chun stay indifferent? "Why are my father and the others like this?" Ali Bai stomped his foot angrily. "I'm going to talk to my father." Ali Bai was about to go inside, but Lan Chun held him back. "Ali Bai, can I ask you to do something for me?" "What is it?" Ali Bai asked curiously.
Lan Chun pulet Ali Bai asai.
"I want to save the flowers and the others. I plan to take them down the mountain to find the people below. But it will take about 7 or 8 days to go in and come out. I'm worried the people below might leave. I want to ask you to go again and tell them to give us a few more days. I will bring the people down as quickly as I can." "Annie Chun, are you planning to leave with them and not come back?" Ali Bai, a sharp and clever boy, asked.
Lan Chun smiled bitterly.
"I don't want to leave here. But this place can't hold them. Now that there's a way to survive, I have to take them and go. I can't just watch them die." Ali Bai said loudly, "I understand. Don't worry, Auntie Chun. I'll go talk to them now and ask them to wait for you." "Good boy." Lan Chun didn't delay. She packed some things and immediately headed into the mountains.
Duke Xuanzai personally met Ali Bai.
After hearing what he said, Gu Xianji shook his head and said, "I won't wait here for you." Ali Bai's face instantly turned pale. "Didn't you say the goddess would forgive these divine punishers?" Meng Yanzi woke up, wearing a silver silk nightgown, and came out of the room. Seeing the living room completely changed, he looked confused at the small dog occupying a leather sofa and asked Meng Qianqian, "What happened?" He had only slept for a while, but it felt like the house had changed a lot. Meng Qianqian sat cross-legged on the sofa, taking notes seriously while looking at the screen. Hearing Meng Yanzi's words, she paused her lesson and turned to him. "Little uncle, let me introduce. This is our family member Jifeng. I know. I'm asking why it's so openly in the living room." Meng Qianqian asked back, "Of course our family members are like us. Did you see that room over there? I've already renovated it. That's Jifeng's own room." Meng Yanzi went over to look. Wow, the decoration inside was even better than his own room. He looked back at the chubby little dog wagging its tail happily. "Maybe give her some beef to eat." Meng Qianqian was surprised. "Can Jifeng eat that too? She's also a supernatural dog." "Why not? That makes sense." Meng Qianqian immediately prepared her favorite food for Jifeng. She took out some beef to thaw, and also brought some milk. "Are you planning to go to school now?" Meng Yanzi thought Meng Qianqian was looking at some materials, but she was actually studying. Meng Qianqian nodded. "I'm a student, so I have to study. Do you have time?" Meng Yanzi frowned. Meng Qianqian shook her head. "Not enough time, so I plan to study online and graduate in 2 years." Meng Yanzi had endured the hardships of studying and only later realized that he was not actually slow. By then, he had already graduated successfully. At 18, he earned a degree from a top university. Looking back now, he feels a bit sad. He moved closer and saw Meng Qianqian looking at a university professor's lecture slides. Surprised, he asked, Are the teachers giving you lessons the same professors who teach in class? Or are they different? Yes, Meng Qianqian replied with a question. It's not like our teacher is giving me lessons. Do I need to hire a private tutor? Now, studying is very convenient. I can choose my own pace, listen multiple times if I don't understand, and even leave messages for the professors if I need help. Meng Yanxi's mind was very complicated. Meng Qianqian looked at him with curiosity and asked, "Little brother-in-law, what's wrong?" Meng Yanxi smiled, just marveling at how technology has advanced. Meng Qianqian always felt that her little brother-in-law's smile seemed a bit weary. Suddenly, her phone rang. She took out her phone and saw a message from Gu Xuanji. Her lips curved into a smile. Meng Yanxi frowned slightly and asked her while sitting still, "What did he write? Why are you so happy?" Meng Qianqian naturally showed him her phone. "Little brother-in-law, Gu Xuanji has convinced some people to go back with him again." Meng Yanxi looked down and saw a few simple words written on the paper. "The group of patients in the mountains have decided to follow me back." Meng Yanxi didn't understand. "Isn't that something to be happy about?" Meng Qianqian asked back. Meng Yanxi couldn't see why he should be happy. "I'm leaving tonight. If someone calls you and asks you to go out, be careful," she said. "Don't worry, I won't go out casually," Meng Qianqian replied. Although she said that, Meng Yanxi still felt a little uneasy. He looked at her, wanting to say more, but in the end, he kept quiet. There was no point in saying anything now. It would only cause more worry. "Little brother-in-law, remember to take the things I prepared for Uncle." Meng Qianqian suddenly remembered something. Meng Yanxi paused, almost asking her, "Who is your uncle?" He couldn't remember having an older brother. He opened his mouth but then closed it again. He looked a bit restless, but inside, he was feeling good and curious. Asking what? "Last time he left in a hurry, I forgot to give him the meat." "Wait a moment. Bring 5 ancient sheep and 2 modern sheep for him. Give him one of each, and keep the rest for yourself. When you see my mom and grandparents, remember to share the sheep with them." Meng Yanxi's eyes warmed. "We don't need that many. It's not about whether we need them or not. It's like playing a game. You're in the wild map, and you might encounter enemies at any time. When fighting others, they might be using powerful potions, but you have none. Even if you're stronger, if you can't last long, you'll lose too." Qin Qianqian thought sheep meat was inconvenient, so she personally pushed a small cart of milk back. "This milk is from ancient cows, not many in number and not available to the public for now. Special cases can apply, like people in poor health or children born with special abilities. Bring more of this milk to prevent emergencies. I'll also check if there are enough local mushrooms, vegetables, and fruits. If they work well, encourage them to grow more. Natural fertilizers from ancient times are better. Animal and plant remains, after burning and mixing with the land, are better than chemical fertilizers. Spring is coming soon, and there's no time to compost, but we can think of other ways." Meng Qianqian's mind moved quickly, leaving Meng Yanxi silently staring at the pile of milk. Meng Yanxi stored the milk away without disturbing his niece. He specifically sent a message to Qin Wang, asking him to bring some good food. Qin Wang didn't even get inside, standing outside and passing the food through the door. "My cooking isn't good enough for a taste? Don't joke.
She's busy."
Come next time." Meng Yanxi divided the milk and the freshly slaughtered sheep among him. "This is just for your family. And this one you keep with you." Qin Wang refused. "You keep it. All our things are stored at your place. Why put it at my place? If I get hurt and can't retrieve the stuff, how will you save me? This is like a healing potion in a game. Always good to carry some on you, especially in emergencies. The milk is the same, just a little, 2 boxes for you." Meng Yanxi used Qin Wang's words to persuade him. Qin Wang leaned casually against the door and said confidently, "With me around, you won't get hurt. Not a chance." Qin Wang was so confident. "Just take it if you want it. Why all the fuss? Do you know that others want these things but have nowhere to get them?" Meng Yanxi finished speaking and shut the door outside, carrying food into the house. He called out to Meng Qianqian in the study, "Qianqian, come out and eat." "Oh, coming." Both of them valued this lunch before parting. Meng Qianqian took the first bite and asked in surprise, "Little brother-in-law, is this the meal your eldest brother sent? Why didn't you let someone stay and eat before leaving? Meng Yanxi, who had been pretending all along and had already prepared his excuse, said nothing. How do you know he came? From the taste of the food. That smell is very unique. I can tell right away, Meng Qianqian said, feeling like she had improved. Little brother-in-law, do you think I have a talent for cooking? I heard chefs have very sensitive taste buds and can tell many flavors. He's busy. He thought since there was good food at home today, he specially brought some for you to try. Mainly to thank you for what you sent, Meng Yanxi said, feeling guilty as he hurriedly ate. Meng Qianqian believed him and didn't think much more. Your eldest brother-in-law is really polite. Little brother-in-law, I didn't expect your taste to be good. The friends you've made are all quite nice, Meng Qianqian sincerely praised. Meng Yanxi knew she didn't mean it that way, but a happy smile appeared on his face. Eat your meal. By the way, do you have anything you want me to tell Mom and the others? Meng Qianqian paused while picking vegetables. There's nothing special. Just tell them to take good care of their health. When they come back to see me, remember to visit. I don't blame them. I just miss them. Her eyes welled up with tears. She quickly blinked, trying to hold back her tears, and spoke very quickly. Let's forget the last part. If I tell them I miss them, they probably can't handle it and will want to come back to see me. Better not say anything, no need to pass on messages. That's fine. Deep down, Meng Qianqian had a premonition. It seemed her mother had chosen the other world over her. After finishing his meal, Meng Yanxi was about to leave. He needed to go to the base for a checkup. He always entered the end-of-the-world zone at a designated spot after returning, to be checked. The people of this world are afraid that mutants might bring viruses from the other world. If that happens, this world will be doomed. Meng Qianqian did not see Meng Yanxi off. For them, parting was like going on a business trip. This way, Meng Yanxi wouldn't feel too much emotional burden. Wait for me to come back at home. Little brother-in-law, take good care of yourself. Meng Yanxi turned and entered the elevator. After he left, the floor slowly returned to its original state. Meng Qianqian sat on the ground, quietly watching the spot where the floor was, and only after a long time did she get up. Meng Yanxi needed a lot of iodine salt. She thought that just eating salt wasn't enough. It would be better to eat seaweed or similar things. Meng Qianqian ordered a lot of seaweed. Gu Xuanji saw the salt in the tent and so much seaweed, with his slender fingers resting on his forehead and a carefree smile at the corner of his mouth. He only said one sentence, and she understood his mind. Has Ali Bai left yet? Gu Xuanji chuckled softly, raising his eyes to ask Jia Wu. Jia Wu hurriedly replied, Not yet. Let him come in. Jia Wu seemed to ignore the sudden appearance of things in the tent. Ali Bai was so anxious, he almost cried. He entered the tent and saw the suddenly increased items inside, feeling confused. He was outside the tent and didn't see anyone enter. Why were so many things suddenly inside? Could there be another entrance? Ali Bai looked around but saw nothing. My people sent me a message. The northern tribe is suffering from a serious plague and needs many medicines. I can't stay here, so I can't wait for you. These are salt given by the goddess. There is a special substance in the salt that can save those called the divine punishment enforcers. You should eat it too. Once you do, there will be no more divine punishments, and no such children will be born. This is called seaweed, and you can cook it directly. Ali Bai was stunned by Gu Xuanji's words. Was this your original plan? Gu Xuanji looked up, his deep eyes holding something Ali Bai couldn't understand. But Ali Bai didn't feel afraid. Instead, he thought this king was truly kind, just as his subordinates had said. No need to thank me for this great kindness. Ali Bai suddenly knelt down, bowing deeply 3 times to Gu Xuanji. Gu Xuanji said in a deep voice, If you want to thank someone, thank the goddess. It is her kindness that gave you these things to save you. The items are said to be consumable, but you can send someone to Tianyuan City to exchange for more. The mountain herb seeds, or plants, living animals, and so on can all be used. Ali Bai remembered this. Ali Bai respectfully knelt and thanked him. Should I have someone deliver these things into the mountains? Sending them westward, Gu Xianji didn't mind helping them a little more. But Ali Bai didn't dare trouble Gu Xianji again. A few days later, Aunt Chun would bring people down the mountain, and he would wait for them at the foot of the mountain. This silly boy. Has he thought about what he will eat and drink during these days? Gu Xianji rubbed his forehead, called Jia Wu in, and pointed at Ali Bai. Leave some dry food for him and a single-person tent. He will wait here for 7 days. Don't let him starve. Jia Wu felt very sad inside. The Lord is really kind to this silly boy. I will go handle that, Jia Wu said. Gu Xianji told Ali Bai, remember, do not leave the mountain and do not approach anyone outside the mountain. If a plague breaks out in the mountain, take these medicines. If it gets out of control, go to Tianyuan City. Ali Bai bowed deeply. I will remember everything, sir. Gu Xianji looked at the note in his hand, which was a letter he had prepared in advance for Meng Qianqian. Jia Wu approached Ali Bai quietly and said, come with me. Ali Bai, feeling dizzy, followed him outside. When they reached the tent, he asked with a silly smile, Sir, is the king going to leave me some food? What else would he do? Jia Wu looked at him with a raised brow, unable to tell what kind of impression the Lord had of this boy. He was also smiling a bit foolishly. Jia Wu, feeling disdainful, led him to Jia Chu. Leave enough dry food for this boy for 7 days. Jia Chu was stunned. Though he didn't speak, he carefully examined Ali Bai. Ali Bai didn't understand what was happening. He scratched his head and grinned foolishly at Jia Chu. Jia Chu. Could it be that because he's simple-minded, he managed to catch the Lord's eye? Jia Wu then went to find Jia San. Jia San was responsible for the supplies. This boy was very stingy, like a guardian beast, allowing no one in or out. Getting anything from him was really difficult. Do you have a small tent? Give one to this boy, as the Lord ordered, Jia Wu sighed. He didn't want to say the last part, as it felt too weak. But if he didn't say it, he wouldn't get the supplies. Jia San was handsome, with clear eyebrows and bright skin, and a kind smile on his round face. If you truly believe that this young man is kind and honest, then you shouldn't expect to get even a single hair from him. Jia San also looked at Ali Bai, but very subtly, without letting Ali Bai notice. Jia San went inside, and soon came out with a small tent. The tent was really tiny. It could only fit one person. I don't know where Jia San found it. Jia Wu. Jia San handed the tent to Ali Bai and sincerely said, It's too dangerous for you to stay here alone for 7 days. Later, I will send someone to take you inside. Hide in this small tent and keep these things hidden. Most people won't find you easily. Ali Bai was extremely grateful. His eyes filled with tears instantly. Alright, I learned another trick. Being so stingy and still making people grateful. No wonder this kid can be a supply officer and is trusted by the Lord. Jia Wu considers himself clever and adaptable, but compared to Jia San, he's just not in the same league. The people Jia Wu arranged, when Ali Bai was leaving, kept mentioning people in his mind. Besides the goddess and the Lord, the most prominent was Jia San. This made him very unhappy. After Ali Bai left, Gu Xianji issued an order. Let's go. Ali Bai stood on the hillside, watching the army leave, then knelt down again and bowed deeply toward where the army was heading. Speed up. Gu Xianji looked at the letter in his hand with concern. He knew the plague had already spread, but he didn't expect it to be so serious. They had only traveled a few dozen miles when they saw many people being expelled. Jia Yi and others quickly protected Gu Xianji behind them. Gu Xianji looked at the refugees and said in a deep voice, Go ask around. Jia Yi wanted to go, but was stopped by Jia Jiu. Stay here and protect the Lord. I'll go. Soon after, Jia Jiu returned on horseback, frantically spraying disinfectant on himself. He stopped 3 meters in front of Gu Xianji, looking serious, and said, Lord, the Yuan tribe has a plague outbreak. These people were expelled. They met Xia Wangchao and are planning to go to Tianyuan City.